But I am not a forensic doctor and obviously do not have the qualifications to perform an autopsy at will. Xiao Yang hesitated for a long time. Judging that it was a homicide based on the blood spots on the face is obviously a bit risky. As the saying goes, the dead are the greatest. Traditionally, the deceased are treated with great respect. The body was cut up for no reason and no one was left with a complete corpse. Family members generally do not agree. Just in case, the autopsy shows no problems. The other party is also very wealthy and will definitely cause trouble for me. What are you doing? Brother John interrupted Xiao Yang's thoughts. Why do you keep cleaning your face for so long? You didn't dawdle like that last time. Xiao Yang frowned, but finally made a decision. Take off your gloves. He walked towards Brother John and whispered a few words in his ear. Brother John opened his eyes wide, screaming, "What did you say?" Xiao Yang patted Brother John on the shoulder and looked up at the camera. Brother John suddenly shut up. Be careful with what you say and do, and don't say anything nonsense in the live broadcast room before reaching a conclusion. Brother John walked up to the body and took a closer look. Then he turned and walked out of the room. Only Xiao Yang was left in the room. Xiao Yang is not doing anything else, just standing next to the corpse and smiling elegantly. His eyes looked as if he saw a beloved toy. The audience in the live broadcast room were shocked by this scene, and the barrage of comments scrolled wildly. Fuck, Xiao Yang's smile just now was as perverted as a murderer. I've seen Xiao Yang's eyes before. Do you remember? When we were slaughtering pigs a few episodes ago, he looked at the pigs with the same look. Why did it suddenly stop melting? What was Xiao Yang looking at? He just whispered something to someone else. Why did that person leave? Program Director's Studio. Director Wang looked at the live broadcast room and frowned. He could feel that this matter was definitely not simple. Half an hour later, Brother John came in with 2 uniformed police officers and a forensic doctor. Afterwards, the 2 family members of the deceased, the woman and the deceased's mother, also followed in. The woman looked at the police, a little frightened for a moment. The old lady next to her was an experienced and knowledgeable person. The old man is over 80 years old, with a head full of white hair, standing straight and with a very charismatic aura. Seeing the situation in front of her, she did not panic and asked, "What's going on? Who are these 2 police comrades?" Before Xiao Yang and Brother John could speak, one of the policemen showed his ID first. Then he said to the old lady and the woman, "We received a report from the funeral home that a suspected murder had been discovered." What? The entire network was shocked. At this time, the screen of the live broadcast room was covered with barrages. Layer upon layer. Almost obscured the picture. Fuck. I felt something was wrong when I saw Xiao Yang's expression just now, but I didn't expect it to be this complicated. I'm so shocked. I was watching a parent-child variety show and I actually witnessed this kind of scene. The one above. What are you talking about? Just tell me whether you like it or not. It's great, I love it, I wish I could watch it every day. You don't usually get to see something this exciting, a live broadcast of a murder. Oh my god, this is a big case. The CEO of a listed company died under strange circumstances. This is something worth watching. Not only the audience. Even the photographer who was setting up the stall with Xiao Xiao was sitting on a chair and watching the live broadcast leisurely. At this moment, he was slapping his thigh. I didn't expect Xiao Yang's side to be so exciting. Oh shit. Oh shit. Why am I not here? This kind of thing of filming murders is something they do as entertainment variety show photographers. You won't encounter it once in your lifetime. If I were to take pictures nearby, I can brag about it to my colleagues at the company for a whole year. Director's room. All the staff were stunned. They are clearly making a parent-child variety show. How did it get involved in a murder case for no reason? This plot development is too outrageous. Director Wang looked at the screen and opened his mouth. Don't know what to do for a moment? Why are all the other groups warm parent-child scenes or educational scenes? It was Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's group. Just all kinds of ghost scenes. Director Wang, look. A staff member pointed at the screen in shock. Director Wang looked at the screen. The number of people watching Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room skyrocketed, breaking a new record. Straight to millions. It is several times the total viewing data of the other 3 live broadcast rooms. At this time, Director Wang's cell phone rang. He took out his cell phone from his pocket, and it turned out to be the director and guide of the company's Ace Legal column. Guide, Director Wang, you're amazing. They're shooting a parent-child variety show, and they've actually crossed over to our legal program. Director Wang, ha 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 ha, guide, what a coincidence, isn't this? The guide said, this is no coincidence. They are very powerful and have taken away half of the live broadcast traffic of our legal program. It turns out that the live broadcast of the legal program and the parent-child variety show My Dad is Superman are broadcast at the same time. It's the same period. It's just that the two completely unrelated live broadcasts overlapped at this moment. When Director Wang heard this, he immediately called up the live broadcast data of the legal program and took a look. Sure enough, the live broadcast of the Rule of Law program has been on a downward trend since its inception, and the traffic of their live broadcasts has been rising. It must have been divided up by their program. Director Wang chuckled. Oops, guide, sorry, what a coincidence. I didn't expect Xiao Yang to do this. The guide was an old veteran, very broad-minded and didn't mind it. Just kidding. Guide, this is Xiao Yang who called the police. Why does he suspect foul play? It's not just for publicity. Hang up the phone. The guide said so. Wang Dao couldn't help but become suspicious. Why didn't anyone else notice the problem? Only Xiao Yang could see the problem? He wouldn't do this just for the sake of publicity, would he? If this isn't murder, then the current traffic will backfire on them in the future. Not to mention the families, even the audience's saliva can drown their show. The show will also be dragged down by Xiao Yang. Wang Dao was secretly worried. What? Murder? The deceased's wife and mother exclaimed at the same time. The old lady took a step back in shock. The woman yelled directly. Impossible! Impossible! My husband was out for a social event last night. He came back from drinking and fell asleep. I was next to him. This morning, I found him dead. It should be the disease caused by drinking last night. How could it be murder? There aren't any scars on his body. As the woman spoke, she began to cry again. The police comforted the woman. He turned around and asked Xiao Yang and Brother Zhang, who discovered the suspected murder. I. Xiao Yang took a step forward. The woman wiped her tears and looked at Xiao Yang. His face was full of disbelief. The police continued their questioning as per routine procedure. Comrade, how did you discover that the deceased was suspected of murder? Xiao Yang said the deceased's face was dark and there were slight blood spots on his face. It didn't feel like a normal death. That's it. One of the policemen blurted out. The old policeman next to him gave him a glance. The woman next to her also frowned. Looking at Xiao Yang, he said unhappily, Little brother, are you too suspicious? Just based on these 2 points, you called the police? The memorial service is about to begin, and we're almost running out of time. I paid you to prepare my husband's remains, not to cause trouble. Friends and family, and colleagues from the company will be here soon. Aren't you making my husband's death uneasy? Wu. At this time, the accompanying forensic doctor also stepped forward. Uncover the white cloth from the body. Carefully observed the place Xiao Yang mentioned. Then he carefully examined other parts of the body. There were no wounds, no marks from strangulation, and no obvious places of impact. The forensic doctor covered the body with white cloth again and took off his gloves. Said to several people, it's impossible to tell from the appearance whether it was murder. If we want to go further, we need to dissect the remains. When it comes to dissecting the body, the woman immediately jumped out to object. No! You can't dissect my husband's body for no reason and let him rest in peace even after death. My husband, the CEO of a listed company, actually wanted to be disemboweled after his death? Where's the murder? Then she stretched out her hand and pointed at Xiao Yang. Is that you? You are so young, yet so vicious. He must have called the police deliberately to claim there was a murder in order to gain attention and fame. Why was I blind just now? I insisted on burying you. I saw this morning that you were unreliable, sleeping in the stall and letting such a young child sell urns. The woman roared with red eyes, causing several people to look at Xiao Yang sideways. Xiao Yang was very calm and didn't look panicked at all. At this time, the comments in the live broadcast room were boiling again. What kind of famous scene is this? Is it a murder case? Didn't the medical examiner also say that appearances couldn't determine the cause and an autopsy was needed? Then why was Xiao Yang so certain it was murder? Let's just forget about it and let the deceased rest in peace. Is Xiao Yang really that amazing? He's convicted of murder just because someone's face looked wrong and there was a spot of blood? That's way too much. How can Xiao Yang be so sure of murder when even the medical examiner can't confirm it? This can't be a publicity stunt. It's over. I think it's the end of Xiao Yang. If they dissect the body for no reason and find out it wasn't murder, he'll probably be tortured to death by the family. Brother, stop being so stubborn and admit your misunderstanding quickly, otherwise we, the audience, can't save you. There are all kinds of comments on the barrage, but almost all of them were doubts about Xiao Yang. Director's room. Director Wang also stared at the screen, looking anxious. Even the forensic doctor couldn't tell from his appearance that the man was murdered. Why did Xiao Yang say it was murder? This is too much. Isn't it nice to get the money for the burial? What if the autopsy turns out not to be murder? Not only him, but even the show was criticized by the audience. Moreover, the deceased was a famous entrepreneur in this city. If this is dissected, nothing will happen. Isn't this woman on the screen, the deceased's wife and elderly mother, going to make a big fuss? The show might not even exist. As Director Wong thought about it, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The staff nearby were unaware of the seriousness of the problem. He exclaimed, pointing to the data being broadcast live on the screen. Director! Look, the number of viewers is increasing. The server is going to crash again. At this time, Director Wong looked at the data that was rising sharply and did not feel happy at all. Only a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He would rather not have this traffic now. The heavier the traffic is now, the worse it will be when the car overturns. At this time, everyone was curious about how this matter would develop. Just forget it. Or just forget it. Mortuary. The old lady who had been silent and crying just now stood up. He asked Xiao Yang, "Little brother, can you guarantee that my son was murdered?" Xiao Yang nodded. He was very sure of it because of the forensic skills rewarded by the system. It was to tell him clearly that the deceased was murdered. But in what way, he didn't know. This can only be clarified through dissection. Facing the old lady with white hair and vigorous spirit, Xiao Yang nodded very firmly. I promise. The old lady has been wondering about the cause of her son's death today. His son has no underlying health conditions. Moreover, the nanny at home said that her son didn't drink much last night, so how could he suddenly die? The old lady heard Xiao Yang's reply. He nodded, as if he had made some decision. He said loudly, "Cut open. I want to know how my son died." Woman, mom. No way. This last journey was not peaceful. Old lady, shut up. What do you mean? You don't want us to find out the real cause of my son's death. You must be hiding something. The old lady has never liked her daughter-in-law. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were like a crowd of spectators, posting comments. Fuck, live broadcast of a family feud, plus a murder case, what a good thing, it's good, I love watching it, I watch it every day. Pearl seeds, peanuts, popcorn. Hey, those in the front row, sit down. Don't block my view of the show. Hey, move your legs. Don't block the way. 666. It turns out that the relationship between rich mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is so exciting. Men are offering sacrifices to the heavens, and their magic power is boundless. The mother of the deceased was no ordinary person. It was she who worked hard to build the family business and then handed it over to her son, the deceased, to develop and expand it. Therefore, the daughter-in-law's status in this family is just a second married vase found by the son. The woman couldn't fight back against her mother-in-law and could only look at Xiao Yang viciously. He turned and looked at the forensic doctor beside him. "Hello, comrade, I want to ask, can you tell that my husband was murdered?" As a forensic doctor, of course you cannot conclude that the deceased was murdered based on speculation without absolute evidence. I could only shake my head and express my own judgment. I can't tell for now. We'll know only after an autopsy. As soon as the forensic doctor said this, everyone was stunned immediately. The audience in the live broadcast room started a new round of crazy output. Fuck, even the forensic doctor can't tell. How can Xiao Yang make such a judgment? Xiao Yang, you are confused. You are already so famous, why do you need to be more famous? At this time, the old lady was also stunned for a moment. Think about it for a minute. Then he asked Xiao Yang again, "Comrade, do you really think my son was murdered?" Brother Zhang beside him pulled the corner of Xiao Yang's clothes. "Tell him with your eyes that less is worse than more." Brother Zhang was secretly regretting it in his heart. Because of the last burial incident, Xiao Yang's performance was so shocking. So this time, he trusted Xiao Yang's judgment very much before calling the police. Unexpectedly, even the forensic doctor couldn't tell from the surface. Isn't this a scam? Xiao Yang ignored Brother Zhang's gaze. Instead, he said it in a nonchalant manner. "I promise that if your son hadn't been murdered, I would have worked for the rest of my life." Audience, what a poisonous oath. The old lady finally decided to perform an autopsy on her son's body. She wants to know the truth. However, there is no autopsy room in the funeral home here. The body must be transferred to a forensic examination center. Of course, Director Wong, like millions of other viewers, wanted to know the final result. No one wants to miss a shocking case. Even the director of the legal program ignored his own live broadcast program. I stayed in front of the screen and watched Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast. The body was about to be transferred to a forensic institution, so how could he miss it? A phone call was made to Director Wong. "Don't worry, Lao Wang, I've made the contact for you. In a moment, call your photographer, Xiao Yang, and the staff to go together." Wang Dao was worried about what to do. He simply doesn't have the resources in this area, and the program crew probably can't go to that kind of place. There are more and more viewers in the live broadcast room here. Many viewers came to watch the big case involving wealthy families. Viewers said in the barrage that if the photographer did not go to the forensic examination center to follow the filming, let them see it. They came to block the company's door. The guide's help was like a timely rain after a long drought, solving his big problem. Director Wan kept expressing his gratitude on the phone. Hang up the phone. Director Wan quickly notified the photographer and arranged other staff members. The photographer got the news. A slap on the thigh. Haha, come alive. This big case of a wealthy family finally allowed me to squeeze in, he asked with a smile as he looked at the man standing by who was happily selling things. Xiao Xiao, your father and I are going to the forensic examination center. Are you coming? If you don't want to go, a staff member from the program team will come to accompany you later. Xiao Xiao counted the money she had earned and waved impatiently to the photographer. Go, go. Don't affect the speed at which I make money. Photographer. An hour later, a group of people came to the forensic examination center, located next to the city's police station. It covers an area of nearly 1,000 square meters. There are 4 dissection rooms and 8 dissection tables. With the lens, such a mysterious place is presented to the audience. Walk into the house. You can feel that the house is dark and damp. Even through the lens, you can feel a chill. The comments in the live broadcast room immediately started scrolling wildly. Oh my god, my brother protects me. My mom asked me why I watched parent-child variety shows in the bathroom because I was afraid I would pee at any time. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a forensic examination center. It actually looks like this. It's quite different from the ones in TV dramas. It's beautiful. I love it. Then, a group of people put on isolation suits, masks and gloves and entered the autopsy room. The police and the forensic doctor placed the body on a stainless steel dissection table. Xiao Yang knew that this seemingly ordinary table was worth 300,000 dragon coins. At one end of the dissecting table there was a sink and a row of faucets. Although it was the first time Xiao Yang saw these things, however, with the skills rewarded by the system, I actually know how to use these things very well. After everything is arranged, everything is about to begin. Everyone is waiting to see. At this time, the medical examiner, holding a knife, raised his hand, but he was reluctant to cut. What's wrong? The policeman on the side asked. The medical examiner took a breath. It's okay, I'm just a little nervous. This is an old forensic doctor. My heart has been feeling uncomfortable for a while, but it was only for a moment, and he didn't care. Xiao Yang said nothing. Take off your gloves. Both hands were on the forensic doctor's pulse. Half a minute later, he said, Teacher, your heart blood vessels are blocked, and quite a few are blocked. This should be coronary heart disease. It's better to go to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible. It's too dangerous. The old forensic doctor was stunned. As a forensic pathologist, medical knowledge is essential. I just didn't care about my body, but I felt that what Xiao Yang said made sense. He nodded. The young man is good, and he also knows Chinese medicine. Okay, I'll take a day off tomorrow and go to the hospital for a checkup. As he spoke, he raised the knife and prepared to cut. But my heart started to panic again. The old forensic doctor looked a little unhappy. Xiao Yang hurriedly said, How about I do it? You? The old forensic doctor and the police were shocked. Even the photographer and the audience in front of the screen were shocked. Xiao Yang took out his proof. The system was the same as last time, not only giving him skills. He was given the certificate of qualification along with it. The old forensic doctor took a look. Xiao Yang is not only a forensic doctor, but his certificate also states that he is the chief forensic doctor. This represents extensive forensic work experience. The old forensic doctor looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. Such a young guy, who looks to be in his early 20s, is actually the chief forensic doctor. This is incredible. He worked his entire life and was only qualified to be a chief forensic physician. Okay, come on, the old forensic doctor spoke. You are considered an experienced chief forensic doctor. Just do it your way. Xiao Yang took the scalpel from the old forensic doctor. He bowed to the body first. Then his slender fingers moved slightly, and the scalpel instantly moved to an angle that was most convenient for Xiao Yang. The knife went straight into the body. In the camera, Xiao Yang leaned forward slightly and lowered his head. Even if you are wearing protective clothing and a mask, from the side, you can still see his long eyelashes moving slightly. His expression was serious and his breath was calm. The old forensic doctor standing by was observing his movements carefully. Xiao Yang took the scalpel and cut it down. The position is accurate and the angle is perfect. A delicate scalpel moved rapidly between Xiao Yang's slender fingers. The scalpel moved freely on the skin of the deceased, but the movement was very precise. When Xiao Yang took the scalpel and touched the corpse, it seemed like a switch was turned on. How to use the knife, where to cut, how to cut, the brain and hands worked together very well. I am like a precision instrument, performing my task perfectly. The knife was seen moving along the muscle lines of the corpse at an extremely fast speed. Using the straight incision method, the incision starts from the midline of the lower edge of the mandible and goes down along the midline of the neck, chest, and abdomen, gradually cutting the skin and subcutaneous tissue of the body. Wherever the knife went, the skin and flesh were torn, exposing the skin tissue, subcutaneous fat, muscles, nerves, and organs inside. A strong smell of blood rushed over as the skin burst open. If someone encounters such a scene for the first time, it will definitely cause a physiological reaction and vomit uncontrollably. However, Xiao Yang's expression did not change at all. Hands flying. Xiao Yang treated the corpse on the dissection table as if it were a work of art. When the deceased's body is cut open and the tissues are taken out, Xiao Yang changed from a knife to a saw. He also skillfully used all the tools on the dissecting table. All of this is as familiar to him as the back of his hand. 8 minutes later, Xiao Yang put down the tools in his hand. On the dissection table lay a perfectly dissected corpse. Every cut is just right. Organs exposed. The old forensic doctor was stunned. Young man, your speed is comparable to the speed of light. This level of experience wouldn't be possible without decades of experience dissecting thousands of corpses. But your age, how did you do that? Xiao Yang smiled but said nothing. How can he say that he used cheats? At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room were also shocked, even if the body is blurred. But everyone knew that Xiao Yang had already finished the autopsy. 8 minutes. The barrage of comments kept scrolling. Holy crap! Dissecting a corpse in 8 minutes? I can't even kill a fish in 8 minutes. When Xiao Yang was butchering a pig, his face was full of cruelty and murderous intent. But when he was dissecting a human corpse, he was calm, refined and elegant. It feels perverted. I'm a medical student, and I can only say that Xiao Yang is terrifying. Look, not only is he fast, there's not even blood on his clothes. Elegant, so elegant. Seeing Xiao Yang dissecting the body reminded me of my first anatomy class, when I opened the refrigerator and saw a huge head, only one head. The autopsy is complete. What I'm most curious about now is whether this deceased was murdered. If not, Xiao Yang is doomed. What the above person said is right. Is it murder? Thinking. The audience who were just shocked by Xiao Yang's dissection speed have now all fallen silent. The barrage of comments quickly quieted down from its previous bustle. Everyone is eagerly awaiting the final answer. Like a live judgment, Director Wang in the director's room stared at the screen intently. I dared not even breathe. Many people are still waiting for this answer. Dissection room. Xiao Yang leaned over, approached the corpse, and carefully observed every detail. Suddenly, I found the problem. He waved to the old forensic doctor beside him and respectfully called him teacher. Teacher, look, the muscles in the neck are bruised, bleeding, and clotted. It means the neck has been subjected to external pressure. The old wizard looked at his neck muscles. Sure enough, it is true. Then Xiao Yang's fingers moved down, pointing at the heart and lungs. There are also many bleeding spots on the surface of the heart and lungs. The old forensic doctor took a look and immediately agreed with Xiao Yang's idea. This is a change from mechanical asphyxiation. After suffocation, there are some bleeding spots on the surface of the lungs and the surface of the heart. Xiao Yang and the old forensic doctor looked at each other. Come to conclusions immediately. Mechanical asphyxiation is homicide. It is impossible for a person to strangle himself to death. The two immediately wrote up the appraisal results and handed them to the police. The facts are clear. The deceased was murdered deliberately. But who killed him and how he killed him is the police's business. The forensic work is done. The police immediately launched an investigation. The first suspects are the deceased's wife and the people living in the deceased's home. But we will have to wait until the police have completed their investigation to find out. At this time, the comments in the live broadcast room were boiling. Holy crap, it really was a murder. I actually watched the entire live broadcast of a major crime. I've made it. Xiao Yang is really amazing. Even the experienced forensic pathologists dare not make a conclusion, but Xiao Yang is so sure about it. It seems he is very experienced. Okay, as a forensic medicine student, let me explain what a chief medical examiner is. Not only must one possess specialized knowledge and extensive forensic experience, but also the ability to independently solve complex technical problems, and possess valuable scientific research results or significant work achievements. Fuck, this is awesome. The person above, I haven't finished talking yet, I just reached the word limit. I also know that junior forensic doctors are relatively proficient in English. Even if they have graduated from graduate school, they have worked as forensic doctors for more than 3 years. Okay, I'm really impressed. He sounds like a master. But how can Xiao Yang have so much experience at his age? Isn't there a family of forensic doctors whose ancestors have been forensic doctors? I've seen it. I've been examining corpses with my father since I was a child. Just as the audience in the live broadcast room were discussing and speculating, Xiao Yang returned the scalpel to the old forensic doctor and said modestly, "Teacher, thank you for your hard work." The old forensic doctor looked embarrassed and waved his hand. "Don't call me teacher. I can't bear it. I can't bear it. You are so young, yet you are so high-ranking and experienced. Your swordsmanship is like a god. I'm ashamed of myself. It seems that at my age, I should retire and make room for you young people. I don't know if you'd like to work in the forensic department. We really need people like you." Xiao Yang declined with a smile. Not only that, he also hopes to record variety shows and acquire more skills from the system. Also, he really couldn't do such a serious job for a long time. Behind each body is a case and a responsibility. He was reborn with great difficulty and traveled through time. I just hope life can be easier. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Master, next, I should restore the deceased's appearance and bury him. The deceased should rest in peace." The program team's director's studio. Director Wang watched the live broadcast and his tense mood finally relaxed. At this time, the guide called. "I just heard the other person laugh. Director Wang, you're amazing. I didn't expect that our rule of law track would eventually allow you to break in." On the other end of the phone, Director Wang's face was smiling from ear to ear. Usually, the directors of these legal programs are extremely aloof. I simply look down on entertainment directors like them. Director Wang, no, it's just a coincidence. The guide continued. Director Wang, please tell your guest named Xiao Yang to participate in our live broadcast of the Rule of Law program. This guest is young and handsome, he will definitely increase the ratings. Director Wang laughed heartily, saying yes. I don't want the guide to get involved. He must keep this treasure Xiao Yang for himself. This show is over, he has other shows. He discovered that whenever there were shots of Xiao Yang and Xiao, the traffic in the live broadcast room would increase sharply. The other side. Xiao Yang is in the autopsy room. The autopsy has been completed and the conclusions have been reached. It's time to sew the dissected body back together. However, Xiao Yang did more than just restore the integrity of the corpse. With the consent of the old forensic doctor, he also brought his own makeup kit for embalming the body. At the same time, the body was tidied up and made up. This time, the deceased's bones were not damaged, dislocated, or crushed. All you need to do is sew up the skin that has just been cut. Xiao Yang chose the smallest needle. One hand flew up and down continuously as he carefully sewed stitch by stitch. Even though the wound was so big and the workload was so heavy, there was not a trace of impatience. The old forensic doctor at the side stepped forward and took a look. I took a deep breath. The stitches are neat and fine. Forensic doctors usually just sew up the corpse. I have never paid attention to the issue of aesthetics. Even the best plastic surgeons can't match Xiao Yang's stitching skills. The stitches are very small. Cover it up with foundation and concealer, and the wound will be almost invisible. Suture completed. There is also the cleansing and makeup part. The other side. The police registered a case and quickly arrested the persons involved. Interrogation room. The deceased's wife is the biggest suspect. He was sitting on the interrogation chair with his hands handcuffed, facing severe trial by the police. At this time, her expression changed from feigned sadness at the beginning to panic now. The woman is in her 30s. She is very beautiful, but also very stupid. Usually live a life of luxury. She had never seen such a scene before. After the police said a few words, she immediately confessed everything. She admitted that she was having an affair with her husband's driver. The driver suggested it, and she did it, and the two of them conspired to kill the deceased. In this way, she could get a large inheritance and gain her freedom. Last night, I took advantage of the man coming home drunk. The driver helped the man back to the bedroom. The two conspired to wrap the prepared towel around the deceased's neck. Because of its large width, there are no obvious scars on the body. This deceived everyone into thinking that the man died suddenly from drunkenness. As for the towel blanket, the driver had taken it out and burned it. I thought that this could be done without anyone noticing. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang was able to see the flaw from the tiny blood spots on his face. The woman covered her face with her hands and cried. The police quickly reported the case and quickly arrested another criminal, the deceased's driver. The case investigation went very smoothly. A case of feud between wealthy families ended just like that. The police quickly reported the incident online. This incident became a hot topic on the entire internet. One entry after another exploded. #MyDadIsSuperman, a parent-child variety show. Millions of people watched the live broadcast to solve a major case. #explosive. #Xiao Yang, dissecting a corpse in 8 minutes. #explosive. #Xiao Yang discovered that the CEO of a listed company in a certain city had been murdered. The number of comments from netizens below increased rapidly. When I saw this woman asking Xiao Xiao to buy an urn this morning, I thought she was a good woman. Even on her last journey, she was so considerate to her husband. I didn't expect she was such a vicious woman. Alas, if Xiao Yang hadn't discovered it in time, there would have been an innocent soul. Isn't this woman a carbon copy of Lao Muji? Xiao Yang didn't know about the trending searches on the internet. He was still adding the final touches to the deceased. Wait until the pen is put down. The deceased's mother, the old lady, just now walked in. As per usual practice, she was taken away by the police for questioning. As soon as she came out, the first thing she did was to go straight to see her son. She glanced at the man on the stage. Xiao Yang had already put makeup on him. The dark color on his face was gone, and the blood spots on his face were no longer visible. Even the wounds on his body that had just been dissected were no longer visible. My body is not so stiff anymore after the massage. Even with my eyes closed, I can still seem to feel his temperament and aura when he was alive. He just looked like he was asleep. She touched her son's face and tears flowed down her face. Xiao Yang whispered comfortingly, "Old lady, please accept my condolences. Be careful that your tears may ruin the deceased's makeup." Oh my god. He didn't buy waterproof makeup. At this time, the old lady withdrew her gaze from her son. He turned around and bowed deeply to Xiao Yang. With tears in her eyes, she held Xiao Yang's hands and expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you, young man." Even after saying thank you several times, she still couldn't express the gratitude in her heart. "If it weren't for you, my son would have died without a clear reason. That vicious woman will be able to inherit the family fortune as she wishes and do whatever she wants. Young man, you not only gave us the truth, but also made my son's remains look so good. I don't know how to thank you enough. Giving money is so vulgar. This is a Ferrari sports car, you take it." As he said that, he took out a Ferrari key from his bag and handed it to Xiao Yang. Audience. "Grandma, I am your missing grandson. Mom, I am your missing son. Get lost, the one next to you, don't take advantage of me. Come here with the yellow urine, wake these two up. I'm different, old lady, I'm your housekeeper." Faced with material rewards, Xiao Yang certainly would not refuse. The burial is complete. Xiao Yang's work was done, and the rest was no longer his responsibility. The day is about to pass. On this day, most of the viewers stayed in Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room. As the case is settled, the audience also went to the live broadcast rooms of the other three families. In the live broadcast room of Li Yong and Chao Chao, Li Yong and Chao Chao actually had an argument. The factory went off work around 6 p.m. Li Yong and Chao Chao have completed their work for today. Continuous high-intensity work, not to mention Chao Chao, who is only 7 years old. Even Li Yong was a little overwhelmed. After dinner in the cafeteria, Li Yong's friend arranged a double dormitory for the two of them. Li Yong and Chao Chao will have a good rest here tonight. This does not violate the program regulations. You don't have to endure the noise from other roommates at night. The dormitory also has air conditioning and a private bathroom. In this hot summer, it feels so good. Looking at the clean and bright dormitory, Chao Chao felt as if he had gone straight from hell to heaven. Cheered, "Dad, this dormitory is great. Clean and comfortable. It's also air-conditioned, and I won't have to wait in line to shower or use the bathroom later." Li Yong put his luggage aside and said, "Of course, this is the dormitory arranged for factory managers. It's certainly much better than the dormitories of those frontline assembly line workers. Son, after this, you understand why you are asked to study hard, right? People who study well, graduate from good schools, and have knowledge and culture can become managers in factories. Not only are the wages high, but the living conditions are also much better than those of ordinary workers. You are already 7 years old now and you are sensible enough. What kind of life you will live in the future depends on how hard you work now." After this intuitive experience, Chao Chao seemed to understand something. "Now I know why his father always forces him to study." Chao Chao nodded, agreeing with his father for the first time. "Dad, I understand. I will study hard and live in an air-conditioned room in the summer." The conversation between Li Yong and Chao Chao kept the comments in the live broadcast room scrolling. "Hey, Chao Chao is still young and has been fooled. When you grow up, you will find that as long as you are a worker, you are a social animal no matter where you go, and you work hard for your boss wherever you go. Actually, I'm a little envious of assembly line workers. They don't think about anything when they're at work, they just bury their heads in the work and get paid for whatever they do. I earn 3,000 yuan a month, work like a slave in the office, and have to deal with a lot of crappy interpersonal relationships. You'll find later that even if you get into university, you'll still end up working in a factory after graduation. It's better to get in early and avoid decades of detours." Li Yong was particularly satisfied with his son's answer. "Take out Chao Ko's school bag. You don't have to go to work tonight. Take a shower and read a book before going to bed. We must seize the time and not waste a single minute or a second. Chow Chow nodded vigorously and said, Then, Li Yong continued. By the way, give the money your uncle just gave you to Dad, and Dad will keep it for you. Just now, the boss of this factory gave Chow Chow and Li Yong 2 days' wages. Li Yong didn't want it at first, saying he came to experience life. My friend insisted that children should be rewarded for their hard work. Yesterday and today, Chow Chow worked a total of 20 hours. Based on hourly wages, it's 18 yuan per hour. A total of 360 yuan. Chow Chow got the money and put it carefully into his pocket. But now Dad offered to give it to him for safekeeping. Chow Chow put his hands in his pockets. He tightly held the 360 yuan in his hand. He looked at Li Yong with pleading eyes. Dad, this is the first money I earned by myself. I want to keep it myself and make my own arrangements. Li Yong was stunned for a moment, and his eyes changed from gentle to a little stern. Staring at Chow Chow, he said firmly, No. You are so young, still a child, how can you keep the money by yourself? Besides, tell me, what don't we buy you normally? What you eat, what you use, your tuition, and your extracurricular interest classes. Anything your father gives you is the best. You're so young, what can you do with money? What's the use? Chow Chow felt a little aggrieved and held the money even tighter in his hand. She pursed her lips, still arguing for herself. Dad, the New Year's money is usually taken away by you and Mom. But as the uncle just said, this money is what I deserve for my hard work. I earned it myself, can I spend it myself? Li Yong was a little confused. Chow Chow is always obedient when he doesn't allow him to do anything. What happened today? Li Yong frowned deeply. There was a hint of anger in his words. Tell me how you want to arrange this money? How are you going to spend it? When Chow Chow heard the anger in Li Yong's voice, he immediately lowered his head, but still making the final insistence. I haven't thought about it yet. I want to save it for myself and take it out when I need it later. At noon, I saw the WeChat message from Xiao Xiao. She said she made over 5,000 yuan selling things today, and Uncle Xiao Yang said it was her own money and asked her to keep it and make her own arrangements. Xiao Xiao also said that she plans to use her own earnings to learn skateboarding and asked if we want to learn together. Li Yong finally understood. It turned out that Chow Chow was encouraged by Xiao Xiao. No wonder his son, who usually doesn't dare to resist him, has so many ideas of his own today. This Xiao Yang. He is a bad person and doesn't discipline his children properly. It can actually affect other people. These kids have all learned bad things. Li Yong pulled Chow Chow in front of him. He said sternly, Son, your task now is to study, not to think about making money and spending it. Tell Mom and Dad what you need, and we'll buy it for you if we think it's okay. But you can't have any money on you. You are different from Xiao Xiao, so don't be influenced by her. Why bother learning skateboarding? What's the point of learning that? It won't give you extra points on the test, and it's not a refined activity. It's played by those smart guys and smart girls on the street, those uneducated and unlearned people. You can't learn this. Give me the money. After saying that, Li Yong grabbed Chao Ko's hand from his pocket. Grabbed the money from his hand. Okay, go wash up quickly, and then study. Chow Chow kept his head down. For the first time, I wanted to independently keep the money I earned and express my own ideas. But he was stopped so rudely by his father. His eyes were red. Tears welled up in her eyes as she took a change of clothes and went into the bathroom. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed that they felt a little sorry for Chow Chow. I always thought Chow Chow, as a rich second-generation kid, would have plenty of pocket money, but it turns out he doesn't have a cent at all. Seeing Chow Chow is like seeing myself. I drive my family's Porsche sports car, but I only put 50 yuan of gas in it because my dad doesn't give me money. Li Yong is right. The most important thing for children right now is to study. Large amounts of pocket money will lead to more thoughts and distraction. For such a young child, the only thing pocket money he needs is some snacks at the school gate. Those are not good for him. On the other side, Xiao Yang has returned to the funeral home. Xiao Xiao was counting the results of her afternoon's work and showing them to him. Dad, look, I made money again this afternoon. When I make more money, I can support you. Puff. The photographer laughed out loud. Xiao Yang was speechless and said, Do you know what keeping someone means? Xiao Xiao shook the money in her hand. Of course I know. It's just to give you money to spend and support you. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Just like what my classmate said, he does whatever his parents tell him to do, because he was raised by his parents and has to be obedient. Xiao Yang, what do you want me to do? Xiao Xiao, you don't have to do anything, just stay with me from now on. I'll take you with me wherever I go from now on. Xiao Xiao didn't quite understand what the word keeping a sponsor meant, but what I saw on TV was that if you give money to someone, that person will be with you. He wants to be with his dad all the time. Xiao Xiao's words touched Xiao Yang a little, patted Xiaoxio's head. Friend, Don't set the flag too early. The audience in the live broadcast room also found Xiaoxiao's words funny and touching. Hey, it's really a cotton-padded jacket, keeping you warm. Unlike my leather jacket, it leaks air. Although the word support isn't a good word, Xiaoxiao is so heartwarming. Ha ha ha, Xiaoxiao, this girl, if she ever falls in love, she will definitely hope that her old father will be as far away as possible. Xiaoxiao took out a few Mao Zedong notes from the money in her hand. With a wave of her little hand, she handed it to Xiao Yang. Here, this is my tuition. Xiao Yang took a look and counted, this is not enough. A few more are missing. Xiaoxiao pouted and said, I want to pay in installments. You usually pay for things in installments too. Besides, if I don't need 10 lessons to learn, wouldn't it be a waste of money to pay more? Xiao Yang smiled and said, okay. What you said makes sense, so let's do it. I'll start teaching you after we finish recording this episode. Let's go eat quickly and go back to the dormitory. I haven't finished my game mission for today. Xiaoxiao clasped her thumb and index finger together and made an okay gesture. Put the remaining money into your clothes pocket. I plan to have my dad take me to save money after finishing filming this episode. Then he took a step forward, took Xiao Yang's hand and said, Dad, what did you do at the Forensic Identification Center this afternoon? Xiao Yang gave Xiaoxiao a brief account of what had happened. So, the aunt who bought the urn this morning was a bad person? Xiaoxiao opened her round eyes with a look of disbelief. Xiao Yang nodded. Well, yes. Xiaoxiao, but she looks so beautiful and gentle. I also bought such an expensive urn, which made me a lot of money. Xiao Yang, so, there's a saying that goes, you can know a person's face but not his heart. Do you understand what I mean? Xiaoxiao shook her little head. Xiao Yang explained, it's easy to get to know someone, but it's hard to fully understand them. In the future, when you meet someone you don't know, you should be aware of your own safety, think carefully, and don't be fooled by their appearance. Xiaoxiao nodded, not quite understanding. The two of them walked while talking. The day is coming to an end. The live broadcast switched to the observation room. Several observers turned their eyes away from the screen. The host Xiao AI spoke. Before I knew it, the day's live broadcast was almost over. Today's show was truly wonderful, it can be described as thrilling. As she spoke, Xiao AI looked around at the four guests. The four guests nodded. Soon Xiao AI smiled and changed the subject back. But we are a parent-child observation program, so we won't discuss legal issues. We also saw it when we watched the live broadcast just now. Li Yong and Xiao Yang, two fathers, have very different attitudes and approaches to the issue of giving pocket money to their children. Xiao Yang asked Xiaoxiao to keep a sum of several thousand yuan for safekeeping. In our eyes, it is a huge sum of money. But Li Yong doesn't approve of Chao Chao having any pocket money. What do you observers think of this issue? Wei Cheng, will you give your child pocket money? Wei Cheng adjusted the microphone on his collar and smiled at the camera. Well, I won't give my child pocket money on my own initiative, but if the child needs it and asks me for it, I will give it to him if the request is reasonable. After all, I was also a child. Back then, my parents also gave me pocket money. It wasn't much, but it was enough for me to socialize with my classmates. In fact, children in primary school also have their own social lives. After school, a few classmates are going to buy some snacks and toys together. If you don't buy any, you'll seem out of place. Principal, she strongly disagreed with Wei Cheng's statement. After Wei Chengke finished speaking, he spoke. Come, let me say a few words. The main task of students is to study. How hard are students studying these days? How fierce is the competition? You parents are just too relaxed. He's such a hard-working kid. How could he have time to buy snacks and toys after school? They all go home to do homework and study. Otherwise, parents will continue to send their children to other tutoring classes or interest classes. Also, children spend money to buy snacks from the food stalls at the school gate. What is that? Junk food. The school teachers repeatedly warned the children not to eat junk food. You parents actually give your children pocket money to buy those things to eat. Good children have been led astray by their parents. Principal Shi's words left Wei Cheng speechless and he could only smile bitterly. The barrage in the live broadcast room also kept scrolling. Principal Shi is right. Children spend all their money on junk food. Eating too much is bad for their health. That's right, children really can't eat from snack stalls, but I can. I usually pick up my children from school half an hour early just to have a bite of skewers. Ah, they smell so good. Principal Shi just finished speaking. Professor Deng also started. Children nowadays ask their parents for pocket money every day to buy this and that, sometimes drinking milk tea and sometimes watching movies. They have no idea how hard their parents work to earn money. Some even steal parents' phones and top up their games with money, sometimes tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan, without treating the money as money at all. Even in college, they still don't know what to do. I've seen some college students where 1,000 yuan a month isn't enough for living expenses. You are going to school, not to play. In the video, Xiao Yang suddenly asked Xiao Xiao to keep such a large sum of money. That's enough for several months of living expenses for many families. Give it to a child under 7 years old. Does he know how to spend money? He spent it recklessly in a matter of minutes. Look, Xiao Xiao, if you have money, just use it to learn skateboarding. What's the point of learning this thing? Can it give you extra points on the junior high school entrance exam? What if the child gets hurt by falling, bumping, or hitting something? These post-2000s dads are so casual and inexperienced. Professor Deng's words shocked many college students in front of the screen. He picked up the keyboard and started singing crazily. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly surged. Fuck, old man, have you ever been to college? Do you know the current college prices? 1,000 yuan and you say let's go enjoy life. I'll give you 1,000 yuan, go enjoy it. My dad has no objection, my mom has no objection, my whole family has no objection, but this old man, old Deng, has an issue with my college living expenses? You're old enough, so stop complaining and go to the senior citizen university to enjoy life. That's right. I didn't use a single cent of the living expenses my parents gave me during my 3 years at university. I used all my girlfriend's money. Shouldn't you students who ask your parents for living expenses reflect on yourselves? Get the fork out of the upstairs. Brother, does your girlfriend mind having another boyfriend? You serve her at 135, and I'll serve her at 246. Just as the barrage in the live broadcast room was madly sniping Professor Deng, the more Su Jiajia listened to Professor Deng, the more she couldn't bear to listen. He cleared his throat and spoke. Professor Deng, I think learning skateboarding is a good idea. Xiao Xiao is only in the 1st grade. It's good for her to have a sport she likes and exercise to balance work and rest. Besides, having some pocket money to manage and plan for yourself can help cultivate a good understanding of money and awareness of how to spend it from a young age. Isn't that a good thing? Look at Xiao Xiao, she knows how to bargain. She's much better than other kids who have no idea about money. Here's Su Jiajia's rebuttal. The joy on Professor Deng's face as he spoke eloquently suddenly disappeared. In her eyes, Su Jiajia is just an older single woman who has not given birth to children. Relying on the fact that he has some works and fans in the entertainment industry, he shows off in various ways. He knows nothing, but insists on pretending to know everything and giving orders about parenting and education. Everyone knows that the celebrities in the entertainment industry today have low cultural level, and some are even poor. You still have the nerve to refute yourself. In her heart, she looked down upon people in the entertainment industry. Professor Deng's face darkened, he glanced at Su Jiajia and spoke. The school has physical education classes, which is enough for students to have a balance between work and rest. Besides, elementary school students' physical education exams now test skipping, not skateboarding. If you want to exercise, you can jump rope more often outside, which will help your test scores. And it can achieve what you call a balance between work and rest. What's the point of learning skateboarding? Does it help with academic advancement, or cultivate one's moral character? Or bring glory to the country? Look at those skateboarders on the street. They're all young people wearing ripped jeans, big gold chains, and weird outfits. Xiao Xiao is still a good kid now. If he is allowed to develop freely without proper training, he will easily go astray. Professor Deng's words were recognized by many students' parents. That's right, the experts have experience. It's important to combine work and rest, and do some exercise that is useful to you. How can there be so much work and rest? Most children use the idea of work and rest as an excuse not to study. The remarks made by several guests in the observation room quickly spread online. Many netizens who did not have time to watch the live broadcast also participated. What's wrong with learning skateboarding? I run a skateboard training business. I've opened hundreds of chain stores and earned tens of millions a year. Can you say I'm unsuccessful? Can you say learning skateboarding is useless? How many college graduates still come to work for me? There was never any pocket money in my family. If you asked for money or even pocket money, you would be criticized and expected to express gratitude in return. I'm so envious of Xiao Xiao for having a father like Uncle Xiao Yang. My mother is just like Xiao Yang. When I was a child, my mother gave me pocket money every week and gave me an account book to keep accounts. At that time, I had just started elementary school and couldn't write yet, so I drew the things I bought and wrote a number next to it to represent how much I spent. But I often forget to write it down, or turn around and forget how much I spent. So every time my mom checked the accounts every week, I would use my math skills to balance them out. By the 2nd grade, I was already cooking the books. The guy upstairs. The innate accounting saint. How many years have you been teaching in Tilan Kiao? With the heated discussion in the observation room and on the internet, this episode of the live broadcast is about to end. Xiao Yang has already brought Xiao Xiao back to the funeral company's staff dormitory. After a delicious dinner, I returned to my room. It seems it's still early. The photographer and Xiao Yang sat together and played games as a team. Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa watching TV. By the way, let's count today's harvest. She earned 5,380 yuan from selling urns in the morning and 1,570 yuan from selling sacrificial supplies in the afternoon. I made a total of 6,850 yuan. At Xiao Yang's request, the funeral company employees specially changed the money into paper money and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Xiao Yang believes that only when Xiao Xiao gets the real banknotes can she feel the role of money more deeply. I have a more concrete concept of what it means to have a lot of money or a little money, rather than a string of invisible and intangible numbers. Xiaoxiao's eyes were shining as she counted the money in her hand with a smile. Said to Xiao Yang, who was playing games on the side, "Dad, when I have winter vacation, can I come here again to sell things and make money?" Xiao Yang looked up from the game at Xiao Xiao and asked in confusion, "Why do you like this place so much?" Xiao Xiao waved the stack of money in her hand, with a mischievous smile on her lips. "Because I discovered something." Xiao Yang, "What?" Xiao Xiao, "I found that it is easier to make money from the dead than from the living." Audience, excellent. Xiao Yang smiled and asked again, "Why do you think so?" Xiao Xiao said seriously, "You were away this afternoon, and an aunt came to the store to buy a tombstone. Then she asked me, can we get a discount on the price of the child's tombstone?" Xiao Yang, "Well, then." Xiao Xiao, "Then," I said, "Auntie, you can't give me a discount on the price." But I remembered that there was a damaged steel in the store that I didn't want, so I came up with a plan. Xiaoxiao's words made Xiao Yang and the photographer stop what they were doing. The audience in front of the screen also stretched their necks and waited curiously. "What plan?" Xiao Xiao said with a cute dimple on her lips. I said, "Auntie, there's no discount on the price, but there's a limited time offer. Buy one monument and get one free." In the end, the aunt gave the money but refused to take the other steel. Xiao Yang, audience. After a brief silence, the screen of the live broadcast room was filled with barrages of comments. "Ha ha ha ha, buy one tablet and get one free. Ha 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 ha, this is the first time I've heard of a buy one get one free offer like this. The shopping aunt is looking forward to it, ha ha ha. It is indeed easier to make money from the dead than from the living. Xiao Xiao is so smart." 6,666. Early the next morning. 4 families have completed the live shooting of this episode and can go home to rest. Dingli and Yang Yang got up early and fled the restaurant as if they had escaped from hell. As soon as he entered the house, Dingli soaked in the bathtub. I held the bath towel in my right hand and rubbed for half an hour before I finally washed away the smell of oil smoke from the restaurant over the past 2 days. As soon as Yang Yang entered the house, he was held in the arms of his grandparents. The 2 old men cried and said, "Oh, my dear grandson, you have suffered. You've lost a lot of weight in the past 2 days. Come on, eat first. Look at what delicious food Grandpa and Grandma have prepared for you. It's your parents who insisted that you participate in this show. It's such a crappy show, whoever wants to go can go. Next time, our good grandson can't suffer like this." Yang Yang took the big pig's trotter in one hand and stuffed it into his mouth. With his mouth full of oil, he nodded continuously and muttered, I don't want to go either. I can't eat enough. Woo woo." As he spoke, his eyes turned red with grievance. Although the mother beside her felt distressed, she tried hard to explain. "Mom and Dad, we have to go. We've already signed a contract. If we don't go, we have to pay liquidated damages. How can we afford it?" Yan Jiang's grandfather slammed the crutch in his hand to the ground. He looked at his daughter-in-law coldly. You two are obsessed with money. No matter how much compensation you want, it's not enough. I still have pension money. Pay him back. Anyway, my good grandson can't suffer anymore." The other side. Dai Chuan and Nai Yuniu also returned home. Dai Chuan was holding 2 suitcases, both filled with Niu Niu's various skirts and hairpins. But this time, he was very busy in the kindergarten. There was no time to change Niu Niu's clothes, and she even just tied her hair into a ponytail. Niu Niu wears the same thing she wore when she left home and comes back. But ever since Dai Chuan asked Niu Niu to apologize to the kids who bullied him, Niu Niu is not as clingy to her father as before. Meanwhile, at the factory, Li Yong and Chow Chow had a good night's sleep. Early in the morning, I was woken up by the noisy sounds in the corridor. The assembly line workers have finished their breakfast and are heading to the workshop to work. Li Yong and Chow Chow also knew that there would be nothing to eat in the cafeteria. I got up, packed my luggage and prepared to go home. Chow Chow read until 12 o'clock last night before going to bed. I got up early this morning, yawning constantly. Li Yong looked at Chow Chow and frowned. "Why are you so listless so early in the morning?" Don't you know that a year's plan begins in spring, and a day's plan begins in the morning? Mom is on her way to pick us up. Let's go back quickly. You can still write an English test before lunch. Chow Chow put down his hand that was on his mouth as he yawned. I looked at my father and said okay, although he was very sleepy and tired. But this factory experience made him understand a little bit why his father forced him to study. This is all for his own good. If you don't study hard, you will be like the workers at the door, eating cabbage every day and working long hours. At this time, the fathers and children of the three families had already returned home. Xiao Yang lazily got up from the bed. It's already noon. Xiao Yang saw Xiao Xiao and the photographer looking at him with resentment. What's wrong? Xiao Yang scratched his messy hair and rubbed his eyes. Xiao Xiao pouted and said, Dad, what time is it? Grandma called several times, asking when we would be back so she could prepare the brazier. Xiao Yang stretched lazily. Why didn't you call me? Xiao Xiao, I called you, but you seem to have fallen asleep. She emphasized the sound of guo. Kuashi was a new word she learned here. Xiao Yang ignored Xiao Xiao and looked at the photographer and asked, What's the matter with you? Didn't I give you a share of the profits? A full 40,000. You also stole 10,000 of your own money, which is enough for you to take a taxi. The photographer rubbed his hands and chuckled. Don't I want to experience your Ferrari sports car? I've never been in such a luxurious car before. I've already asked my wife for leave, so I'll be back a little later. She got tens of thousands of dollars from you this time. She was so happy that she told me to go home at any time. Xiao Yang silently raised a thumbs up and gave a thumbs up to the photographer. Awesome. Xiao Yang put on his clothes and finished washing up. With a grin on his lips, let's go. Let's go to the cafeteria and have lunch before we go. Although the 2 days and 2 nights of work are completed. But everyone in the funeral company, from manager Ma to every employee, likes Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yang very much. There's nothing wrong with just grabbing lunch before leaving. Even the photographer, who was afraid at first, has now completely adapted to it. The meals cooked by the lady in the cafeteria here are delicious and tasty. There are many dishes, and the hard dishes are also hard, but it tastes much better than the food his wife cooks. It would be a waste not to eat this, I immediately agreed. Xiao Xiao also liked the food in the cafeteria and had no objection. A few people had dinner here before driving away in their Ferrari. Back home. Before he even entered the house, he was blocked outside by Ms. He. There was a burning brazier on the ground. She also held a leaf and a bowl with water in her hands. I saw Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao appear in the stairwell. He shouted at the two of them. Don't come in yet, don't come in. Jump over the fire basin to get rid of bad luck. As he spoke, he took the willow-like object in his hand and dipped it in the water in the bowl. Sprinkle it towards the two people. He was muttering something like a spell. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao went through a lot of trouble before they got home. Ms. He frowned and pointed at Xiao Yang and yelled, Is your brain broken? You're actually going to work in a place like that, and you're bringing Xiao Xiao with you. That would be so unlucky. What if Xiao Xiao gets scared? During the days when you two were recording the show, there was a huge fight in the family group. Your aunts all came to ask me what's going on. Why did you end up working in a place like that? If you can't find a job, you can ask your family for help. Your aunts can also help you find a solution. Xiao Yang sneered in his heart. After he understood the original memory. These aunts are not good relatives and they like to compare with each other. Because among the children of this generation, he is the worst off and doesn't do well in college. I was often scolded and laughed at by several aunts. Since filming the show, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao have become more and more famous, and these aunts are very unhappy. This time Xiao Yang went to work at a funeral home. They thought that Xiao Yang went to that kind of place because he really couldn't find a job. This made them regain their sense of superiority. Of course I have to come out and find my sense of existence. Ms. He is still muttering. Xiao Yang took out a card and placed it in front of Ms. He. Mom, I made 800,000 this time. Ms. He? How many? 800,000. What a great job. Time flies. Soon a new live broadcast is coming. The time is fixed at 8 o'clock every Saturday morning. Although it's a rare opportunity to sleep in, but many viewers still set their alarm clocks and open their eyes as soon as possible. He took out his tablet and mobile phone and opened the live broadcast room of My Dad is Superman. This has become a regular weekend activity for many people. At this time, the show hasn't started yet. The comments in the live broadcast room became lively. Good morning, brothers. Nice to meet you again. Have you had breakfast yet? Yeah, I just ate it while hugging my girlfriend. Get the fork out of the upstairs. I'm different. As a loyal fan, I don't have time to go out on dates on weekends. I've already dumped my girlfriend. Brother upstairs, my ex-boyfriend won't watch the live broadcast with me. Otherwise, we can be together and watch the show together. Get those two upstairs out. At this time, a picture appeared in the live broadcast room. In the observation room, the host Xiao AI smiled at the camera and read quickly. This is Fruit TV, a reality show about full-time male parenting. Dad is Superman, Season 1, Episode 5. This program. Welcome everyone, good morning. After the long oral broadcast, Xiao AI made a welcoming gesture. The photographer's camera swept across the faces of the host Xiao AI and several guests observing the scene. But everyone discovered Professor Deng didn't come to this episode. The barrage of comments scrolls in the live broadcast room. Hey, why didn't that old asterisk Deng come? Is he scared because of the scolding? It's best not to come. This expert is such an expert. Listening to her talk makes my blood pressure rise. Although a large number of viewers do not like Professor Deng, but there are still many older audiences who like her very much. Some even wrote down everything she said in a notebook while watching the show to use to educate their own children. After the host Xiao AI made a brief opening statement, she continued, I'm sure everyone still remembers the content of the last issue. 4 groups of fathers and children experience different professions. The tacit understanding between father and child is also getting better and better, and the harmony is becoming more and more harmonious. Through the last episode, the children also felt the difficulties of their father working away from home and became more sensible. For this episode, we filmed the 4 groups of fathers and children at the homes of the guests. The father and the child will spend 2 days and 2 nights alone at home to see what new sparks will arise between the father and the child. Because in the last episode, in addition to Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao, father and daughter, the fathers, daughters, and sons of the other 3 families were all exhausted. The program team also considered the situation. Make this week's shooting arrangements relatively easy. Xiao AI continued. However, before we play the show, let's take a look at the big screen. After several episodes of filming, the 4 families were ranked by online voting. The camera in the live broadcast room followed Xiao AI's gaze and turned to the big screen. The voting data chart of netizens from 4 groups of families has appeared on the screen. Dingli and his son Yang Yang received 390,089 votes from netizens. Dai Chuan and his daughter Niu Niu received 498,089 votes from netizens. Li Yong and his son Chao Chao received 1,208,998 votes from netizens. The most exaggerated is Xiao Yang and his daughter Xiao Xiao, whose vote numbers are shocking. 2,298,990 votes. He actually received more than 1 million votes more than the second-place winners Li Yong and Chao Chao. Let everyone be stunned. Principal Shi, in particular, had a very bad expression on his face when he saw the data. I couldn't help but speak passionately. Absurd. Xiao Yang's method of educating children is simply ridiculous, yet it still has so much support from the audience. The way young people raise their kids nowadays is just awful. It would be tragic if every parent was as irresponsible as Xiao Yang in raising their children. Our country, our society is finished. Su Jiajia on the side was very satisfied with the voting results. After hearing what Principal Shi said, he immediately said in displeasure, Principal Shi, you're exaggerating a bit. How come the country and society are finished? Xiao Xiao has been well educated. She is generous, independent, has her own ideas, and is very opinionated. I look so well behaved, why do you call me a worthless bad kid? Principal Shi has been a teacher and principal for decades. I think I have educated countless children and have many students all over the world. The students I taught when I was young are now shining in different industries. No one knows more about educating children than him. A scornful sound escaped his lips. Humph. Xiao Xiao is just too opinionated and has her own ideas. Of course, this is also the result of Xiao Yang's education. But the most important thing for a child is not to have his own opinions, but to be obedient. Only by listening to her teachers and parents can we ensure that she doesn't grow up in a crooked way and go astray. Look at Xiao Xiao again, learning skateboarding. There's also a buy one tablet, get one free offer. Is that what a good child should say and do? The most important thing for students is to study. Respect teachers and elders, be friendly to classmates, be tolerant, generous, and humble. Look again, did Xiao Yang teach Xiao Xiao these things? Principal Shi's words were still recognized by many viewers, with both opposing and supporting voices in the barrage. That's right, even though Xiao Xiao is cute now, when she grows up, she will be uncontrollable and will definitely rebel. What's wrong with this voting data? Why are Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's group ranked so high? What's so good about them? I think they're even worse than Li Yong. At this time, the host Xiao AI saw that the time was almost up. He quickly changed the subject and smiled at the camera. As you can see from the vote count of the 4 families, the final winner of the $5 million Brand Agency Award has yet to be determined. Viewers can go to the official website and vote for their favorite family. I believe everyone, like me, has doubts about the voting results. Then, as usual, let's take a look at the show's street interviews and see what passersby have to say. Immediately afterwards, the live broadcast room entered the street interview segment. The reporter held a microphone with the program logo on it and randomly found a passerby. Reporter: hello, have you ever watched the parent-child live variety show, My Dad is Superman? Passerby: of course I have. Reporter: did you vote for several of our families? Passerby: yes, I voted every time. I voted for Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao, father and daughter. Reporter: can you tell me why? Passerby: well, I was attracted by Xiao Xiao at first. The little girl is so cute, with those round eyes. He speaks and acts in a mischievous way and is very smart. Later I found that I also agreed with some of Xiao Yang's educational methods. For example, I also think the last issue about giving children pocket money makes sense. My parents didn't give me pocket money when I was little, so I don't spend money now. I always spend money recklessly without actually buying anything useful. On the contrary, a colleague of mine would spend money to buy more cost-effective things, and sometimes make some good investments. She said that her parents taught her how to plan money since she was young. So I think financial intelligence should be cultivated from an early age, and Xiao Yang has done a very good job in this regard. When I have children in the future, I will educate them in the same way. After hearing this, the reporter smiled knowingly. Thank you. The interviews with several passers-by ended. The main film begins. There is no airport show in this episode. The first thing that appears on the screen is Daechuan and Niu-Niu's home. 8 o'clock in the morning. Daechuan opened Niu-Niu's bedroom door and called softly, "My little princess, wake up. Dad has prepared breakfast. He made your favorite little cream cake and blueberries. Come on, whichever little skirt do you want to wear today? Daddy will put it on you." Niu-Niu stretched in the bed with her eyes still closed. Daechuan had already walked from the door to the bedside and gently pulled his daughter up. "Pick up a small purple skirt beside the bed." She shook it in front of Niu-Niu's eyes. "Is this skirt okay?" Niu-Niu opened her eyes slightly, saw the skirt, nodded, and closed them again, looking like she was still sleepy. Daechuan was very patient and changed the child's clothes gently. After putting on the clothes, he put them on Niu-Niu's head again. She expertly braided her hair into the latest style and secured it with various hairpins. Daechuan cleaned up the children and washed them up. He took Niu-Niu to the dining table. There are all kinds of delicious food on the table. There are exquisite cream cakes, blueberries, strawberries, milk, and freshly squeezed juice. Daechuan pointed at the cream cake and said, "Baby, didn't you want to eat cake yesterday? This is the cream cake that Dad made early in the morning. Come and eat it. You also need to drink some milk and eat some fruit to supplement calcium and vitamins." Yesterday when we were outside, Niu-Niu wanted to buy some cake, but he was afraid that the cream used by merchants outside was not good and contained a lot of additives, so he didn't let her buy it. Instead, I bought a lot of materials overnight and made it at home. Niu-Niu looked at the cream cake in front of her, which had a little bear toy pattern on it. She smiled happily and said sweetly, "Thank you, Dad." Her father loved her so much that all the grievances she had suffered a week ago disappeared instantly. Niu-Niu took a few bites and found a question, "Dad, where is Mom?" Normally, Mom would have breakfast with them in the morning, but she wasn't there today. Daechuan took a tissue and wiped the corner of Niu-Niu's mouth. "Today is the weekend, it's time to shoot the show. Mom went out before you got up. She has her own plans for today. You will be staying home alone with Daddy today and tomorrow." "Okay." Although Niu-Niu was a little disappointed, she soon stopped missing her mother as she ate the cream cake. Daechuan was naturally very happy to see Niu-Niu eating happily. "After we finish eating, Dad will take you to the supermarket to buy groceries. What do you want to eat for lunch?" At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were almost melted by this father and daughter, and the barrage of comments scrolled. I have to say, Daechuan is really careful and gentle when it comes to taking care of children. His braiding skills are always at the forefront, just like the nanny of an ancient lady. And that cream cake, I made it early in the morning. I can't imagine it. If I had a husband like this to help take care of the kids, I would have to be cheerful. My husband only knows how to poop in the morning, so don't expect him to take care of the kids. You women, stop talking. Have you done it? Can you get up so early to make a cream cake for your child? It doesn't seem to work. Never mind. I don't dislike my husband anymore. We are all the same. Then, the live broadcast room screen came to Ding Li and Yang Yang's home. The two have finished breakfast. Ding Lichen was sitting in front of Yang Jiang's desk, checking Yang Jiang's summer homework. The holidays are almost here. Yang Yang has been frantically working on his homework these days. At this time, Ding Lichen was holding Yan Jiang's Chinese homework book. He waved at Yang Yang with a gloomy face. Come on, what's wrong with this question?" The audience looked on in bewilderment. "No, this is the first time I see Ding Li being so mean to Yang Yang. Ha ha ha, seemingly amiable, doting parents will become furious and their blood pressure will rise when helping their children with homework. Usually, it is Yang Jiang's 20-year-old sister who helps him with his homework. This was Ding Li's first time tutoring Yang Yang with his homework, and it felt really exciting. He pointed at Yang Jiang's Chinese homework book with his right hand. He read out each word one by one. Question 1, complete the sentence. 1, let's go out and play together. Okay, this question is fine. Next one. 2, spring has come, and Dad has turned green. Tell me what you mean. Ding Li's tone gradually rose, and there was obvious anger in his tone. What do you mean by Dad is cuckolded? There was a brief blank screen in the live broadcast room, and then a string of green ha 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 appeared. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, Daddy is cuckolded, filial piety is so powerful. Spring is here, Dad is green, Mom is yellow, 666, awesome, little brother. No wonder Ding Li's face turned black. What a loving father and filial son. Excellent. The comments were so dense that even Ding Li and Yang Yang's faces couldn't be seen clearly. Yang Yang cried and explained carefully, I want to write about banana, but I don't know how to write. The pronunciations of Baba and Bashio are similar, so I wrote Baba. Ding Li slapped his head and felt the blood in his body bubbling up. He gritted his teeth and said, if you can't write, ask, or look it up in a dictionary. Don't write if you can't write. Also, this question. Imitate the sentence. Example, the crow put the pebbles into the bottle one by one. Look at what you wrote. Door handle. The barrage of comments, which had just calmed down a little, exploded again. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. That's fine. Yang Yang is not wrong. Ha ha ha. Yang Yang, excellent. Genius. 666. Ding Li took the homework book and read on, and his headache grew more and more. He wanted to hit the child, but couldn't bear to do it, so he kept slapping his thigh with a bitter face. Off the screen, Yang Jiang's sister smiled. She is almost 17.8 years older than Yang Yang. She is not married yet and usually lives at home. After work and dinner, tutoring homework became her task. This younger brother is my parents' late-born son, and he is also a boy. Normally, you can't hit or scold them. If she doesn't study well, she will be scolded by her parents. Compared to her peers, she feels several years older. She was looking at the screen and laughing. That's great, let the dad experience the pain of tutoring elementary school students with their homework himself. Look how hard she works. Regarding the matter of helping children with their homework, many parents couldn't help but complain. What's wrong? I'm a university professor, my wife is a class teacher at a key high school, and my son scored 28 on his last math test. Everyone has students all over the world, but only bitter melons at home. Stop talking. I'm still in the hospital right now. I'm busy helping my child with homework, but I finally have 2 days of free time. I left my child with his dad and I can watch the live broadcast, ha ha ha. Hey, last night, my daughter spent an hour working on the problem 3 plus 5 equals 8 and still couldn't figure it out. I explained it over and over again. Crying. The comments section of the live broadcast suddenly turned into a gathering of parents complaining and comparing their misfortunes. Of course, in this episode, the production team will not let a few families take their own course. I also secretly prepared a program. At this time, an uninvited guest came to Li Yong in Cheo Ko's house. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Li Yong opened the door. Standing outside the door were the program crew and photographers, as well as a distinguished guest, Professor Deng. Professor Deng's appearance caused comments in the live broadcast room to scroll. Fuck, I was wondering why Lao Deng wasn't in the observation room today. Turns out he's going to use his ultimate move. Young man upstairs, do you have any manners? You are such a good parenting expert. Expert? Expert, right? Fortunately, I didn't have such experts when I was a kid. Professor Deng has long been dissatisfied with educating people in the observation room. Today, several groups of guests happened to be recording the show at home. Such a good opportunity. She immediately suggested a home visit to the program team. When Director Wang heard this, he said, okay. It just so happens that there are no tasks in this issue. He found it a bit monotonous. Adding a home visit can add a lot of highlights. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. Li Yong and Chow Chow were eating. Chow Chow was eating the ham on the plate with gusto. I saw a group of people coming to my house. He quickly put down the fork in his hand and swallowed the food in his mouth. Li Yong pointed at Professor Deng and introduced him. Son, these are the program crew. This grandmother is Professor Deng, a famous child psychology expert. Say hello quickly. After hearing what his father said, Chow Chow quickly stood up from his chair. He called out respectfully, hello, Professor Deng's grandmother. This name amused everyone around. Laugh out loud. Professor Deng patted the child's head and said with a smile, "Just call me Professor Deng, no need to call me Grandma." Professor Deng, who is in his 50s, has a round face with obvious wrinkles. He looks quite old, but she thinks she is still young, full of energy and vitality. You can also shine in the field of children's education for many years. I don't want to be called Grandma at all. The greetings are over. Chow Chow sat down and continued eating his unfinished breakfast. Li Yong started chatting with Professor Deng. "Professor Deng, I came here specially today, firstly because of the arrangement of the program team, and secondly to help the children so that they can make greater progress in their studies." Li Yong, thank you. I've heard of Professor Zhao for a long time. I'm honored to meet him this time. He even came to visit us. I'm so grateful. If you have any opinions, just raise them directly. As long as it can help children learn further and improve, I'll do whatever you say. Professor Deng was very satisfied with Li Yong's attitude. I thought to myself that I was right. After watching the show in recent episodes, she found that the way Li Yong's father educates his children is what she likes the most. Professor Deng smiled and said, "Okay, with your words, I will definitely give your child some good guidance." Professor Deng and Li Yong smiled at each other. Chow Chow, who was standing aside, was still eating breakfast silently, not knowing what would happen next. At this time, Professor Deng raised his hand, looked at his watch and began to express his first opinion of the day. "Chow Chow, you've been eating breakfast for 5 minutes since I came in. I haven't finished eating yet. Your speed is not good enough. Remember, you have to be efficient and not procrastinate. Dad Li Yong, you have to pay attention to this. Children should be taught from a young age to work quickly and not to dawdle, otherwise they will develop procrastination in the future. This is a big problem." Chow Chow, who was still eating bread, heard Professor Deng's words. He quickly swallowed the dry bread in his mouth. He then poured all the milk beside him into his mouth in one breath. "Ahem, because I eat too fast." Chow Chow almost choked himself. Before Chow Chow finished eating the food in his mouth, Professor Deng said again, "Breakfast is not until 8 o'clock now. Dad Li Yong, what time does Chow Chow usually get up?" "Li Yong, during the school day, classes start at 8 a.m., so I usually get up at 7:15 a.m. It's still summer vacation, so let him sleep a little longer. I didn't get up until 7:50. When Professor Deng heard this, his eyes widened and he exclaimed in surprise, "It's so late." Cheokeo's father, "I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're being too indulgent to your child. I often visit some children at home to provide guidance. Those who study well are not only smart but also hardworking. Every day I get up around 6 o'clock, and in winter I get up before dawn to read. There's no time off at all. It's like this every day. Look at your children. It's already 8 o'clock and they're just getting up for breakfast. The competition among children nowadays cannot be compared with that of you back then. You know how competitive they are, right? Every minute and every second is precious. How could you let him waste so much time?" Professor Deng's words made the audience in the live broadcast room feel suffocated. "Fuck, this is what you call an expert? Chow Chow is only in 2nd grade, and you expect him to stay awake for 24 hours to read? You only eat for 5 minutes and you're calling others slow? You should chew your food slowly. Eating too fast is bad for your stomach." I think Professor Deng is right. We should educate children from a young age and not let them procrastinate. This wastes time and reduces their concentration. Li Yong nodded, "Yes, you are right." Then he looked at Chow Chow and said, "Did you hear that? Chow Chow. Starting tomorrow, get up at 7 a.m. and start reading and studying. We can't lose at the starting line." Chow Chow was stunned for a moment. Her eyes were red, but she managed to hold back her tears in front of the camera. He nodded and hummed softly. But he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. "I usually have very little time to play. Sleeping is the happiest time of the day for him, as he finally doesn't have to read. As a result, even my sleep time is now deprived of some time. How could he not feel wronged?" Professor Deng smiled with great satisfaction when he saw Li Yong and Cheokeo's cooperative attitude, then walked through a large living room to the study. There is a large desk inside that Li Yong uses. On the other side there is a super desk, bookcase, and a display cabinet. There are several super trophies in the display cabinet. Ranked 3rd among all the city's youth piano competitors. Excellence Award in the city's youth equestrian competition. One wall was covered with a decorative board with Cheokeo's awards on it. Ranked 2nd in the class in math exam. Ranked 3rd in the Chinese language exam. 1st in the class in English exam. There are also photos of Cheokeo's mother taking him to famous schools in various places to check in. The photographer held the camera and stayed on this wall for a long time. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was rolling. "Wow, Chow Chow is such a top student. He has so many awards. What kind of expert guidance is needed for this? Such an outstanding child. If my own child could bring me a certificate of honor, I would be so grateful to my ancestors and burn incense. Li Yong looked at the wall with a look of satisfaction on his face. This was posted by Cheokeo's mother. Over the years, he has been in charge of the outside affairs while his mother has been in charge of the home affairs, and they have brought up Cao Cao quite well. At this time, Professor Deng looked at the wall full of awards and began to praise them. Cao Cao is indeed a very outstanding child. Look at the awards all over this wall. It seems the parents put a lot of effort into their children's education. Professor Deng's words made Li Yang's expression even more proud. The smile on his lips widened. Professor Deng touched Cheokeo's little head next to him again. Good boy, you are great. But I think it's not enough. You need to work harder and do better. Li Yang? There was also a look of doubt under Cheokeo's glasses. He worked hard to achieve this, but it's not enough? Professor Deng pointed to one of the certificates and read it. Look at this. He's only second in the class on the math test. Why aren't you number one? How are you worse than number one? You need to reflect on this. And this one, English exam, first in the class. He's only first in the class, but is he first in the grade? Even if you're number one in your grade, how does that compare to other schools? How does it compare to its peers in the district? How does it compare to its peers in the city? You know, when we study, we must constantly climb to higher heights and always aim for higher goals. Studying shouldn't just be about the results you get. There's a saying that learning is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you'll fall behind. Ciao ciao dad, I'm going to criticize you for this. How can we be proud of our children's small achievements? You put these grades on the wall to give your children the illusion that they are excellent. You must know that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things that are better than you. Always maintain an attitude of humble self-reflection and be modest. Listen to me and put away all these certificates. Wait until Cao Cao gets first place in the city, or the province, and gets into one of our universities, Manhwa or Baida, and then post it up. Professor Deng's words made Li Yong feel ashamed. That is, why did I post these mediocre results before? These awards are of no value at all. You are so short-sighted that you think such results are good enough? Li Yong thought about it and immediately took action. Tear off the awards on the wall one by one. Hiss. The photographer standing by gasped when he saw the scene. Such excellent results. In their family, they dare not even think about it. I have been a poor student since I was a child. The child may have inherited his poor academic performance genes. I always rank last in the class in exams. If his son brought back any of these certificates, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of Professor Deng and Li Yong, it was not considered a good result. Take a closer look. People's Primary School. Oh shit. This is even more awesome. This is one of the best key primary schools in the city. The students here, even the poor ones, are not that bad, let alone those in the top 3 in the class. The families of top students are indeed different. Cao Cao watched his award certificates being torn off the wall one by one. It felt like a piece of my heart was torn out. It's so uncomfortable. Then, Professor Deng looked at a small doll placed on the desk. Sometimes when Cao Cao gets tired of doing homework, he will push his little head with his hand. The doll's little head swayed back and forth. It's a great homework partner. Professor Deng picked up the doll casually and said, "A desk is a place to do homework. This kind of toy, if left on the table, will really distract you from studying. Throw it in the trash quickly." Professor Deng handed his hand to Cao Cao and asked him to throw away his beloved doll himself. Cao Cao stood there in a daze, neither reaching out nor moving. The expression was very reluctant. "Hurry up," Professor Deng urged. "Cao Cao, you are an elementary school student now, not a kindergarten kid. You don't need any toys at all. Your main task now is to study." Cao Cao rubbed his hands in front of him and was unwilling to move. At this time, Li Yong glared at Cao Cao. He picked up what was in Professor Deng's hand and threw it into the trash can. Then he said, "Professor Deng, what you said is very good. I haven't noticed these problems before. Your home visit is so timely. You must come more often in the future." At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. "Fuck, Lao Deng, who are you? Why are you throwing other people's things? What kind of bullshit expert is this? Do you know how to educate children? Cao Cao is only 7 years old, and you are just creating anxiety. You're crazy. Even the top 1 or 2 students in the class don't have the right to be proud, and they're suppressing their children. So, may I ask, what score did your child get? Why are you so arrogant?" At this time, the screen in the live broadcast room switched to the observation room again. The host Xiao AI was also curious, what level is Cheokeo's performance at? So she looked at Principal Shi. "Principal Shi, I'd like to ask, is Cheokeo's grade considered good in your key elementary school?" Principal Shi said, In our key primary school, being in the top few in the class is considered good among primary school students of the same level in the district and even the city. But what Professor Deng said also makes sense. Learning should never end. Don't be complacent and don't let a few exams stop you from making progress. These remarks made Su Jiajia feel extremely uncomfortable. The child worked very hard to get a good grade, but did not receive any praise from his parents. Is this really okay? She said, but I think Chow Chow is very good. Tearing Cheo Ko's certificate off the wall right in front of the camera must have been really heartbreaking for the child. Principal, she curled his lips and said, after all, children are immature. They tend to become proud and think they are amazing after achieving a little. At this time, someone needs to constantly remind him to be patient and not to be impatient, to keep working hard, and not to become complacent. Only in this way, by setting higher goals, can we motivate him to keep moving forward. Principal Shi's words made Su Jiajia fall into deep thought. Is that really the case? The audience in the live broadcast room said all kinds of things. Some agree, some oppose. The older generation of parents consider themselves parents and adults, establish authority in front of children everywhere and suppress them everywhere. Some even believe that children will not become successful if they are not beaten. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room were very curious. As a new generation of young parents, how will Xiao Yang educate Xiao Xiao when faced with such a problem? With such a sense of anticipation, the live broadcast screen switched again. Professor Deng had already left Li Yong in Cheo Ko's house with satisfaction. The next stop is to visit Xiao Yang in Xiao Xiao's home. At this time, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. Dong dong dong. Professor Deng knocked on Xiao Yang's door. The scene in the live broadcast room came to the door of Xiao Yang in Xiao Xiao's home. Dong dong dong. Professor Deng knocked on the door. After waiting for a while, I heard the sound of someone walking towards me in slippers. Xiaoxio's voice sounded inside. Who is it? The photographer said, from the program crew. Smile and open the door. Xiao Xiao, wait a moment. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she moved a stool, stepped on it, and looked at the person coming outside through the peephole. I saw the photographer uncle from the last issue, and the grandma I saw in another video. Only then did he feel at ease to open the door. Push it outwards. But it scared the program crew. I saw Xiao Xiao still standing on a high stool. When I looked at it, I thought it was hanging on the door beam. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were so frightened by this scene that their hearts beat rapidly. Is Xiao Xiao possibly possessed by something in the funeral home? It's so scary and her behavior is so weird. Oh my god, who would open the door like this? The photographer hurriedly said, Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Come down quickly, come down. Smile and laugh. He bent over and climbed down holding on to the stool, while saying, my father told me that when someone knocks on the door, I should look carefully before opening it. Otherwise, you'll let bad people into your home. Everyone heard it. I see. Safety education is still essential. Xiao Yang is right about this point. There is nothing wrong with it. At this time, Professor Deng asked, Xiao Xiao, where is your father? We're here for a home visit. Xiao Xiao shrugged with a helpless expression. My dad is still sleeping. What the hell? Still sleeping? Professor Deng raised his hand and looked at the watch on his right hand. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Xiao Yang was still sleeping. She frowned instantly. Young people nowadays don't sleep at night and don't get up in the morning. There is no good work and rest habits at all. In the previous episodes of the show, Xiao Yang's series of incredible actions had long made her fed up with him. This time she came not only to educate and guide Xiao Xiao. However, she believed that Xiao Yang was the one who needed education the most. A father like Xiao Yang can only lead his children astray. Only by teaching Xiao Yang well can Xiao Xiao become better in the future. She decided that this time, the two of them would educate and guide together. The task is no small matter. Professor Deng put his arm around Xiaoxio's small shoulders. He said with a smile, let's go, kid. Let's go wake up your dad first. This house is a very ordinary 3-bedroom, 1 living room house. It's not very big, and the American-style decoration is very warm. A corridor leading from the living room. Xiao Xiao pushed open the door of one of the bedrooms. The curtains in the room were drawn and it was dark. Xiao Yang was still sleeping soundly with his face buried in the quilt. Xiao Xiao walked in, pushing and shouting, Dad, get up, the production crew is here. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and turned sideways and said, who's from which program team? Xiao Xiao, we won't be going to the venue today, we'll just be filming at home. Don't lie to me, I'm going to sleep till the sun goes down today. We agreed yesterday that we'll swap roles for the next 2 days. You'll be the parent, and I'll be the child. You'll take care of me. Oh, you don't have to take care of me. Just don't disturb my sleep. At this time, not only the program crew at the door were stunned, Even the audience in the live broadcast room was speechless. Fuck, Xiao Yang, this is a bit too much. It's a bit irresponsible to sleep with the notice fee given by the program team. What the hell, identity swap? Xiao Xiao is taking care of him as a parent? If you want to be a bad boy, just say it directly. You're still trying to come up with an excuse. I've learned something. It turns out you can fool children this way. Xiao Yang was in a daze and felt that the audience's emotions were constantly rising. There was only a swish sound. The bedroom curtains were opened. The summer sun shines through the window, hot and bright. Xiao Yang was so excited that he couldn't sleep anymore. Smile. Didn't we agree not to disturb each other? Xiao Yangtang suddenly sat up like a bullet from a punching machine. Finally, I opened my eyes. But I saw several people standing at the head of the bed. I thought to myself, fuck. Xiao Yang quickly looked at the people at the head of the bed. They are all from the program crew. One of them was an old woman in her 50s, although he had never seen her in real life. However, he also saw clips of the show on short videos. Isn't this old woman Professor Deng from the observation room? The person who has to be mentioned in every episode. Xiao Yang cursed inwardly, but he just smiled in front of the camera in the live broadcast room and didn't get too excited. Professor Deng took a step forward. Looking at Xiao Yang lying on the bed, he said, Xiao Xiao dad, it's already past 10 in the morning, you should get up. Also, you really should change your habit of not sleeping at night and not getting up in the morning. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes in his heart and thought to himself, as expected, the program crew is still good at making trouble. We will never let these guests off easily. I finally didn't have to go out, but he sent this old guy to cause trouble. Xiao Yang remained silent. He flipped back the covers and got out of bed. But Professor Deng on the side continued to read. I'm doing this for your own good, for Xiaoxiao's own good. What does it mean when honest advice hurts the ear and is given with earnest words? Xiao Yang paused when he heard this, turned around, raised his eyebrows and looked at the so-called expert and asked, Professor Deng, in your opinion, what time should we get up? Professor Deng blurted out, of course, go to bed at 10:30 p.m. and get up at 6:30 a.m. Xiao Yang raised the corner of his mouth, tilted his head, and said with a helpless expression, then if I go to bed at 2 a.m. and wake up at 10 a.m., doesn't that also mean I've slept for 8 hours? What? There was an economic crisis in my dream, causing my sleep time to become inflated. Professor Deng was stunned. I educated Xiao Yang with good intentions, for both his and Xiaoxiao's own good. I was not taken seriously and was even criticized like this. She was very unhappy. His expression darkened and he spoke angrily. You young people, haven't you heard the old saying, a year's plan begins in spring, a day's plan begins in the morning? Xiao Yang, I'm so sorry, but waking up early has 3 major side effects for me: loss of appetite, bad mood, and low efficiency. I wake up 1 minute earlier, and I feel sleepy for 10 minutes during the day. I wake up 10 minutes earlier, and I feel sleepy for an hour during the day. I wake up an hour earlier, and hey, the daytime is gone. Waking up early is like borrowing money from a loan shark during the day. You borrow less, but you pay back more. Do you think I should get up early? Besides, I have nothing to do today, why do you want me to get up early? I can't add any value by getting up early. Xiao Yang's rebuttal resonated with many viewers in the live broadcast room. Barrage scrolling. Right. I don't understand why my parents insist on me getting up early. I can't create any value by getting up early. Every time I wake up early, my temper becomes particularly bad, and I become easily irritated and explosive. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will never get up early. I also think that getting up early is a form of moral coercion. I have social events until late at night every day, and you still force me to get up early? That's crazy. I won't get enough sleep. Xiao Yang's remarks left Professor Deng speechless. Xiao Yang bypassed Professor Deng directly. Excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom. Please feel free. Compared to Xiao Yang's calm attitude, Professor Deng was of course unhappy after being humiliated in front of so many audiences. Compared to the respect he received from Li Yong, Xiao Yang's behavior made him very angry. She said to Xiao Xiao with anger in her tone, "Take me to where you do your homework." For her, checking out the environment in which children do their homework is a necessary part of a home visit. Since Xiao Yang couldn't win the argument, she had to find some problems with Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took Professor Deng to her bedroom. There is a princess bed in the bedroom. On one side of the bed, there is a desk more than 1 meter long. There is a one-piece bookshelf on the desk. There is a row of exquisite and various figures placed on it. Professor Deng's eyes lit up. An imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as expected, Xiao Xiao is not at all like what she showed in the show. What a good and well-behaved student. There wasn't a single award certificate in the room. In addition to various figures and dolls, there are also some comic books and novels on the bookshelf. How does this look like a good student? As expected, like father, like mother. Parents like Xiao Yang can only raise children like Xiao Xiao. Professor Deng decided to educate Xiao Xiao properly, just like he did at Xiao Ko's home. Holding the figurine, he said to Xiao Xiao, "Look at your room, there's not a single certificate. What are these toys? Anime characters? What's the point? You tell me what the point of this is." Professor Deng became more and more excited as he spoke, and he output a lot. "Take it and see it? Can you see the results? Who gave you the confidence to play with these toys? Listen to me, go get a garbage bag and throw all this stuff away. Putting these things here will only distract you." Xiao Xiao didn't say anything at first, but when she heard that she was going to throw away the figurine, she refused to do it. "Take a step forward and stand in front of these things." "No, why are you throwing my things?" Some of the things in here were bought by her at a high price. Professor Deng didn't expect that Xiao Xiao would jump out to stop her. It turned out that Xiao Yang had corrupted him. Professor Deng was furious. Holding those figurines in his hands, he shouted at Xiao Xiao, "Remember, if you pursue material things, you become waste. Your main task now is to study, not to play with toys. Just now when I went to Chao Ko's place, he obediently threw away his doll. You're not as obedient as Chow Chow at all. No wonder Chow Chow is much better at studying than you." At this time, Xiao Yang heard the noise and came out of the toilet. Professor Deng is enthusiastic about teaching. They're all superficial, childish toys. Can you seriously do your homework or read a book while looking at these things? Also, what kind of messed up books are all these? They're just comics and novels. Are there any world classics? Are there any exercises? There aren't any books I should read. They're all garbage. I can't even sell them for a penny. At this moment, Professor Deng was about to pick up a figurine when he dropped it to the ground. Xiao Yang's voice sounded coldly. "Professor Deng, the figurine in your hand is of Xiao Xiao, 800. Then, Xiao Yang was seen pointing at the figures on the bookshelf one by one and quoting the price of each figure. "The one next to it is my 1,600. That 1,200. That 3,000. Then he raised his eyebrows, pointing at some of the figures. This, limited edition. Compensate for any damages you cause." Professor Deng was stunned by Xiao Yang's words. It also caused the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room to surge. "Holy crap, these things are so expensive. What a waste of money. Ha ha ha, that old Deng must be confused. She said to throw it, so she threw it? She really thinks she won't have to pay for losing other people's things. To be honest, I also have a wall of figurines, and the money I put together could buy a house. But Professor Deng is doing this for the child's benefit. These things really distract the child. Why is Xiao Yang like this? Let me tell you, if you give your children pocket money, they will spend it indiscriminately. But these people don't know that these things are Xiaoxio's spiritual food. And there is only one figure here that belongs to her, the cheapest one at 800. She went to many places and carefully selected it with her father before buying it. Although some people think that Professor Deng has gone too far. However, there are still many parents who agree with Professor Deng's approach. All of this is for the sake of children's learning progress. Xiao Yang could feel the emotional level in his mind rising again. Professor Deng was confronted by Xiao Yang again, and became even more angry. He pointed into the room, his face contorted. "Xiaoxio's father, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you spoil your child like this and give him a bad education, it will ruin Xiao Xiao sooner or later. Look at Chao Ko's father. He cooperates with me very well. So Chow Chow has good study habits and excellent grades, and he has received more than a dozen certificates. Look at Xiao Xiao again. Her desk is a mess. She doesn't even have a draft book. She just picks up a random piece of paper to draft." As she spoke, she picked up the draft paper at hand. But then I heard the photographer opposite me suddenly exclaim, "What the hell?" Professor Deng glanced at the photographer, not knowing what was going on. "Turn over the draft paper and take a look." Professor Deng opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered something extraordinary. "This is not a draft paper. This is clearly a certificate of merit. It says on it, Xiao Xiao won the first place in the grade in the final exam of the XXX semester. When I looked at the school again, I found that it was the best primary school in the city." The camera held by the photographer was facing the certificate, giving it a close-up. The audience in the live broadcast room can see it very clearly. The barrage of comments began to scroll wildly. "Fuck, Shiur, is that you? Shiur, this, using a certificate as a draft paper? Sorry, Xiao Xiao, I really am blind. Using the certificate for first place in the grade as a draft paper, the top student is always different from ordinary people." Professor Deng was also confused, but he quickly regained his composure and said in a friendly manner, "Xiao Xiao, these certificates are your honor, you must keep them well. You'll need it for further studies in the future." Xiao Xiao said it lightly. Yeah. As he said that, he took a step forward, opened the 2 drawers under the desk. The scene before them instantly blinded everyone's titanium eyes. Certificate of award. 2 drawers of awards. Lots of awards. Various awards. All of them are heavyweight awards. I only heard Xiao Xiao say casually, but I have a lot. And there are more and more, and there are no more piles. 2 drawers full of awards and Xiaoxiao's words. Professor Deng was stunned and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He took out a stack of certificates from the drawer and looked at them one by one. The photographer next to him gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Then the camera lens was pointed at the certificate in Professor Deng's hand. First place in English speech competition at XX Primary School. Mathematical Olympiad Excellence Award. XX District Primary School First Grade Chinese Composition Spring Rain Award. A first grade 3 good students student in the XX District Primary School of Motu City. The audience was dazzled by the large number of award certificates. Parents with children in elementary school are well aware of the value of these certificates. It can be said that the certificates in these 2 drawers are basically those selected by Xiao Xiao, which are of extremely high value. The certificate that was just used as a draft paper on the table was probably nothing in Xiaoxiao's eyes. It's not even worthy of being in her 2 drawers. At this time, Professor Deng's eyes stopped on the last certificate. A smile played on her lips. This certificate is of no value and is also placed in this drawer. It seems that some of the certificates in this drawer are fake. This certificate has an exquisite shell and it says inside, "Congratulations to Xiao Xiao for winning 3rd place in the Magic City Youth Skateboarding Competition, female. Here's a token of encouragement." Professor Deng smiled. Skateboarding competition, haha, it's a sport only played by street skaters. What kind of certificate is this? What's the value of it? Professor Deng didn't have time to pick out the certificate and speak, but I heard the photographer next to me shouting excitedly, "Xiao Xiao, you learned to skateboard in just 1 week, and won an award." He smiled and said, "Yeah, I told you, I don't need 10 lessons to learn it. My dad is still trying to cheat me out of my hard-earned money. It's clearly only 2 class hours and 400 yuan to get the job done. I practiced for a week, and there happened to be a competition yesterday, so my dad took me to try it out. Just take the prize." At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room has exploded. What the hell? Not only did he learn to skateboard in a week, he even won a prize in a competition. I'm leaving now. I'm going to go find my son. I spent tens of thousands of dollars on his roller skating lessons, and he can only put on shoes. Xiaoxiao's operation is really like a tattoo artist closing his eyes. It really showed off to me. Fuck, Xiao Yang, is your wife here? I want to borrow some jeans. Get out of here, you upstairs. I can hear your calculations across the Atlantic Ocean. But I'm different. I'm going to have Xiao Xiao as my daughter-in-law. These jeans are fucking amazing. The person above, your calculations have reached the Pacific Ocean. Now, those who want Xiao Xiao to be their daughter-in-law can line up from Shanghai to France. No, why don't you consider Xiao Yang? His genes should be good too. The person above, although I admit that Xiao Yang has some special talents in certain areas, but when it comes to cultural knowledge, he should be just like me, a poor student. Let's just forget it. In fact, the road to success is not that simple. Although Xiao Xiao is very smart and understands things quickly, but she also works very hard when she practices. This week, Xiao Xiao, in addition to finishing his homework, practiced skateboarding crazily. To achieve such results, Professor Deng sat down on the chair in front of Xiaoxiao's desk, staring blankly at everything in front of me. Without thinking, she knew how the comments in the live broadcast room were mocking her. In the past few issues, in almost every issue, there are some netizens who criticize her under her Weibo. This visit is not just a home visit. She also wants everyone to see that her theory of children's education is correct. But now, Xiao Xiao has become a stumbling block on her road to success. Soon, she adjusted her breathing and tried to save her face. Professor Deng stood up again, trying to give Xiao Xiao a sense of oppression. She said this with an imperceptible sneer on her lips. "Xiao Xiao, you are excellent. But there are always people who are better than you. You are only in the 1st grade of elementary school now, and you still have a long way to go in learning. Don't take it lightly. You can't compare yourself to students of the same level in the same school, district, or city." Professor Deng continued in his old-fashioned, unquestionable tone. The college entrance examination is a test for students from all over the country, and thousands of people are competing to cross this single-plank bridge. You have to have a dream and keep working hard. Hurry up and throw these things away yourself. Professor Deng's words not only aroused Xiao Yang's disgust, but also Xiaoxiao's disgust. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao Xiao has been guided to be independent and autonomous. Although he is young, he has his own ideas. When he encounters different opinions, he dares to talk back to adults and express his own views. Xiao Xiao shouted dissatisfiedly, "I won't lose it." Pa! A sound. Professor Deng slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "I visited the homes of so many children in Heidian District, Kyoto City. They're even better than you and they all work very hard. I never play these." Before Xiao Yang could protect her, Xiao Xiao became angry and said, "Then tell me, why are they so excellent?" Professor Deng suddenly had an idea and came up with an idea to save his lost face. "Do you know history?" "Xiao Xiao, it's just so, not much." Professor Deng breathed a sigh of relief. Such a young child must not know much about history, so she took a different approach and took the history test. She just didn't believe that she couldn't curb the arrogance of this father and daughter. Early childhood students in Heidian District know how to do this. Let me test you, and you'll know where the gap lies. Xiao Xiao is not the kind of child who would dwell on trivial matters. She ignored Professor Deng and said, "If you ask me to answer, I will answer the question." "I don't want to answer." "Professor Deng, are you afraid?" No matter what Professor Deng said, Xiao Xiao just ignored her. Finally, Professor Deng said, "How about this? Let's just follow the street quiz reward system, okay? One correct answer is 10 yuan, 2 correct answers are 20 yuan, 3 correct answers are 40 yuan, and so on. But if you answer a question wrong, your money will be cleared." Professor Deng thought to herself that she just needed to make the questions difficult. That way you can save both your money and your face. Xiao Xiao became excited when she heard that there was money. Jumping up and down with excitement. Ask quickly, "I'm ready." This scene made many viewers feel uncomfortable. How can knowledge be linked to money? Xiao Yang has taught Xiao Xiao so much that she's almost obsessed with money. The above person, you learn knowledge to make money. Why do you say Xiao Xiao is obsessed with money? I've also encountered this kind of rewarded quiz on the street. The questions are really difficult. No matter how talented Xiao Xiao is, she's only a second grader. Can she really answer it? Participation is what's important. No matter what happens, Xiao Xiao is the best kid in my heart. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Yang's mind. Congratulations to the host, the audience's emotional value has accumulated to 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the God-level treasure appraisal skill as a system reward. System points are reset to 0 again, please keep working hard. Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. This has another 200,000 audience emotional values? What did he do to make the audience feel that he was a loser? He did nothing this morning. Actually, he doesn't know. Not what he did? But as long as he and Xiao Xiao appear in the live broadcast room, the number of people watching the live broadcast increased sharply. There are people who like him and Xiao Xiao, and naturally there are also people who hate him and Xiao Xiao. The audience base is too large. The audience's emotional value naturally grew very quickly. His sleeping in and his denial of Professor Deng's guidance and education will arouse a lot of emotions from the audience. Director's room. Wang Dao's smile grew even wider. I originally thought that this episode, filming at home, would be boring. I didn't expect it to be so exciting. The audience has taken screenshots of Xiaoxio's 2 drawers of award certificates and posted them online. The heat is getting higher and higher. Many parents saw the 2 drawers of awards and clicked into the live broadcast room of "My Dad is Superman." The number of people in the live broadcast room is increasing. Xiao Xiao was concentrating on listening to the questions posed by Professor Deng. Professor Deng, question 1, who was the first emperor of China? Xiao Xiao, Qin Shi Huang. Professor Deng, here, 10 yuan. Question 2, what dynasty did Zhu Yuanzhang establish? Xiao Xiao, Ming Dynasty. Professor Deng, 20 yuan, here you go. Question 3, what is the relationship between Qianlong and Yang Zheng? Xiao Xiao, Yang Zheng is the father, Qianlong is the son. Professor Deng, here, 40. Xiao Xiao answered 5 questions correctly in a row. These questions are completely beyond the scope for first graders. Professor Deng never expected that Xiao Xiao actually answered all the questions correctly. After giving him 310 yuan in a row, she felt a little distressed and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you still going? The difficulty will increase later. If you can't answer a question, your money will be lost." Everyone thought that Xiao Xiao, the money grubber, would take the 310 yuan and call it a day. Xiao Xiao turned around and looked at Xiao Yang on the side. Xiao Yang made a cheering gesture to Xiao Xiao. At the same time, he encouraged her, "Come on, my dear daughter, I believe you can continue. Professor Deng is right. We must be brave enough to reach new heights. Just climb one and show her. Don't be afraid of failure." After hearing what Xiao Yang said, Xiaoxio's eyes rolled around. "I don't know what tricks he's up to." After a few seconds, he said, "Dad, if the bonus is cleared, can you give me the money I earned?" This sentence made the audience in front of the screen burst into laughter. Xiao Xiao, this little money grubber, really won't tolerate any loss. Xiao Yang grinned. Okay. Supplement for you. He had long been annoyed with Professor Deng's old trick. He actually came to his house and gave him orders, but if she offended Xiao Xiao, she would hit a wall. Xiao Xiao felt more confident after hearing Xiao Yang's words. She smiled at Professor Deng, revealing a beautiful dimple. He shouted, "Keep going." Professor Deng sneered in his heart. She has to exert more effort, as the next questions will be more difficult. Professor Deng, how many years did the Han dynasty last after the Qin dynasty? Xiao Xiao, the Western Han dynasty lasted 210 years, and the Eastern Han dynasty lasted 195 years. The Western and Eastern Han dynasties combined, 405 years. Professor Deng said silently with bleeding heart. Give me 320 yuan. Xiao Xiao looked at the money and shouted happily, keep going, keep going. She has her eyes on a new skateboard that is more expensive and better, and is saving money to buy it. He, she suddenly started to like Professor Deng in front of her. Isn't this the grandma who gives away money? Professor Deng asked 2 more difficult questions in a row, and Xiao Xiao answered them all correctly. At one time, 2,470 Mao Zedongs were taken out. Her face became increasingly ugly. The more you smile, the braver you become. Clapping his hands, he said happily, Grandma Deng, keep going. Professor Deng saw that he had neither regained his face nor lost it. He even took out so much money. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he shouted in frustration. No more questions, that's it. Then, she saw Xiao Yang leaning against the wall, looking like he was enjoying a show, with a smile on his face, as if he was making fun of her. The air in her chest became even more stuffy. Regardless of his image in front of the camera, he started to vent his anger at Xiao Yang and growled. Xiao Xiao Dad, you have such an outstanding child, you must cherish him. If you don't make progress and give up now, you'll only be holding Xiao Xiao back when you're old. Restrict Xiaoxio's development. Xiao Yang was confused. Oh shit, isn't it just over 2,000 yuan? This old Deng. It's like washing your butt with cold water, I'm so angry. Xiao Yang was about to start the microphone, but then I heard Xiao Xiao shouting loudly at Professor Deng. Grandma Deng, you're talking nonsense. My dad is awesome. He's so knowledgeable, and he can even write novels. It's beautifully written. Xiaoxio's words made the comments in the live broadcast room scroll wildly. Old idiot. Old idiot. It must be that old punk. Holy crap, Xiao Yang can write novels. Where? Is it the Tomato website? What's it called? Could he be a total loser like me? The audience in the live broadcast room all expressed disbelief. Xiao Xiao walked to Xiao Yang's room. He took his laptop and opened it. Then I opened the WPS software on the desktop. Found a file titled Grave Robber Pen Chronicles. This world. Not only the movies, TV shows, entertainment and songs are not as good as the world in Xiao Yang's previous life. Even literary novels are not as brilliant as the previous world. The very popular Grave Robbers Chronicles in that world is not available in this world either. In his previous life, Xiao Yang liked this book the most. Millions of words, read over and over again. And with his excellent photographic memory, he was able to remember almost everything. He had thought of the book again last week at the cemetery. I decided to reprint this book. One reason is that there are no novels about tomb raiding in this world. The second reason is that he likes this book so much and can remember almost 80 to 90% of its content. Although he couldn't write it exactly the same, he could guarantee that it would be absolutely wonderful. It can also be regarded as leaving precious spiritual food to the world. But how did Xiao Xiao know that he was writing this book? At this time, Xiao Xiao had already opened the file of Grave Robber Pen Chronicles. Moment. The title and introduction of this novel appear on the first page. The story originated in 1952, and the protagonist is innocent. Audience just took a look at the introduction. The audience in the live broadcast room was deeply attracted. In the barrage, people were posting and then what? Continue. In the observation room, Su Jiajia smiled faintly and looked at Principal Shi beside her. There was a hint of knowing the answer in his tone. Principal Shi, you just said that children should focus on their studies. So, are Xiaoxio's grades considered good in your elementary school? Principal Shi leaned his fat body against the back of the sofa. He lowered the corners of his mouth and snorted softly. Su Jiajia's words were deliberately slapping him in the face. Although the primary school where he used to teach was also very famous, but every time the test scores were counted, they were always surpassed by Xiaoxio's primary school. Xiao Ai pricked up her ears and heard the noise nearby. As a host, her responsibility is to control the stage. I saw that Principal She looked unhappy. Such old people are stubborn and are most afraid of losing face. Xiao Ai could only come out to ease the atmosphere and said to the 3 guests, This book about tomb raiding written by Xiao Yang is really interesting. Just reading the introduction is enough to attract people. Wei Cheng echoed, looking at the screen quite seriously. After hearing the high praise from the two, Su Jiajia stopped teasing Principal Shi. Look towards the screen. The more I watch, the more fascinated I become. I unconsciously said, what's next? Where's the main text? Quickly notify the photographer to take pictures of the back part as well. Director's room. Director Wang and the staff were also fascinated by the introduction of the lost tomb on the screen. The protagonist of the novel is called Wu Xia. What's next? After reading the introduction, Director Wang had the same reaction as the audience in the live broadcast room. Can't wait to see what's next. He quickly picked up his phone, called the photographer, and shouted, "Hey, what are you standing there for? What's behind? Quickly take a picture of what's next." The photographer was also watching with great interest. It's just that he's slow at seeing things. I'm only halfway through the introduction now. Oh, okay, Director Wang. The photographer replied hurriedly. He immediately asked Xiao Xiao, who was sitting at the table. Xiao Xiao, what's next? Xiao Xiao slid her finger. The main plot of the following parts is revealed. 7-star Lu Palace. The Lost Tomb. Kindling Sacred Tree. Just a general plot. It will make everyone exclaim that it is wonderful. Unless you are a professional, outsiders have never heard of these jargons. What are the locals, sea monkeys, and wall crawlers? Just one page. You can feel the charm of this book. It can make many viewers in front of the screen hold their breath. It's like arriving in a suspenseful, bloody, and fantastical world. Many viewers who are fast readers have already quickly read the plot summary. He kept urging on the barrage. Then what? Then what? Photographer, please take pictures of the back quickly. I want to see the main text at the back. At this time, the photographer's cell phone rang again. Answer the phone. Then I heard the angry roar from Director Wang on the opposite side. What are you doing? Shoot back. Are you slacking off? If you continue to be so unprofessional, you'll be fired at any time. The photographer said with a bitter face. Director Wang, you all read too fast. I haven't finished reading it yet. Director Wang, get lost. Who told you to read this? Your task now is to film the book properly. Hurry up, shoot from behind. I want to see what's written on the back. The photographer said, okay, Director Wang, right away. After hanging up the phone, the photographer started urging Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, keep flipping over. The audience is waiting to see it. Xiao Xiao slid her hand across the mouse again. There was nothing behind. Xiao Xiao turned around. She spread out her two little hands and said helplessly, no more. What? At this time, not only the photographer was mentally broken, the audience in the live broadcast room also lost their minds. Holy shit. What? Just like that? Tell me it's gone. You only wrote an introduction and a synopsis? Not a single word of the main text? Xiao Yang, tell me, are you incapable? My sister-in-law has worked hard, the author is really short. The people above, can you please stop criticizing my great author? Xiao Yang, please hurry up and write. I can stay by your side day and night, just to see your masterpiece sooner rather than later. Miss in front, I'm afraid you're not craving other books, you're craving someone else's body. There are all kinds of comments in the live broadcast room. Director Wang was also anxious and wanted to rush to Xiao Yang's house right now. Tie him up in front of the desk and make him write. However, reason persuaded him. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Xiao stood up, rolled her round eyes, and said to Professor Deng, you see, my father is not an ignorant or uneducated person. He writes amazing novels. Xiao Yang felt a little touched when he saw Xiao Xiao defending him so much. He smiled and asked, how did you know I wrote this? He only found time to code this novel in the last few days, so there is not much code left. Xiao Xiao said, I was looking up information on my computer a few days ago and accidentally clicked on it and saw it. Xiao Yang asked, do you understand? Xiao Xiao gave a look that said, what's the big deal? No big deal. If I don't understand some words, I will use the method you taught me to look them up. The two people were talking. The barrage of comments also kept rolling. Haha, this old woman is speechless now, right? She can't bite people everywhere, right? I can't really blame my child for being a poor student. It's my bad genes. I'm a poor student, so why should I expect my child to be a top student? Xiao Xiao is so outstanding because Xiao Yang is also very good. But even so, Professor Deng was still not convinced. He raised his eyebrows and asked with full of doubt. Just a title, a synopsis, and a short storyline, what can you say? Maybe it was copied from somewhere, but no one knows about it. If you have the guts, write one for everyone live. Professor Deng's words made many viewers begin to doubt. Yes, it's less than 1,000 words, and I didn't write it in front of everyone, so I can copy it from anywhere. The big data in this world is not as complete as that in Xiao Yang's previous life. Even if it is copied, it is difficult for people to find out. Director's room. Director Wang heard what Professor Deng said. My eyes immediately lit up. Damn, come alive. Wang Dao's eyes lit up, not only because he was fascinated by it, also, because he has been a variety show host for many years, he was able to immediately smell the topics and hotspots. Time is money, so he immediately contacted the marketing person. With hot entries, it has taken the entire internet by storm. Hashtag write a Toon rating novel live, will Xiao Yang accept the challenge? Hashtag. Although my dad is Superman and Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao are already very popular, but not everyone is paying attention. In this entry, the two words Toon rating and novel immediately attracted a large number of netizens. Holy crap, a Toon rating novel, is that even possible? It's quite interesting, I'll go check it out. Toon rating? Oh my god, what kind of subject is this? How come I, an old loser, have never seen this in the online literature circle? Where is the live broadcast room? I'll go check it out and get some traffic. Others eat the meat, and I get to drink the soup. Kyoto, a courtyard house with unique decoration. A man hurried over with a cell phone in his hand and spoke to a man wearing a hat sitting on a chair. Brother, look at this. The man in the hat took a look at the title. A Toon rating novel? Hey, that's interesting. Is this the end of our business, the end of Toon robbing, the beginning of writing books? Go and take a look, he said, pulling out his cell phone. I entered the live broadcast room according to the address given by netizens in the comment area. Inside the house, facing Professor Deng's questioning, Xiao Xiao looked up at Xiao Yang with anticipation in her eyes. Dad, I believe you. You wrote it yourself, right? Xiao Yang raised the corners of his eyes and turned up his lips. Of course, baby. Get out of the way and let daddy show you one. Xiao Xiao defends herself like this, although he really didn't want to bother with this so-called expert. But for Xiaoxio's sake, he also had to move his fingers. I performed a segment on the spot to directly dispel everyone's doubts. Xiao Yang sat on Xiaoxio's little chair. Although it was very uncoordinated, he was too lazy to change his position. Move the cursor to a new chapter. His hands rested on the keyboard. All I heard was da-da-da-da. The whole house was silent. The screen in the live broadcast room was also deserted, as if there were few viewers. In fact, look towards the top corner of the screen. You can see that the number of people watching in the live broadcast room is as high as tens of millions. But everyone was concentrating on watching what Xiao Yang was typing. There is no way to distract yourself and brush the barrage. On the computer, a title appeared. 7-Star Lu Palace Chapter 1 Blood Corpse. Then the main text begins. 50 years ago. Xiao Yang kept recalling the contents of the astounding work written by his third uncle in his previous life, The Grave Robber's Pen. His hands kept jumping and dancing on the keyboard. Rows of words appear on the computer screen. The photographer did not dare to be careless at all. He held the heavy camera very steadily with both hands, not daring to let it shake at all. He knows. There must be a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room who are as immersed in this book as he is. If the picture is a little shaky or the words in the photo are blurry, he will definitely be scolded to death by netizens. Every time Xiao Yang wrote a line, the audience in the live broadcast room would read one line at a time, following Xiao Yang's typing speed. Netizens couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Xiao Yangchang was not deceiving anyone, as expected, he wrote it himself. Not to mention that there is no other novel on the market with the theme of Toon rating. Even if it was copied, the typing speed would not be so fast and skillful. Like an octopus. Very quickly, less than 20 minutes. Xiao Yang has already finished writing the first chapter, a total of 500 words. And the content of these 2,500 words is very exciting and not watery at all. It makes people fascinated at first sight. Finished coding the first chapter. Xiao Yang took his hands off the keyboard and stood up. At this moment, the live broadcast room, which had been quiet just now, was immediately filled with barrages of comments, which kept scrolling. Fuck, why did it stop? Why did it stop? Keep going. No way, I'm so engrossed in reading it, and you're not going to write anymore? Xiao Yang, are you not a human? Screaming, dark, crawling. No, Xiao Yang, big brother, ancestor, please write. If you don't write, I won't be able to do anything all day. Wang Dao was fascinated by the show. Xiao Yang suddenly stopped writing, which made him feel very anxious. I called him immediately. He started by saying, Xiao Yang, why aren't you writing? This live broadcast room has more and more viewers, all of whom come to watch you write a book. Just keep going. You don't have to do anything from now on. Xiao Xiao and my staff will take care of you. Just live stream your book writing. Xiao Yang grinned. I thought to myself. Wang Dao, the old man, thought it was a good idea. Xiao Yang twisted his waist, stretched his muscles, and spoke into the phone. Director Wang, Xiao, this chair is too small. I feel uncomfortable sitting on it. Also, if you want to see the content later, that's another price. That's all for today. Go check on what the other 3 families are doing. Don't just focus on me. Wang Dao heard it. I was stunned for a moment. A few strands of hair on top of his head were disheveled in the wind. Harmful. This Xiao Yang really can't get any advantage at all. But Xiao Yang is right. This program is a live parent-child variety show, and there are 3 other families. He was so engrossed in reading the novel just now that he didn't think things through. Director Wang spoke into the phone. He. Okay, you're right. But we are old acquaintances. If you have any updates, please remember to inform me as soon as possible. After saying that, the 2 hung up the phone. There was a huge quarrel on the barrage. What? No update today. Xiao Yang, this is so rude of you. Xiao Yang, you are so small and short like this. Does your sister-in-law know? Where's the director? Come out. If Xiao Yang doesn't update today, I'm going to give your show a low score online. You can do whatever you want with it. Not only that, more and more viewers called the program team. Since I can't find Xiao Yang's contact information, then put pressure on the program team. There is only one purpose anyway. Urge for more updates. They can't wait to see the book. The other side. A senior online literature editor was also in the live broadcast room. He has been working as an online editor for nearly 10 years. Before becoming an online editor, he worked as an editor for traditional print media. However, due to the changes in people's lifestyles, he became an online editor only after the decline of print media. Just now, he just took a look at the introduction and story summary of this book, Grave Robber's Pen. He was already shocked. Having been in this industry for many years, he only needed a synopsis to tell that the book would be a hit. Then, Xiao Yang typed on the live broadcast. He was hooked after just the first chapter. He has been in this industry for decades and has read countless books. He was certain that the subject matter and writing skills of Xiao Yang's book were unprecedented in the entire online literature world. Smell the book that was on fire. He must find a way to sign the book as soon as possible. If an exclusive contract can be signed, that is a huge asset for him and his website. He immediately put on his coat and rushed to the company. The other side. Director Wang was in a state of panic in the director's room. Xiao Yang refused to write anymore no matter what. The program crew's phone was flooded with calls from the audience. If they don't come up with a solution, these viewers will probably come to their program team to protest. He had to think of a solution quickly. Director Wang held a few strands of hair that had just fallen out in his hand and finally came up with a solution. Live broadcast starts in the afternoon. Guests and netizens connect one-on-one. In this way, netizens can directly ask Xiao Yang about the plot of The Lost Tomb in the live broadcast room. Director Wang announced the news. The program crew's phone calls gradually quieted down. The other side. Xiao Yang finished coding the first chapter of The Grave Robber's Pen. He stood up and looked back. Professor Deng had quietly left at some point. Oh shit. This is too much to play with. Xiao Yang muttered to himself. Then he took out his cell phone and checked the time. It's almost 12 noon, he said, raising an eyebrow at Xiao. It's time for dinner. What's for lunch? There's a new takeaway place nearby that looks pretty good, want to try it? Xiao, takeout. Is it expensive? Xiao Yang, it's a big restaurant, the quality is guaranteed, and the food isn't pre-made, so the price is definitely a little bit higher. Xiao, then who spends the money? Xiao Yang wanted to tease Xiao, the little money grubber. He raised an eyebrow and let out a smirk. Didn't we agree today that we would swap roles, you be the parent and I be the child? You come and take care of me, I will listen to you. As for the takeout, of course the parents pay for it. As he said this, he pointed to the stack of money in Xiaoxio's hand. This is the money I just won from Professor Deng by answering the questions, a total of more than 2,400 yuan. Xiao saw her father's malicious look and immediately put the money into her pocket. Then he clapped his hands. She pouted and looked at Xiao Yang dissatisfiedly. Dad, you tricked me again. I have already made plans for this money. I can't use it carelessly. Besides, Grandma said that eating too much takeout is not good. It's expensive and unhealthy. Xiao Yang laughed inwardly. This little girl never said that takeout was bad when he spent money. The food tasted delicious, but now you have to pay for it yourself and you become so hostile. Never mind. Don't expose her in front of so many people. Xiao Yang spread his hands and said helplessly, what if I don't eat takeout? I won't do it. Photography brother, you do it. Me. The photographer was stunned. The reason he stayed behind was to try to get Xiao Yang to reveal some of the plot during the meal. The one who is close to the water gets the moon first. Before the photographer could answer, Xiao Xiao patted her chest and said loudly, "I'll do it at noon today." Xiao Yang was stunned. "You do it? I've never seen you cook. Is it edible?" Xiao Xiao narrowed her eyes and snorted. "I didn't know how to do it before, but can't I learn? Now I'm the parent, you have to listen to me. Children will eat whatever their parents do." Xiao Yang twisted his lips and said something reluctantly. All right." Seeing Xiao Yang's skeptical attitude, Xiao Xiao was immediately inspired to fight. "Dad, wait. At noon, I'll make 5 dishes for you." Xiao Yang was stunned for a moment. Let's not talk about whether these 5 dishes will be wasted. Just from the tone of her voice, he felt that Xiaoxio's cooking was not very reliable. Xiao Yang chuckled. "Cut it out, and give me 5 more dishes. It's not that easy. I don't trust you. It's not like I haven't cooked before." Okay, I'll wait, you go ahead and do it. You don't need 5 dishes. It's enough if you can cook one. We have a one-on-one live broadcast with netizens this afternoon. If you can't do it, hurry up and order takeout. I don't want to go hungry this afternoon." Xiao Xiao made an okay gesture. Turning to the photographer, he asked, "Uncle, do you want to eat with us?" The photographer hesitated. "How about I just order takeout?" He also didn't want to go hungry in the afternoon. Xiao Xiao said, "Okay." He walked into the kitchen with confidence. The barrage of comments scrolled in the live broadcast room. "Fuck, Xiao Xiao can cook? She made 5 dishes, bragging. It's normal for a 7-year-old to be able to cook. Some children in rural areas start cooking by carrying a stool at the age of 5. I didn't hear Xiao Xiao could cook in the previous episodes. Once when she was making bobo chicken, she just washed and cut the vegetables. There's a difference between that and cooking, right?" Under everyone's eager anticipation, Xiao Xiao is already wearing a children's apron. In fact, she has also been learning to cook from her grandmother recently, who told him that his father can't cook. It's a pity that she can't cook any fine dishes. However, after some research, she found another way. The things you make are still edible. At this time, she was taking out the vegetables and meat that her grandmother had stored in the refrigerator. Grandma blanched the meat last night. Then he took out tomatoes, onions, potatoes, baby cabbage, preserved eggs. At this time, the photographer walked in, positioned the camera facing the stove and pot, and take the initiative to help wash the vegetables. Xiao Yang was still slumped on the sofa, playing the game intently. This caused dissatisfaction among many viewers. Xiaoxio's father didn't even go to check. The kitchen is full of knives and fire. It's too dangerous for a child. What the above person said is right. Although Xiao Xiao is very capable, parents should still show their care. Xiao Yang is really busy playing games and doesn't care about anything else. Even the photographer knows to help Xiao Xiao. Oh, while playing the game, Xiao Yang felt the audience's emotions rising. Suddenly, I heard a crackling sound in the kitchen. It seems the food is ready to be cooked. Xiao Xiao first put the garlic cloves, green onions and onion pieces into the oil pan and stirred them twice with a spatula. Then add the blanched beef and chicken wings. At this time, the audience's eyes were wide open, and they exclaimed that it was very professional. Unexpectedly, when the audience thought Xiao Xiao really had something, Xiao Xiao suddenly poured in a large pot of water. Then add shrimp dumplings, 2 uncut tomatoes, baby cabbage. There were also 2 potatoes that were only peeled but not cut. There are all kinds of meat and vegetables in a big pot. I have no idea what dish Xiao Xiao is going to cook. Xiao Xiao poured all the ingredients into the pot and added a handful of salt. He just stood aside, put his hands in his pockets, and waited quietly. Photographer, audience, can anyone tell me what this dish is? I'm sorry, except for the meat and a handful of salt, otherwise, this pot reminds me of the pig feet I made. Fortunately, I didn't have any hope for Xiao Xiao to cook, so I wouldn't be disappointed. It's okay. God gave Xiao Xiao excellent grades, but he won't give her cooking skills. God is fair. The photographer looked into the pot and silently supported his chest with his hand. I was glad that I ordered takeout, otherwise I wouldn't have eaten enough at noon and wouldn't have had the energy to carry such a heavy camera in the afternoon. A game is over. Xiao Yang also stood up and walked to the kitchen with his long legs. He looked at the stew in the pot and frowned. Xiao Xiao, Daddy will teach you a new famous quote. Nothing is difficult in the world as long as you are willing to give up. Audience. Ha 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 ha, I think Xiao Yang's famous quote is right. 666, I can already sense that Xiao Yang is emotionally broken right now. Xiao Xiao put her hands in her pockets, not knowing what her opponent's expression was. He shook his head stubbornly. Live broadcast screen. Li Yong is cooking for Chow Chow. Several episodes of the show were recorded. Li Yong's cooking skills have made a qualitative leap. At this time, He was taking out a pair of golden brown ribs from a high-end oven and placing them on an exquisite plate, as well as various slices of ham, and even topped with exquisite caviar. There is no funding limit for this period, so he followed his usual eating habits. Barrage scrolling. Tisk tisk, the price of this meal at Li Yong in Chow Chow's house is enough for me to eat for half a month. I just glanced at the packaging of this ham. It's imported. This slice is enough to buy a whole meal for me. Hey, other people's life is called living, while mine is just survival. Li Yong put the prepared lunch on the dining table, shouted, "Son, come and eat." Chow Chow walked out of the study with a gloomy expression. I was still upset about what happened in the morning. Li Yong looked at Chow Chow, who was unhappy, and said something serious. Are you still angry about what happened this morning? Dad is doing this for your own good. Professor Deng is right. There are always people better than you. You have to keep working hard and can't stop at your current achievements. Look at Xiao Xiao. She has 2 drawers full of awards, but she hasn't even posted any of them. How humble she is. What? Chow Chow suddenly raised his head and looked at his father in surprise. Li Yong took the mobile phone next to him. I found the picture of Xiaoxiu's 2 drawers of award certificates on Weibo and handed it to Chow Chow. Look at this. Li Yong got angry when he thought about this. I never saw that little girl Xiao Xiao studying. How can you be so awesome? Those certificates are what many students and parents dream of. She actually used it as scratch paper. Hey. Li Yong glanced at Chow Chow again. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Chow Chow looked at the pictures on his phone in silence. I don't know what you are thinking. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Li Yong and said, Dad, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I will try my best. Li Yong smiled comfortingly. Yes, as long as we work harder, we will definitely surpass her. My dear son, your love for you is not in vain, and your money spent on training you is not in vain. Come on, eat. There will be a live broadcast this afternoon, a one-on-one session with netizens, so you have to perform well. This scene made many young people frown. Barrage scrolling. Although my parents aren't that rich, they don't push me to study every day, which I think is great. Xiao Xiao is one of those people who has a sharp mind. Even without studying, she's still a top student. She's really not comparable to ordinary kids. This puts too much pressure on Chow Chow. Then, the screen in the live broadcast room switched. Ding Li and Chow Chow, father and son, were also eating. In the last recording of the show, Yang Yang behaved unusually sensibly due to the hardships of life. But in just 1 week, Yang Yang was spoiled by his grandparents and returned to his old ways. Yang Yang insisted on looking at his phone while eating. Ding Ligang put away his phone. Yang Yang started crying and making a fuss, refusing to eat. He even lost his temper and threw the bowl to the ground. The audience in the live broadcast room was surprised. Fuck, it's like going back to the pre-liberation era this week. I finally became more sensible, but now I'm back to being a naughty kid again. You can't let the elderly take care of children. The older generation is close, and most elderly people will spoil the children. Parents have to stop them from educating them. Fuck, if you don't want to eat it, then don't eat it. If you were at my house, I would just take the bowl away and no one else would eat it. You're spoiled. Soon, amid the cheers of the audience, the scene in the live broadcast room returned to Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's home. In the kitchen, the pot began to bubble. Xiao Xiao took her hands out of her pockets and stood on the small stool. She held the plate in her left hand. In his right hand he held a pair of long chopsticks. Take out the egg dumplings from the pot one by one. Place them one by one on a plate and sprinkle with a few green chives. Yellow egg dumplings with green chives. You know what, the color is beautiful and it really looks like the real thing. Xiao Xiao muttered to herself, gold ingots. Then, Xiao Xiao picked up another empty plate with her left hand. Take the baby cabbage out of the pot and place them on the plate one by one. Pour the prepared seasoning on the baby cabbage. Red chili peppers and white minced garlic are placed on top of the steaming baby cabbage. It really makes people hungry. Xiao Xiao muttered, mashed baby cabbage with garlic. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Damn, this really looks like it. Everyone immediately changed from their previous disdain to taking it seriously. I want to see how Xiao Xiao will cook the next 3 dishes. Xiao Xiao took out a bag of shrimp paste from the refrigerator. Use scissors to cut a slit in the top of the bag. With a gentle squeeze, the shrimp slips into the soup in the pot and takes shape. Then, Xiao Xiao took a big soup bowl. Use chopsticks to pick up 2 round tomatoes and place them in the bowl. Using kitchen shears, chop the tomatoes in the bowl. Scoop the cooked shrimp into a bowl. He scooped 2 large spoonfuls of soup from the pot into the bowl and sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions on it. Suddenly, a large bowl of steaming soup appeared on the stove like magic. There are tomatoes and shrimp paste in the bowl. There were oil and chopped green onions floating on the surface of the soup. The red and green colors are very beautiful. The third dish is done. Xiao Xiao handed the soup bowl to the photographer with both hands and said sweetly, "Uncle, could you please help me put this tomato and shrimp soup on the table?" At this point, the photographer's expression had changed from mockery at first to complete shock. Nodding his head blankly, he took the soup from Xiaoxiao's hand and walked quickly towards the restaurant. Xiao Yang took a look and sat up from the sofa. "Is this done?" He slowly stood up and walked towards the dining table, saying with a grin on his face, "Xiao Xiao, don't worry. No matter how bad your cooking is, I will give you face and eat a bite. But it's just one bite." At this time, he walked to the dining table and looked into the soup bowl. "What the hell? What's going on? This looks pretty good." The photographer rolled his eyes. "What a great deal, it's simply explosive. You should go and have a look." With that, the two of them stepped into the kitchen again. Xiao Xiao was pouring soy sauce into a large iron pot. Then the beef, chicken wings, and potatoes in the pot changed color. Xiao Xiao added 2 chili peppers, Sichuan peppercorns, and star anise. A few minutes passed. She took the chicken wings out of the pot, place it on a plate and sprinkle a handful of sesame seeds on the surface. He said, "Dad, I named this dish Dapen spreading wings. Does it sound good?" Xiao Xiao handed the chicken wings in her hand to the stunned Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang blinked and blurted out something. "What the hell? Awesome!" Xiao Xiao ignored Xiao Yang's shock. "There's one last dish left." She used a spatula to mash the soft-boiled potatoes directly in the pot. Turn on high heat, stir-fry a few times and collect the sauce. A potato beef stew is ready. Wash, cut and cook. 5 courses, 50 minutes in total. Xiao Xiao jumped off the stool and took her apron. Shout out, 1 pot, 5 dishes, done. Live broadcast room barrage. The layers of comments can only be summed up in one word: awesome. Under the shocked gazes of Xiao Yang and the photographer, Xiao Xiao pointed at the dishes on the table and said with a proud expression, "How is it? Dad, I made 5 dishes. Gold ingots, baby cabbage with garlic paste, rock spreading its wings, beef stew with potatoes, and tomato and shrimp soup. 5 dishes, all in one pot. I researched them carefully. As the saying goes, a good dish should have good color, aroma, and taste." The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the table full of dishes. Even though I couldn't smell anything, just looking at the colors of the dishes made my mouth water. Xiao Xiao is a natural at slacking off. Without 10 years of slacking off experience, you can't do something like this. The guy above, Xiao Xiao, is only 7 years old. How can she have 10 years of experience? But even if I had 10 years of experience, I wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Xiao Xiao, this repetitive process utilization rate, it would be a pity not to write code. Xiao Xiao, you make me feel that my hands can also make such dishes. Ha, ha, this? I spent the whole afternoon preparing 4 dishes, and you only made 5 in 50 minutes? I'm so upset. At this time, Xiao Yang and the photographer were ready to pick up their chopsticks and start eating. Xiao Xiao asked the photographer, "Uncle, didn't you order takeout? Is it here yet?" After Xiao Xiao reminded him, the photographer finally remembered. "Oh, yes. I also have takeout." Xiao Yang actually ordered takeout secretly. I just heard him talking loudly on the phone. "Hey, writer brother. Don't want the takeout I bought, I'll give you a snack at noon." Audience? Photographer? Xiao Xiao, where is the fatherly love you promised? We agreed that no matter how bad Xiaoxiao's cooking is, we should still give her face? Secretly ordering takeout? Xiao Yang laughed and said to Xiao Xiao, "I'm worried you'll be hungry, right? It's called being prepared." As he said that, he picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks. Enjoy the meal. Although it is not extremely delicious, but it's pretty good. Watching Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao eating with relish, the photographer joined in with a pair of sunglasses. At this time, dong dong dong. Who is it? Take out. I'll leave it at your door. The photographer brought his takeaway food into the house. Open plastic bags and takeout containers. A serving of dry fried beef noodles. Although the merchant was very conscientious and gave a lot of shredded beef, but it's still far inferior to the big lumps of braised beef made by Xiao Xiao. He immediately threw it aside. At this time, the screen in the live broadcast room switched to the observation room. The host Xiao AI took a sip of water and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a way of cooking. It's really interesting. Judging from the expressions on Xiao Yang and the photographer's faces, it tastes pretty good." Then, Xiao AI asked Wei Cheng, "Wei Cheng, as a father, do you usually cook for your children?" Wei Cheng, dressed fashionably, doesn't really look like a father who usually cooks for his children. The barrage is also scrolling. Celebrities like these usually have nannies at home. They don't need to cook for themselves, they just pay the money. Facing the camera, Wei Cheng thought for a while. He chose the answer he thought was best. I do it occasionally. However, he is busy 365 days a year, so how can he not be busy? It's mainly because I'm too busy and I really don't have time. But I was shocked when I saw Xiaoxio's cooking method just now. It's quick and easy. I'll learn it when I get home. Wei Cheng's words immediately excited many of his fans. Hahaha, Wei Cheng is so cute, he even wants to learn how to cook from Xiao Xiao. I feel that Wei Cheng is a down-to-earth father who treats his children well. Wei Cheng's words made Principal Shi on the side say with disdain, "Ha, what's so good about learning this cooking method? Xiao Xiao is a clever little girl, but she doesn't use her intelligence in the right way. She only uses it for these little tricks." This made Su Jiajia very dissatisfied. She raised her eyes and said in an unhappy tone, "Principal Shi, are you prejudiced against Xiao Xiao? Why is her intelligence not being used properly?" Principal Shi snorted, pointing at the table full of dishes on the screen. "Anyone who cooks often knows that if you stew this pot, the flavor will definitely mix. The reason we do this is to save trouble. You've learned to do things so easily at such a young age. You're not down to earth at all. What will you do when you grow up? Also, as a father, Xiao Yang is extremely irresponsible. Everyone knows that takeout food is not good for children. It contains additives and gutter oil. Look at Cheokeo's father. He even goes to the imported supermarket to buy food for his children. They all make healthy food with less oil and salt. Look at Xiao Yang, and the contrast becomes clear." Su Jiajia snorted softly. "Look at how delicious Xiao Yang and the photographer are eating. It's not that delicious, but it's not that bad either. It's not as bad as you say. If you want to eat fine food, go to a high-end restaurant and hire a professional chef. It's quite good for a child to be able to do this. And imported Western food, low in oil and salt, is considered healthy, but Chinese food isn't? As an elementary school principal, what kind of theory is that? And Xiao Yang, like me, has a bad relationship with the kitchen. The kitchen explodes when I cook. There's nothing wrong with ordering takeout. Xiao Yang also ordered something from a high-end restaurant. Maybe it's cleaner than what I make myself. If you make it yourself, you're more likely to drop the rag into the pot. You can't use this as an excuse to say Xiao Yang isn't a good father." The barrage scrolls. "Hahaha, Jia and I are just like each other, we don't get along with the kitchen. Hey, I don't know where this weird trend came from, but whenever Chinese food is mentioned, it's said to be unhealthy. Whenever Caucasian food is mentioned, it's said to be low in oil and salt and unhealthy. Our ancestors have been eating it for thousands of years, so there's nothing unhealthy about it." In the observation room, the guests had different opinions. But online, many food bloggers have heard the news and followed suit. For a time, netizens were following the trend everywhere on the internet. 6 dishes in one pot. There are even 10 dishes in one pot. At this time, the host Xiao AI looked at the guests and they all said the same thing. The next process begins. "Dear audience, we have a special event next." This morning, many viewers called the production team to inquire about the subsequent plot of The Lost Tomb. After a meeting and discussion by the program team, there will be a live interactive session between guests and netizens. The 4 groups of families are divided into 4 live broadcast rooms, and everyone can connect with their favorite families. The host Xiao AI finished speaking. Images from 4 live broadcast rooms immediately appeared on the big screen. The observation room appears in the form of a picture-in-picture in a corner of each live broadcast room. The live broadcast room of Dingli and his son Yang Yang attracted 500,000 viewers. There are 800,000 viewers in the live broadcast room of Daishuan and his daughter Niuniu. 2 million viewers flocked to the live broadcast room of Li Yong and his son Chao Chao, and Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room. Since it opened, there has been a large influx of visitors. The number of people watching is growing. 100W, 200W, 300W, 600W. Among the staff who are observing the data, he yelled, "Fuck!" Wang Dao patted his shoulder from behind. He looked as if he understood everything. "Don't make a fuss. Be prepared. The number of people can double. Don't let the server crash." Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao appeared on the live broadcast screen. The barrage keeps scrolling. "Fuck, brothers, please stop pushing and let me connect with one. Brothers, come and listen to stories. Do you want melon seeds? Peanuts? Popcorn? You don't know, I secretly took a look at The Lost Tomb at work, and I can never forget its appearance. My boss asked me to accompany a client this afternoon, and I said fuck it, clients are not as important as listening to my godfather's storytelling." At this time, the backstage director cut the video of the first audience member into the big screen. A man with a slick back hair appears in the picture, leaning on a leather sofa. "Man, hello. Xiao Yang, hello. Xiao Xiao, hello, uncle." This man, who looked like a successful man, had a smile on his face. It's not that he is naturally fond of laughing, but the first time he saw The Grave Robber's pen written by Xiao Yang, he knew the value of this book. This is simply a money tree. Who cannot smile when seeing a money tree? The man's calm voice sounded, "Hello, Xiao Yang, I am the general manager of the Kidian website of Yuan Group. I'm sorry, I can't find your personal contact information, so I can only contact you this way. I didn't expect it to actually connect. I want to talk to you about cooperation." The general manager discussed the contract in this way for a purpose. He knew that everyone would want to get a piece of the pie with such a good book. Then he should step forward and let those small companies see who dares to compete with a big online literature company like him for talent. This will save you a lot of trouble. Indeed, there were quite a few online literature editors in the audience, and all of them wanted to sign a contract with Xiao Yang. However, the general managers of the leading websites and reading websites in the online literature industry have all sent out invitations. Is there any hope for these small websites? I can only watch the fun. Before the man finished speaking, Xiao Yang said, "Hello, let's talk about this in private." He hasn't thought about signing the contract yet, so there's no rush. Such a stunning work. Xiao Yang must plan the best conditions for himself. In the past, this book was adapted into several TV series. It has made several celebrities famous. This involves many copyright issues and cannot be given up easily. On the other end of the video, the man said, "Okay, I'll wait." After saying that, the man logged off. After a while, another netizen connected online. A white and fat middle-aged man appeared on the screen. When he opened his mouth, his voice was a little sharp. When he saw Xiao Yang, he immediately smiled, clasped his fists and bowed. "Oh my God, I'm finally connected. Brothers, please give me away." His eyes are a little small, and they bend when he smiles. He said to Xiao Yang, the author, "I saw the first chapter of the book you wrote in the live broadcast room this morning. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. I was so worried that I didn't even eat lunch. Look, my face has gotten smaller. Can you tell me what that monster is?" When this elder brother asked this question, the live broadcast room, which was bustling just now, immediately became quiet. The barrage also disappeared instantly. Everyone comes to this live broadcast room with only one purpose, which is to know the plot of the Lost Tomb in advance. At this time, Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. "I found something in the other party's video," he said. "Put the book aside for now. Bring the bottle behind you closer for me to see." This. The fat man turned and pointed at a bottle. Xiao Yang, yes, that's it. The God-level treasure appraisal skill given to him by the system came into play at this time. It allows him to identify the age, quality, and origin of various antiques at a glance. The man held the bottle in front of him and aimed the camera at it, asking in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang first asked about the origin of the bottle. Where did this bottle come from? When the man heard this, his smile disappeared and he said seriously, "My mother's last words to me before she died. They say it's some kind of heirloom." "Oh, my family was so poor when I was little, how could I possibly have an heirloom? If I had it, I would have traded it for rice when we were struggling to make ends meet. But since my mother told me to keep it safe before she died, I dared not disobey her and kept it." After hearing this, Xiao Yang roughly understood. Said, "Show me the bottom of the bottle." Live broadcast room barrage scrolling. "Fuck, I'm here to listen to books, not to look at bottles. Brother, the connection is off. You've been fooled by Xiao Yang, the main thread is off. Stop looking at the bottle and keep asking about the book." There was a lot of opposition in the live broadcast room. The big brother who was connected to the network slapped his head when he saw the barrage. Yes, each audience member only has 5 minutes to connect. It's already halfway through. What is he doing? How could I be fooled by Xiao Yang? He was about to wave goodbye. Xiao Yang said loudly, "Fuck, this is a great product that opens the door at first glance." The eldest brother was suddenly frightened by Xiao Yang's words. "What do you mean? What do you mean by open the door?" "I didn't open the door." Xiao Yang explained Kaiman is a term in the antique collecting world, which means getting straight to the point. One glance to open the door means one glance to open the door. In this world, treasure appraisal shows are not that popular yet. There are even fewer treasure appraisal hosts, almost none. Antique collecting is only popular in a small circle. Therefore, the vast majority of netizens do not understand the professional terms of treasure appraisal. This time, the man was confused. The little eyes that had been squinting just now opened for the first time. He asked with a shocked tone, "You mean, this is an antique?" Xiao Yang nodded and said affirmatively, "Bingo. You are right." The man asked again, "How much is this worth?" Xiao Yang glanced at the vase in the video again and said, "This is a famille rose vase from the Yongjing period of the Qing dynasty. The bottle has a beautiful curve. The bottle also features a painting of Spring Dawn in the Han Palace by a Ming Dynasty painter, one of the 10 most famous paintings handed down from ancient times. It is considered the finest among the Yongjing family rose gall bladder vases, and has a very high research and collection value. It's worth it. Xiao Yang kept the question in suspense. Make an 8 gesture with your hands. An antique appeared in the live broadcast room, which immediately excited the audience. What's going on? Aren't we supposed to be telling stories? Why are we suddenly appraising treasures? Is this true? 8 what 8? 80,000? The one above, what's an antique worth 80,000? Learn from me, be bold, and go for 800,000. The big brother on the other end of the video looked at the bottle in his hand, then looked at Xiao Yang's gesture. I was a little confused for a moment. He said blankly, 8,000. It's not that he didn't have the courage to guess, but his mother died of illness. There was no money for medical treatment and he died in pain. If this thing is really worth money, why didn't you take it out to treat the disease at that time? At this time, Xiao Yang curled the corners of his mouth. He shook his finger again and said, 8 million. What? Everyone was shocked. To all the audiences who were still thinking about Xiao Yang's storytelling just now, at this time, I heard 8 million. I had long forgotten about the grave robber's pen. No matter what, novels are always imaginary and unrealistic. Nothing is as fragrant as this real thing. 8 million? This is money that an ordinary person can't earn back in several lifetimes. Barrage surges. Awesome. This is so fucking exciting. I just questioned my mother, but she refused to admit that there were any old items at home. Hee, the one upstairs, my family has one. When my family was fleeing famine, we found a bowl on the road. It looks quite old. I'll connect with Xiao Yang later and ask him to take a look. Damn, this guy's ancestors should have been very wealthy, but they fell into poverty. No way? Is Xiao Yang really that powerful? He said he's worth this much money. Is that true? The person above, I'm an archaeologist. A while ago, an auction house I follow sold a similar bottle for 12 million. In the other party's live broadcast room, fat man holding a bottle. I don't know if she was crying for joy or thinking about something sad. The rough man suddenly burst into tears, singing to myself. There is only one good mother in the world, and a child with a mother is like a treasure. The sound isn't bad, it's just that none of the 5 notes are in tune. Xiao Xiao, who was sitting next to Xiao Yang, hurriedly covered her ears with her 2 little hands. Dad, this uncle's singing is so bad. Xiao Yang, ahem. Hey bro, the 5-minute connection time is up. See you later. After the eldest brother went offline, the backstage staff quickly connected the third guest. The other party's screen lit up, and it was a beautiful young lady. Quickly, she flipped the screen over. Critical hit. A pair of white, slippery long legs, with exquisite nail polish and bare feet on the floor. Holy crap. Xiao Yang is a young man full of vigor and vitality. Although there is a girl named Xiao Xiao, she is adopted. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Who can stand this? At this time, a delicate female voice appeared from the opposite side. Ah, is this connected? Such a gentle female voice and such beautiful legs made Xiao Yang's mouth curl up unconsciously. All the men in the live broadcast room felt as if they had been electrocuted. The whole body feels numb and tingling, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Keep brushing the barrage. Fuck, this leg is so hard to hold. I can play with it for a whole year. This girl's voice gives me goosebumps. Honestly, the guy upstairs, is all you get goosebumps? Although there are many male audiences here, it is still a parent-child variety show after all. There are still quite a few female viewers. As soon as I heard the woman's voice, I felt uncomfortable all over. Especially after taking a look at how this woman is dressed, exposing her thighs during the live broadcast. How can she be a good woman? Only women understand women. This woman is definitely not a good person. Dead clamp. When the program team connects, can you please review it? This is a parent-child variety show. Anyone can be on it? It will lead the children astray. Whether it can lead the child astray is hard to say, but it can lead the child's father astray. Look at the men in the live broadcast room, they all stood up excitedly. Program team, quickly change the link person. Director's room. Director Wang looked at the dense barrage of comments. Look at the white legs on the big screen again. Change? What do you want to change? The guests for the live broadcast were all selected blindly, and he didn't choose them intentionally. Meeting is fate. Such beautiful legs, it would be a shame not to look at them. After all, he is a man. And it's quite topical. Topics are traffic. At this time, Xiao Yang didn't pay attention to the barrage in the live broadcast room. He picked up the cup beside him and took a tactical sip of water. Imitating the other person's voice, he unconsciously clamped it up with a pleasant tone. Yes, girl, come in. Audience, holy crap. Xiao Yang's face. The male and female guests are being treated with double standards, right? Xiao Xiao is still sitting there. Don't be afraid of leading children astray. The woman on the other side had just crossed her legs. At this time, he put one leg down from the other, turned around and picked up an exquisite box, saying, I have a piece of jade here, a treasure passed down from my ancestors. I want you to see if you can open the door. After saying that, he opened the box, revealing a piece of jade inside. The jade was carved into the shape of a cicada, but the carving was not very detailed. Audience. What kind of treasure is this? It's carved so ugly. What's so ugly about the one upstairs? What do you know? Ancient craftsmanship has limitations. It might be an old thing. How much is this worth? In fact, there are many experts hidden in the live broadcast room. My attention was just now on the beautiful woman's legs, but as soon as the box was opened, he gasped. But none of these people spoke nonsense. As if they had discussed it beforehand, they were waiting for Xiao Yang's answer. Xiao Yang glanced at the contents of the box. At first, I was secretly shocked, but it's not noticeable on his complexion. Still smiling gently, he said, Girl, your treasure is not clear in the box. Take it out and hold it in your hand. Find a place with better lighting to look at it. It's better to use something lighter in color as a contrast. The woman opposite moved the jade in her hand as Xiao Yang said, Woman, is this okay? Xiao Yang, no, move a little to the left. Woman, here. Xiao Yang, no, I still can't see clearly, move a little further to the left. The two went back and forth several times. Finally, the woman placed the jade on her thigh. There was a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Is this okay? Xiao Yang chuckled and said, Sure, sure. Completely forgetting about his daughter beside him. Xiao Xiao, although small, knows everything. At this time, she said with contempt in her tone, Dad, do you want to see the jade or do you want to see Auntie's thighs? Ha ha ha. Xiaoxio's words made the woman laugh like a silver bell. Many parents in the live broadcast room posted comments. Basically, they all scolded Xiao Yang for being dishonest. In front of the child, he looked at the girl so brazenly. In Xiao Yang's mind, the audience's emotional level continued to rise. Even Director Wan couldn't bear to watch it anymore. He was so smug just now, but now he has a bitter face. I cursed Xiao Yang in my heart. Young people are indeed frivolous. It's really not as good as a middle-aged man. He can just watch such things secretly. It would be terrible if the program was warned in a while. He was about to call Xiao Yang and ask him to tone it down. Xiao Yang's expression had changed and he became serious. Girl, your treasure really opens the door at first sight. It's an old thing. It's from the Han Dynasty. Do you know what this thing is used for? The woman said delicately, I don't know, but I know it was passed down from our ancestors. I'd like to ask how much it's worth. Xiao Yang continued, the value of this thing is very high in the archaeological world. Some time ago, a foreign auction sold it for 10 million. Yours is of comparable quality. When the woman heard this, she immediately laughed and said with joy, So much money? Even the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned once again. Fuck, it's 2 million more expensive than the last one. So many people have heirlooms, why don't I have one? Rich sister, look at me, I'm a dark-skinned 185 sports student, I'm at your command. Ahem, the person upstairs, where are the traditional virtues? Where are the propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame? Where is the address? At this time, Xiao Yang changed the subject. But what? The woman asked, did you see it wrong? Xiao Yang curled the corners of his mouth and supported his head with his right hand. This jade is a good thing, but it's a burial object. It's a burial offering, or something held in the tomb owner's mouth. It's called a jade. Tell me, how did this dead person's thing, which was buried dozens of meters underground, become your family heirloom? When the woman heard it, she thought it was something from a dead person's mouth. Screamed in fright. He immediately threw the things in his hands far away. All I heard was a click sound from the other side. The jade was broken. Then came the sound of a woman sobbing. At this time, faced with such a reversal, no audience in the live broadcast room was joking anymore. Silence. Xiao Yang scratched his hair, frowned and said, Girl, your jade is a second-level cultural relic of China. According to the current criminal law, the penalty for buying and selling it is 5 years. You are deliberately destroying cultural relics. Oh no, your sentence will be doubled again. 10 years. Xiao Yang gestured with his 2 index fingers. Like a cross, it was imprinted on the woman's body. The woman was frightened and cried even harder. She burst into tears and said, This is not mine, it belongs to my husband. I don't know what it is. He gave it to me a few days ago and told me it was quite expensive and asked me to keep it well. I just saw you appraising a treasure, and I want to know how much this thing is worth. Ugh, this is really none of my business. Woo. At this moment, no one in the live broadcast room paid attention to the woman's thighs anymore. The barrage was full of shock. Holy crap! 10 years! What a reversal! 10 million for 10 years. I think it's a good deal. 1 million a year, not a loss. What are you thinking? The guy upstairs. Illegally trading cultural relics means not only do you have to go in and use the sewing machine, but you also have to hand over the items. Okay, beauty is a real disaster. She's pretty but brainless. Such a good thing should be kept safe. Why show it off? Look, your husband has been implicated by you. So when you look for a woman, don't look for one with big breasts and no brains. The one upstairs, there's something wrong with you. Xiao Yang was too lazy to listen to her. This world is the same as the previous one. Although there are not many treasure appraisal programs, in times of peace and prosperity, the trading of antiques and cultural relics is still very frequent in some circles. Many people will take risks for money. Xiao Yang was upset by the woman's crying. He was in a completely different mood than before and pouted. Girl, 5 minutes are almost up. The woman said, wait. So what's next? I'm not really going to jail, am I? I'm still young. If I come out of prison after 10 years, I'll be too old to get married. Audience, fuck, didn't you just say it was your husband's thing? You made up a husband, didn't you? Haha, these women will call you husband as long as you give them money? Xiao Yang said without further ado, in a word, leniency to those who confess, severity to those who resist. Miss, I advise you to turn yourself in as soon as possible and explain the whole story of what happened to the things. If you cooperate well, it's not impossible to reduce your sentence by a few years. Come out, with your beautiful legs, you can still find an honest man to marry. Audience, honest man? Puff. The water in Wang Dao's mouth spurted out. This Xiao Yang. Everything was fine at the beginning, but something went wrong later. At this time, the number of viewers in the other 3 groups of family live broadcast rooms has remained stable at around hundreds of thousands. Only in Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room, the number of viewers is about to exceed 10 million. Someone spread the news of Xiao Yang's live treasure appraisal online. More and more people from all walks of life came to watch the fun. The popularity is rising sharply. Fuck, I thought it was a live parent-child variety show discussing parenting, but it turned out to be a treasure appraisal show. The one above, I thought it was a treasure appraisal program, but it turned out to be a legal scene. This effect is amazing. Could it be arranged by the production team? Is that thing real? Director Wang looked at the barrage of comments filling the screen. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hee. The effect of the show? Can you give me a show like this? Ding ding. Director Wang's phone rang. He picked up the phone, and as soon as he heard what the other party said, his attitude immediately became respectful. Oh, Uncle Hat. What just now? This isn't a show effect. I don't have that ability. Welcome to the live broadcast room. Director Wang put down the phone. The staff on the side looked at him quietly. Is there still an audience? Director Wang glanced at the machine and saw more and more audiences lining up, waiting to be connected. He raised his right hand and took a look. Even. Why not? We didn't do anything wrong. Isn't this helping Uncle Hat catch the bad guys? Immediately following, in Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room, connected with the 4th viewer. The other person's screen shook for a while, but the image soon stabilized. The picture is dim. Looking closely, I saw a gray and dirty jar on the opposite side. A voice came from the screen. Hello, Xiao Yang. I have an heirloom here, and I want you to take a look at it. The other party only heard the voice but did not see the person. Xiao Yang was stunned. There was obviously something wrong. How could a serious and honest person have so many thoughts? Xiao Yang leaned back, a sneer on his face. Cow, it's an heirloom again. Can you come up with a different excuse next time? The man chuckled. It's really inherited from my ancestors. Barrage surges. Fuck, where are you? Why don't you show your face? Ha, another inherited thing? How can there be so many inherited things? What does Xiao Yang mean? Is this also a punishment? Xiao Yang paused slightly and pointed at the screen. Turn on the light, shine some light, and turn the jar around. The man followed Xiao Yang's instructions and turned the jar around. Xiao Yang then asked, how many inscriptions are there? The man pointed at the jars and counted them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Xiao Yang added, take a toothbrush, dip it in some water and brush it. The man paused, can this be brushed? Xiao Yang sneered, don't pretend, come, I'll teach you. Use a toothbrush with some water to scrub the lines, otherwise I can't see clearly. The man brushed his toothbrush repeatedly, mumbling, this isn't easy to brush. Xiao Yang frowned and said, of course this old thing is hard to brush, use force. This thing can't be damaged by brushing. I'll let you familiarize yourself with the process in advance. Xiao Yang's words instantly excited the audience. How many years has this thing been around? Haha, brother, you are really brave. You dare to connect online. No wonder you dare not show your face. Broaden your horizons. Xiao Yang's live broadcast room is a place for broadening your horizons. At this time, the other party's contact said while brushing, "Oh, Xiao Yang, don't scare me, this thing is really an heirloom." But the voice was calm and steady, and there was no sign of fear. You can tell from the moment you hear him that he is a veteran in society. The person connected took a toothbrush and gradually brushed out the base color of the can in his hand. The jar, covered in dust and mud, was brushed open with a wet toothbrush. The red rust underneath is revealed. Xiao Yang said, "Move the camera back a little." The person connected took a step back, revealing a portion of the jar. Xiao Yang pointed at the patterns on the jar. "The pattern on your jar is called Doughty pattern. It's a bronze artifact. You know about bronze artifacts, right?" The other party remained silent. Xiao Yang curled his lips slightly and sneered. "I thought to myself, you are still pretending." Xiao Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Then I'll give you and the audience some scientific knowledge. Bronzeware is an alloy of red copper and certain chemical elements. It is cast into a golden color and used as a container for objects. It was used by the ancient nobility. After being unearthed, it rusted in the air over time and turned into bronze, hence the name bronze. Anyone who has studied history should know that bronzeware first appeared in China during the Xia dynasty, was most widely used during the Shang dynasty, and was gradually replaced by pottery during the Qin and Han dynasties." After hearing what Xiao Yang said, the audience were all shocked. At this time, the other party's contact whispered, "Bronze, then what?" The chair behind Xiao Yang fell over. "Tell me, where did it come from?" "Connector, it's inherited from our ancestors. It's really inherited from our ancestors." Xiao Yang raised his right arm and gave the other party a thumbs up. "Good job." Then he continued, "This is called a ji, an ancient drinking vessel, made of bronze, similar in shape to a zun but smaller, or with a lid. This is a beast-faced ji from the late Shang dynasty. Well, your family used this to store wine 3,000 years ago, right?" This scene caused the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room to scroll. "Fuck, so this is a bronze artifact. I don't go to museums very often, but this time I learned a lot from watching Xiao Yang's live broadcast. This person is really arrogant. He actually dares to connect these things. Hey, everyone knows the internet is a lawless place. These people are lawless lunatics. How brave they are. Come on and show off." The other side. The wilderness. In an abandoned unfinished building. There was a faint light in a basement. The person connected on the video is sitting in this room. He was holding a cigarette, staring at his phone and laughing. "It seems that my idea was right. There are quite a few people in the industry hiding in Xiao Yang's live broadcast room. This takes just a few minutes. I have received private messages from several buyers, but he still needs to consider the price. Sure enough, I am a genius. In the past, if you wanted to find a buyer, you had to look everywhere and it would take 1 or 2 months to find a suitable one. Sometimes you have to pay a large fee to the middleman. It just so happens that the goods this time are so great. You must quickly sell what you have and run away. Let him see Xiao Yang appraising treasures live." He immediately thought of this method of letting the buyer find him. Really? In just a few minutes, the buyer arrived. How fast and convenient. What about safety issues? Haha, isn't there a saying that the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish? He didn't show his face. Besides, who could find me in this dirt pit in the wilderness? There's not even a signal. And those uncles in hats would never think of waiting for the live broadcast of parent-child variety shows. The contact took a look at the private message, paused, and continued asking, "Brother Xiao, whether you believe it or not, this is an heirloom. I just want to ask how much this thing is worth." Xiao Yang sneered. "This thing, it's really worth a lot of money. It will provide you with food and drink for the rest of your life." When the caller heard this, he wondered if it could take care of the next life? "That's fine." He hurriedly asked, "What about the next life? How much is that? Tens of millions?" He spent a lot of effort to dig this thing out, so it should be more valuable than the jade above. The audience in the live broadcast room also began to make their own guesses. With prices like these, to have enough food and drink for the rest of your life, wouldn't it cost tens of millions? The one above, "Your life seems to be different from mine. A few million is enough for me." Fuck, they actually gave me a quote. Why didn't Xiao Yang call the police? This is a national cultural relic. If it gets lost overseas, it would be a loss for the country. The program crew, too, isn't this just giving criminals a leg up? They're even giving them free identification. In fact, these viewers don't know. Xiao Yang has his own arrangements. At this time, Xiao Yang curled up the corner of his mouth into a sneer. After you go in, you won't have to worry about food and drink in your next life. Audience 6666. So this is what my next life will be like. Amazing. It turns out this jar is a jar for those who spend their life in prison. At this time, Xiao Xiao came in skipping from outside the house. She shook Xiao Yang's little arm and said coquettishly, "Isn't this uncle finished yet?" What Xiao Xiao said was very ambiguous. It made many viewers laugh. But everyone thought it was just childish talk and didn't take it seriously, just laugh it off. At the same time, the contact received a private message. A colleague gave him a price using jargon. 100 million. Holy crap. The person who connected the line was secretly delighted. Xiao Yang's live broadcast room is pretty good, there are a lot of rich people there. This price is exactly his dream price. He didn't take Xiao Yang's words seriously. However, Xiao Yang planned to delay for a while. At this time, 5 minutes were up. Xiao Yang said to the camera, "Director, don't cut off this connection yet. I would like to give this elder brother some advice." The staff member glanced at Director Wang. Wang Dao was no longer as relaxed as before, and his face looked very heavy. Listen to Xiao Yang. Of course, Director Wang understood what Xiao Yang meant. This connection has just begun. The police in the live broadcast room have already paid attention to the person who connected the call and located him at the same time. However, the positioning technology in this world is just beginning and is not yet well developed, so it will take some time to develop. Not only that, when Xiao Xiao just left the room, he also went to call the police. Xiao Yang had previously used his fingers to write 3 numbers on Xiaoxio's leg. Xiaoxio's clever little head immediately understood what her father meant. He immediately left the room and called the police using his phone watch. The reason why Xiao Yang asked Xiao Xiao to call the police, because he believed Xiao Xiao could explain it clearly. At the same time, the child's departure will not attract the attention of the contact person and will not alert the enemy. At this time, the other party's contact was so happy when he saw the price of the bronzeware. He said happily, "Thanks, brother, give me some extra time." Xiao Yang paused and said, "Brother, since you said this is an heirloom, then you should send it to them now while the museum is still open. Remember, if you deliver it early, you will be a hero." It was delivered late. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by the other party. "Brother Xiao, time is precious, let's not talk about this for now. There's one more thing I want you to help me with." The person on the other side of the line wanted to take this opportunity to show off a few more things. "We can sell them together and leave as soon as possible." As he spoke, the man opened an exquisite box and revealed what was inside. The barrage surged. "Fuck, and what is this? This thing looks very cruel too." The other side. Inside the professor building of Beijing Peking University, a white-haired old man was standing by the fish tank feeding the fish. This old man is Professor Zhang, a retired professor of archaeology at Beijing University. He is also a leading figure in the Chinese archaeological community. Dong dong, dong dong. There was a rapid knock on the door. "Who is it?" Professor Zhang walked slowly to the door and opened it, seeing his favorite student Suli. This favorite student is now a young professor of archaeology at Beijing University. Professor Zhang opened the door and looked at it with a hint of dissatisfaction. "Why are you rushing over to see me instead of teaching properly? You're in your 60s, yet you're so impatient." Sully supported Professor Zhang and quickly sat down on the sofa. He took out his tablet from his bag and said, "I've asked for leave this afternoon. I have something to talk to you about." "What's wrong?" Mr. Zhang asked hurriedly. Sully opened her tablet, searched for the official website of My Dad is Superman, and found Xiao Yang in Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room. He said, "I saw a trending search online today. It said that a guest on a popular parent-child variety show was live-streaming treasure appraisals online." "What? Online live broadcast of treasure appraisal? Isn't this nonsense?" When Mr. Zhang heard this, he became anxious and stamped his feet angrily. There are so many so-called experts out there who can't even tell the difference when they see the treasure face to face. It's so easy. How many antiques and cultural relics have been destroyed with just one blow of a hammer? It's ridiculous that some people dare to appraise treasures online. People nowadays really do anything to become famous. If I misjudge it, someone might throw it away as trash, or even break it. What a huge loss that would be. Seeing Mr. Zhang's excitement, Lydia Su hurriedly comforted him. "Teacher, don't panic. I just took a look, and that young man seems to have some skills, so I let you take a look." Sully lives a few floors below Mr. Zhang's building. "I found Xiao Yang doing a live broadcast of treasure appraisal." He immediately hurried upstairs. As he spoke, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcast room appeared on the tablet. Mr. Zhang first glanced at the number of people watching in a corner. He counted with his fingers and asked hurriedly, "Sully, how many people are there? Am I blurry-eyed?" 12 million people? Sully didn't notice it at first, but only saw it after Mr. Zhang mentioned it. Yes, 12 million people. Zhang Lao and Sully were both shocked. This number of people was beyond their imagination. They have always thought that archaeology and identification of cultural relics are only enjoyed by professionals like them and in a small circle. I didn't expect so many people were watching in the live broadcast room. And the barrage on the screen keeps scrolling. If Sully hadn't blocked the barrage, she wouldn't be able to see the picture clearly. In recent years, fewer and fewer young people are studying archaeology or historical relics. Today's young people only like new and emerging things. I never thought that maybe they closed this industry. Let outsiders not understand or know. Ordinary people have no channels to learn about these antiques and cultural relics. Unexpectedly, it was broadcast live online. Bringing this mysterious industry to everyone's attention has aroused the interest of so many people. Only then did Mr. Zhang take it seriously. Take out your reading glasses and put them on. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room were identifying bronze artifacts. Mr. Zhang frowned as he listened to Xiao Yang's appraisal. That's right. Both are correct. What Xiao Yang said was absolutely right. He is a man of great ideas. When the other party asked about the price of the bronzeware, Mr. Zhang felt a tightness in his heart. The informant obviously wanted to know the price so he could sell the product and then run away. What Mr. Zhang hates most is the destruction or loss of the treasures of the Chinese ancestors. These are treasures left by our ancestors. I don't care about your next life. Hearing Xiao Yang's answer, Mr. Zhang laughed. Pointing at the tablet, he said, "This kid is pretty good." The other side. In the live broadcast room, the caller ignored Xiao Yang's dissuasion and interrupted him. He took a box from the side and opened it. As he drove, he said, "Brother, I have something here, can you help me take a look?" He aimed the camera at the contents of the box. A piece of jade disc. Xiao Yang was shocked. The treasure appraisal skills given to him by the system can give him an intuition. This jade buy is not simple. But in order to stabilize the connection person, Xiao Yang leaned forward and stared at the jade disc carefully. He slowly said, "Brother, take out the things and face the light." The contact person also took out the jade disc very obediently. Holding it up to the light, you can feel that it is crystal clear. A piece of peerless jade. There are a few words engraved on it. The other party shook the jade disc in his hand without saying anything else. He got straight to the point and said, "Brother Xiao, how much is this worth?" Xiao Yang curled the corners of his mouth. This jade buy looks like something from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. It's worth it. As he spoke, Xiao Yang stretched out his right hand and shook it in the shape of an 8. Barrage scrolling. 8 million? What the hell? What's that guy up there thinking? Something from the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, and he's just giving it away for 8 million? I'm guessing 80 million. No, I think with this brother's skills, it should be 8 years. Hey, the last baby was sentenced to life imprisonment, so what about this 8 years? The audience in the live broadcast room was discussing more and more excitedly. Of course, there were many experts hidden in the live broadcast room, and they were also shocked when they saw this jade buy. A rare treasure. Some people couldn't sit still anymore and started sending private messages to the person they connected with. The caller watched Xiao Yang make an 8 gesture. I was delighted and said happily, 80 million. Before Xiao Yang could answer, Xiao answered from the side, "Uncle, my dad has a habit of making this hand gesture. Doesn't it mean 8? The other party asked doubtfully, "What is that?" As he said this, he imitated Xiao Yang's actions and made an 8 gesture. He gestured towards the camera and said, "Bang bang. Audience, fuck. Death penalty." At this time, the person on the other end of the line opened a private message. Someone made an offer. His goal was achieved. He didn't care what Xiao said, he stood up and said, "Okay, everyone, I'm leaving. We'll never meet again. Bye." Before he could finish the last word bye, the other person's screen suddenly went black. Xiao Yang and everyone else felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Is this running away? All I heard was a noisy sound from the other side. Don't move. Don't move. At this moment, the barrage exploded. What do you mean? Uncle Hat found someone? Fuck. This is the first time I've seen a criminal being apprehended in a livestream. Awesome. It seems the internet isn't a lawless place. Our Uncle Hat is truly amazing. But, how come Uncle Hat was so fast this time? Could it be that they were all hiding and waiting in the live broadcast room? Haha, the saying goes that if God wants you to be destroyed, he must first drive you crazy. This guy on the line is also lighting a light in the toilet, looking for shit, death. The opponent was caught by Uncle Hat and the connection was disconnected. Xiao Yang also stood up and went next door to call director Wang to express his thoughts. This live broadcast can end here. The style of painting has gone awry. The connection to the live broadcast room actually provided convenience for many illegal elements to ship goods. Fortunately, Uncle Hat was helpful this time and quickly caught the criminals. If you don't catch it, or catch it later, isn't the program an accomplice of criminals? When Wang Dao heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. Xiao Yang is right. This traffic cannot be accepted. When it comes to major issues of right and wrong, we still have to be able to distinguish clearly. He listened to Xiao Yang's advice. The connection between Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's audience was immediately cancelled. Now only Dingli and Yang Yang, Dai Chuan and Niu Niu, and Li Yong and Chao Chao are left, and the live broadcast rooms of the three families are still connected. In Dingli and Chao Kao's live broadcast room, the online audience are all parents who are helping their children with homework and have high intracranial blood pressure. These people did not want to communicate with Dingli, but rather wanted to complain to people who shared the same suffering. The person who connected with the conversation said, when it comes to tutoring homework, even Tang Seng would want to kill him. He would pick at the eraser and touch the stationery. The stool felt like it had steel needles on it, making him feel uneasy. This is what the line person said. Ding Li's eyes immediately turned red when he recalled what happened when he was tutoring the child this morning. 6 years of fatherly love disappeared this morning due to a landslide. He suddenly felt that he was sorry for his eldest daughter. He has no idea how hard she works and still blames her for not teaching her younger brother well. In the live broadcast room, there were many comments from parents who were not online. Hey, doing this homework is harder than the day I delivered him by cesarean section. Helping with homework is a temporary thing, but pissing off my parents is the main thing. Who understands? I can't remember a few English words, but I know Ultraman's ancestors by heart. There is no parent who helps their children with their homework. He was able to walk out of the live broadcast room of Dingli and Yang Yang, father and son, with a smile on his face. The other side. There was laughter and joy in the live broadcast room of Dai Chuan and his daughter Niu Niu. The person who connected us was a young lady with a nice voice. Niu Niu's dad, I'm a new mother. Can you teach me how to braid Niu Niu's hair this morning? I've combed the braid for my child several times, but I couldn't do it right. It's too difficult. Dai Chuan, no problem. As he said this, he held Niu Niu's little head in his hands and began to demonstrate patiently. Barrage scrolling. Wow, Niu Niu's father is really good at braiding his child's hair. I think Dai Chuan can become an internet celebrity blogger who specializes in teaching little girls how to comb their hair. I'll be the first to follow him. Arrived at Li Yong in Chao Kao's live broadcast room. The callers are naturally parents who have high expectations for their children's studies. Compared to Xiao Xiao, a natural academic master and a child with superior intelligence. In fact, most of their children are like Chao Chao. Only through a little bit of hard work, the superior vision of parents, elite education, and advanced planning can some results be achieved. Meeting a father and son like Li Yong and Chao Chao is simply a template for them to learn from. Talking about children's education and planning, Li Yong started talking freely. My plans for Chao Chao started when he was 2 or 3 years old. Chao Chao has been attending the most expensive early childhood education in kindergarten since he was young, and now he attends a key primary school. Don't believe in letting things take their course. People are always competing throughout their lives. Although Chao Chao is only 6 years old, he has already started learning equestrianism, golf, English, piano, at an early age. We also plan to attend a prestigious international school in the future. Li Yong's words and experience have won him and Chao Chao countless fans. Many parents in the live broadcast room took notes while listening. If you don't understand anything, just ask online. At the same time, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao received a call from Uncle Hat, inviting them to go to the police station. Xiao Yang knew that it should be about the person who had just stolen and sold cultural relics and was arrested. I need to find him and Xiao Xiao to understand the situation and take a statement. He drove his Ferrari sports car to the police station with Xiao Xiao and the photographer. At the end of the road, the afterglow of the setting sun has slowly set. Night is approaching and the day is drawing to a close. A corner of the live broadcast room. The guests in the observation room also began their last discussion of the day. The host Xiao AI withdrew her gaze from Xiao Yang's latest Ferrari sports car. This sports car costs tens of millions and is limited to the world. The dream car of countless men. The passenger seat of this car is where countless women would fight to get a seat. She secretly envied Xiao Xiao, who was only 6 years old and could sit in the passenger seat of such a luxury car. It's really true that people have different fates. She withdrew her gaze from the big screen and turned to look at Wei Cheng. Wei Cheng's eyes were the same as hers, full of envy. Xiao AI clapped her hands gently, bringing the 3 guests' thoughts back to their senses. Then he said, the connection between the 4 groups of guest fathers, daughters, sons, and the audience just now was really wonderful. Xiao Yang actually has the skill of appraising treasures. That's amazing. Jia, I just noticed that you were extremely engrossed in watching Xiao Yang appraising treasures. Why? You have antique treasures at home too? When Su Jiajia was appraising the treasures, she did think of the 2 vases at home. Someone gave it to her, saying it was an antique, and it was a bit similar to the 8 million bottle that the first guest had. She really wanted to ask director Wang to introduce Xiao Yang to her after the live broadcast and let him take a look. Su Jiajia smiled but said nothing. Wei Cheng took a look and said, "Haha, there is something here." He immediately joked, "Jiajia, you should be cautious when asking Xiao Yang to appraise treasures. Other people can appraise treasures, but he is a criminal." Wei Cheng deliberately emphasized the last word to match his raised eyebrows. It immediately made people understand what he meant. Su Jiajia's face changed slightly. She was just thinking about 8 million. When I heard what Wei Cheng said, I immediately thought of Xiaoxio's 8 gesture bang bang. Indeed, she didn't understand the things her friends gave her. What if it's something fatal? It will be broken. Forget it, life is more important. Barrage scrolling. Ha ha ha, indeed, Wei Cheng is right, Xiao Yang is really cruel. It costs money to have someone appraise a treasure, but it costs my life to have Xiao Yang appraise a treasure. Look at Su Jiajia's face. She's feeling guilty. Ha ha, she's scared. Arrived at the police station. The one who greeted them was the captain of this operation, Captain Li. Captain Li saw Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao coming. He immediately stepped forward and shook Xiao Yang's hands enthusiastically, saying excitedly, "Xiao Yang, welcome, welcome, you're finally here. Is this the little kid Xiao Xiao who called the police?" As he spoke, Captain Li, who was usually dignified, rarely showed his gentle side, patted Xiaoxio's head. "Captain Li, thank you for your timely reporting to the police and your cooperation. This allowed us to quickly track down the criminals and arrest them." After saying that, Captain Li raised his left leg and gave Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao a standard salute. Captain Li had a bright smile on his face. It was not just this arrest that prevented the loss of national treasures. At the same time, it also allowed him and his teammates to be promoted 3 levels in a row. All this is thanks to Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao. At this time, Captain Li picked up a certificate of honor and a stack of bonuses from the table beside him and handed them to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, based on the clues you and Xiao Xiao provided, as well as the value of the cultural relics. This is a certificate of honor and a 100,000 yuan bonus from the state. Captain Li handed the things to Xiao Yang, then patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Don't think this money is too little. Just now, I saw through the window that you came here in a luxury car." Xiao Yang held the heavy bonus in one hand and the certificate in the other. He said solemnly, "Captain Li, what are you talking about? This honor is worth a fortune." Captain Li was stunned. During this period, he also often watched the variety show My Dad is Superman. In the past, he always had opinions about the way post-2000 fathers did things and their ideas on educating children. But what happened today, including what he just said, it made him feel a different Xiao Yang. At this time, Xiao Yang turned around. He bent over halfway, looked down and smiled. He placed the certificate of honor and the bonus in front of her. "Good girl. This time we're working together to call the police, so the reward belongs to us both. One for you, one for me, which one do you choose?" Xiao Yang's actions confused Captain Li, who was standing beside him. At the same time, it also stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone knows that Xiao Xiao is a little bit of a money grubber. "When I have nothing to do, I like to make money and save it to buy all kinds of things I like. 800 figures and more than 1,000 Legos. If she really chose 100,000 yuan, do you really give it to her? 100,000 yuan is nothing for a first-tier city like Shanghai. It's nothing compared to Xiao Yang's current income, but this is not a small amount. Although Xiao Xiao is independent, she is only 6 years old. Such a large sum of money is an astronomical figure for a child. What if you really spend the money recklessly or get cheated?" Barrage scrolling. Although I think there's nothing wrong with giving children New Year's money, giving 100,000 yuan with a wave of the hand like Xiao Yang did is a bit too much. 100,000? You can buy a car with that much money. You rich people, don't you take money seriously? Really, Xiao Yang, this is turning into a dark situation. 100,000 yuan was the betrothal gift my ex-girlfriend asked for. We broke up because my family couldn't afford it. My happiness is nothing more than pocket money for my child in your eyes. This time, even the parents who usually supported Xiao Yang in giving Xiao Xiao pocket money all turned against him. Xiao Yang only felt the audience's emotional value in his head rising rapidly. Captain Li is a straightforward person. He spoke directly about the situation at hand. "Xiao Yang, just keep these 2 things. Anyway, you're both father and daughter, and you're all family." Xiao Yang tilted his head and said from the bottom of his heart, "Father and daughter are also 2 people, each of them is an independent individual. Even a family should be divided into you and me." Xiao Yang's words immediately touched many viewers in front of the screen. In a factory cafeteria, Xiaohua is an assembly line worker. Take advantage of the short time during mealtime to watch the live broadcast. Xiao Yang's words made her eyes moisten. She started working at the age of 16, a girl who had no one to rely on in a foreign land. Working as an assembly line worker in a factory, working 12 hours a day. I work hard and get a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, including food and accommodation. I am 23 years old this year and have been working for 7 years, but the deposit is less than 10,000 yuan, because she has a younger brother. She supported her younger brother all the way through college. This year, her parents wanted to buy a house for her younger brother in the county town and asked her to contribute some money. She was not happy about it and wanted to save some money for her future marriage. Her parents are about to cut off ties with her. My parents always say, we are a family, so what belongs to you and me is not yours, what belongs to her belongs to my brother. This sentence troubled her for 23 years. Until just now, she heard what Xiao Yang said. Even if we're a family, there should be a distinction between you and me. Everyone is an independent individual. Yes, she is herself first, and only then is she her parents' daughter and her brother's sister. Why should she make unilateral efforts? At this time, Xiao Xiao looked at the two things in her father's hands. Without hesitation, he took the certificate of honor on Xiao Yang's right hand and said, I want this. Xiao Yang shook the box containing the 100,000 yuan bonus on his left hand. Little money grubber, have you thought it through? Although Xiao Xiao looked at the bonus with a reluctant look in her eyes, but he nodded readily and said, bonuses are common, but honors are rare. I'm still young, and I have a long time to make money in the future. I don't have the money to spend right now. Then, Xiao Xiao paused, puffed out her chest, and continued. I don't even have such an impressive certificate of honor. It's more impressive than all the awards in my 2 drawers combined. When school starts, I'm going to bring it to school and show it to my classmates. Ha ha ha, okay. Xiaoxio's choice made Captain Li standing beside her laugh heartily. At the same time he gave her a thumbs up. This girl has a genuine outlook on life. Money, how can it be more important than such honor? Even the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed that it was amazing. Xiao Xiao sister, you are amazing, your ideological awareness is really high. Xiao Xiao, I'm optimistic about you. You'll earn back this mere 100,000 yuan in no time. Hey, add another important certificate to Xiaoxio's award drawer. Awesome. I won't say anymore, I'll just watch my kid cry for a while. 666, Xiao Xiao, you have to take this certificate to school. The teachers and the principal will kneel down to you. Next, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yang took a statement, filled out the information, and were about to leave the police station. Professor Zhang from the Department of Archaeology at Beijing University rushed over. Are you Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang, I am. After a brief introduction, Professor Zhang explained his purpose. It turned out that a batch of cultural relics had just been confiscated from the tomb robbers who had just been connected online. There is a piece of jade with a few words on it. He didn't quite understand, so he consulted several senior experts and professors, but no one knew the answer. He wanted to ask Xiao Yang to take a look and see if he could decipher it. After a while, Xiao Yang followed Mr. Zhang and Captain Li to another room. There were not only some archaeologists in the room, but also Zhang's student Sully and 2 white-haired old men. They are the acting director of the Kyoto Museum and Professor Shi from the History Department of Jingbei University. The cultural relics seized this time are all national treasures. While arresting the criminals, the police force contacted these professors and experts in the archaeological field. Several experts immediately flew to Shanghai on a special plane. Xiao Yang came in and greeted the experts and scholars, then walked towards the chopping board. This piece of jade has a simple, mellow, and detached feeling, and it glows faintly under the light. It is carved with exquisite patterns and the jade is as smooth as mutton fat. It is tranquil and soothing, and has the ability to calm people down at a glance. Zhang Lao stepped forward and said to Xiao Yang, look, there are several inscriptions engraved on this jade. Just now, a few of us old guys and Sully studied it, but we couldn't understand it. Xiao Yang quickly put on a pair of gloves and was about to pick up the beautiful jade under the light. Sitting nearby, the director of the Kyoto Museum, the acting director, frowned and spoke. Old Zhang, is this guy really able to appraise treasures? We 3 old fellows, including your disciple Sully, can't understand this inscription. Are you sure this young man can know? The acting director's voice was calm, but with some doubt. It's not that the acting director is arrogant or disrespectful. Just as an old scholar, he always takes a serious and responsible attitude towards everything. Xiao Yang was younger, wearing ripped jeans, dressed casually, and had colorful hair. It made him feel uneasy. At this time, Professor Shi from Beijing University also echoed. Mr. Zhang, the acting director is right, it's better to be cautious. Zhang Lao chuckled and said, don't worry, I just witnessed this young man appraising treasures on the live broadcast. He is indeed an expert in the field. He patted his chest and said, with an old guy like me as your guarantee, aren't you two still worried? Just let him try. If you still don't believe me, Lydia Su, take out your tablet and show these two old guys the clip of Xiao Yang appraising treasures. Okay. Sully agreed and stood up to get her bag. Professor Zhang turned around and said to Xiao Yang with a friendly smile, young man, don't blame these two old guys. We are both old and don't usually go online. We have no idea that there are still outstanding young people like you. It was actually appraised through video. I've checked those treasures you just appraised, and they're all correct. What you said is absolutely correct. You can judge so accurately through the video camera. Even my top disciple Sully doesn't have this ability. Xiao Yang's lips curled slightly. Mr. Zhang, you are complimenting me. In fact, it's not that Xiao Yang is so powerful, but the result of him using cheats. This supernatural phenomenon. Even if these people studied and worked in the field of archaeology for their entire lives, they would still not be as good as Xiao Yang. Then, Xiao Yang said again, Professor Su, you don't need to look for the video. It's very troublesome. Since the two old experts want to test my ability first, there are also several confiscated cultural relics here. I'll just identify some of them. Several experts and professors, is this correct? Okay, that's not bad either. Acting director and professor, she said in unison. Sully also stopped what she was doing. Professor Zhang also nodded, that's good. On-site treasure appraisal is more direct. The barrage keeps scrolling. Fuck. Xiao Yang is really brave to appraise treasures under the noses of several famous professors. What's the difference between this and taking an exam under the teacher's nose? Just now during the live broadcast, I was doubting whether what Xiao Yang said was right and whether he really had the ability. It seems that the truth will be revealed. It's the donkey and the mother, pull it out for a stroll, hee. Finished. Xiao Yang came to a row of cultural relics and pointed at them one by one. The bronze artifact on the left is a modern replica. The second one on the left is a glass lotus flower tray from the Yuan dynasty. If I remember correctly, this is the most complete set of Yuan dynasty glass saucers unearthed. This, a golden lotus root fork, should be from the Song dynasty. This official kill green glazed sunflower-shaped bowl is from the Song dynasty. Eternal lantern, late Shang dynasty. This jade bai is from the Longshan period. Tao made a horseman, late Eastern Han dynasty. Blue and white porcelain, an imitation from the Republic of China era. Xiao Yang moved slowly from left to right. Xiao Yang lowered his head and looked at the row of cultural relics on the chopping board. He didn't even bend down, just took a quick glance. The identification results and detailed information of these cultural relics are given. Even for some items with high archaeological value, Xiao Yang directly gave them a valuation based on criminal law. There was silence in the room. Several experts had already dropped their jaws in shock behind Xiao Yang. Just before Xiao Yang arrived, they had confiscated all the cultural relics. After an appraisal, the appraisal result was given, but the identification results they gave were that several people were wearing reading glasses and had hunched backs. After careful observation and consideration for a long time, we finally came to an agreement. It takes them a lot of time and energy to identify each cultural relic. Xiao Yang, on his own, completed the identification effortlessly without even bending his waist. The key is that the identification results are exactly the same as their conclusions. Xiao Yang continued. These are the products sold by the old man at the construction site. They are trying to rip people off. This aging process is good. This bronze mirror, from the Warring States period, is missing a piece. The dealer's repair skills are poor. He's probably fined 10 for each piece. After a while, Xiao Yang had identified all the cultural relics on the chopping board one by one. Captain Li looked up and glanced at the wall clock. Only 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes. What concept? These artifacts, 4 experts. It took several hours to give the identification results. But is this identification result correct? Captain Li, like the audience in front of the video, was also anxious to know. Then he looked at the 3 experts beside him. I saw a few people with gleaming eyes and dull faces. Dear professors, this? Captain Li asked. Professor Zhang and the acting director came to their senses and applauded excitedly. Mr. Zhang even took a step forward. The excitement made his whole body tremble slightly, his eyes were red, and he held Xiao Yang's hands and said, there are successors. China has successors. I didn't expect such a young man to have such knowledge in treasure appraisal. He was able to describe the origins and condition of all the cultural relics so quickly and accurately. Awesome, awesome. We old guys have studied this for our entire lives, but we're still not as good as you. Are you from an academic background? Or are you self-taught? Or is it inherited from your family? At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room could hardly hide their excitement. Ha ha ha, neither of them. Xiao Yang, the tomb robber section. Upstairs, what nonsense. It's clearly the tomb cult, my guoer. Find someone with yellow urine to wake up the woman upstairs. Click a 6. Xiao Yang actually got everything right? This is killing madman. It's over. All I want in my head now is to hear Xiao Yang say open the door. Xiao Yang's operation convinced all the experts and staff present. The acting director who had just expressed doubts, this time directly next to Xiao Yang. Haha, young man, I'm convinced. This is the first time that an old man like me has been so impressed by someone. Then he waved his right hand. Please, take a look at the words on this piece of jade. Professor, she is not just a professor in the history department of Beijing University. He is also a researcher of ancient characters at Beijing University. Even he couldn't understand the inscription, so you can imagine that almost no one could recognize it. In fact, several professors did not have any hope for Xiao Yang. It's just a matter of trying it out. Xiao Yang looked at the inscription on the jade disc in his hand. A few tiny characters, as big as ants, twisted and turned, are really hard to recognize. At the same time, there is indeed no such font among the unearthed cultural relics in this world. But Xiao Yang has a system plug-in. After acquiring the skills, no matter how difficult the task was, it no longer seemed challenging to him. Xiao Yang said, put it on the instrument and let's zoom in and take a look. Team Lee brought the equipment. Xiao Yang placed the jade on the instrument, and the inscription on the jade disc was projected and enlarged onto the large screen. Xiao Yang said, this jade disc should be from the Dongzhou period. He pointed to the inscription on the big screen. This inscription is a combination of large seal script and bronze script. It seems to have evolved. Look here, the font has rich lines, a complex structure, and a decorative feel. Several professors followed Xiao Yang's finger and nodded repeatedly, thinking that what he said made sense. Yes, that's right, it's true. Xiao Yang, what you said makes sense. It's like the font used at that time. Then can you tell what's written on it? Several professors looked at Xiao Yang at the same time, their faces full of curiosity. Xiao Yang frowned and continued to confirm again and again. After pondering for a while, he finally said what he was thinking. It says here, Bao Si. Bao Si, the favorite concubine of King Yu of Zhou, who played tricks on the princes by lighting beacons. What? Bao Si. Several people at the scene were shocked and didn't know what to say. Mr. Zhang confirmed it repeatedly in shock. You said this is Bao Si's jade disc. If it is Bao Si's jade bai, then it would be a great discovery. Even the audience in the live broadcast room heard the 3 words Xiao Yang said. They all exploded. In the school textbook, the story of the beacon fire and the princes, that beauty is the cause of trouble? I've never seen such a thing before. I can actually see Bao Si's jade disc. 666, isn't Bao Si missing? Is this thing really real? In fact, Xiao Yang was also very puzzled. According to historical records, Bao Si's whereabouts are unknown. I really don't know how such a thing got into the hands of the person who connected the line. However, this jade bai is indeed a cultural relic from the Eastern Zhou dynasty. The system recognizes that these 2 characters are Bao Si. Why engrave these 2 words? It is also unknown whether it belongs to Bao Si. At this moment, several old professors also slowly recovered. Among them, Mr. Zhang said, we just used a carbon-14 instrument to measure and found that this jade bai is indeed from the late Eastern Han dynasty. The timing is right. Is it true? Several professors looked at each other. Even if what Xiao Yang said makes sense, it is still impossible to draw a final conclusion. However, Xiao Yang has already given them a huge direction. At this time, Xiao Yang felt that his mission was accomplished. As for what happens next, it is up to these old experts and professors to study it slowly. He took the jade off the machine and said goodbye to the elders. It's getting late. I'll take the kids back to bed. Professor John nodded to show his understanding. Okay, young man, you've worked hard today. You have made great contributions to our country's antiques and archaeology. It stopped the loss of the country's precious wealth in a timely manner. I thank you on behalf of the country and the people. As he spoke, Professor Zhang, a veteran leader in the field of archaeology, actually bowed to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang quickly bent down and helped Mr. Zhang up. Professor Zhang, I don't deserve it. I just did what every Chinese person with a conscience should do. Any Chinese with patriotism will make the same choice as me. Well said. Captain Li shouted loudly and clapped his hands at the same time. Then he said, Brother Xiao, you are absolutely right. Only those who are profit-driven, spies, and lackeys, and who lack patriotism, would think of trampling on the country's treasures, taking them for themselves, buying and selling them at will, and even losing them overseas. Everyone present, including those in the live broadcast room, was so moved that they were almost in tears. At this time, the acting director had an idea and spoke. Xiao Yang, you look quite young. Did you just graduate from university? Would you like to work at our Kyoto museum? Before Xiao Yang could answer, Professor Zhang glanced at the acting director and interrupted him. Old man, I was the first one to discover a talent like Xiao Yang. Why did he go to your place? If you want to go to our Jingbei University Archaeology Department. Xiao Yang, don't worry. I'll ask the principal to grant you special approval, and you'll be promoted to professor level the moment you go. Xiao Yang smiled. I appreciate your kindness, gentlemen, but I'm still filming a program with my child, so I don't have any plans to look for a job yet. When several old professors heard Xiao Yang's refusal, they looked unhappy, but I have also discussed it with Xiao Yang. If there is a need during archaeological identification, Xiao Yang will come to help as long as he is free. Afterwards, Xiao Yang picked up Xiao Xiao from another room, walking on the stars back home. At the same time, Shanghai issued an official announcement. Today, the Shanghai police, after receiving a report from a citizen, promptly apprehended an international gang involved in the buying and selling of antiques and cultural relics. We apprehended a small-scale tomb robbing gang. Relevant physical evidence is under investigation and subsequent results will be reported promptly. A live broadcast by Xiao Yang to appraise treasures, provide clues to the Shanghai police and arrest 2 criminal gangs. Everyone in the world is in a joyous mood, it's so exciting. At the same time on the internet, the wonderful clips of Xiao Yang's online treasure appraisal were played and forwarded on Weibo and major short video platforms. It has aroused heated discussion among many netizens. Xiao Yang, I don't mean anything else. Take a look at this, which was passed down from my ancestors. Will you open the door? Will you punish me? Picture. The guy upstairs, you're crazy. Watch out, brother Xiao will reach out. I'll give you 8 years in my backhand and a gun behind my back. Oh my god, Xiao Yang is so good at appraising treasures. Do you think his book Grave Robbers Chronicles is his own biography? Shocked. The guy upstairs, shut up. If Xiao Ge and I get arrested, I'll have nothing to read. I'm going to bang on your door every day. +1. Let me ask again, Xiao Dada, when will you update the book? You're making me unable to eat or sleep. It's too addictive. Xiao Yang had no idea what was happening on the internet. After a busy day, I returned home and fell asleep with a smile on my face. The other side. Several professors and staff returned to the Kyoto Museum with a large number of cultural relics. Early the next morning. Dad, wake up. Xiao Xiao stood beside Xiao Yang's bed and shouted loudly. What time is it? Xiao Yang rubbed his eyes and stretched. It's 9 o'clock. Xiao Xiao, Dad, didn't you promise me last night that you would go shopping and buy clothes today? Xiao Yang murmured in a daze. He sat up and fumbled with his phone. Turn on the computer. The time says 8:30. Xiao Yang took one look and immediately lay down again. Xiao Xiao, if a child tells a lie, his nose will grow longer. It's only 8 o'clock. Xiao Xiao leaned her head on Xiao Yang's chest, rocked him with her 2 little hands, and spoke. Grandma said Dad lied when he was little, and you still don't have a long nose. You always stay in bed every day. If you dawdle, it will be 9 o'clock already. I'm not lying. I just saved time for you. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room also began to become lively. Good morning everyone, get up and watch the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xiao is so cute. Go shopping? There's a new online famous shopping mall that opened in Shanghai recently. You could go shopping. At this time, Xiao Yang's mother, Ms. He, walked in and stood next to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang opened one eye and looked at Ms. He. Today's program is recorded at home, and other family members can participate. Ms. He said, hurry up and get up and take Xiao Xiao shopping early. You promised her. After that, she took out a box from her bag and opened it. He took out a jade bracelet from it. You came home late yesterday and fell asleep right away. Quickly take a look, is this jade bracelet open? The treasures I bought during this trip are to be left to my daughter-in-law. Xiao Yang was shocked when he heard the word daughter-in-law. His face twitched. Is this a disguised way of urging marriage? He took another look at the jade bracelet on Ms. He's right wrist. This green is dazzling. How about it? Open the door. Our little sisters all said I bought a good deal and that I got a great bargain. Ms. He said happily, looking at Xiao Yang with expectant eyes. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows and grinned. One look fake. When Ms. He heard this, her eyes widened and she raised her hand in disbelief, staring at the emerald green bracelet in front of her. One look fake? How is that possible? The girl who sold me the bracelet told me it was made of hundreds of years old jade. Ms. He pushed Xiao Yang. It's very green and translucent. Look carefully, get up, wash your face, and look carefully. Don't fool me. Xiao Yang, my dear mother, my eyes are the identification device, they can't be wrong. This thing is made of scraps of jade. It's pickled and only worth a few dozen dollars. Ms. He, a few dozen dollars. She screamed. Ms. He couldn't accept it for a moment, her face turned red with anger, and she sat down on a chair beside her. At this time, Xiao Xiao trotted in from outside the room, holding a bottle of medicine and water in her hand. Grandma, Grandma, your blood pressure medication. As comments scrolled through the live broadcast room, many viewers were deeply touched by Ms. He's experience of being deceived. Fuck. Selling something worth only a few dozen for tens of thousands, these merchants are so ruthless. These people are just trying to scam the elderly who have pensions. I'm not going to mention them. My parents go out and have a lot of garbage back home that they bought at exorbitant prices. Why is there no one to supervise these black tour guides? Sometimes they won't let you leave if you don't want to buy. Right. I saw a video last time where a tour guide threatened tourists. What's the difference between this and the underworld? Especially those who use fake health products to defraud the elderly. These people really deserve to die. The elderly live frugally, saving every penny from the cracks in their teeth, and yet these people swindle them out of their money. Ms. He took a blood pressure medication, lowered her head and said nothing, her face full of grievance. Xiao Yang couldn't bear to see Ms. He like this, although she is not his biological mother. But after this period of contact, he found that Ms. He was a very good person. Her husband died early, and she raised her son alone. Later, Yuan Sheng picked up Xiao Xiao and wanted to adopt her. She supported it without hesitation. Normally, Yuan Sheng teaches classes while she takes care of the children. He is considered the pillar of the family. Bought a fake bracelet, it's just that the pillar of the family sometimes makes mistakes. Xiao Yang stood up and asked, "How much did you pay for it?" 100,000. Ms. He said in a crying voice. "Hear this number." Xiao Yang and the audience in front of the screen all gasped. I cursed in my heart, these merchants are so cruel. Then, Xiao Yang patted Ms. He on the back and comforted her. "Mother, please don't be sad. It's tens of thousands of dollars. I'll reimburse you. I earn money to spend on my family. Just be more careful next time. If you're out and about, give me a call if you're unsure." Xiao Yang's words immediately made Ms. He feel better. He even scolded her, "We are all family, spending your money is still money. But you are filial, and mom is happy." As he said this he started laughing. Ms. He looked at Xiao Yang in front of her and felt that he had grown up and was different from before. I feel more and more that it is a good idea to participate in this parent-child variety show. There's an old saying, only when you have children do you realize the kindness of your parents. As expected, once you raise a child yourself, you will understand how difficult it is for parents. The audience in the live broadcast room also praised Xiao Yang. As expected, the best education is to teach by example. Xiao Xiao is watching from the side, and he will respect the elderly in the future. Just now, Xiao Xiao saw that Grandma was excited, so she took the initiative to get the medicine. Haha, in my house, that's impossible. Even if I fainted, my brat would just step over me. The problem is solved. After being comforted by Xiao Yang, Ms. He happily picked up her bag, opened the door and went out to play with her little sisters. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao washed up, had breakfast, and packed up to go out. Xiao Xiao was wearing an ordinary white t-shirt and jeans. He also put on a baseball cap and a mask, wrapping himself up tightly. Xiao Yang was wearing a black t-shirt, black casual pants, a baseball cap, jeans, and carrying a crossbody bag. As the show went on for longer, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao became more and more famous. You must wrap yourself tightly when you go out. And this time when they went out, they didn't bring the photographer with them. The photographer carrying a huge camera will attract other people's attention. Just install a pinhole camera on your clothes and you can live broadcast at any time. After putting on his shoes, Xiao Yang asked, "My dear daughter, where do you want to go today? Have you decided what to buy?" Xiao Xiao muttered, haven't decided where to go yet, but I want to buy a dress, a skirt, and a school bag." Xiao Yang listened to Xiao Xiao saying a lot in one breath and interrupted her. Okay, I get it. Dad, I'll take you to a good place." "Xiao Xiao, what's a good place? Are the clothes nice?" Xiao Yang pushed Xiao Xiao's back with one hand and unlocked the door with the other hand. "Come with me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Follow Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao out. The live broadcast room screen switched to the observation room. As the lens moves, the host and guests also waved and greeted the camera. Professor Deng visited Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yang yesterday and was hit hard. Today, his face is gloomy. Then, Xiao Ai sat upright, placed her hands on her legs, and smiled at the camera. "Good morning, everyone. A new day has begun." Just now, we also saw the incident where Xiao's mother was cheated when buying a bracelet. Indeed, those unscrupulous merchants are also hateful. However, Xiao Yang also taught his mother by example and was filial to her. I believe Xiao Xiao will become more and more filial in the future. Now, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao have also left the house. Then let's switch to the other groups of families and see what they are doing and what plans they have for today. In the live broadcast room, Chow chow, I have finished 2 test papers. Ever since seeing Xiaoxio's certificate, he decided to work harder. Ding Lichen was buying vegetables at the market with the menu Yang Yang had arranged. The live broadcast screen switched to Daishuan in Niu Niu's home. Niu just got up not long ago. In his left hand he held a bun, in his right hand he held a glass of milk, with bread and jam beside him. There are also various fruits on the table, such as cherries and strawberries. In short, the breakfast is very rich. Niu's mother was also there. At this time, Dai Chuan walked out of the room with a frown on his face and an unhappy expression. He threw the skirt in his hand in front of Niu's mother and said bluntly, "Is this the dress you bought?" Niu's mother, yes, I just bought it. How is it? Doesn't it look good? I fell in love with it at first sight. As she spoke, she picked up the skirt and gestured in front of Niu. Niu, does it look good? Niu said, "It looks good. Everything my mom buys looks good." Dai Chuan pulled the skirt over. He said angrily, "What's beautiful? It's beautiful. Wife, how many times have I told you? When buying clothes for Niu, you can't just look at the style, you have to look at the quality. Don't buy blindly. Children's skin is delicate and their resistance is weak. These clothes are close-fitting, so they need to be seen carefully. Look, it says Class B on the label. Class B. How much formaldehyde is in this clothing? It will cause great harm to Xiao. Why don't you take a closer look? This. Niu's mother lowered her head and had nothing to say. Dai Chuan became more and more excited as he spoke. Since Niu was born until now, I have been particularly careful about what she eats and uses. I've told you several times, but you can't remember. Niu can only wear clothes from BR, Tinkerbell, Angel's Garden, those are the big brands. Don't buy blindly. At this time, the bullet screen scrolls. This is the first time I've seen Dai Chuan be so fierce. He dares to scold his own wife like that. What a man! 666, I support him. Although Dai Chuan was a bit fierce, it was actually for the good of the child. I also get anxious easily when it comes to things that happen to children, and I understand. Wow, there are so many different names for clothes. I've never paid attention to this issue. I'm going to check my child's clothes to see if there's any poisonous clothing. Dai Chuan is being a bit extreme, isn't he? Category B clothing is actually quite safe. And I saw those brands he mentioned at the mall last time. Any little dress costs over 1,000, and there's no discount. And children grow up so fast. Is it really necessary? 40 minutes later. Xiao Yang and Xiao arrived at the location. Xiao looked up, looked at the large rusty words and opened her mouth. Blue Moon Wholesale Market? How's it? Not bad, right? Don't underestimate this wholesale market, it has everything. Those clothes, skirts, and school bags you just mentioned. These can all be taken care of. Xiao was a little unhappy. Dad, am I your biological child? You're too stingy, aren't you? The parents of my classmates all take them to big shopping malls to buy clothes. You actually brought me here? At this time, the barrage also exploded. What the hell? Xiao asked, right? Is Xiao Yang the biological father? No, Xiao Yang has at least a few million in his hands now, right? He's too stingy with Xiao. Are the clothes in here wearable? Look at Dai Chuan, he buys big brands for Niu, but Xiao Yang actually brings Xiao to a place like this for wholesale. Isn't the difference too big? Xiao Yang is really not a good father. He is reluctant to spend money on his child. Xiao Yang felt the emotional level in his mind rising continuously. At this time, he crossed his arms over his chest and bounced one foot on the ground. What's going on? Let me tell you, this is our Xiao family's treasured land and fine tradition. When I was a kid, your grandma brought me to this place to buy clothes. She said, children grow up quickly. There's no need to buy expensive things and waste money. I now feel that what she said makes a lot of sense. Money should be spent wisely. Actually, don't be fooled by the fact that this place isn't as fancy as a shopping mall. But the clothes sold in stores outside, including those bought online, are all sourced from these places. There was an obvious reluctance to fight back in Xiaoxio's tone. Even though the money is spent wisely, you just said that you earn money to spend on your family. When Xiao Yang heard this, he thought, oh, this is a boomerang. He patted Xiao lightly on the back of her head. You want to go to the mall? Fine, pay for it yourself. I remember you have quite a bit of pocket money. Xiao Yang had just finished speaking. Xiao immediately stepped inside. Dad, hurry up. Look, we're all late. Who are you meeting? Why would you come to the wholesale market to buy things at almost noon? Xiao Yang, audience? As soon as you heard you had to spend your own money, Xiaoxio's face changed so quickly. Xiao Yang followed Xiao with his long legs. This wholesale market occupies an entire street. several wholesale buildings. On this street, there is also a large fruit market and a seafood market. The business types are very rich. There are also a wide variety of small street restaurants. In the morning, the market is bustling. People coming and going, buying and selling goods. The audience in front of the video was amazed. I haven't seen such a lively street for a long time. Xiao Yang held Xiaoxio's hand and asked, "Can you bargain?" Xiao Xiao shook her head. "I've only seen grandma bargaining, I've never done it myself." Xiao Yang, "Okay, then don't say anything for a while. If you see something you want, don't make a sound. Just give me a look." "Good." Xiao Xiao agreed readily and followed Xiao Yang obediently. As they spoke, the father and daughter walked into a wholesale building that specialized in selling children's clothing and accessories. This wholesale building specializing in children's clothing and supplies has a total of 5 floors. There are hundreds of merchants in total. The things sold are also dazzling and colorful. From clothes to children's hairpins and accessories. There are also stationery, toys, everything you need. The interior decoration is also nice and looks no worse than the shopping mall outside. Basically, it is a mix of wholesale and retail sales. But retail is much more expensive than wholesale. As for the price of the goods, it depends on the customer's bargaining skills. The more you bargain, the cheaper it will be. At this time, the father and daughter walked into a children's clothing store with nice decoration. Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Xiao and raised his chin. "You choose." He sat down on the small bench at the door. The young proprietress, who was playing with her cell phone, glanced at Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao who were sitting at the door. He immediately stood up with a smile on his face. He walked quickly over from the cashier counter and greeted, "Little boy, Daddy is taking you here to buy clothes. What do you want to buy? Is it a skirt or a dress? What kind do you like?" "Auntie, there are so many styles here. Tell me what you like." "Okay, Auntie." Xiao Xiao responded sweetly. The little hands were picking up the various clothes and pants on the hangers one by one. After a while, from a pile of clothes, I picked out a fake 2-piece suspender skirt. Inside is an off-white shirt with puff sleeves. She wore a gray-green suspender skirt on the outside. He held it in front of him and gestured towards Xiao Yang who was sitting at the door. "Dad, do you think this dress looks good?" Xiao Yang nodded and said, "Go to the cloakroom and try it." 2 minutes later, Xiao Xiao came out of the cloakroom, skipping and jumping. She spun around in front of Xiao Yang, then held up the 2 corners of her skirt to show them off. "How's it going, Dad?" Xiao Xiao took off his original baseball cap and matched it with a small flat-top straw hat. Round, black eyes, blinking. As cute as an elf walking out of the forest. Xiao Yang nodded slightly, indicating that it was good, and asked, "Madam, how much is this skirt?" The proprietress, 200. Xiao Yang, "It's too expensive, please order less." The proprietress frowned and waved her hand. Inevitably, "Handsome man, look how beautifully the little girl is dressed. This dress suits her perfectly." Xiao Yang, "No, your price is too high." The proprietress heard it. I picked up a piece of clothing from the side. Pulling the sleeves of his clothes, he talked about various details. "Handsome guy, although my prices are not as cheap as others, my clothes are of good quality. Look at my clothes. The workmanship, stitching, and fabric are all top-notch. Also, smell the fabric." As she spoke, she looked up and immediately changed her words. "Oh, you can't smell it with a mask on. But look at the label. It's absolutely safe. The clothes don't contain any formaldehyde. Don't go cheap when it comes to things for your children." The proprietress spoke eloquently. Xiao Yang remained unmoved. "It's too expensive, 160. The proprietress waved her hands quickly and shouted loudly. "No, handsome, I really can't sell it for 180, I'll give you 20 less." Then she said with a smile, "You are so handsome? Why do you care about these few dozen dollars?" "Xiao Yang, you can still see how handsome I am like this?" The proprietress smiled and said, "With those long legs and that aura, he looks like a celebrity. He must be a handsome guy." When Xiao Yang heard this, the corners of his mouth underneath the mask curled up. Because the fitting room is blocked by a chain, the sound of the 2 people bargaining, every detail, reached Xiaoxio's ears. She sighed inwardly. "Dad, your bargaining skills are not good. It's far worse than grandma's." Xiao Xiao changed back into her own clothes, walked out of the cloakroom, and placed the clothes she had just chosen on the counter. He took Xiao Yang's hand and walked towards the door. "Dad, let's go. I think it's just okay." Xiao Yang was stunned and wondered what happened. As soon as the 2 of them stepped out of the store, I heard the boss lady behind me calling out, "Hey, wait, 160, take it, take it. This is the first time I've seen such a handsome father like you shopping for clothes with his daughter. Let's just assume I'm losing money." As she spoke, the proprietress pulled out a pocket and put the clothes in it. He chased after the two men and stuffed the bag of clothes into Xiao Yang's hands. Finally, he waved his hand and said, "Come back next time to take care of your business." At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was very lively. 160? The boss must have earned 60 with tears in his eyes. No way, that's too much. I think 160 is about right. 160 yuan for a skirt is really cheap. I usually buy clothes for my children at the mall, and each piece costs hundreds of yuan. Then you go to the mall, where there are all kinds of premiums, including brand premiums. This kind of place doesn't have that. Actually, I think it's pretty good of a man to be willing to bargain. Didn't anyone praise Xiao Yang for actually getting 40 yuan off? That's right, the above person is right. My husband goes out to buy something, and if the female shopkeeper praises him a few times, he will lose his temper. He will pay 50 for something that costs 48. It makes me so angry. Ha 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 ha, the sister upstairs has the same husband. The two walked out of the store. Xiao Yang shook the bag of clothes in his hand. He said with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, how about it? Your dad is really good at bargaining, right? He got 40 yuan off in one go. You have to learn from this. Next time you have to bargain for the price yourself." Xiao Xiao heard what Xiao Yang said. The head was like a head, and a scornful sound came from the nose. "Humph, Dad, you still have the nerve to brag about your bargaining skills? Not even 1/10 of Grandma's power. That boss lady praised you for being handsome, so you're planning to give her 180 centimeters, right? Oh, you're really embarrassing Grandma." Xiao Yang opened his mouth. This little girl really guessed it right. He was stunned. "What's the meaning? Are you disliking me? How's Grandma? She eats more salt than I eat rice. Isn't it normal to bargain? You don't know how to bargain? If you have the ability, come on, let's go ahead." Xiao Xiao raised her head and shouted at Xiao Yang. "Who's afraid of who?" Xiao Yang was stunned. "Have you chopped it before?" Xiao Xiao, "No. I usually go shopping with my grandma, so I've learned a lot from looking at her. Stand aside for a moment and don't interfere with my operation. I'll use my own pocket money to pay for it first, and you can reimburse me later." Xiao Yang, "Okay, if you chop more than me, I'll treat you to a feast. But, you want to cut less than me? Hee hee, I'll have to pay for lunch. Okay, it's a deal." As she spoke, Xiao Xiao stretched out her little finger. Hook, barrage surges. Fuck, Xiao Xiao, this little money grubber, dares to bet a meal's worth of money. It seems he is very sure of it. Look forward to it, smile, and keep going. My child is this age too, and he can bargain. He'd say, "Boss, a little less." And then the boss would give him 50 cents less, and he'd be so happy. Ha ha ha, the one above, your baby is so cute. I'm already 20, and I still haven't learned my mom's bargaining skills. I'm satisfied if I can get 10 yuan off. Under everyone's expectations. Xiao Xiao strode into a children's clothing store in front. Xiao Yang hid aside and watched what happened. Xiao Xiao walked into the store and picked and chose. "Finally, I chose a pair of work slacks and a casual sweatshirt." After trying it, the little girl thought it was pretty good. "I took my clothes and pants and walked to the cashier. The owner of this store is a 27.8-year-old man." Xiao Xiao put the two pieces of clothing in her hand on the cashier counter. He looked up and asked, "Boss, how much are these two clothes?" The man lowered his head and looked at Xiao Xiao. I was stunned at first. It was the first time I saw such a young child buying clothes by himself. "Little boy, you buy clothes by yourself? Where are your parents?" Xiao Xiao said, "My dad went to take a shit." Xiao Yang, "Xiao Xiao, I'll just come in and look at the clothes myself." "Boss, I like these two clothes. How much are they?" Xiao Yang frowned when he heard this. I thought to myself, this girl said she can bargain. Can bargaining reveal your preferences? How to cut this? Not only Xiao Yang thought so, but the audience in front of the screen also thought so. Everyone became anxious for Xiao Xiao. It was almost noon, there were no other customers in the store, and the owner was not busy. Seeing that Xiao Xiao was cute, he patiently replied. He said with a smile, "Little friend, these two are 238. Do you like it? You'd like uncle to wrap it for you." Xiao Xiao nodded, then shook her head. The boss looked confused. "What do you mean, kid? What do you mean by nodding and shaking your head?" "Xiao Xiao, I nodded because I like it. Shaking my head is too expensive. I don't have that much pocket money." The boss hesitated for a moment and said, "Little friend, how much do you want?" Xiao Xiao, 38. "Boss, how much?" Xiao Yang, "How much?" Audience, "How many?" At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room exploded, and it was all densely packed with numbers. 38. "No, Xiao Xiao, you're joking too much. Little sister, you're so bold to ask for that price. The boss wants to call the police after hearing that price." The moment I said 38, my brain shrank. Although I bargained, I have never tried the Azure Dragon Crescent Blade. Xiao Xiao, you're awesome. You're even more outspoken than an old, battle-hardened ant like me. 38? 38? These two numbers have been lingering in Xiao Yang's mind. Xiaoxiu's move was too explosive. At this moment, he immediately became alert and was watching every move in the store intently. He planned that if the boss took the broom, he would rush in, pick up Xiao Xiao and run away. When the boss heard the price, he was obviously confused. He immediately waved his hand and said a little unhappily, "Go away, kid, go play somewhere else." But Xiao Xiao didn't move at all. Instead, she stood there calmly and spoke sweetly. "Uncle, I'm not making trouble. I really want to buy it. But your price is too high. My grandma often comes here to buy clothes, and her purchases are not this expensive. 238 yuan is enough for her to buy me many things." The boss heard it. "I know, this child hangs out with his grandma every day." That's right. Middle-aged and elderly people in their 40s and 50s are the best at bargaining and calculating. It seems that this child is not easy to fool. Then the boss put on a smile again and said, "Little friend, why don't you wait until your father comes?" Xiao Xiao refused to do it. "Uncle, it takes my dad an hour to poop. And my dad just bought me a lot of clothes. He said he won't buy me any more clothes. I plan to buy these two with my own pocket money." As she spoke, Xiao Xiao took out her small wallet from her backpack and showed it to the boss. The boss saw the wallet and knew that the child really wanted to buy something. So he said, "Well, kid, if you really want to buy it, it'll be 150. Xiao Xiao shook her head. No, uncle, it's still too expensive. I don't have much pocket money." "You have it hanging here anyway, why not sell it to me? Look, there's dust on the clothes hanging there." When the boss heard this, he took a closer look at the clothes and said, "Nonsense, there is no dust at all." "Xiao Xiao, how about this, uncle, 60. You sell it to me." Xiao Yang, 60. Audience, 60. Everyone was once again stunned by the price Xiao Xiao quoted. The boss waved his hands so hard that they almost turned into flowers. No, kid. I really can't sell it to you at this price. Go buy it from somewhere else." The boss was just about to put away the clothes and pants on the counter. Xiao Yang curled the corners of his mouth and smiled secretly in his heart. It seems that the little girl Xiao Xiao is going to fail this time. I was just about to go up and buy the clothes for 150 yuan. Xiao Xiao stepped forward and pinched the corner of the boss's clothes. "Uncle, how much do you want?" The boss stopped what he was doing, estimated his costs and profits, and took a step back. "Let's put it this way, kid, at least 100. Xiao Xiao, 88. Just give me the lucky number 88. With 88, uncle, you will be rich every day from now on." When the boss heard Xiaoxiu's auspicious words, the corners of his mouth immediately curled up. A stamp of the foot, a nod of the head, a wave of the hand. "All right, just for what you said, kid, I'll sell it to you." As he spoke, he took out an exquisite bag and put his clothes and pants in it. "Here, little one, hold the clothes. You're such a great bargainer." Then he gave Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. Xiao Xiao took the clothes from the boss. He tilted his head and bowed slightly. "Uncle, you are a good man. I wish you make a fortune every day." As he said that, he took the clothes and ran out the door towards the stunned Xiao Yang. He shook the clothes in his hands. 88 yuan a set, amazing, right? Xiaoxiu's series of smooth operations left Xiao Yang stunned. "How did you do that?" Xiao Xiao said disapprovingly. "That's how grandma bargains normally. You didn't study hard before, did you?" Barrage surges. Click a 6. Something that costs 238, and Xiao Xiao bought it for 88? "I bargain, can I have $1 less?" Xiao Xiao bargained, "How about $1? Great, I just walked into the LV store and tried it on, and the salesperson told me to get out." The other side. Ms. He was playing mahjong at her neighbor's house. A middle-aged woman came over with a tablet computer and a smile. Lao He, look, your Xiao Xiao is quite good at bargaining. A suit that cost 238 was reduced to 88 yuan. Have you ever taught her?" Bang! 2. Ms. He threw the mahjong tiles in her hand away. He glanced at the tablet and said with a smile, "Haha, I say my Xiao Xiao is smart. He usually follows me around and watches me bargain. He's learned it by watching." The mahjong partner next to him just pouted. He sighed. "Ouch. I wish our children were like yours, all smart and ambitious. My daughter is almost 30 and still can't bargain, so she has to buy online. They say the prices are transparent and there's no need to lower the price. I bought a piece of clothing at the market last week, and guess what? The boss offered 100, and she asked for less. The boss said 85, and she said it was a deal. How can you bargain like this? It's better to smile." A few old ladies were playing mahjong while laughing, bragging, and chatting. The live broadcast room switched to Daeshuan's home again. Niu was sitting on the sofa, playing with an exquisite doll. The doll has brown hair and a chubby and cute face. It's so attractive that people can't put it down. Many sharp-eyed viewers also recognized the brand of this doll. Wow, the doll Niu is playing with must be from a Spanish brand that specializes in selling dolls. The dolls they sell are super expensive. The person above, you've also noticed that I saw this doll in a high-end mall in Shanghai. I touched it then, and it felt truly different. But it was several thousand yuan each, so I couldn't bear to buy it. I just realized that all the guests selected for this show are rich people. Li Yong is fine, but is Dai Chuan's family also this rich? The internet nowadays often creates the illusion that everyone in the world is very rich except me. At this time, Dai Chuan took out an exquisite skirt from an exquisite packaging box. He said with a doting look on his face, Niu, look. The skirt mom bought this morning is of poor quality and cannot be worn. Dad bought you a new dress again, do you like it? I like it. Thank you, Dad. Dad is so nice. On the side, Niu's mother came out of the study with a sad face and called softly, Husband, come here for a moment. Dai Chuan handed the skirt to Niu and turned to walk into the study. What's wrong? Niu's mother put the notebook in her hand in front of Dai Chuan. She muttered, Honey, this month's expenses have exceeded again. Take a look. Dai Chuan glanced at the notebook quickly and said in a brisk tone, No problem. Although I overspent, most of it was spent on Niu. It's not a waste of money. Niu's mother has been in a bad mood because of the skirt incident this morning. Now seeing Daeshuan's attitude, he was even more unhappy. He didn't care that there was a camera at home and the live broadcast was still going on, and immediately started arguing with Dai Chuan. Hubby, even though most of the money is used for Niu, you should still be a little restrained. Our combined monthly salary is only a little over 20,000 yuan, and we have to pay for the mortgage and car loan. Is it really necessary to raise a child so meticulously? Niu is only 5 years old and growing so fast. Look at that skirt you spent thousands on last time, and it's no longer wearable after just 2 wears. Isn't it a bit of a waste? The children of our friends only wear clothes worth tens or hundreds of dollars, which is pretty good. There are also dolls worth thousands of dollars, you can buy them if you want. I've overspent again this month. What do you think I should do? Niu's mother became more and more excited as she spoke, and her voice unconsciously became higher. Dai Chuan was also unhappy with Niu's mother's attitude. Excitedly, he said, You are being irresponsible to your child. After the child was born, I did a lot of homework on his food, clothing, and other necessities. How can we be careless about something that is close to our skin and that enters our mouth? What if the things we buy randomly accumulate over time and produce toxins that harm Niu? Don't learn from your friends. Look at Li Yang's family. How much money have they spent on their children since they were young? How much did Niu spend? Don't skimp on food, clothing, and other necessities for your children. No matter what hardship you face, your children must not suffer. Didn't your dad give you some money when he came last time? If it's not enough, use that one. Niu's mother glared and immediately said angrily, Every time my grandparents come to our house, we have to give them some money. We don't have the ability to give them money now, but we still want them to give us money. Isn't that too unfilial? Dai Chuan disagreed. What's wrong with this? Ask around nowadays, especially working-class families, and you'll see that every child is supported by 2 families. We're not the only ones. The argument between Daeshuan and his wife became more and more fierce. The live broadcast switched to the observation room. Xiao Ai was stunned by the couple quarreling as if no one was around. This couple, really? I wonder if the whole country can see it. Didn't all the relatives and friends see this? But it's just what I want to think. Now her main task is still hosting. She swallowed to moisten her throat. He looked at the camera, smiled, and spoke. Dear audience friends. We just saw that Xiao Yang's and Dai Chuan's families have 2 different attitudes towards their children's food, clothing, and daily necessities. It can even be said that they are completely different. I wonder which side all the parents in front of the screen are on? We have also started a voting competition on our official Weibo. Dear audience, you can go to Weibo to vote. This is a small strategy of Wang Dao. If viewers want to vote, they must first follow the program's Weibo. In this way, the official Weibo account can quickly gain followers. Then, the host Xiao Ai turned around and looked at the guests. Of course, let's first hear the opinions of several guests and experts. Do you think raising a child should be as meticulous as Dai Chuan, or as indifferent as Xiao Yang? Xiao Ai just finished speaking. Professor Deng, who was deeply frustrated during the previous home visit, spoke immediately. Let me say a few words. After these few live broadcasts, we can see that Dai Chuan, as a father, is a complete daughter slave. He is very attentive in taking care of his daughter, no matter how big or small. She studies her children's food, clothing, and daily necessities more carefully and meticulously than her mother does. I also know the brands that Dai Chuan chose. They are very good brands. The country's infant and children's textile products should now comply with the GB 18401 standard, including the filling requirements and accessories inside. Every indicator of the clothes Dai Chuan bought far exceeds the national standards. They are made to the highest standards, so there is a reason why they are expensive. Don't underestimate these things. Children are weak and often fail to pay attention to small details, which can lead to big mistakes and regrets are too late. On the other hand, Xiao Yang actually took Xiao Xiao to the wholesale market to buy clothes. What do you mean by spending money wisely? Xiao Yang actually has the nerve to say such things? She drives a Ferrari, but is stingy with her children's money, even disregarding their health by buying clothes from places that don't sell any of the three products. When talking about Xiao Yang, Professor Deng touched his left cheek. I feel like my face still hurts from being hit last week, so I mentioned Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's names. She was holding a grudge in her heart and became angrier and angrier as she spoke, spit flying everywhere. Barrages of comments also flew across the live broadcast room. That's right, Xiao Yang is stingy. Xiao Xiao said she was going to the mall to buy clothes, but he actually let the child spend the money herself. Is this what a father does? Buying clothes at wholesale markets? Are the clothes there wearable? It's just that if you're willing to invest upfront, you won't have to worry about anything later. Many people don't understand this. Xiao Yang is definitely the first person to drive a Ferrari worth tens of millions to the wholesale market to bargain. Let me be honest. I've been doing clothing wholesale for over a decade. We don't sell any 3No products. You guys are selling hundreds or thousands of dollars worth of clothes in boutiques or online stores. I wholesale them for just a few dozen bucks. Don't look down on anyone. You guys who buy at high prices are all idiots. Professor Deng became more and more excited as he spoke. When the host Xiao AI heard this, she thought that was enough. What happened to the wholesale market? She also often goes to the wholesale market to buy clothes. Although as a video entertainment host, her salary is reasonable. But in a first-tier city, everything requires money. Mortgages and car loans, as well as daily dining and socializing, and occasionally buying a big brand bag to show off. There is not much surplus left from my own salary. Ever since she was brought to the wholesale market by her best friend, it has opened up a new world for her. The wholesale market nowadays is not at all what she imagined, dirty and messy with old-fashioned clothes. On the contrary, the hundreds and thousands of clothes she saw while shopping, as well as the clothes she saw online, seemed to be sourced from here. She also learned the skill of bargaining from her best friend. Every time she successfully bargains, she feels a great sense of accomplishment. At this time, Xiao AI interrupted Professor Deng. Professor Deng, I think Su Jiajia also has something to say. Why don't we listen to what Jiajia has to say? Okay. Professor Deng was displeased and spoke with a long emphasis. Xiao AI asked Jiajia, as a celebrity, have you ever been to a wholesale market? Jiajia said, when I was a child, my mother took me there. Back then, it wasn't as well built as it is now, and there weren't big shopping malls. And at that time we had to set out before dawn and go very early. Business at the wholesale market takes place early in the morning. My mom said it was because the shop owners would buy stock early in the morning and then rush back to open the shop for normal business hours. Host, do you think the clothes sold in wholesale markets are suitable for children? Su Jiajia, I think it's fine. Just like Professor Deng said, just look carefully at the quality inspection on the label. I noticed that Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao both noticed this detail. I've been wearing clothes from the wholesale market since I was a kid. Isn't that healthy? Xiao AI laughed and said, haha, I thought big stars only wore big brands. Su Jiajia smiled and said, I also shop online frequently. Every night before bed, I scroll through shopping apps on my phone until my eyes get sore. Live broadcast room barrage scrolling. Oh my god, I heard some incredible remarks. I'm going to fight with you rich people. Hahaha, Su Jiajia is so cute, didn't you notice that she said something very Versailles? But I think what Jiajia said is correct. Just focus on quality inspection and quality. Why do you have to be so meticulous? Hey, I also want to raise a child as carefully as Dai Chuan, but look at the few cents in my pocket, is it enough? Anyway, I'm on Xiao Yang's side this time. My children's clothes are all leftovers from friends and relatives' children, or I buy them in bulk at the wholesale market. At the same time, the voting PK on the official Weibo of the program My Dad is Superman is in full swing. Some people support Dai Chuan, and some people support Xiao Yang. Not only is there PK, but there are also two topics that have quietly made it to the hot search topic list. Hashtag should you raise your child carefully? Would you let your child wear clothes from the wholesale market? Hashtag hot. Hashtag would you drain your parents' retirement savings just to raise your children? Hashtag hot. Director's room. Even director Wang didn't expect this. Such an incident actually made it to the hot search list. There are more and more comments from netizens below. I feel that meticulous child rearing is a scam. Nowadays, if you add children to anything, the price will double immediately. In reality, having and raising a child isn't expensive, it's nothing more than feeding one more mouth. But using consumerism to harm families, forcing you to shell out vast sums for education, healthcare, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, makes it impossible to save money and you'll face discrimination. What the above person said is correct. There are also experts like Professor Deng who are leading the charge to promote this IQ tax. If they don't brag, how can capitalists make money? These experts are just running dogs of capitalists. Nowadays, raising an average child, from birth to college, costs millions. How can a working-class family afford it? Alas, my children have been giving birth for a few years, but they still say they can't afford to raise them. My husband and I have to set aside half of our retirement salary every month to help them raise their children. Online discussions. Xiao Yang didn't have time to look. He was shopping with Xiao Xiao in the wholesale market. Xiao Xiao likes the hat and buys it. Xiao Xiao likes the shoes and buys them. Xiao Xiao is interested in various clips, rubber bands, hair accessories, and head flowers. There are also toys, school bags, notebooks, pens, cards, dolls, and ornaments. Buy all kinds of things. In the end, I was holding a lot of shopping bags. After calculating the price, it was less than 1,000 yuan. It smells so good. Xiao Yang shook the pencil case in his hand. Xiao Xiao, this pencil case, why didn't you use your dragon slaying sword to chop it off just now? Xiao Xiao put his hands behind his back and said seriously, "Humph, you don't even understand this. This is a small item, of course it's different from a large item." As she spoke, she smiled and pointed at the pencil case in Xiao Yang's hand. "Dad, I'll tell you in secret. This pencil case is exactly the same as the one I saw in the mall next to my school." Xiao Yang, really? You just bought 25 yuan, right? How much did it cost at the mall? Xiao Xiao, 125. 6. Xiao Yang muttered. At this time, he sank his hands and felt something pouring into his body. The system's voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations to the host, the audience sentiment value has accumulated 200,000 points. Congratulations, host. Obtaining my hand is a skill. Emotional points are reset to 0 again. My hand is the scale? What the hell is this skill? Xiao Yang took a look at the system instructions and roughly understood it. Anything that has passed through his hands. He could sense the weight of this thing, even to the exact degree. Xiao Yang sighed in his heart. Compared to the previous high-end, classy skills, this skill is a bit useless. How? Although he is a Libra, he doesn't want to be a Libra. But since I have it, I have it. There is no use thinking too much. Xiao Xiao and he bought almost enough. Xiao Yang looked at the time. It was almost lunchtime, so I asked, "Xiao Xiao, what do you want to eat for lunch?" Xiao Xiao thought for a while and said, "Well, Dad, I want to eat McDonald's for lunch. There's a walkie-talkie in the kids' meal these days, I want that." "Okay, no problem. Let's go." Xiao Yang took Xiaoxio's hand and walked out of the wholesale building. The sun is shining at this time. Xiao Xiao pointed at the stall on the side of the road and said, "Dad, buy me an ice cream. I've been haggling all morning, and my mouth is dry." "Okay, let's go." The two walked to the stall. Xiao Xiao picked a chocolate. Xiao Yang took a bottle of happy water. The two found a corner where no one would notice them before taking off their masks. Xiao Yang drank the happy water in one gulp. Burp. He burped for a long time. Xiao Xiao took small sips and slowly enjoyed the delicious ice cream. Xiao Yang looked at Xiaoxio's actions and pouted. "You're eating too slowly. It's so hot, the ice cream is almost melting. Just smile and ignore it. Eat slowly as usual." At this time, Xiao Yang bent down and asked, "Is this ice cream delicious?" Xiao Xiao nodded and mumbled in agreement, "Yeah." Xiao Yang bent down and said with a smile, "How about you give Dad a bite? I just drank a bottle of Coke, and it didn't quench my thirst at all." Xiao Xiao blurted out without even thinking, "I don't. Last time when we were eating ice cream, you also said you only wanted one bite. In the end, I bit off half of the ice cream. There's only a little left for me, don't you remember?" Xiao Xiao remembers this incident very clearly. When Xiao Yang heard this, he touched his head awkwardly. It seems to be the case. At this time, the barrage scrolls. "Ha ha ha, that's what they mean by every failure makes you wiser. I can't make the same mistake again. I like to trick my son this way too. Last time he was eating a snack and I told him I would only take one bite, but I ended up giving him more than half of it, and he immediately burst into tears. Who understands? The child's trust has collapsed." After saying that, Xiao Xiao turned around and continued eating with her back to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang patted Xiao Xiao on the back and pretended to be angry. You can't just cross the river and burn the bridge like that. I've been shopping with you all morning, acting as both your wallet and your laborer. You didn't even give me a bite of ice cream. Humph. Xiao Xiao heard this. Feeling a little embarrassed, he turned around, blinked his eyes, and grinned. Dad, I'll give you something to eat. But you can only eat one bite. I'll just take one bite. Xiao Yang agreed. Seeing Xiaoxio's attitude, Xiao Yang immediately smiled. But this smile, no matter how you look at it, has malicious intent. Even the audience in the live broadcast room didn't quite trust him. I'm so familiar with Xiao Yang's smile. I always smile like that when I want to trick a child. But, I think Xiao Yang's moral blackmail isn't a good thing. Isn't what he's doing what a father should do? The man above, please don't make a big deal out of it. This is just a little joke between father and daughter. When everyone thought that Xiao Yang was going to repeat his old trick and take a bite of the ice cream, Xiao Xiao took back the ice cream that was handed to her. Wait a minute. What? You're still regretting it halfway? Xiao Yang just bent down and was about to eat the ice cream that Xiao Xiao handed to him. I didn't expect it before I opened my mouth. Xiao Xiao actually took the ice cream back, put it to her mouth and licked it quickly a few times. Xiao Yang opened his eyes wide and asked, "What do you mean?" Xiao Xiao showed a cute dimple and smiled. The 38th parallel. The one I licked is mine. The bottom one is yours. You can only eat this one bite. Xiao Yang. Audience. It was a mouthful. Haha, Xiao Xiao is awesome, please don't let my son see this, or he won't be able to deceive me in the future. It's elegant, it's really elegant. Xiao Yang took a deep breath. He gave Xiao Xiao a faint smile and a thumbs up. Well done, girl. Just eat it. I've made a note of it for my father. The father and daughter have to compete with each other in wits and courage every time they eat ice cream. The audience in front of the screen has already laughed like crazy. Finish eating ice cream. The two put their masks back on and headed to McDonald's. I walked down a short street before I found a McDonald's. Sales lady, welcome, what can I do for you? Xiao Yang, 2 children's meals. Xiao Xiao, Dad, you want the kids' meal too? Xiao Yang, yes, only the children's meal has the walkie-talkie. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and said, Dad, you are so childish, playing with children's toys. Xiao Yang, you don't understand, this thing is just right for college students. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang took 2 children's meals, found a corner where there were not many people, and sat down with Xiao Xiao. The two sat side by side, facing a wall. There was a children's meal in front of each person. The children's meal includes a hamburger, a cup of ice cream, a big chicken drumstick, and a serving of fries. At this time, Xiao Yang took off his mask and started eating in big mouthfuls without any image. In no time at all, he had almost finished his meal. Only 1 chicken drumstick was left. At this time, Xiao Yang turned his head and set his eyes on Xiaoxio's share again. Xiao Xiao was still eating her hamburger slowly. Xiao Yang was thinking about how he had just been tricked by this little fox while eating ice cream. Then an idea came to his mind. This time, let Xiao Xiao, this little rascal, see what it means that old ginger is still spiciest. Then, Xiao Yang asked Xiao Xiao, there are so many, can you finish them? Do you want Daddy to help you eliminate some? Xiao Xiao sat on the chair, swinging her legs. With a mouthful of food in his mouth, he spoke incoherently. I can finish eating. Dad, don't worry about my food. Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly. How can that be possible? Is Dad that kind of person? As he spoke, Xiao Yang placed his only remaining chicken leg in the middle, then put one of Xiaoxio's chicken legs side by side in the middle. What are you doing? Xiao Xiao glared at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang said, Xiao Xiao, Daddy will perform a magic trick for you, okay? Xiao Xiao, what magic? Xiao Yang, do you believe that Dad can make the 2 chicken legs on the table disappear? Xiao Xiao opened her eyes wide. It's gone. I don't believe it. Xiao Yang, then you watch carefully. If you can't change, these 2 chicken legs are yours. Xiao Xiao suddenly became interested. Good. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room also became interested. What? Xiao Yang can do magic? That's amazing. As he spoke, Xiao Yang picked up the empty box that had just contained the hamburgers. He showed Xiao Xiao a look inside. How about it? It's not empty, is it? No cheating, right? Xiao Xiao nodded. As he spoke, Xiao Yang put the empty box down, covering the 2 chicken legs just right. He kept muttering, 3, 2, 1. Open. Then quickly put the empty box away. Everyone held their breath and opened their eyes wide. I want to see if the 2 chicken legs at the bottom of the box are still there. The moment the box is opened, 2 chicken legs lay quietly inside, not moving at all. Ha ha ha. You failed, Daddy. These 2 big chicken legs are mine. the moment the box is opened. Xiao Xiao was so excited when she saw the 2 chicken legs. He immediately picked up one of the chicken legs. He didn't notice Xiao Yang's actions at all. But this scene was played clearly in the live broadcast room. Xiao Yang picked up the empty box with his right hand and slowly moved back. Move it all the way to Xiaoxiu's chicken leg. His left hand slowly moved from under his right arm. Under the cover of the empty box, he quietly took away Xiaoxiu's chicken leg. Many sharp-eyed viewers saw it. Crazy barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. Fuck, Xiao Xiao, pay attention to your father's trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. Xiao Xiao, Dad and I are close at heart, and Dad plays tricks on me. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Xiao is so miserable. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yang's stealing feeling is too strong. However, Xiao Xiao was completely unaware of the netizens' cries. She was delighted to have received 2 big chicken legs. He was holding one of the big chicken legs in his hand and was about to put it into his mouth. Then he glanced back. I found that my ice cream was missing. Hey, where's my ice cream? Dad, have you seen my ice cream? Xiao Yang glanced at the ground. Did you accidentally drop the ice cream on the ground just now? Look, isn't that on the ground? Before Xiao Yang could finish speaking, Xiao Xiao quickly lowered her head and looked at the ground. Just at this moment, Xiao Xiao was not paying attention. Xiao Yang's right hand quickly picked up the remaining large chicken leg on the table. Dad, no. Xiao Xiao said this and raised her head. Just then, she saw Xiao Yang holding her ice cream in her left hand, holding a big chicken drumstick in his right hand. What are you doing, Dad? Xiao Xiao let out a soul-stirring roar. Xiao Yang was stunned and quickly pressed the chicken leg towards the ice cream, then stuffed it into his mouth. Xiao Xiao was stunned. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also confused. There was a brief silence in the comments on the screen, then it immediately started rolling like crazy. Ha ha ha, revenge, pure revenge. Xiao Yang was just eating ice cream when he said, just wait. He's the wisest one, and I've learned a lesson. Openly repairing the plank road, secretly attacking Chen Kang, and finally blowing up the plank road. What a trick to deceive the world, to secretly build a warehouse, to indulge in lust, to make a feint to the east and attack in the west, to use a false pretext to attack, to create something out of nothing, to lure the tiger away from the mountain, and to steal the sheep while one is at hand. What a fantastic combination of skills. This kind of magic should be on the Spring Festival Gala. It's truly fantastic. Xiaoxiu's life has been nothing but backstabbing. Thank you so much. Ha ha ha, Auntie sympathizes with you. Xiao Xiao looked and saw that all her ice cream and chicken legs had gone into her father's stomach. Her eyes immediately turned red and she said unhappily, Dad, you lied to me, you are so bad. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Xiao Yang said with a grin, oh, my dear daughter, I'm doing this for your own good. Didn't you just eat an icicle? Eat one more. If you eat too much, Daddy will be worried that you'll get a stomachache. Well, after we finish eating, let's go to the fruit market nearby. Dad, would you like to eat the durian I bought for you? Don't you like durian the most? Let's buy some cherries for Grandma. What other fruits do you want to eat? Young Master Xiao will pay for them all later, okay. After hearing what my father said, only by smiling can you calm down. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her little hands. He touched his round belly again and realized he had almost finished eating. Then she pouted her pink little mouth and said reluctantly, okay. The two left McDonald's and drove to the fruit market nearby. At this time, the live broadcast switched to Li Yan's home. Chow Chow was hanging up the phone call from his classmate. He ran to the kitchen excitedly, hugged his mother's waist and acted coquettishly. Mother, can I go eat McDonald's? McLao Lao? Cheokeo's mother turned off the fire on the stove and turned around, gently touched Cheokeo's hair. Why do you suddenly want to eat McDonald's? Normally, Li Yang never lets Chow Chow eat this kind of fast food. Until he was 6 years old, Chow Chow had never eaten McDonald's. Even sometimes, Chow Chow hears other children talking about the various delicious foods in McDonald's. He couldn't get a word in. Because his parents don't buy him anything, he doesn't have any pocket money. It's not edible at all. Chow Chow said with his head down. Little Fatty just called me and said McDonald's will be giving away a walkie-talkie toy with their kids' meal soon. That's really interesting. I want to buy a children's meal and give one of the walkie-talkies to Xiao Pang. Little Fatty is my best friend. I see, Cheokeo's mother said softly. But, before she could finish her words, Li Yong walked into the kitchen. No junk food. I don't know if those things are made from sick chickens or chickens that have been forced to give birth. How many bacteria and viruses? I bought all the food you eat from imported supermarkets at a high price. If you want to eat chicken legs, ask your mom to roast them for you at home. We have an oven, a steamer, everything at home, and your mom is such a great cook. Why would you eat that kind of food that only poor people eat? Also, what walkie-talkie? Isn't that just a toy? Last time, Professor Deng threw away the doll on your desk. What's wrong with you? You even have to buy a new one. As soon as Li Yong came in, he started talking non-stop. It caused disgust among many viewers. McLaurel's is food for the poor? I'm hit again. Damn it, is Li Yong some kind of overbearing, wealthy boss? He keeps talking about imported supermarkets and the poor. Fuck you, what's the matter? He's so awesome, is the earth no longer big enough for him? Compared to Xiao Yang, being with Li Yong is really depressing. Last time, Chow Chow almost died after eating mushrooms. I thought Li Yong had changed, but unexpectedly, he's still the same. The person above, haven't you heard of the saying that it's easy to change the country but difficult to change one's nature? Ever since Li Yong entered the kitchen, Xiao Ko's head lowered lower and lower. However, relying on his mother's presence, he still expressed his true thoughts. But Xiao Pang is my only friend in school. He's the only one who plays with me. Other kids didn't take me with them, and I didn't have anything they liked to play with or eat, and I couldn't even join in the conversation. Xiao Ko's words made Xiao Ko's mother suddenly nervous. His brows were tightly furrowed, and he quickly pulled Chow Chow in front of him. Lift up his two sleeves. With a hint of tears in her voice, she said, "You said the kids don't want to play with you. Did they bully you? Have I ever hit you?" It was also the first time that Xiao Ko's mother heard Chow Chow express his inner thoughts like this. She immediately thought of school bullying and was afraid that her child would be bullied. My heart suddenly felt like it was in a knot. Chow Chow shook his head. "No, they just don't like playing with me. But I'll tell you a secret." He whispered something in his mother's ear. It turned out that he was a good student and often copied homework for his classmates. So his classmates all treated him pretty well. Xiao Ko's mother was stunned, then felt relieved. He stood up, looked at Li Yong and whispered, "Husband, otherwise, let Chow Chow eat it for once and give him the walkie-talkie. Otherwise, kid, you really won't have any friends. No matter what you buy, it's not possible." Li Yong refused sternly. "Honey, I told you that fried chicken is fried at high temperature. It will produce acrylamide, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons and heterocyclic amines, etc., which are all carcinogenic. And there's fried chicken. Do you know what kind of chicken it is? How long has it been frozen in the refrigerator? How can you eat this?" "No, but..." Xiao Ko's mother couldn't bear to see her son looking so aggrieved. "My son has no friends anymore." This time, Li Yong did not criticize harshly with an expressionless face as usual. Instead, he squatted down, looked directly into Xiao Ko's eyes and patiently comforted him. "Son, remember, you go to school to learn, not to make friends. Only mediocre people fill emptiness with excitement, and only they think about fitting in and catering to the likes of others. And the strong are loners, they are lonely. There's a saying that goes, a gentleman is cautious when he's alone. However, if you are bullied by other classmates at school, remember to tell mom and dad as soon as you get home. Mom and dad must be your strong support." Li Yong's lengthy speech boils down to this: he won't buy it. Chow Chow was disappointed once again and returned to his study silently to keep company with his textbooks. Looking at his son's lonely back, Xiao Ko's mother whispered to Li Yong, "Husband, let our son eat it just once. He's told me several times that all the other kids have eaten it, but he hasn't." Li Yong glared at Xiao Ko's mother with obvious impatience. "You are a loving mother who spoils her child. If something happens once, there will be a second time, and countless times." Xiao Ko's appearance made many viewers in the live broadcast room feel distressed. Li Yong is too strict. Chow Chow only wants to try it once to get a feel for what McClevoi tastes like. He doesn't want to eat it every day. "When I was little, my family didn't have much money, but my parents would still take me to McDonald's once in a while. They said they wanted me to try something other kids had eaten, too. They were afraid I'd feel inferior to my peers. I never imagined Xiao Ko's family was so rich, yet Chow Chow had never even tried fried chicken. It's so pitiful." Li Yong is too harsh on Chow Chow. He treats such a young child the same way he treats adults. "I'm really worried that Chow Chow will become depressed. When I heard Chow Chow say that Xiao Pang is his only friend, I almost cried. My son is in kindergarten, and I can't wait to buy delicious food for the kids in his class every day so that they can play with my son." Li Yong was so mean to Xiao Ko's mom just now. Who is he? The one above. Xiao Ko's mom seems to be a full-time mom, a housewife. Her status at home must be not good. "Hey, director, I don't want to look at Li Yong and Chow Chow anymore. My chest hurts because of the pressure. Show me Xiao Yang and Xiao Huan quickly." What the above person said is right. Following the audience's eager call, the director turned the screen back to Xiao Yang and Xiao's live broadcast room. At this time, Xiao Yang finally found a parking space. Holding the steering wheel with one hand, he turned it with the other hand and reversed into the parking space smoothly. It is parked very straight. This caused cheers from many female audience members. Xiao Yang parked the car and got out with Xiao Xiao. Many street vendors' eyes lit up immediately when they saw such a high-end sports car parked here. In particular, there are some male vendors who like cars and know the price of Ferrari sports cars better. I was even more delighted. Generally speaking, when they meet such young and wealthy customers, they are just taken advantage of. So as soon as Xiao Yang got off the car, many vendors immediately surrounded him and greeted him. "Hey young man, what kind of fruit do you want to buy? Come to my house, come to my house. The fruits in my house just arrived this morning. They are very fresh." Many vendors also started attacking Xiao Xiao. "Little boy, what kind of fruit do you want to eat? The fruit at my house is so sweet." As the lenses of the hidden cameras worn by Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao moved forward, as you can see, there are quite a few fruit vendors in this market. There are even many interesting advertising banners hanging in front of each store. "I say I love you, but I won't even give you a durian. My love words are sweeter than honey, but I won't even buy you a durian. Watermelon, the best watermelon, eat awesome watermelon, share an awesome life." Every shop, including inside and outside the door, is filled with all kinds of fruits. The price of the fruit is also marked on it. Durian, 18.8 per pound. Cream strawberry, 15 per pound. This place is eye-catching to everyone. Fuck, this durian slogan is pretty good. I've already taken a screenshot and sent it to my husband. Wow, I didn't expect that Xiao Yang, who is so young, is actually more capable than my mother. Not only does he buy clothes at the wholesale market, but he also buys fruits at such a good price. The prices are much cheaper than those sold in the small shop downstairs from my house. This looks great. Please give me the address. The fruit looks cheap and fresh. I'll go there this weekend. But, the price is so cheap, is the vendor cheating? The guy upstairs, I can tell you don't go to the market often. It's different now than it was before. The crackdown is very severe. Every market has administrators and fair scales. If you're caught, you'll be severely punished. This is specifically targeting this kind of behavior. Following everyone's discussion in the live broadcast room, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao were not in a hurry, so they just finished their meal and prepared to walk around and digest their food. I smiled and refused the enthusiastic vendors who had just gathered around me. "I'll just take a look. I've almost finished my round of the market. There are probably dozens of shops in this market." Finally, the father and daughter walked into a shop that looked pretty good. The fruits inside looked varied and fresh. Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao stepped into the door. Then I heard the automatic alarm at the door. "Welcome." At this time, a thin and capable woman in her early 40s walked out from behind. I saw two people, one big and one small, standing in the store. They all wrapped themselves up tightly, dressed casually, wore hats and masks. It seemed that he had just visited the clothing wholesale market nearby. I thought he was probably not a big customer. So he greeted him coldly. "What can I buy?" So Xiao Yang said, "Durian." The boss lady said, "We have several varieties of durian. Which one do you want?" Xiao Yang listened to the boss and looked at the shelves, and saw that there were indeed many types of durian. Golden Pillow, Ganyao. "Xiao Yang, which one is the most delicious?" The proprietress glanced at Xiao Yang and said casually, "Of course the best is Muzang King, but it's expensive, around 50 yuan per pound. A small Muzang King durian costs NT$200 to NT$300. She was sure that Xiao Yang would not be willing to buy such expensive durian. As a result, Xiao Yang agreed immediately. "Okay, then bring 2 Muzang Kings." Xiao Yang's words surprised the proprietress. He patted his thigh. A smile immediately appeared on his face. "Hey boy, I have even better durian at home, do you want to try it?" A few days ago, she bought a batch of very expensive imported durian to test the waters, but it was too expensive and no customer could afford it. It was about to fall into his hands. The proprietress thought, why not recommend it to the young man in front of her? The proprietress said happily, "Wait a minute, young man." Then he took out a durian and said with a smile on his face, "Blackthorn Muzang King durian, imported from Thailand, 108 yuan per pound. Young man, you came at the right time. This is the goods that arrived early this morning. They are really fresh. This durian is not only rich in flavor, but also has a delicious texture, like creamy ice cream, and has a small core and lots of flesh. Hey young man, how about one?" Xiao Yang touched Xiaoxio's arm and asked, "How about this durian?" Xiao Xiao said, "Yes, this durian smells better than other durians. I could eat one by myself." The proprietress smiled and said, "Little boy, you really know what you are talking about." Xiao Yang chuckled. "Your belly is getting smaller and your eyes are getting bigger day by day." But thinking about it, Xiao Xiao and Ms. He both like to eat durian. He said to the proprietress, "Okay, give me 2. 2. Okay." When the proprietress heard this, she was extremely happy. I finally met a rich man today and sold 2 at once. At this time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. Fuck, this durian is too expensive. 108 per jin. This durian weighs 3 to 4 jin, so it must be several hundred yuan. 2 of them is 7,800 yuan. It's so good to be rich. 2 pieces of fruit are enough for my food for a month. Haha, these durians are 108 yuan a pound, and I bought them right away. Now no one will say that Xiao Yang is being stingy with Xiao Xiao, right? Xiao Yang spent only a few $100s, but that was my life. Oh my god, there are actually durians this expensive. I've never seen them before. Just when the live broadcast room was bustling with activity, Xiao Yang picked up 2 durians at random. The lady boss asked, "Do you need to open it?" Xiao Yang, "No need. This thing stinks when it's opened. It even stinks up the car. Go back and drive it yourself." Ha ha ha, okay. The proprietress said this with a smile, pulling a plastic bag from the wall. Put one of the durians chosen by Xiao Yang into the bag. Just put it on the scale. After pressing a few buttons, he said, "Hey boy, this durian weighs 4.5 kilograms. 486 yuan. Then he handed the durian on the scale to Xiao Yang and put another durian on the scale. Xiao Yang took the durian handed to him by the proprietress. I immediately sensed the actual weight of the durian in my mind. This is not right. The system sensed that the durian in his hand should weigh 3.6 kilograms. Oh shit. This is a difference of 97.2 yuan. Before Xiao Yang could react, the boss immediately reported the weight of another durian. "Hey young man, this durian weighs 4 kilograms. 432 yuan. As he said that, he handed over another durian with a smile. Xiao Yang did not move and planned to check the second durian to see if it was also lighter. He took the durian handed to him by the proprietress with his other hand. Oh shit. As expected, the second durian. The system sensed that he should weigh 3.2 kilograms. This means another 84.4 yuan less. Then the lady boss said with a big smile on her face, "Young man, 2 durians cost a total of 918 yuan. Xiao Yang did some calculations in his mind. These 2 fruits reduced the weight by 1.7 kilograms. A total of 183.6 yuan. Holy crap. Xiao Yang roared in his heart. This heart is too dark, isn't it? Think back to the past. When I didn't have a system and didn't have much money. Go to the stall to buy fruit. 2 apples and 2 bananas, and they charge $20. 20 yuan. 600 a month. Is this something that someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan dares to think about? As a result, he was afraid to eat fruit every day. It turns out these vendors have taken so much. When I first entered the market, he also saw a large banner on the door. In a trustworthy market, consumers are guaranteed a safe consumption experience. If you discover fraud, we will compensate you tenfold. Wow, this is a crime against the law. Xiao Yang suddenly became furious and planned to make the merchant pay a price for his dishonest behavior. If an ordinary working-class person buys fruits here for a long time, who knows how much of his hard-earned money he will be cheated out of? Do you need some more fruit? The proprietress said with a smile. Then she looked down at Xiao Xiao. Little friend, your father is so good to you. He is so willing to give you up. What other fruit do you want to eat? Tell auntie? Xiao Xiao was just about to walk towards Cherry beside her, but he was stopped by Xiao Yang. Xiao Xiao, it seems that Dad didn't close the car door. Go and help Dad. Xiao Xiao was stunned and stared at her father blankly. Why did she vaguely remember that her father locked the car door? But since her father said so, she did not refuse and did as her father said. Then, Xiao Yang took out his car keys from his bag and gave them to Xiao Xiao. If the car door is locked, just open it yourself and get in. Be careful of heat stroke if you're running around in such hot weather. What do you want to eat? Dad will buy it for you later. Okay. Xiao Xiao took Xiao Yang's car keys obediently. After shopping for the whole morning, she was tired and didn't want to shop anymore. He took the car keys and turned to leave the fruit shop. Xiao Yang first made an excuse and sent Xiao Xiao to the car. Because he is going to go big. I was afraid that something might happen along the way and Xiao Xiao might get hurt accidentally. I also don't want Xiao Xiao to see some bad pictures. The boss lady standing by saw Xiao Yang's car keys. His eyes lit up. Although it's just a fruit shop, but they are not ordinary small vendors. In this market, several fruit shops are owned by her. Also made a lot of money. Her husband likes to look at cars online when he has nothing to do. The pattern on this car key. Her husband had introduced her to him in a grand manner. Ferrari. Luxury sports car. At least several million. He is indeed a rich man. No wonder he bought 2 such expensive Mustang Kings without blinking an eye. She was very happy. Thinking about the expensive and hard-to-sell cherries that his store had bought, he realized that someone was now willing to take over. He immediately turned around and brought a box of cherries. This cherry looks unusual. It's huge, as big as a ping-pong ball, and it is bright red and very attractive. The proprietress pushed the box of cherries in her hand forward. Hey young man, these cherries are the best in our store. They are imported and weigh 8J. It's juicy, sweet, crispy, and big. You can't find it in other fruit shops. It's incredibly delicious. Since your daughter wants to eat cherries, I recommend you buy this kind. It's definitely a good product. You'll know the difference after eating it. Xiao Yang curled the corners of his mouth and thought, okay, if you want to cheat people, why not do something big? 10 times the compensation for fake products? Then I will compensate you for the pain all at once. I hope you will never cheat anyone again next time. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. Sure, how much is 1 pound? The proprietress was shocked when she heard the big wronged person speak. I immediately became excited. 120 per pound. Next, place a box of cherries on the scale. This box is 8 jins, 960 yuan. Barrage scrolling. 8J cherries? Oh my god, thanks to Xiao Yang for broadening my horizons. Normally, I would have to think for a long time to eat 3J cherries. Hahaha, this is Xiao Yang's way of spending money wisely. Just like me, he can only lose money on his mouth. Xiao Yang bought such expensive fruits, mainly for Xiao Xiao and his mother to eat, not just for himself. It's really nice to spend money on his family. Ask the world what is the best medicine. First, money, and second, red envelopes. At this time, Xiao Yang pointed to the box of cherries on the scale and said, well, this box will do. Okay. The proprietress smiled happily. She tied a large box of cherries into a bundle with a plastic rope, tied a knot, and handed it to Xiao Yang. Then he said, 918 plus 960, a total of 1,878 yuan. Xiao Yang put the 2 durians on the ground and took the cherries with one hand. Suddenly, I realized that this box of cherries only weighed 5.6 kilograms. 5.6 catties. Great. Awesome. This is even more excessive than the 2 durians just now. The weight gave him a 30% discount. Do you really think he's a fool? This box of cherries cost him 288 yuan. Under the mask, no one noticed that a smile had already appeared on Xiao Yang's lips. Hey young man, what other fruits do you want to buy? The proprietress continued to ask, with anticipation in her eyes. Xiao Yang shook his head, no need. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone from his bag. Then he asked casually, boss lady, you won't take advantage of my youth and ignorance and weigh me less, right? The proprietress was stunned, but he quickly recovered and said with a smile, how can that be? We are an honest market here, and we will punish you tenfold if you make a fake product. The market manager just checked our scales. It's going to be okay, young man, don't worry. Then he pointed to the QR code on the table and said, just pay and scan here. Xiao Yang sneered. I took my phone and scanned the QR code. Then, a voice uttered, 1,878 yuan has arrived from Dobeo. Hearing that the money had arrived, the boss lady felt that she had completed a big order. Smiling again. Young man, come again next time. The fruits here are cheap and good. At this time, a few more customers came into the store. The proprietress turned around to greet new customers and no longer paid attention to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang suddenly spoke. Madam, you're selling me 3 kinds of fruit. Is there something wrong with that? The proprietress was stunned and turned to look at Xiao Yang, and her smile disappeared immediately. What do you mean? Several customers who had just entered the store to choose fruit were also stunned. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang, wanting to see what was going on. Xiao Yang raised the cherries in his hand and spoke loudly. You said this cherries weighed 8 kilograms, but in fact, with the box, it only weighed 5.6 kilograms. Then he raised the durian in his other hand and said, you just said this durian is 4 kilograms, but it's actually only 3.2 kilograms. And this durian, you weighed it and it said it was 4.5 kilograms, but it's actually only 3.6 kilograms, right? At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room clearly heard what Xiao Yang said. The atmosphere immediately exploded. Holy crap! This merchant is such a rip-off. How much money did they rip off in one go? Is there anyone good at math who can do the math? I was cheated out of 471.6. Oh my god, this merchant is too shady. Oh my god, why are fruits so expensive these days? Just a little bit costs dozens of yuan. Workers these days can't even afford to eat fruit freely. But, didn't you notice? Xiao Yang didn't have a scale either, so how could he be so sure that he didn't have a scale and still accurately tell the actual weight of the fruit? That's right. After hearing what someone said above, I actually realized it. Even my mom, who buys groceries frequently, can only give a rough estimate. How could she be so accurate? Xiao Yang must have defrauded this merchant, right? Maybe he's a little short, but not that much, right? At this time, when the proprietress heard what Xiao Yang said, she frowned and yelled, "What are you talking about?" Before the boss lady finished speaking, Xiao Yang took a step forward and put the cherries back on the scale, pressed the key. Sure enough, it clearly showed 2.8 kilograms. At the same time, it is clearly transmitted to the big screen through the camera. The audience in the live broadcast room were all shocked. This is really 5.6 caddies. In the observation room, the mouths of several observer guests simultaneously grew into an O shape. Even all the staff in the director's room were stunned. What is the situation now? Director Wang is drinking water. See this number on the scale. His hands trembled in shock. At the same time, the boiling water in the thermos spilled onto his hands, scalding his fingers until they turned red. He screamed and quickly put the thermos aside. "Director, are you okay?" The staff nearby were startled by Director Wang's scream and only then reacted. "Do you want to go to the bathroom and rinse with cold water? What are you rushing for? What time is it now?" Director Wang shook the water off his hands and stared at the big screen intently. Keep a close eye on the development of the situation. This matter was a little beyond his imagination. Xiao Yang just went to buy some fruit as usual. Why does it look like some shady dealings have been exposed? In the fruit shop, Xiao Yang said loudly, "Boss, tell me this cherries weigh 8 kilograms. Why is it only 5.6 caddies now? 120 per pound, you ripped me off for 288 yuan for this piece of fruit. Your heart is too dark, isn't it?" The boss lady didn't expect it. This young guy, who looks fashionable and young, was able to see through her tricks. "Oh my god, this store is too shady." A few customers who had just come in saw this scene and murmured to themselves. At this time, the proprietress turned around and glared at the customers who had just come in. He shouted, "Don't talk nonsense." After saying that, he rushed towards Xiao Yang like a madman. I wanted to snatch the fruit from his hand. The country is now cracking down on short weighting, so as long as a customer has doubts about their weight, they will either refuse to sell, or take the fruit back and destroy the evidence. Since there is no evidence, even if the customer reports it, the relevant departments cannot punish them and can only give them a warning at most. This trick is based on their experience and has never failed. However, Xiao Yang is extremely powerful. He just stretched out one arm to block the proprietress. Quickly placed the 2 durians on the scale one by one. Sure enough, the display shows only 1.6 kilograms. One is only 1.8 kilograms. I just weighed it wrong. I'll weigh you again. I'll return the extra money to you. Seeing that the force was not working and that I couldn't grab the fruit, the proprietress quickly changed her approach and tried to seek reconciliation. The comments in the live broadcast room were even more heated. "Xiao Yang is so accurate. Exactly right. Other people's eyes are rulers, but Xiao Yang's hands are scales, right? Don't explain this, lady boss. Explanation is a cover-up, and covering up is dishonesty. Dishonesty deserves punishment. Xiao Yang, damn her. She's speaking up for us ordinary people who can't afford to eat fruit. Fuck. She ripped Xiao Yang off for over 400 yuan in one go? What kind of shady business is this? She's operating with integrity, don't show any mercy. Punish her to death. Let's see if she dares to cheat honest people like us again." Xiao Yang sneered. "Madam, it was your mistake to weigh the wrong piece of fruit. But you weighed all 3 fruits wrong, that's unacceptable, right?" As a clear-minded college student, Xiao Yang seldom buys groceries. This is also the first time I have encountered such a thing. I'm still a little puzzled. How did the proprietress get different weights for the same fruit using the same scale? Xiao Yang knew there must be something wrong with this scale, but I don't know where the key is. If it weren't for the skills given to him by the system, he would have been completely kept in the dark. At this time, a customer standing behind Xiao Yang whispered, "Is this boss lady using a weird scale? Ghost scale?" Xiao Yang looked at the customer who was speaking in confusion. The customer said, "Try pressing the M1, M2, and M3 buttons next to it." Xiao Yang gave it a try. Sure enough, the same durian on the scale had several different weights and prices, but they are all heavier than the original weight of durian. Of course, the price will be a bit higher. Hey, they're operating with integrity, but I didn't expect they'd use a ghost scale. Several customers behind me murmured. The proprietress was blocked by Xiao Yang's arm and could not grab the durian. Seeing that his trick of using the scale was exposed, he became even more angry and embarrassed. He turned and yelled to the customers behind him, "Stop talking nonsense. Buy it or not. If not, get out. We don't sell it in our store anymore." As he said that, he took out the cell phone from his trouser pocket and started calling people. "Hurry, come on. There's a disturbance in the store. Yes, bring a few more people. although she was the only one in the store. But she has many helpers in this market. The few customers who had just been scolded were about to argue with the boss lady. As soon as I heard the boss lady start calling people, I immediately got scared. After all, it's not me who's being targeted, so I won't suffer any loss. Adhering to the principle that less trouble is worse than more, several people left. The barrage of comments scrolls in the live broadcast room. Fuck, is this fruit vendor so arrogant? He even waved people around. Xiao Yang is in danger. What should we do? Should we call the police? In the director's room, the staff saw the boss lady's ferocious expression. I was also shocked. He looked at the comments on the screen again and turned to look at Director Wang. Director Wang, should we call the police? I saw Director Wang had already taken out his cell phone, called 110 to report the incident. Yes, XX Fruit Market, XX Fruit Shop. Hurry up, police comrade. Not only for Xiao Yang, but also for the show and myself. Now Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao are the biggest traffic sources of their show. What if these two precious kids get injured and delay the filming of the following programs? That would be a huge loss for the program team. In the fruit shop, Xiao Yang and the proprietress were in a stalemate. At this time, a man wearing a red armband, a middle-aged man in uniform passed by the door. Xiao Yang has sharp eyes. Isn't this the market administrator? Is it the job of the market administrator to manage and coordinate the entire market? The owner of this fruit shop rarely uses scales and uses the so-called ghost scale. Should he be in charge? Didn't they say that if it's fake, you'll get 10 times the compensation? Xiao Yang walked around the proprietress and called the administrator. Hey, admin. I want to report this fruit shop for using a fake scale and understating the weight. These things cost me more than 400 yuan. Doesn't the banner at the entrance of the market say that if the product is fake, we'll compensate you tenfold? You come and give an explanation. The market manager walked over slowly and shouted, less weight? How is that possible? Have you weighed yourself? Ghost scale? Where is it? Our market operates with integrity, so there can't be any fraudulent scales. I just checked the scale this morning. That's it. Xiao Yang turned around. I discovered that the scale I had just used was missing. The proprietress took advantage of Xiao Yang's inattention when he went to call the administrator. I don't know where the ghost is hidden. At this time, the proprietress, seeing that the ghost scale evidence was gone, immediately felt confident. Walked from the fruit shop to the door. But I saw more and more people gathering around. There are vendors and customers coming and going. The proprietress saw that the young man was useless, no matter how soft or hard he tried. An idea suddenly came to my mind. Just muddy the water. Pointing at Xiao Yang, he spoke. Administrator, this young man is here to cause trouble. Just finished speaking. Several strong men also ran away in a hurry. He yelled, Who's causing trouble? The proprietress looked at the person she had called and saw that he had arrived, and her expression became even more disgusted. Take a step forward. Walked to a dark-skinned, burly man. He said anxiously, Husband, it's this young man. I was just pretending to be rich and buying expensive things. Snort. I bought it and paid for it, but then they said there was a problem with the weight. I just told the administrator that I want a tenfold compensation for any fake product. The woman put one hand on her waist and pointed at Xiao Yang with the other. Young man, are you crazy because of poverty? You came here specifically to trick us. The man glanced at the fruit in Xiao Yang's hand. Oh, these are some good stuff. He roughly estimated the price. I thought to myself, 10 times the compensation for fake products. It's indeed a lot of money. But he also understood the routine of his fruit shop. My wife must have thought that this man was rich and cheated me too much. At this time, passers-by who gradually gathered around did not see the cause and effect. Started mumbling. How did this young man know there was something wrong with the weight of the fruit, even though he didn't have a scale himself? It's said that there's a type of professional counterfeiter in society now who specializes in bullying businesses and seeking compensation from them. They're really ruthless. Although passers-by at the scene didn't know what was going on, but the audience in the live broadcast room watched the whole thing from beginning to end and understood what happened very well. Everyone was gritting their teeth in anger. Fuck. This lady boss clearly cheated me, and now she's turning the tables on me. How disgusting. No, I'm so pissed off. I can't wait to beat this profiteer up. They cheated me out of 400 yuan. It's nothing to Xiao Yang, but for me, that's half a month's worth of food. This kind of behavior must be curbed. It's abhorrent. Hey, stop scolding the profiteers upstairs. Xiao Yang is surrounded by so many strong men now. Will he get hurt? And Xiao Xiao is still outside. Everyone was worried about Xiao Yang's safety. The other side. At the market entrance, a group of vendors started shouting at each other. It seems like someone is causing trouble at the XX fruit shop inside. Making trouble? What's wrong? It seems a young man pretended to be rich and bought some high-end fruits for nearly 2,000 yuan. Now he claims the fruits are defective and is demanding 10 times the compensation if they are fake. What the hell? Damn, is this intentional? Yeah, he's not a good guy. He even wore a mask and a hat, afraid that others would see his appearance. If you don't have money, then you don't have money. Why are you pretending? You've set your sights on us. Let's go and take a look. Walk. A group of vendors were making too much noise. Xiao Xiao, who was playing games in the car, heard it. Smiled when she heard it. Isn't this the name of the fruit shop she and her father just went into? Even on a hot day, few people wear hats and masks. The bad guy these people are talking about is dad? No wonder her father asked her to go back to the car first. Something must have happened. This is to protect her. But she was also worried about her father and was very anxious. Keep thinking about what to do. Suddenly I remembered what my father told her. If you have any difficulties, find the police. Call the police. Yes, call the police. And when she went to the police station yesterday, Captain Lee gave her a phone number. Tell her to find him if there is any danger. She immediately dialed the number on her digital watch. Hello, Uncle Lee? My dad is in danger, can you come? Fruit door. Several strong men were already surrounding Xiao Yang. These are relatives, friends and employees hired by the boss. In fact, he didn't dare to take action, but just standing there gave people a sense of deterrence. After all, in a society ruled by law, no one dares to start trouble first. Several vendors thought Xiao Yang was quite young and not very strong. I felt happy. Young people like this can be dealt with by just scaring them. It will definitely be scared and run away in a few minutes. They often encounter this kind of thing, and basically solve it like this. In today's society, how many people are willing to cause trouble? These people verbally attacked Xiao Yang. Everyone was talking at once. Young man, hurry up and leave. Don't make trouble and delay people's business. I've seen people like you many times. You just want to take advantage of us merchants. We are in the fruit business, working hard from dawn to dusk to make a few dollars. You are really cruel. Xiao Yang turned around and saw the market manager standing outside the crowd with his arms folded, motionless. He yelled, "Admin, don't you have fair scales in your market? Just weigh the fruit I have and you'll know." The owner of the fruit shop reacted immediately. Xiao Yang still has some fruit in his hand. He rushed forward and snatched the fruit from Xiao Yang's hand. Xiao Yang was always alert and took a few steps back when the boss tried to grab the fruit. The boss missed his target and almost fell flat on his face. "You want to rob me?" Xiao Yang turned around and saw that the market manager didn't move at all. "There is no intention to stop it. I understood it immediately." Xiao Yang said while holding the fruit. "What? Are you scared? And you still say you have no ghosts? You want to rob me by force? Call the police." "I want to call the police. Since you guys won't admit it, we'll let the police handle it." As he said that, Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. When they heard that they were going to call the police, the boss and the market manager became anxious. The boss immediately felt guilty. "I thought to myself, if I call the police, they will really investigate it. The inspection is so strict now. Not only will you have to pay compensation, you will most likely have to suspend business for rectification. There are so many fruits in the store. After a long time, it all rotted. There are also storefront fees, which cannot be covered by just 18,000 yuan. Thinking of this, he became even angrier. Roared, "If you call the police, I'll make sure you can't leave this fruit market." When the boss said this, several strong men who came with him came out at the same time and pointed their chests at Xiao Yang. In fact, Xiao Yang is not afraid. "I gained great power from the system. If he could tame a galloping wild horse, let alone a few vendors. However, now is not the right time, so he won't act rashly. Once you make the first move, he will ignore you." At this time, the market manager came out to comfort Xiao Yang. "Young man, how much extra money did this company make you pay? Just let them make up for it. It's not easy for these merchants to get up early and work late to sell fruits. No need to call the police, just make it bigger. When you can forgive, forgive." This administrator speaks for the vendors. One reason is that the vendors are all old acquaintances to him and they have a good relationship with him. Second, because of his poor supervision, it would not be good for him if the matter got out of hand. Xiao Yang sneered. "Administrator, don't you claim to be operating with integrity and say you'll compensate 10 times if a counterfeit product is sold? You said it was so good during the promotion, but now you deny it when there's a problem? 400 yuan is nothing to Xiao Yang. Even if they pay 10 times the price for a fake product, 18,000 yuan is a drop in the bucket for Xiao Yang now. But this ghost scale, judging from the attitude of the fruit shop owner and his wife, if we don't make them bleed once, they will continue to cheat people next time. The hard-earned money of those hard-working workers was inexplicably taken away by these unscrupulous businessmen. At this time, the proprietress said something that shocked everyone. "Humph. Say we vendors are cheating you. Aren't you people after bargains? You want good quality products, and you want them cheap. Ask, who in this market doesn't use an 8-liang scale? Otherwise, how did everyone make any money? This is the industry rule." In one sentence, the secret of the entire market is revealed. The market manager glared at the proprietress. The proprietress knew that she had been impulsive and said the wrong thing, so she took a step back. The boss used his hand to push the boss's wife behind him. Although his wife shouldn't have said that just now, there were not many outside customers in this place. The influence is not great, even if you tell others. As long as you deny it, even if you kill yourself, who will know? But he didn't expect it. This speech is being broadcast live and has already spread across the country. The barrage scrolls. Holy crap. Xiaodao pulling us, I'm so surprised. This is actually the industry standard. This market manager is really good at saying that these vendors have it hard, but we who buy fruit have it easy. I work so hard every day, and with a 12-hour commute, I only make 4,000 yuan a month. I also have to pay for my car and mortgage payments. Even buying fruit for my kids costs me a few dozen yuan. This is amazing. I can save 4 yuan on a 20 yuan piece of fruit on an 8-liang scale. Haha, you're still operating with integrity. From now on, I'll have to bring my own scale when I go out to buy fruit. Support Xiao Yang. We must not let these people go. Report them and demand a thorough investigation. We cannot allow these people to harm others again. My father was hospitalized for cancer some time ago, and all the money we had for his medical treatment was gone. He couldn't eat anything and just wanted some fruit. But fruit is so expensive now, and my heart bleeds every time I buy fruit. Now seeing this scene, I want to beat these people to death. It's not easy for them, but is it easy for us? Every penny they cheat may be someone else's life-saving money. What's so difficult about it? I'm also a small vendor, but no matter how difficult it is, I won't steal other people's scales, nor will I use a fake scale. That's just being mean. The other side. Leadership Office of the Market Management and Supervision Bureau. The director stared at the phone in his hand, looking at the subordinates in front of him. What kind of live broadcast is this? Subordinate, a live parent-child variety show. A father goes to buy fruit. I accidentally discovered that the merchant was using a fake scale. He paid 400 yuan more for a few pieces of fruit. The leader took another look at the corner of the video. Number of viewers, 15 million plus. So many people. So many people are watching a live broadcast of a parent-child variety show. Isn't this something that everyone in the country knows about? He was so angry that he frowned and slapped the table, making a loud bang bang. How can this be possible? How can these fruit vendors be so unreasonable? It's simply bullying the common people. Why don't you guys just go and solve it? Forget it, I'll go myself. Even with such a severe crackdown, this kind of thing still happens. At the same time, Xiao Yang stood there, just about to pick up his phone to call the police again. The boss gave a look to a vendor behind Xiao Yang. The vendor took advantage of Xiao Yang's inattention and attacked him from behind. He snatched the phone from his hand and threw it to the ground. Another vendor grabbed the bag of fruit in Xiao Yang's hand and threw it to the ground. Pa! The phone and the fruit were smashed to pieces at the same time. What are you doing? Xiao Yang roared. Now the fruit shop owner was completely relieved. He was secretly proud of himself. He. This way there is no evidence. I couldn't even call the police. Looking at this troublemaker in front of me, what can I do with him? With a slight smile on his lips, he raised his head and shouted at Xiao Yang. I'll compensate you for your phone. I'll refund you the money for the fruit, too. You have no evidence now. Hurry up and go. You're causing trouble wearing a mask and a hat, ruining our store's reputation. I won't bother with you. Get out of here. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this fruit market. A group of vendors gathered nearby and shouted at the same time. Go! Go! The boss just finished speaking. Outside the crowd, a child came running over with a cell phone in his hand. Uncle, Auntie, look, you are on TV. The fruit shop owner frowned and looked at the child. Confusedly asked, What TV? Several vendors around Xiao Yang turned to look at the child at the same time. The child said, It's just a variety show, come and watch it. The boss was about to scold the child. What do you look at on your phone at critical moments? The current trouble has not been solved yet. He was just about to speak. The child had already stuffed the cell phone into the fruit shop owner's hand. Wait a minute, can't you see I'm busy? The boss said loudly. At the same time, his voice actually came from the phone at the same time. He was stunned for a moment. Eyes widened. Beside him were the proprietress, the market manager, and the vendor who had just arrived, including everyone around. Everyone is confused. What is going on? The boss didn't have time to think and held the phone in front of him. On the screen, I was holding my phone and looking at it. Exactly the same action as he is doing now. He was very panicked inside. I glanced at the corner of the video again. Number of people watching: 6,000 W+. His body twitched as if struck by lightning. Fruit shop owner, look up. He looked at Xiao Yang with horror, and the ferocious voice just now disappeared instantly. He asked tremblingly, "Who are you?" At this time, Xiao Yang took off his hat and mask. "Hello, my name is Xiao Yang." "Oh my god, Xiao Yang! I actually met the living Xiao Yang." Everyone was stunned. Many people here have watched the live variety show My Dad is Superman. He is even a fan of Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao. No wonder the voice sounded familiar to me just now. I watch it often. "Xiao Yang, I'm your fan." A few passers-by who were watching the excitement from a distance saw Xiao Yang show up. The tension just now disappeared immediately. Twitter. Some even wanted to take photos and get autographs. Xiao Yang was left in a state of confusion. I can only wave my hand. "Everyone, wait a moment, wait a moment. Let me sort out the trouble here." Compared to the joy of others, in the minds of the fruit shop owner and his wife, as well as the market manager, boom, exploded. I thought it was my own operation just now. Destroy the evidence. Few people know this. Even if you report it to the relevant department, it poses no threat to them. Result: this time, I hit a brick wall. Everything that just happened was being broadcast live, and the number of people watching online is 60 million. Wouldn't that mean people all over the country could see it? The owner and his wife of the fruit shop regretted it deeply. I slapped myself countless times in my heart. Xiao Yang calmed down the group of passers-by fans around him. He said, "Administrator, boss, I'm not what you call a professional counterfeiter. It was just an accidental bump. Now, you guys broke my phone. Someone stole the fruit I bought. What should I do?" He wanted to see what these people would do with this problem in the end, although he had already made up his mind. The market manager was also scared at this time. He is an old man in his 50s. "I don't know what live streaming is. All I know is that the young man in front of me is a celebrity. Since he is a celebrity, his influence is significant. The only way to calm the young man's anger now is to deal with it impartially." The administrator walked up to Xiao Yang and smiled apologetically. According to the market's principle of paying 10 times the price for counterfeit goods, this fruit shop couple must compensate you 18,780 yuan. And your phone, of course. Then he yelled at the boss and the boss's wife. "Did you two hear that? Give me the money quickly." Okay. At this time, the owner of the fruit shop had completely lost the momentum he had just had. He knew it in his heart. If this matter can't calm the young man in front of me, if he doesn't handle it well, he will be in big trouble. He quickly took out his cell phone, planning to scan the code. Suddenly, I was stunned, looking at the broken phone on the ground. No payment at all. He immediately took out a bank card from his pocket. He held it out to his wife. "Go to the bank across the street and withdraw 30,000 yuan for this brother. Go quickly. 10 times the compensation for the fruit plus compensation for the mobile phone is 30,000 yuan, no more, no less." However, Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. Said it lightly. "Boss, administrator, no need. We're still doing business as usual. No need to punish 10 times the amount for a fake product. The correct amount should be the correct amount. Of course, we won't solve it here. Let's hand it over to the relevant departments." In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments was boiling. "Xiao Yang, well done. These vendors should be dealt with by the relevant departments. That little bit of money is not a lesson for them at all." This vendor and administrator's expressions change faster than turning the pages of a book. Just a moment ago they looked like gangsters, but now, watching the live broadcast, they've changed their expressions to please others? How disgusting. With great power comes great responsibility. Xiao Yang doesn't mind this little bit of money. This is exactly what we need to do. We need to clean up the market and do something good for the people. When the market manager heard this, he became anxious. If the relevant departments come to investigate, not only this fruit vendor will be finished. I am finished too. The entire market and the vast majority of vendors will suffer. At this time, he didn't care about his age at all. Facing the young Xiao Yang, he clasped his hands together and bowed. "Young man, you are a big man, don't bother with me." The boss and his wife standing by were extremely frightened. If the relevant departments come to investigate, the amount will be more than just 30,000 yuan. They will also face a series of problems such as business suspension and fines. Then all the money I earned this year will be gone. The couple can no longer care about so many things. The woman half knelt down, pulled Xiao Yang's arm and cried, "I'm sorry, little brother, please let us go. We have 2 children who are in school and elderly people at home. If this business is gone, what will our family eat and drink?" Seeing Xiao Yang's expressionless face, he was not moved. She wanted to give Xiao Yang one. Xiao Yang is not a hard-hearted person. I just know that the tears of this couple are just crocodile tears. If they had not repented in time, instead of being ferocious and making things difficult for you, they even called people to surround and block the area. Xiao Yang wouldn't insist on doing this. If it wasn't me who met him this time, if I hadn't run into him while he was live streaming, if you just meet an honest person, then the couple will only become more aggressive. Other people's families also have children and elderly people. Why don't they think about these people when they cheat them? Looking at the vendor couple in front of him, Xiao Yang was not moved by their pleading. Several vendors nearby also spoke up. "Young man, why are you so petty and vindictive? It's not easy for us vendors. We work so hard to transport fresh fruits to sell, getting up early and working late, just for our families. Aren't you ruining your life?" This couple are actually honest people. This time it was just a matter of one thought. Just let them go. Let them pay what they owe. Someone in the crowd said something. "Fruits are so expensive nowadays that we can't even afford to eat them." Haha, if it's not easy for you all, then who has it easy? A vendor shouted. As the saying goes, low grain prices hurt farmers. It's the same with fruits. They are all grown by farmers with great effort. Just think about how hard it is for farmers to work hard to grow some fruit and feed their families. You people can't just think about yourselves. When Xiao Yang heard this, he became even angrier. Farmer? How dare these people mention farmers? These unscrupulous businessmen exploit the farmers and keep lowering prices. On the other hand, they try every possible means to cheat on weight and pass off inferior goods as good ones, cheating ordinary people who buy fruits. Eat from both ends. You still dare to mention farmers? At this time, an older sister exclaimed, "Oops, why are all the blueberries I just bought so small? I clearly want the big one, the one that's 35 yuan per pound." As she spoke, she stood up and opened the bag of blueberries to show the onlookers. Then he pointed to the fruit shop nearby and said, "That's it. Oh my god, the boss must have put a lot of small ones in there while I wasn't paying attention. This is too rip-off." Then, the elder sister brought the blueberries to Xiao Yang and said, "Young man, did you bring your own scale? Can you help me check if this is underweight?" Xiao Yang took the bag. "Lift it in your hand." I sensed 0.8 caddies in my mind. Said, "Sister, this bag is 0.8 kilograms. The elder sister said, 0.8 jin? I clearly weighed 1 jin and paid for 1 jin. But, are you sure? I didn't see you using a scale, so I just mentioned it." "Xiao Yang, sister, I estimate the weight very accurately. If you don't believe me, you can go back and weigh it." As he was speaking, not far away, Xiao Xiao shouted, "Dad, Dad," and ran over directly. She threw herself into Xiao Yang's arms. Very worried, I asked, "Dad, are you okay? I was just at the door and heard that you were in danger, so I called Uncle Lee, whom I met yesterday. Uncle Lee told me to stay where I am and not move. That's why I'm here with the police officer now." Xiao Xiao was worried about her father and ran in a hurry. He didn't even have time to put on a hat or a mask, and his whole face was full of tears. Xiao Yang rubbed Xiao Xiao's hair and said with a smile, "It's okay, my dear daughter, Daddy is fine." At this time, police and comrades from the Market Supervision Department also arrived. The police comrade said, "We received a call about a disturbance? What's going on?" Another middle-aged man wearing a Market Supervision Bureau uniform and with a protruding belly, he also said, "I'm Director Joe of the Market Supervision Bureau. Our department received reports that some businesses here were shortchanging each other on weights and measures, violating regulations. What's going on?" The owner and his wife of the fruit shop nearby saw that even the director had come in person. "I've never seen such a scene before. I knew in my heart that I was finished. Even if there is no fruit now, the scale is hidden. But there is a live broadcast record and so many people are watching. I will definitely not escape punishment." The 2 men could only lower their heads, losing all their momentum. And the vendors who had just surrounded Xiao Yang and shouted at him. At this time, he didn't dare to make any more noise, and even backed away stealthily to the side, quietly ran back to their stalls and shops. They knew in their hearts that this time, a big storm was about to come. Xiao Yang gave it to the police, Director Joe, and other staff members. Briefly described what happened just now. Director Joe listened to the whole incident with a frown, and his heart was in turmoil. Too much. These vendors are lawless. The country is clearly cracking down on this now. This is a market that operates with integrity, yet such a thing actually happened. This is really a discredit to him. Bring disgrace to the entire city. Before Xiao Yang could express his demands, Director Zhou on the side waved his hand. What vendors like you are doing is undermining fair trade in the market and harming the rights of consumers. It's illegal and immoral. It's people like you who make ordinary people so nervous even when buying fruit. It ruined the image of the entire city. Punishment. The maximum penalty must be imposed. The fruit shop owner collapsed to the ground as soon as she heard the maximum penalty. She never expected it. One thing I do every day. How could such a huge loss be brought to the family today? Some vendors in the surrounding area who had not yet dispersed were also frightened at this time. At this time, the lady who was buying blueberries also pushed through the crowd and came out. He said while holding a plastic bag of blueberries in his hand, "Comrade, I report it. The XX fruit shop I just bought from also cheated and underweighed the fruit. Look, the blueberries he sells are 35 per pound. They say they have big fruits, and the big fruits are on top, while the ones underneath are all small, and some are rotten." As he said this, he handed the bag in his hand to the supervisor beside him. "You have a scale in your hand, young comrade." Just now, the young man picked it up with his hands and found only 0.8 caddies, which is 0.2 caddies less. "Is that correct? Please weigh it on your scale." A young market supervisor took the blueberries and weighed them. As expected, exactly 0.8 jin. Director Zhou, this family also uses an 8 liang scale. The lady who bought blueberries gave Xiao Yang a thumbs up. "My boy, you have a really good hand." When I heard this elder sister say this, several customers around who had bought fruit asked to have them weighed again. This time, it was discovered that many businesses were underweighing their products. Some weigh only 8 taels. Some even weigh only 6 or 7 taels. The audience in the live broadcast room were so angry just watching through the screen. Oh my god, every vendor in this market is shortchanging people. No wonder they were so united just now, attacking Xiao Yang together. This is too much. Didn't the lady boss just say that? 8 taels is the industry standard. And there are still 6 taels and 7 taels. If this isn't stopped, will there be 4 taels, 5 taels, or even 1 tael? Director Zhou of the Market Supervision Bureau saw this scene, even more angry. "I thought it was an isolated case, but I didn't expect that most vendors were like this." He turned his eyes to the market manager. The old administrator was retreating backwards unknowingly. Director Zhou stood beside Xiao Yang and shouted, "This incident happened in the Magic City, and I failed to supervise it properly. Terribly sorry." Thankfully, Xiao Yang discovered it in time today, and it also sounded the alarm for me. From today, this fruit market will be closed for 1 month for rectification. Every household that has a fake scale should hand it in and be inspected by the Market Supervision Department. Then Director Zhou pointed at the owner and his wife of the fruit shop. The owner of the XX fruit shop violated the rights of consumers and was required to compensate customers and pay a fine of 200,000 yuan. The market organizer violated consumer rights and was fined 350,000 yuan and removed from the market. What? Shut down for a month. Many vendors were stunned when they heard about this punishment. I just thought that if I hid my ghost scale well, even if someone reported it, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence. It can be left unresolved, with a fine at most. But it was closed for 1 month. For businesses, this loss is too great. Not only was 1 month's rent was wasted. In addition, every vendor in the market has a lot of fruit stored in cold storage. In particular, the owner of the shop where Xiao Yang bought fruit just now has 4 stores in the market. There are hundreds of thousands of fruits stored in the cold storage. If the business is closed for a month, it will be ruined. Including the fine, the loss was nearly 1 million. When the proprietress heard the punishment, her legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Her hair was disheveled and she kept clapping her hands on the ground as she cried, "Oh my god, how can my family and I survive like this?" The owner of the fruit shop was even more dumbfounded when he heard the punishment. All 4 stores will be closed for a month at the same time. Isn't this going to kill him? He looked at Xiao Yang. Now that we know Xiao Yang is a celebrity, he should be able to talk to these leaders. He immediately slid down on his knees and begged for mercy, grabbing Xiao Yang's arm. "Please, little brother, I just didn't recognize the real one. I was wrong. Please spare me. Little brother, I will pay you whatever amount you want. Tell these leaders not to suspend business for a month. I can't afford to compensate for this loss, and no one in our market can afford to compensate for it. We all have elderly parents and young children to support, and our families rely on us to make money. We don't want to shortchange customers or pass off inferior goods as good ones, but if we don't, our prices won't be competitive. Please, plead for us." As he said this, he kept bowing to Xiao Yang and begging for forgiveness. Some vendors around also followed suit and begged for mercy. Xiao Yang smiled bitterly. In fact, he doesn't care how much compensation he gets. Now he has money too. Xiao Yang couldn't help but say, "Now you know that you have old people above you and young children below you. Then why don't you know when you infringe on other people's rights? If I hadn't discovered this by accident today, would you have continued like this? You said you resorted to such tactics because you couldn't make money with low prices. But, by resorting to such tactics, aren't you leaving those honest traders, many of whom claim not to be selling inferior goods as good ones, with no room to survive? Aren't you disrupting the market? Director Joe is not wronging you by punishing you this way. Xiao Yang finished speaking. Pa. Good, well said. Director Joe kept clapping his hands on the side. Pa. Immediately afterwards, the applause from the surrounding crowd was deafening. Immediately following, the police also took the vendors who had just surrounded Xiao Yang to snatch his phone and cause trouble back to the police station and detained them. Live broadcast room. The screen was filled with the words "well said." Xiao Yang, you said it very well and did a great job. You are really defending the rights of ordinary people like us. These vendors, even after being fined, still think they've done nothing wrong. They're really bringing shame to the city. Yes, that's it. They must be severely punished. I don't know how much money they have cheated out of the people. These vendors are just sophistry, using low prices to attract customers and playing tricks. In fact, they are making a lot of money, and they still have the nerve to say that their lives are difficult. Before he was punished, he was showing off to Xiao Yang. Now that he has been punished severely, he is begging for mercy to Xiao Yang. This kind of person is really despicable. Aren't these people just the bad money driving out the good? They want everyone to be like them and become corrupt. How despicable. Director's room. Director Wang looked at the screen. He also clapped silently. I sighed in my heart, Xiao Yang is right. It exposed the shady dealings, drew the attention of the Market Supervision Bureau, and did a great thing for ordinary people. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room is increasing. On the official platform, voting by 4 groups of families is also in full swing. This issue, Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao, father and daughter, received more votes than the other families. Even more outstanding. There are many comments from netizens below. Originally I only liked Xiao Xiao and didn't like Xiao Yang, but this episode of Xiao Yang really impressed me. He defended the rights of ordinary people like us and did a great thing. This is my first time watching this live broadcast. Today's anti-counterfeiting show is so exciting. Isn't it better than the Spring Festival Gala? The anti-counterfeiting live broadcast at Xiao Yang Fruit Market was recorded by netizens and posted on major platforms. It attracted a lot of attention. It quickly topped the trending charts on various social platforms. Hashtag Xiao Yang cracks down on counterfeit goods in Shanghai Fruit Market, and the Director of Market Supervision Bureau issues on-the-spot punishment hashtag. Hashtag the Moda Fruit Market is closed for a month due to the weight of 8 liang. Hashtag Xiao Yang's anti-counterfeiting campaign triggered a nationwide anti-counterfeiting campaign. Various regions launched market crackdowns to protect consumer rights. Hashtag. Subsequently, market supervision bureaus in every city across the country began to take action. Inspection and supervision are carried out in each market and each merchant. Many cities have also increased their regulatory efforts. There are even cities offering a 1 million yuan reward for reporting fake scales. For a moment, everyone applauded. What bothers Xiao Yang is that now he is often taken by Ms. He to buy vegetables and fruits. Acts as a human figure. Every time he bought something, he would ask Xiao Yang to check if there was any shortage of weight. A week later, a new live broadcast program has begun again. This issue, very special. Not only did the children start classes and return to school, they also began a new semester. At the same time, Director Wang came up with a new idea. Swapping babies. For families, with the combinations of fathers and children swapped. After drawing lots, Li Yong and Xiao Xiao formed a temporary father-daughter team. Xiao Yang and Niu Niu formed a temporary father-daughter team. Ding Li and Chao Chao formed a temporary father-son team. Dai Xuan and Yang Yang formed a temporary father-son team. The live broadcast time for this episode has been changed from weekends to the first or second day of school. The program crew will follow Dad at any time. The children only appear in the camera after school. The first day of school is also a workday. 7 o'clock in the morning. I thought that on weekdays, everyone would rush to commute to work early in the morning. Unexpectedly, the screen in the live broadcast room just lit up. The barrage of comments began to scroll one by one. Good morning, guys. You're up so early. Did you have insomnia again last night? In the blink of an eye, I have to go to work again. If I had known, I would not have blinked. I would have sat on the bus and quickly came in to take a look. I took a leave of absence to watch the live broadcast. Anyway, the little money I earn from work is no different from anything else. Hello everyone, the mythical beast is finally returning to its cage, let's celebrate together. Observation room. The host Xiao AI waved at the camera. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the new episode of the live parent-child variety show, My Dad is Superman. Good morning, my 4 guests. The camera moved and the 4 guests also waved and smiled. Then, Xiao AI continued to host. Today, our 4 groups of fathers and children have a special mission. The father and the child swap places and spend 2 days and 2 nights together. I don't know what kind of sparks this combination will produce. Of course, today is also the first day of school for elementary school students across the country. I wonder what exciting things will happen in this episode. I believe everyone is looking forward to it just like me. Okay, as usual, before the main film begins, let's take a look at this episode's roadside interviews. See what passers-by have to say about the show. Then, Xiao AI turned to look at the big screen. The scene in the live broadcast room switched to the street. The road interview host randomly picked a child who looked only 9 or 10 years old. Host, little boy, can you accept our interview? The child nodded. Host, have you ever watched the live show My Dad is Superman? The child nodded, I've seen a little bit. Host, which father do you like? The child said without hesitation, of course it's Xiaoxio's father. Host, why? Kids, because he doesn't take Xiaoxio's pocket money, he can eat fried chicken, and he has so many cool action figures. Host, so it doesn't matter if he can't cook? Child, well, my dad can't cook either. What's the problem? My father often confiscates my New Year's money, saying he will give it to me later, but I saw with my own eyes that he used it to buy a mobile phone for himself. The host smiled awkwardly, well, maybe dad is just borrowing it. The host quickly found a second passerby on the roadside. He is an uncle who sells sugar-roasted chestnuts on the street. Host, uncle, can you accept our interview? Uncle, sure. Host, have you ever watched the live show My Dad is Superman? Uncle, I've seen it. Host, is there any guest you like? The uncle smiled and said, yes, Xiao Yang is a good guy. Last time, exposing the dark side of the ghost scale was a good thing. The host was stunned. I thought to myself, don't these vendors hate Xiao Yang to death? They couldn't cheat, and the uncle said it was a good thing. The uncle was old, so of course he could see the host's confusion at a glance. He laughed and said, although I have been selling sugar-roasted chestnuts for more than 10 years, I never cheat. The price is what it should be. I'd rather earn less than cheat others, don't you think? There used to be a few stalls nearby that were cheating, and I couldn't stand it. My son once told me to imitate others and cheat, but I kicked him and he became obedient. You have to be conscientious in life and not just make money by doing anything. Host, well said, uncle. Give me a pound of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Barrage scrolling. This uncle is right. You can't just do what others do. You have to be true to your conscience. We should vigorously regulate the market to do justice to such honest people and prevent them from feeling disappointed. The live broadcast room played a few more interviews. The time came to 7:30. The live broadcast room switched the screen directly. Li Yong drove to Xiaoxio's house and picked her up to take her to school. Today is the first day of school. There will be a short parent-teacher meeting before classes start. I will mainly talk about this semester's study plan and special precautions. Xiaoxiao studies at the number 5 primary school in this city, which is also one of the best primary schools in the city. In the car, Li Yong was driving the car and Xiaoxiao was sitting in the passenger seat. Li Yong, Xiaoxiao, I see you haven't done any homework during these recordings. Have you finished your holiday homework? Xiaoxiao, the teacher didn't assign much homework, and I finished it before the holiday. Li Yong was surprised and asked, you only do the homework assigned by the teacher, don't you do any extracurricular homework? Xiaoxiao shook her head. Li Yong was speechless. Doesn't your dad give you any homework? Xiaoxiao, Uncle Li, do you think my dad is that kind of person? Li Yong. After a while, Li Yong thought of another thing. He remembered Chow Chow saying that because he had good grades, his classmates always copied his homework. He glanced at Xiaoxiao next to him. This girl also had good grades. See if their class has this problem. He asked, Xiaoxiao, you're a good student. Do any of your classmates copy your homework? Li Yong asked Xiaoxiao if anyone copied her homework. Xiaoxiao said, there were a few last semester. But this semester, I decided to reject them. Li Yong, reject? Xiaoxiao, yes, my father told me. If you encounter something you don't want to do, you must learn to refuse and say no bravely. Why should I let them copy the homework I worked so hard on? Dad said intellectual property should be protected. Li Yong, does this involve intellectual property rights? Then can you refuse it? Xiaoxiao thought about it. That should be possible, right? Li Yong, what are you going to do? Xiaoxiao, I plan to try what my father taught me. Li Yong, Then, Xiaoxiao spoke quickly at a very fast speed as if she was practicing a mnemonic. 50 cents per multiple choice question, 2 yuan per question. 15 yuan for each subject, essay is charged separately. 20% off for a monthly subscription, and further discounts for consecutive monthly subscriptions. Get 30 minus 2, can be used cumulatively. Li Yong. Audience. Xiao Xiao, if they are willing to pay for knowledge, I will provide them with homework to copy. I made money and helped my classmates at the same time, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Audience. Ha 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 ha, what a business genius. Want to copy homework? First, get a card? Classmate, there are one-time cards and annual cards. Which one do you want? Expert, this is an expert. Support Xiao Xiao to become bigger and stronger. Xiao Yang is right. You should be brave enough to say no. Don't develop a people-pleasing personality. It's so prosperous and trance-like, I won't say more. My son is the type who copies homework, and it's a year-round package. Tisk tisk tisk, Xiao Yang is a man who teaches his children to look forward from a young age. It's really disgusting. Li Yong was silent for a minute and then spoke again. Just in case, your classmates don't want to give you money. They said, we have such a good relationship, why are you still talking about money? That's so disloyal. What should I do? Xiao Xiao said, Abba, Abba, Abba. When Xiao Xiao pretended to be stupid and said Abba, Abba, the audience in front of the screen laughed so hard. Li Yong was completely speechless. This is a huge gap from his idea of a good student. Observation room. Puff. Ha ha ha. Su Jiajia couldn't hold back her laughter any longer. Her laughter was particularly harsh to the ears of Principal Shi and Professor Deng standing next to her. He gave her a cold look. But Jiajia didn't give in at all and rolled her eyes at the two of them. Next, the screen in the live broadcast room switched to Dinglija. Early in the morning, Chow Chow got up and washed up by himself. Take out your English book and start your morning reading. After reading for more than 10 minutes, Dingli and Yang Yang's mother just got up and pushed open the bedroom door to take a look. Chow Chow is actually reading seriously. Yan Jiang's mother was stunned and pushed Dingli beside her. Husband, this child has been taught so well. You're so self-conscious, getting up so early for morning reading. Unlike our Yang Yang, who only wakes up after being called more than 10 times, and he doesn't study hard at all. If our Yang Yang could be so obedient and hardworking, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Ding Li nodded, that's right. Yan Jiang's mother continued, husband. Next time, if you meet Cheo Ko's father, you must learn from him. Our Yang Yang really can't go on like this. He only got 25 points in math last semester. We too can't protect him forever. Ding Li sighed deeply and echoed, yeah, I know. Last time, I helped him with his Chinese homework, and it relieved my high blood pressure. I need to take good care of it this semester. After the filming of this program is finished, we will receive a notice fee. Then we can hire some good teachers to give Yang Yang extra lessons. Our Yang Yang is not stupid, he will definitely be able to do it. The couple looked at each other and seemed to have regained motivation. Barrage scrolling. Hey, although Chow Chow is very obedient, I think he has a very hard time. He is only in the 2nd grade, his life has just begun, and he has such a long life ahead of him. Yan Jiang's parents, don't learn from Li Yong, learn from Xiao Yang. Wouldn't Xiaoxio's studies be better? Xiao Xiao is truly a natural-born academic genius, the kind you can't replicate. My high school deskmate was also like that. We slept together in class, and on the test, I got a 38 and he got a 98. Damn it, who can I turn to for justice? After all, isn't happiness more important than grades? As the audience in the live broadcast room discussed, the screen in the live broadcast room switched again. Dai Chuan was driving in front. Yang Yang sat in the back row. Everyone, take a closer look. Ha ha. Yang Yang was actually hunched over in the back row, doing his homework. Suddenly, a car turned aside and Dai Chuan braked suddenly. Yan Jiang's body tilted. He tilted the pen in his hand and drew a long line on the notebook. Shouted from the back row, Uncle Dai, please drive slower. I haven't finished my holiday homework yet. If you drive like this, your handwriting will be crooked. You'll be scolded by the teacher soon and have to rewrite it. Dai Chuan looked at Yang Yang in the back seat through the rearview mirror in front of him. The chubby little face turned red. You've been catching up on your homework since last night, and you haven't finished it yet. How much more is left? Yang Yang kept writing. Uncle Dai Chuan, stop talking, I'm distracted. Dai Chuan. I sighed inwardly and could only pray silently. Don't do this when you go to school next time, Nayuniu. The audience in the live broadcast room saw Yang Yang like this. Many people seemed to be looking in the mirror. This is how everyone went through school. Ha ha ha, this scene seems familiar, because my previous record was 7 homework books, 600 pages, in one day. On the night of the Lantern Festival, the lights in my house were on all night long. On the first day of school, what you worry about is not the homework, but the reason, right? If you ignore your homework today, you'll have to make up a lot of homework tomorrow. I've already put my homework on the balcony. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. A journey to send a child, at Yan Jiang's request. Daishuan drove at a snail's pace. After much difficulty, I finally managed to send Yang Yang to the school gate. Daishuan is worried about his daughter. This time, Niu Niu is brought by Xiao Yang. He was really worried. As a father, he felt that Xiao Yang was not very reliable. So he took out his cell phone and called Xiao Yang. Then the live broadcast room screen switched. Xiao Yang's home. Ding ding, ding ding. Xiao Yang picked up the phone beside the bed in a daze. Hello, Niu Niu's dad. Yeah, I know, there's an activity at the kindergarten today. Didn't you tell me that a long time ago? Crazy hair day in kindergarten. Don't worry, I'm ready. I must make Niu Niu's hairstyle crazy. Uncle Xiao Yang, are you up? There was an activity at school today, and Niu Niu got up early excitedly. Seeing that Xiao Yang hadn't woken up yet, he waited obediently. It was with great difficulty that I heard some movement in the house. She then knocked on Xiao Yang's door and came in. Woke up. Wait a minute, I'll get up, wash up, and comb your hair. Your dad told me that your kindergarten has several activities today, right? Niu Niu nodded. Uncle, can you braid your hair? Niu Niu looked at Xiao Yang worriedly. She had never seen Uncle Xiao Yang braid Sister Xiaoxio's hair. During the first filming, Sister Xiao Xiao still asked her father to braid her hair. Xiao Yang got out of bed, put on slippers, and said something. Yeah, right. 20 minutes later, the two of them, one big and one small, washed up and had breakfast. Niu Niu sat on the small stool for a long time, watching Uncle Xiao Yang, who had no intention of braiding her hair. Xiao Yang held a small, rinsed Coke bottle in his hand. Using scissors, I cut a small hole in the middle of a Coke bottle. Uncle Xiao, what are you doing? Niu Niu said in a baby voice. Why don't you braid my hair? I'm going to be late for school. Here I come, here I come. A few days ago, when Xiao Yang was drinking happy water, he suddenly came up with an idea. He thought, since it was crazy hairstyle day, it's time to be crazy. Xiao Yang held a processed Coke cup in one hand and a small Coke cup for 2 yuan bought at a street stall. One hand holds a rubber band and a comb. Walked behind Niu Niu. He took the comb and started combing Niu Niu's hair. I have to say, Niu Niu's hair is really beautiful. Black, long, smooth and shiny. Niu Niu didn't know what would happen next. Said with anticipation, Uncle, you have to comb my hair more beautifully today. The teacher said that the whole class will vote to choose the most popular hairstyle. There will be a red flower and a certificate. Xiao Yang, He held a comb in his mouth and hummed incoherently. After a flurry of activity, he finally managed to comb all of Niu Niu's hair to the top of her head. Tie your hair tightly with a rubber band. Create a high ponytail on top of your head. Xiao Yang's flustered look frightened the audience in the live broadcast room. Everyone is worried about Niu Niu. Oh, what a coincidence. How could Niu Niu run into Xiao Yang on such an important day? It looks like Niu Niu is going to be disappointed this time. Haha, Xiao Yang's hair tying skills are not as good as mine. I am a tough guy, but I can do better than this. Dai Chuan in front of the video looked at the fuzzy ponytail that Xiao Yang had tied for Niu Niu. He frowned deeply, feeling sorry for his daughter. All the other children in the kindergarten must have colorful braids, but Niu Niu's hair is the most ordinary. His baby girl would surely cry. Of course Xiao Yang didn't know what other people were thinking. Continue with your masterpiece. He took out the small Coca-Cola bottle with a hole dug in it. Open the bottle cap. Pass Niu Niu's ponytail through the small hole you just dug. Pass through the body of the Coke bottle and then out of the bottle mouth. It looks like a full bottle of cola soda being poured out of the bottle. Next, Xiao Yang placed a small Coke cup ornament on the left side of Niu Niu's head. Fix on hair. Put the ends of your hair that are sticking out of the Coke bottle into the Coke cup. At first glance, it really looks like cola soda, poured from a cola bottle into a cola cup. Xiao Yang looked at his work and was extremely satisfied. He pushed Niu Niu forward excitedly. Alright, Niu Niu, go look in the mirror and see if Uncle Xiao Yang's hair is great. Very creative. This time the championship will definitely be ours. Niu Niu was full of joy and skipped towards the mirror. A look in the mirror. He burst into tears. Wow. So ugly. Uncle Xiao Yang, this hair is so ugly. I don't like this hairstyle, change it for me. Wow. I want daddy. I want my dad to tie my hair, woo. Dad's hair is the best. When Niu Niu saw a Coke bottle in her hair, the wish in my heart was suddenly dashed. It turns out that Uncle Xiao Yang really doesn't know how to braid hair. Makes her hair look so ugly. The more Niu Niu looked at it, the sadder she felt, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Dai Chuan, who was watching the live broadcast, felt very distressed. In a fit of anger, he called the program team and reprimanded Xiao Yang for his behavior. Many of Niu Niu's fans and viewers also felt sorry for her. Xiao Yang, can there be a limit to your jokes? Xiao Xiao doesn't care, so why does he treat other people's children like this? Niu Niu loves beauty the most, she's like a little princess. If she goes to kindergarten and is laughed at by other children or teachers, how traumatic would that be? Oh my god, Dai Chuan usually combs Niu Niu's hair and it always looks good. If Dai Chuan were here, Niu Niu would definitely be the best in the whole show. This time, Niu Niu must be so embarrassed. But I think this hairstyle is very creative and fits the theme. Isn't Crazy Hair Day supposed to be crazy? While crying, Niu Niu tried to pull the Coke bottle out of her hair with her two little hands. At this moment, Xiao Yang felt a rapid rise in the audience's emotional level, but he didn't care about all that. He quickly put his hands on Niu Niu's arms to prevent her from moving. Said, Niu Niu, if you want to take this hairstyle off, Uncle will not lose to other hairstyles. If you go to kindergarten with messy hair, the teacher will criticize you even more. When Niu Niu heard this, it seemed to be true. Any hairstyle is better than no hairstyle at all. Gradually stopped crying. At this time, Xiao Yang smiled. In this way, Niu Niu, you should feel ashamed. Then Uncle will accompany you, and we will be embarrassed together. This way, your teachers and classmates will laugh at your uncle but not at you. As he spoke, Xiao Yang took out a red wig and covered his head with it. His bangs covered his left eye. The hair on top of his head was prickled in all directions. As soon as this hairstyle appeared, Niu Niu was stunned. Audience, the Burial Love family. Young Master Leng. Fuck, my Zanga family has risen. I'm so sorry for my family. I'm going bald. What's going on? The seal of the Zanga family seems to be a little loose recently. Up left arrow happiness, in fact, is to cover up sadness and smile at everyone. Up right arrow. Fuck, isn't Xiao Yang a post-2000s generation? How can he also be a family member? In fact, Xiao Yang has never experienced the era of love burial. Just a few days ago, I was watching short videos and saw the era unique to the post-90s generation. I found this hairstyle to be nice. It saves time and fits the theme of Crazy Hair Day at the kindergarten. I immediately ordered it online and it arrived last night. Looking at the red hair in the mirror, Xiao Yang was very satisfied. Niu Niu looked at Xiao Yang's strange look and started laughing. Uncle, your hair is so ugly. Xiao Yang stretched out a hand and said to Niu Niu, let's go, we'll be late. The teacher will criticize you. When Niu Niu heard this, she immediately wiped the tears from her face with her hands. He took Uncle Xiao Yang's hand. Despite his young age, he heaved a long sigh. He murmured sadly, let's go. That's all I can do. Luckily you only treat me as your dad for one day. The program staff had informed us in advance. It's difficult to park around Niu Niu's kindergarten. It's best to take a taxi or bus. Haven't left the community yet. Xiao Yang played DD, but today was a workday and the first day of school. I couldn't get a taxi during the morning rush hour. He could only take Niu Niu to the bus stop. The kindergarten is not far from here, just 2 stops away. Although the time is a bit tight, it is still in time. After a while, the bus arrives at the station. He carried Niu Niu into the car. Although both of them were wearing masks, but their cool hairstyles still attracted a lot of attention. There were a lot of pointing and talking in the car. Hey, why is this hairstyle appearing again? More than 10 years ago, my son had the same hairstyle. He couldn't even see his eyes. I was so angry that I wanted to cut it off with a pair of scissors. What do you know? They say fashion is a cycle. This is the same cycle again. But Xiao Yang ignored these voices. It's rush hour now. With a 5-year-old in tow, nothing is more important than fighting for a seat. He suddenly spotted the last empty seat. I quickly ran over with Niu Niu in my arms. He put Niu Niu on the carrying seat for the elderly, weak and sick, and stood aside. After a while, the bus arrived at the next stop. Beep. Senior citizen card. A man about 60 years old came up, squeezed next to Xiao Yang and Niu Niu. Niu Niu was sitting on a chair, swinging her legs. Turn your head to admire the scenery outside the window. The old man touched Niu Niu's shoulder with his hand. He shouted, get up and let me sit. Niu Niu was stunned. The group of passengers around were also stunned. I have seen some elderly people taking advantage of their age to ask for seats to be given up, but I've never seen anyone give up their seat for such a young child. The reason why this uncle chose Niu Niu's position, because when I just got in the car, he saw clearly that most of the people sitting in the car were elderly. Some are even older than him. Otherwise, they were just some strong young men, and he didn't dare to say anything. There are also some elementary school students, but basically there are 2 or 3 people sharing one seat. If he wanted to sit, he had to get all the children up, which was too troublesome. Only Neo was sitting alone by the window in the seat reserved for the elderly, the young, the sick, and the disabled. Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard what the old man said. I thought to myself, is he not looking at me, or is he treating me as if I'm dead? No matter in the past life or now, he hates these elderly people who take advantage of their age the most. I have nothing to do all day and can't sleep in the morning. I often take the bus during the morning rush hour, swiping my free bus card, driving around the city, and buying discounted eggs at the supermarket. They also often use moral blackmail to force young people at work to give up their seats. Young people who get up early to go to work or school often have to stand on the bus for 1 or 2 hours. I am exhausted when I get to work or school. Today, I have broadened my horizons. I've seen young people given way. I have never seen anyone give up their seat to a 5-year-old child. Neo looked up and looked at the old man in front of her with a look of panic. I don't know what to do. At this time, Xiao Yang said, Uncle, my child is only 5 years old and can't even stand steadily when he gets up. Why don't you wait? We'll get off at the next stop. The old man's eyes widened even more, almost bulging out. He hummed and shouted loudly, I don't care. Respect the old and love the young. I'm an old man, so I should be allowed to have my way. She can't stand steadily, so let her stand up and I'll hold her. Isn't it a waste for such a young child to have one seat? Did she buy a ticket? Children this young are usually held by adults. As he said that, he pointed at Neo and shouted, Hey, kid, wake up. The uncle's words caused many viewers in the live broadcast room to curse. What the hell? Who is this person? He looks energetic, how can he be old, weak, or sick? It's not that the old people have become bad, it's that the bad people have become old. This old man doesn't look old at all. How can he have the nerve to give up his seat for such a young child? He actually said he was holding Xiao. If anyone was going to hold someone, it should be Xiao Yang. What does this old bee have to do with it? Neo looked at her grandfather in front of her and saw that he was so fierce, but he still wanted to hug her. My eyes immediately turned red. She burst into tears with a wow sound. She didn't want a strange weird grandpa to hug her. She was crying, but she was thinking about the last time she had a conflict with a kid. Her father taught her to be kind and peaceful when she was outside, and that taking a step back would open up a new world. Uncle Xiao Yang should be the same as Dad, right? Will she give up her seat to this grandfather? Neo was just about to stand up and jump off the chair. Xiao Yang immediately put his hand on her shoulder and said, Sit still. After he settled Neo down, he turned around, facing the old man with his back to Neo's seat. Put Neo behind him. At this time, the old man saw that this was not allowed. He immediately flew into a rage and started cursing. Young man, do you have any qualities? You have no manners, and you've even corrupted your child. Xiao Yang immediately retorted, If you have manners, you should know the principle of first come, first served. You still want to hold my child, haha, what gives you the right? If the red hair hadn't blocked his left eye, he would have rolled his eyes at old Deng. The old man yelled, Why? Because I'm older than you. I'm an old man. Xiao Yang, what the hell, it's bigger than me. What's bigger than me? The tumor is bigger than me. The old man gasped in anger and pointed at Xiao Yang and shouted, I'm telling you, young people like you are the scum of today's society. Dye your hair red. When I was as young as you, I was definitely better than you. Xiao Yang brushed his red bangs with one hand and replied, Oh my god, uncle, you're so strong. If you're so strong, how did you manage to survive? You can't even afford a car at your age. You're so nervous that I asked my child to give you his seat. Why don't you get on the front of the bus and ask the driver to give you his seat? Your big brain is not in vain. You really live up to your big face. Why do you have to sit down? You need to pray to the gods. You can't do anything standing up. Let me tell you, my child didn't buy a ticket, and neither did you. But I did. I'm the one who keeps people like you. The uncle was furious. Do you know what it means to respect the elderly and love the young? Xiao Yang, do you know what it means to love children? Of course you don't know what loving children means, all you know is moral kidnapping. Xiao Yang's series of attacks made the uncle very angry. Pointing at Xiao Yang, he cursed, you. As he said this, he raised his hand to hit Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't dodge either. You want to hit me? There are surveillance cameras on this bus, and there are so many people testifying. If you dare to touch me, I'll blackmail you into not being able to pull up your pants today, even if you're not wearing any. After saying that, the uncle silently put down his hand. Glancing around, walked to the other side of the car. In the car, many elderly people frowned silently, but there were still some young people clapping their hands, especially a group of elementary school students. He said while clapping his hands, Uncle, you are awesome. Uncle, you are truly the light of righteousness. Uncle, are you from the Burial Love family? I saw it online. Are all the people in the Burial Love family so awesome? At this time, the voice announcement on the bus sounded. We have arrived at Huazhong Road. Passengers, please get off through the back door. Xiao Yang saw that they had arrived at their destination, so he carried Na Yuniu off the bus. What just happened was also synchronized to the live broadcast room. Barrage rolling. Oh my god, Xiao Yang said it so well, I want to recite it word for word. Ha ha ha, extremely comfortable, it makes my mammary glands feel unblocked. Humph, as long as I have no morals, morality can't hold me hostage. We have this kind of old man here too, he's so annoying. Every morning he has to squeeze into the bus with young people going to work. He's unwilling to walk the 500 meters to the park to exercise, and he insists that young people give up their seats for him, thinking he's exercising his rights as an elderly person. I really don't know if he's going there to exercise or to dance with his old lover. Yes, yes, yes. Outside, they're all grabbing food, cutting in line, and are as strong as bulls. But once they get on the bus or subway, they become sick, pretending to be weak and sick. At this time, a young girl was stunned watching the live broadcast with her mouth open. Then tears began to drip down. One day last summer, she is not feeling well. Since there were no other seats, she sat on the love seat on the bus. It's only one stop. An old man in his 70s walked up to her, asked her to make room. She felt so uncomfortable that her forehead was covered in sweat. Unable to stand any longer, he said, "Uncle, I'm not feeling well. Can you let me sit for a few more stops?" Just finished speaking, the old man sat down on her thighs. He was still cursing. I asked you to give up your seat to an elderly person, but you pretended to be sick, wearing such a short skirt, going out on the street to pick up people. It's obvious that the family didn't educate them well. They are shameless and have no quality. In the summer, she only wore a skirt that went below the knees. It was very embarrassing to have the old man sit on me. I just want to get rid of this old man as soon as possible. She has already said to give up her seat, but the old man still sat on her lap and refused to get up, intentionally making her look bad. Her parents taught her to be polite in public and to be gentle and kind to others since she was young, so she never quarrels at all. Faced with this situation, I have no idea what to do. I could only blush and cry. Absolutely no ability to talk back. It was not until the older sister on the side couldn't bear it anymore that she pulled the old man up. Rescue her. As soon as the car arrived at the station, she ran out of the car crying. It's been a year. This incident still casts a shadow over her. From now on, no matter how tired or uncomfortable I am, she only stands when taking the bus or subway, afraid of that happening again. I just saw the part in the live broadcast room where Xiao Yang protected Na Yuniu and retorted to the old man. She was both touched and relieved. I sighed inwardly. I wish I had the eloquence of Xiao Yang. At the same time, the live broadcast room screen switched to the observation room. Xiao Ai withdrew her gaze from the big screen and looked at the camera in front of her. It's the first day of school, everyone is very busy. Fortunately, all four fathers sent their children to school. Then, Xiao Ai looked at Principal Shi. Principal Shi, you also recently retired. Excuse me, what do students usually do on the first day of school? Principal Shi moved forward from the sofa. Hand in holiday homework, distribute books, and clean up. Of course, teachers also need to hold a small meeting with parents, and for very few parents, they need to talk to them individually. Tell me about your study plan for this semester. I just watched the live broadcast. It's very wrong for Yang Yang to rush to finish his homework. Of course, this also has something to do with the parents. As soon as the holidays come, children play around and don't do any homework, and parents don't supervise them. Some parents take their children on trips without even bringing their homework, and even try to teach their children, saying they just need to finish their homework before school starts. There are even cases where the whole family helps the children catch up on their holiday homework. Some children even lie when handing in their homework. Forgot to bring it, lost the homework, the dog bit it, the cat tore it up, the homework fell in the toilet and got wet. There are all kinds of excuses. Is this learning for the teacher? Is the homework for the teacher? You are relaxing during the holidays, but there are many children competing. Chow Chow has been studying all holiday. He got up so early on the first day of school to study English. Only someone like him can succeed. So, Yang Jiang's father, you should reflect on whether you are too lax with Yang Yang? Xiao Ai nodded and said, then Principal Shi, Xiao Xiao finished writing about the holiday early. Isn't that excellent? Principal Shi snorted coldly. I saw Xiaoxio's certificate in the last issue. He was also shocked. But at the same time, he had complicated feelings about such children. Such children are often very smart and good at studying, but they are disobedient and do not follow the rules. The key is that even the teachers can't control them. Ultimately, students speak with their grades. Xiaoxio's grades are so good that no teacher dares to criticize her. If you are unhappy about changing classes or schools, it will be a great loss for the class and even the school. He said, although Xiao Xiao finished her homework early, this child has now been completely led astray by Xiao Yang. How could Xiao Yang give such advice to a child? Charging for copying homework. They call it paying for knowledge, but this is simply a problem of ideology and values. How can the friendship between classmates be measured by money? Su Jiajia interrupted from the side. Principal Shi, Xiao Yang's original intention was to teach Xiao Xiao how to say no. And I think there's nothing wrong with this approach. Since other people want to copy the homework, it's reasonable to charge a fee. If someone tries to copy my work, I will sue them and collect copyright compensation. Right, Wei Cheng. As she spoke, Su Jiajia pushed Wei Cheng's elbow. Wei Cheng, there is indeed such a thing as copyright fees. Xiao Ai, Wei Cheng, what do you think about the phenomenon of elementary school students paying to copy their homework? Wei Cheng, actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. It's pretty good. It's about paying for knowledge. It also cultivates children's financial intelligence. Even if there is no charge, students will still copy what they need to copy. If Xiao Xiao completely refuses, she will easily offend the children and face isolation or retaliation. And nowadays, many people in society put their research knowledge online and let others pay for it. It's the same principle. If Xiao Xiao becomes stronger and bigger, and the teacher finds out, everyone will be criticized, and naturally no one will ask her to copy homework. Xiao Yang's method kills two birds with one stone. Of course, Wei Cheng's premise is that Xiao Xiao is a good student and so famous. In the eyes of the teacher, it is a gold nugget and will not be taken seriously. Wei Cheng also felt that Xiao Yang was right to teach his children to say no bravely. Don't just be a nice guy. He thought back to when he was in high school. When his roommate asked him to help bring lunch, he thought it was a piece of cake, so he helped without hesitation. His roommates thought he was a good guy, so they often asked him to help bring food, and they take it for granted and don't even say thank you. Once, he had something to do and didn't bring food for his roommate. His roommates began to complain about him openly and secretly. Later, because of some trivial matters, I broke up with my roommate. I never helped bring meals again, but I felt a lot more relaxed. But after this incident, he understood one thing. It is very necessary to reject appropriately from the beginning, and in the entertainment industry, he is known as a good guy. It will be eaten till there is nothing left. Now he also educates children. When you encounter something you don't want to do, you must learn to say no. Wei Cheng's words made Su Jiajia happy. This fox finally stood on the same line with her. At this time, the host Xiao Ai took over the topic. Professor Deng, after watching the live broadcast just now, do you have any suggestions? What do you think of the four dads' performance in swapping babysitters? Professor Deng spoke with a cold face. Xiao Yang is simply a negative example among parents. With a father like this, all the children are led astray. Xiao Xiao has been taught by him to focus on money in everything. If things continue like this, what good will good grades and lots of awards mean? If your values are not right, everything else will be in vain. You will go astray when you grow up. Professor Deng's words made the audience curse. Old man, you are the one who has gone astray. Your whole family has gone astray. Why? Xiao Xiao is a good student, so you can't find any place to attack her. You're saying the child has gone astray? If I had a daughter like Xiao Xiao, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Professor Deng continued, just now, something like that happened on the bus. Xiao Yang should educate Nai Yuniu and give up her seat to the elderly. Helping others and respecting the elderly are traditional virtues of the Chinese nation for 5,000 years and are the cornerstone of social harmony and stability. However, Xiao Yang not only failed to teach Nai Yuniu to give up her seat, respect the elderly, and be a kind and polite child, he actually yelled at the elderly in front of Nai Yuniu. This behavior is simply against the will of heaven. It's immoral. Our country's young people are ruined by this post-2000 generation. They are all self-centered, neither respecting the elderly nor caring about the young, and only caring about their own enjoyment. These elderly people worked diligently in their previous lives, built the motherland, and raised children. As a result, when I'm old, my descendants won't even give me a bus seat. Young people will grow old one day, and they won't stay young forever. Young people like this, if you treat them like this now as children, you will be treated like this when you are old. This is outrageous. Professor Deng made an impassioned speech. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, this expert is just spouting nonsense. What happened just now? Are you blind and didn't see it? That old man isn't too old to stand. He's just trying to take advantage. There's nothing wrong with what Xiao Yang said. Some elderly people these days act like Lin Daiyu when they get on the bus and Fang Xiu when they get off. They're in better shape than I am when they're trying to grab things at the supermarket. But as soon as they get on the bus, they start to act sickly and beg for seats. That uncle doesn't even care about the young, so why should others respect the elderly? This expert really can't tell right from wrong. If he can't speak, just shut up. Professor Deng is turning 60 soon and about to retire. He has a senior citizen card, right? Is he planning to join the seniors during the morning rush hour? Professor Deng's words also made the host Xiao Ai frown. When I just started working. She also takes the bus to work. She also encountered one or two situations where such unethical elderly people asked her to stand up and give up their seats. Even if she got up immediately, these old people will still curse all the way. But she was young and inexperienced at the time. I dare not even talk back. I just plugged my ears with headphones and pretended not to hear. I just saw in the live broadcast room that Xiao Yang angrily confronted the uncle on the bus. She was extremely excited. Cool. Although Xiao Ai was very opposed to Professor Deng's remarks, as the host of the show, she couldn't say anything, but Su Jiajia on the side put on a sour face and interrupted him directly. Professor Deng, I'd like to ask, have you ever taken a bus or subway during rush hour? Professor Deng, why are you asking this question? Su Jiajia is now a big star, but she would also take the bus a few years ago when she was not famous. I can totally understand those office workers. Su Jiajia said, so you just don't know. If you haven't sat on it and don't understand it, then you don't have any right to speak, right? Let's not talk about that. Just now during the live broadcast, that uncle asked the 5-year-old girl to stand up and give him the seat. How excessive was that? Young people today are burdened with mortgages and car loans every day, work overtime until midnight, and wake up early in the morning to catch the bus and subway. I wanted to take a nap on the bus or subway. As a result, all the seats are occupied by a group of elderly people who have high retirement salaries, can't sleep in the morning, and take the bus around the city. After finally getting a seat, an elderly person came up and yelled at the young people, demanding they give up their seat. They even started swearing and fighting. Giving up your seat is a favor, not giving it up is your duty. Xiao Yang said no to that old man who took advantage of his seniority, disrespected the elderly, and maliciously blackmailed me. I think there is nothing wrong with that. Only the elderly with virtue deserve respect. Elderly people without virtue do not deserve respect. Jia finished speaking. The host Xiao Ai silently raised her thumb. The barrage scrolls straight. Jia. Well said. You are worthy of being my idol. Fuck, this sister is so cool, I'm a fan now, so brave. Well said. As long as you are willing to speak up for Xiao Yang, I will be your fan. Where is the fan club? I'm coming. You. Professor Deng was shaking with anger. Pointing at Su Jiajia, he said, you're still a star? A public figure? No wonder people are so selfish nowadays. It's because you celebrities haven't played a positive role. In the old society, you people were considered the lowest class. Professor Deng was so angry that he spoke without thinking. Before I could finish the rest of the sentence, I found out that the microphone was turned off. Backstage director's room. Director Wang touched his chest. He took a deep breath. Fortunately, I moved quickly. If Professor Deng didn't say the last sentence, wouldn't he and the program offend the entire entertainment industry? A staff member on the side said, Professor Deng, are you crazy? The barrage of comments kept scrolling. Fuck. Giving up your seat is polite and courteous, not necessary. If it becomes morally charged, then just don't give it up. Look at those elderly people working out in the park. They can do handstands, use the horizontal bar, and even climb trees. But once they get on the bus, they either feel dizzy or weak, just like Lin Daiyu. Those love seats are for the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled, not for the elderly. Although the majority of people support Xiao Yang, but there were also some viewers who opposed Xiao Yang's approach. Xiao Yang is the same. He doesn't want to talk things over nicely. If Nayunia hears this, she might follow his example and disrespect the elderly. Young people like Xiao Yang are uncultured and incapable of educating children well. This kind of topic would be endless if we were to discuss it. The background directly switches the screen of the live broadcast room. Li Yong and Xiao Xiao appeared on the screen again. Everyone's attention was drawn to these two people. The discussion about giving up seats to the elderly gradually subsided. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Li Yong are already in the classroom. These two people have become celebrities in school. The students gathered around Xiao Xiao and chattered non-stop. Li Yong was surrounded by a group of parents. At this time, the head teacher strode into the classroom, clapped his hands, and said, Classmates, please go out and wait. I have to hold a parent-teacher meeting first. Wait until all the students are out. The head teacher pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, Okay, parents, I know your class time is precious, so I won't waste any more time and we'll get straight to the point. I'll talk about a few points this time. Our course schedule for this semester is as follows. After explaining the study arrangements, the head teacher continued. there are still some minor problems with students. Last semester, some students in our class copied their classmates' homework. Well, I won't call out the names of the students who copied the homework. The one they copied was from Xiao Xiao, our classmate who was ranked first in the grade. Although no one complained, I could spot this kind of homework at a glance. She didn't make a single mistake. Xiao Xiao always gets 100 points on every exam and never makes a mistake. This is normal. But some students copied exactly the same thing. Is that normal? Parents should go back and pay attention to this issue. After all, every homework assignment is written for yourself, not for the teacher. Also, everyone knows that Xiao Xiao won a national honorary award during the holiday. This is the greatest pride of our class and the entire school. Parents, please learn from Xiaoxiao's parents how to educate your children. This child is not only good at studying, but also very versatile and well-rounded. The head teacher talked incessantly. Many parents who did not know the truth looked at Li Yong. This parent-teacher meeting was the most enjoyable one Li Yong had ever held. His chest straightened as if the child was really his own. I have attended 1 or 2 parent-teacher meetings for Chow Chow before. Because it's not number 1. The teacher only praised me once or twice. I never give such lengthy praise. After the meeting, a parent who didn't understand the situation walked towards Li Yong. You are Xiaoxiao's father, right? I'm XX's father, and this is my first time attending a parent-teacher conference for my child. Your child is really good, unlike my child who is a scoundrel. Let Xiao Xiao play with my child more often in the future. This is my business card. Our 2 families can get together more often in the future. Okay. Li Yong politely took the business card and kept it, planning to find an opportunity to give it to Xiao Yang. He glanced at the business card. Oh shit. Wenchange Company. A local listed company. This dad is even a vice president. Li Yong was stunned for a moment. Normally he wanted to get in touch with this kind of people. It takes a lot of effort. It happened at such a seemingly ordinary parent-teacher meeting. Receive a business card offered by the other party. The other party also said that they would keep in touch. He envied it. My heart suddenly became turbulent. Chow Chow had an idea that he must achieve the same academic results as Xiao Xiao. This is good for the children and will also be of great help to your career. Barrage scrolling. If I had a child like Xiao Xiao, I would like to hold parent-teacher conferences every day. Before the meeting, I'm so proud that I can stab to death anyone who looks down on me with my 5-centimeter high heels. After the meeting, you bastard, I can stab you to death with my 5-centimeter high heels. Have you prepared props for the parent-teacher conference? I have the prodigal son's returning shoes, the hopeful son's success whip, the repentance rack, the golden silk success belt, and the 5-finger mountain. As the parent-teacher meeting is over, students will start their classes. The screen in the live broadcast room switched to Niu Niu's kindergarten. Xiao Yang and Niu Niu were already sitting in the classroom. Xiao Yang took a look. Ha ha. As expected, Niu Niu's hair is the most creative. The other children's hair was braided in various colorful braids. It doesn't fit the crazy theme at all. As for parents, it's even more difficult to have fun. Some simply give up and don't participate. Some people braid their hair into 2 pigtails or tie it into a skyrocket-style bun. Such a comparison. His and Niu Niu's hairstyles make them the brightest stars in the crowd. Even the kindergarten teacher next to them covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Some children pointed directly at Niu Niu's head. Niu Niu, why is there a Coke bottle on your head? It's so funny. Niu Niu, did your father comb your hair too? Niu Niu was already on the way and had already accepted her hairstyle. Seeing that everyone was watching her, she felt a little aggrieved again. With his hands on his hips, he said, "That's not the case. My dad wouldn't give me such ugly hair." This was done by Uncle Xiao Yang. He doesn't even know how to comb children's hair. Princess Niu Niu's eyes were almost red. Xiao Yang once again felt the audience's emotional level rising. Of course, he was surrounded by several parents. A father in his 30s with a big belly and a flat head asked him directly, "Uncle Niu Niu, which family are you from? The Shamit family, the Kaelia family, the Kangxu family, or the Zhanga family?" Xiao Yang had the expression of an old man looking at his phone. "Ah, there are so many non-mainstream families." The father said very seriously, "Of course. Back then, I was from the funeral love family." Xiao Yang, ah. Just as he finished speaking, another child's mother came over. "What? A family meeting? Me too. Come, let's check the quotations." The child's mother asked, "Don't cry at my grave, what's the next part?" The child's father replied, "It has soiled the path of my reincarnation." The kid's father asked, "Brother, that's not a cigarette." The child's mother replied, "It's loneliness. Family. Family." The 2 parents became happier and happier as they spoke. A few more parents gathered around. It's like finding an organization. Only Xiao Yang was standing in the crowd, wearing a red wig and lifting his bangs that covered his eyes, unable to get a word in. Barrage surges. Fuck, the DNA of the post-90s generation has moved? I don't expect anyone to understand Lao Tzu's sadness. I also want to attend such a party. Where is the address? I will bring my green hair. Noisy sounds around. It made Xiao Yang feel a little numb. Fortunately, the teacher came in time, walked to the classroom and clapped my hands. Dear children, parents, please be quiet for a moment. The surroundings suddenly became much quieter. Voting for our class's crazy hairstyle is now open. First, I gave each parent and child a little red flower. Everyone can give the little red flower in their hand to the child whose hairstyle they think is the most interesting. Finally, which child has more red flowers in his hand? He is the best hair kid for today's crazy hair day. Do you understand? I understand. I understand, teacher. Then, everyone took action. She picked out her favorite hairstyle and gave the little red flower in her hand to her classmates. Xiao Yang was the first to give the little red flower in his hand to Niu Niu. Gradually, Niu Niu had more and more little red flowers in her hands. 1, 2, 3. Until 2 little hands couldn't hold it anymore. He simply threw it all into Xiao Yang's hands. Uncle Xiao Yang, please help me get it, please help me get it. But soon, a new red flower was handed to her. Niu Niu's almond-shaped eyes blinked. I didn't understand for a moment why so many people like such ugly hair. A few minutes later, voting is closed. There are more than 50 parents and children in this class. Niu Niu actually received more than 30 little red flowers. Compared with last year, Niu Niu received 9 more red flowers. The photographer who was following Xiao Yang and Niu Niu in the filming received remote instructions from the director. He acted as the host and asked a few children who were voting, "Why did you give the little red flower to Niu Niu?" The child said, "Because it is very interesting." Another child answered quickly, "Because I like drinking Coke, I gave the red flower to Niu Niu." The photographer asked a few more parents. One parent said, "It's crazy hairstyle day. This hairstyle is so crazy and creative. It fits the theme very well." The result shows that kindergarten teachers will proceed to the next process. Award certificates. It says, Little Niu Niu. During the Crazy Hairstyle Day event of Class 4, she won the honorary title of Little Princess with the best hairstyle. This statement is issued to encourage you. I thought Niu Niu would get last place this time. She found out that she had actually won first place in the class, and she smiled sweetly at Xiao Yang with the certificate in her hand. Ran to Xiao Yang's feet. She held Xiao Yang's hands with both hands, shaking them and acting coquettishly. "Xiao Yang, can you teach this hairstyle to my dad? I want to comb my hair every day." The other side. Mr. He, the head of the brand department of Coca-Cola Company, is in the car. Taking advantage of the free time on the road, I watched the live broadcast of the variety show My Dad is Superman. When his wife first recommended it to him, he scoffed at it. The more I watched, the more fascinated I became. Especially Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao. They always do things that surprise people. Now whenever he has free time, he goes up to take a look. Now, he happened to see Niu Niu with a Coke bottle on her head. He became the kid with the most votes for Crazy Hair Day in the class. Interesting. Interesting. Mr. He said with a smile. The assistant sitting in the passenger seat was shocked. Normally, such leaders are always serious. This is the first time I see Mr. He smile. Mr. He, what makes you laugh so happily? Mr. He cleared his throat slightly embarrassedly. Ahem, nothing. By the way, Xiao Tian, have you watched the show My Dad is Superman recently? Assistant, look, it's a very popular variety show recently. Watch it when you have time. Mr. He, Just now, Xiao Yang designed a new hairstyle for Niu Niu. I used our Coke bottle and placed it on Niu Niu's head. It looked like Coke was being poured from the bottle into the cup. Interesting and creative. Go contact the program director later. Let's find Niu Niu's parents' contact information and see if they'd be willing to come to our company to shoot a few print ads. Assistant, Mr. He. For our brand, we usually hire big stars to shoot commercials. We've never used amateurs in commercials before. Mr. He, what do you know? This parent-child program is so popular recently, with so much traffic. I took a look. Although Niu Niu's fan base isn't as large as Xiao Xiao's, she still has a certain base, but her price is cheaper. We just happened to take advantage of today's hot topic and asked Niu Niu to shoot an advertisement. We are totally riding on the popularity. This costs the least amount of money and has the best advertising effect. This is called spending little to achieve great things. Assistant, boss, you are awesome. Besides this, Niu Niu and Xiao Yang's hairstyles quickly became a hot topic on various social media platforms. A large number of netizens followed Xiao Yang's idea. A Coke head relay was launched. Everyone participated. He posted photos of his various Coke hairstyles on the internet. Before I knew it, it was already noon. It is lunchtime in kindergarten. As usual, each child sat at the table with a plate in front of them. There are scrambled eggs with tomatoes and stir-fried meat. But today is special, because my parents were there. Children who usually eat on their own in kindergarten. Today, everyone started to behave unruly. Xiao Yang's ears were filled with the voices of various naughty children, and the scolding of parents. My whole brain is about to explode. When he traveled through time, Xiao Xiao had grown up and was very sensible. There is no time that is so noisy. I really can't stand it. He was too lazy to care and took out the earphones from his trouser pocket and put them into his ears. I just felt that the whole world was peaceful. He didn't pay any attention to Niu Niu, who was throwing out the food she didn't like from her bowl. Xiao Yang's action made many parents in the live broadcast room furious. Barrage scrolling. Oh my god, this Xiao Yang is just like my stupid husband. He doesn't care about the kids at all. He only cares about his own happiness. Have a meal, put on your headphones, and forget about Niu Niu. Other children have their parents to feed them, but today Niu Niu's father didn't even come, and Xiao Yang is still so indifferent. It's really pitiful. Xiao Yang listened to the song, shaking his head and feeling the audience's rising emotions. I feel very happy. At this time, the kindergarten teacher came over and touched him with her fingertips. Xiao Yang took off his headphones, looking confused. What's wrong? The teacher pointed at Niu Niu's bowl. Xiao Yang, you should take care of Niu Niu. She's a bit picky about her food every time she eats. Pick out the dishes you don't like and throw them on the table. I've told you many times, but it doesn't work. Look, now I'm starting to pick out the vegetables again. Xiao Yang looked towards Niu Niu. Niu Niu was picking out a vegetable from the bowl. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. This is not easy to do. As he said this, he stretched out his hand and spoke to Niu Niu. Niu Niu, please give your spoon to uncle. Niu Niu was picking out another vegetable from the bowl. She said with a pout, I don't need you to feed me. I can eat it myself. Xiao Yang curled his lips and smiled mischievously. Who said I was going to feed you? Uncle will help you prepare the food so it tastes better. When Niu Niu heard that it could make the meal taste better, her eyes lit up. Really? Experienced the bus incident. Niu Niu also won the best hairstyle in the class, and now she trusts Xiao Yang very much. When I heard Xiao Yang say that, he immediately handed the spoon in his hand to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang took the spoon from Niu Niu's hand. He fiddled with the bowl with his back to Niu Niu. Then he pushed the bowl in front of Niu Niu. It's been processed. Niu Niu took a look at the food in the bowl. A sticky pile. The ingredients inside are unrecognizable. Niu Niu had a dazed look on her face, pointing at the bowl with her little hand. Uncle, this doesn't look delicious at all. Barrage scrolling. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. Xiao Yang made Niu Niu's meal look like dog food. Should we expect anything from Xiao Yang when it comes to things like cooking? Xiao Yang learned this from his mother in his previous life. When he was a picky eater as a child, his mother used this trick. Mix all cooked ingredients together. It makes it impossible for him to identify the dishes he doesn't want to eat, let alone pick them out. Just swallow it all in one gulp. Xiao Yang bewitched Niu Niu. Have you ever tried smekta bibimbap? Look, Uncle Xiao processed it and turned your rice into smekta rice. Try it now, it's delicious. Smekta bibimbap? Niu Niu looked into the bowl and it was almost the same. She scooped a spoonful of rice doubtfully and put it into her mouth. It turned out that what Uncle Xiao Yang said was true. Uncle Xiao Yang is so awesome. Those unpalatable dishes are gone. It turned into a super delicious smekta bibimbap. At this time, a little boy walked up to Niu Niu and saw the rice in her bowl. A sticky mess. He immediately laughed at her. Niu Niu, why is your food different from ours? It looks so disgusting. Niu Niu rolled her eyes. Humph, you don't understand. This is the smekta bibimbap Uncle Xiao Yang made for me. It's delicious. Your mother can't do it. After saying that, he took the spoon and scooped a large spoonful into his mouth, eating it with relish. The little boy's voice rang in my ears. Mom, I want to eat smekta bibimbap too. I want to eat the same smekta bibimbap as Xiao Xiao. As soon as the little boy spread the word, all the kids in the class knew about it. They lined up one by one, holding a bowl in their left hand and a spoon in their right hand, waiting for Xiao Yang to process it into smekta rice for them. Uncle, I want to eat smekta rice too. I want to eat smekta rice too. At this time, Xiao Yang had a smile on his face, but he cursed himself countless times in his heart. An action of your own. Let your right hand act like a pile driver and crush the food in the bowl. There was a group of mothers of other children gathered around, exclaiming in admiration. Xiao Yang, you are awesome. Xiao Yang, you are so awesome. You actually came up with such a solution to solve my family's big problem. My family is the same. They have always been picky eaters and they hate vegetables the most. Now the child can't be picky anymore. Barrage scrolling. If these children had gone to primary school, they wouldn't have been deceived so badly. Ha 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 ha, smekta bibimbap, Xiao Yang's mouth is really deceiving. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. I rested for a while after dinner. The kindergarten teacher walked into the classroom with a batch of clothes. All the parents have received the notice. The last one was handed to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, this is your performance costume. Xiao Yang was confused. What costume? Teacher, there will be a performance in the kindergarten this afternoon. Every child's father and mother in the class will go on stage to perform. Xiao Yang didn't know about this. Neither the program team nor Dai Chuan told him. Xiao Yang, I don't know. Forget it, I won't go on stage. Teacher, how can that be possible? All the parents of the children in the class must participate. Just go on stage and gesture behind the team. Xiao Yang. So when I was little, I performed for adults, and now that I'm grown up, I have to perform for children too. It's always our generation that's performing the show? Yes, many parents around echoed. Xiao Yang, then what should we dance? The teacher took out a yellow dance costume in her hand and showed it off. The dads in our class do belly dancing. Xiao Yang looked at the teacher holding a belly band, a headscarf, and a skirt. I thought that this meant he was going to change his personality. Do you want to show off your 8-pack ABS to anyone casually? I won't jump. Xiao Yang waved his hand. The photographer is still broadcasting live. He didn't want to wear a skirt and belly dance in front of the whole country. Teacher, Niu's teacher really wanted Xiao Yang to go on stage. Xiao Yang is a famous celebrity. If she performs on stage in their class, she will gain face in front of all the teachers in the kindergarten. The teacher continued, if you don't dance, Niu will be sad. Xiao Yang, I'm not Niu's father, she won't be sad. Teacher, although you are not Niu's father, but you now represent Niu's parents. Xiao Yang curled his lips, thinking in my heart, haha, you're trying to use moral blackmail again. I won't fall for it. But the kindergarten teacher is not a stranger on the street, so I can't argue with her. His mind raced, and he decided to give the teacher a live lesson in nonsense literature. When the teacher saw that Xiao Yang didn't respond, he continued. Xiao Yang, your dance this time is not as simple as just dancing. I'm dancing for Niu's honor. It's also for the honor of the class. Do you think what I said makes sense? Xiao Yang, well, if there is any truth in what you said, it's not completely unreasonable. The female teacher was stunned for a moment and took a long time to react. Xiao Yang, all the parents in the class want to dance, but you are the only one who doesn't want to dance. Don't you have any sense of community? Xiao Yang replied, if you want to say that, you can't say that. After a few rounds of talking, the female teacher's mouth was dry. Although Xiao Yang responded to every word, he said nothing after thinking about it carefully. He was so angry that he turned around and left with his clothes. I learned it. Let me tell you one thing. Before I went to sleep, I was still awake. Why are you all like this? Don't you think Xiao Yang's behavior is not good? It's a kindergarten activity, it's not a big deal to just go up and show off. Niu is so pitiful. Other children have parents who go on stage to perform, but she doesn't. She must be very sad. At this time, Xiao Yang felt his emotional level rising. 1:30 p.m. The show started on time. A temporary stage was set up on the kindergarten playground. Kindergarten children and their parents were sitting under the stage. Niu's kindergarten is quite big. There are quite a few classes in the whole kindergarten. Each class has to perform 1 or 2 programs. At this time, the host of the show comes on stage. Dear parents and lovely children, hello everyone. Today is a beautiful day, welcome to our XX kindergarten, we will hold a wonderful event here. Now, please welcome the fathers from our class XX to perform the first section. Dance, Indian Girl. This dance was rehearsed by Niu's class. With the sound of music, the fathers, wearing yellow belly dance skirts and covering their faces with veils, came on stage one after another. Puff. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yang and the photographer laughed out loud at the same time. This scene is so shocking that it is unbearable to look at. A bunch of middle-aged, overweight men wearing brightly colored belly dance skirts. The upper body barely covers the chest, revealing a big belly. Below is a dazzling gauze skirt embellished with various sequins. Her face was painted with blue and green eyeshadow and she had a shy smile on her face. Dance to the music. Barrage scrolling. Ha ha ha, the world has finally turned upside down into something I couldn't even imagine. Awesome. Dads work like horses at the company, and then go to kindergarten to be monkeys after get off work. I don't dare laugh. Because I have to perform at the kindergarten in a few days. Now that you're here, kowtow to these fathers before you leave. Fatherly love knows no bounds. As the fathers appeared, the little guys who were sitting in front of Xiao Yang were quite well behaved. They all jumped up from the small benches immediately. Pointing at the people on the stage, he shouted happily, "This is my dad. My father. My father." Xiao Yang laughed out loud at the dancing on the stage. I thought to myself, it's a good thing I didn't agree to go on stage and dance. There are still many people in this world that I care about. He grinned and said happily, "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Is this an Indian dance? Or a maternity dance?" The female teacher who had insisted that he perform on stage was sitting next to him and rolled her eyes at him. He said with an unhappy look, "Humph. This is called fatherly love, understand? These fathers, no matter what their status is outside or how high their status is, they are all willing to sacrifice for their children, even if it's a little embarrassing. You should learn from them. Look, the other kids are dancing with joy when they see their dads on stage. Look at Nyuniu again, she's sitting so quietly, she must be sad." When Xiao Yang heard this, he glanced at Nyuniu who was sitting next to him. As the teacher said, her father was not on the stage. She was a little strangely quiet. The audience in the live broadcast room also felt that Nyuniu was not very happy. Many fans immediately felt distressed. Some began to condemn Xiao Yang, saying that he ignored the child's feelings for the sake of his own face. Xiao Yang only felt that the emotional value in his mind was rising sharply. At this time, the system voice appeared. "Congratulations to the host, the audience's emotional value has accumulated 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host for becoming a master of Sichuan opera face changing. The points are reset to 0 again. Host, please keep working hard." Xiao Yang felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. It seems that the skill has been entered successfully. The costumes appeared in a corner of the classroom. On stage, another show comes on. The mothers of the children in Nyuniu's class went on stage to dance a Korean girl group dance. With these mothers coming on stage, the little guys in Nyuniu's class became excited again. "This is my mother. My mother." Xiao Yang looked at the stage. Just now it was the dance of India, and now it is the dance of South Korea, but there is no Chinese element at all. Xiao Yang patted the quiet Nyuniu. She pouted and looked a little depressed. "Nyuniu, just watch carefully. Uncle Xiao Yang is going to the bathroom." Okay. The kindergarten program ended second. The screen in the live broadcast room switched to Dai Chuan and Yang Yang. Barrage scrolling. "Fuck, this place is so familiar. I go there once a month. The one upstairs, what's that? I go there every week. Hey, the parents were called in on the first day. It seems Yang Yang still hasn't finished his holiday homework." Teacher's office. Yan Jiang's head teacher crossed his arms, leaned back in his chair, and spoke sternly. "You are Yan Jiang's uncle, right? I just contacted Yan Jiang's father, and he said he couldn't come to the recording today. You are his surrogate parent today, and I am saying the same thing as you said." Dai Chuan sighed in his heart and thought, "How could we have such an unlucky child? The parents are called in on the first day of school. It seems like the holiday homework is still not finished." The teacher continued. "The parents were called here today because Yang Yang had a fight with a classmate." Dai Chuan panicked. "Ah, fight? Teacher, I have no experience. I can't handle a fight. Did this hurt? Just call him daddy." The teacher waved his hand. No. Actually, the two kids weren't really fighting, just hitting each other with their holiday homework books. Yes, both of them tore up their holiday homework. Take a look." As he said this, he pointed to the shredded homework books on the table. The intention is obvious. Barrage scrolling. "Ha ha ha, Yang Yang is so smart at this time. He is so smart. No wonder Ding Li didn't come. Even if I were asked to come, I wouldn't come either." At this time, although it was not his own child, Dai Chuan lowered his head unconsciously. "It feels like being criticized by the teacher when I was in school." The teacher continued, "Even if we're filming a program, we can't let it interfere with our studies." As he spoke, he took out a whole corner from the rubble of his homework. Not only was the homework not completed, but it was also written in a sloppy manner. Look at this imitation sentence. Example, "Wherever there is a need for love, there is Uncle Lei Feng." Yang Yang wrote, "Wherever it's cool, I'll be there." What's this? Then he took out another piece of debris. And this composition, "School uniforms." Read it. Dai Chuan read it aloud. "School uniforms, a student goes home and asks his grandmother for money to buy a school uniform. The grandmother angrily says, 'I'm not even dead yet, why should I buy morning clothes?' The grandson replies, 'My classmates have all bought them.'" Dekoa. The barrage of comments surged. Elementary school students are early organisms worth studying. School uniform? Morning clothes? This was directed by Xiao Xiao, right? Yang Yang, Auntie thinks you use puns very well, please don't use them next time. Live broadcast room. Chow Chow walked out of the school gate. He was carrying a big school bag on his back. Dingli ran forward a few steps and shouted, "Super!" Chow Chow walked towards Dingli. Dingli took off the school bag from Cheokeo's back. Dingli felt a heaviness in his hand and exclaimed, "It's really heavy. This weighs at least 7 or 8 kilograms. Chow Chow, why is your school bag so heavy? Do you have a lot of homework today?" Chow Chow shook his head. "Not only schoolwork, but also the extracurricular homework my dad assigns me." Dingli understood it clearly. No wonder this child is good at studying. The school bag alone is several pounds heavier than Yan Jiang's. Dingli took Cheokeo's hand and prepared to cross the road. He said, "Let's go, Uncle's car is parked across the street. We need to go back quickly. You have cello lessons later, and time is almost up." Chow Chow accept attending classes. Every minute outside of class is fully scheduled. In addition to studying, there are also various interest classes. After a while, the two got in the car. A portable camera was mounted on the car, broadcasting live simultaneously. While driving, Dingli glanced at Chow Chow, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Chow Chow just looked out of the car, wondering what he was thinking. There is a quietness beyond that of a child of his age. Dingli decided to break the silence and asked, "Chow Chow, school has started. Are you happy?" Chow Chow replied in a very cold tone, as if it had nothing to do with him. "Whatever." Dingli asked again, "What are your expectations for this semester?" Chow Chow, "No." Dingli, "So, do you have any new wishes for the new semester?" Chow Chow, "Huh." Dingli, "Do you have any new wishes for the new semester?" Chow Chow, "No." Dingli asked 3 questions but didn't get any answer. Don't children have a lot of wishes? For example, his son Yang Yang hopes to eat well, drink well, and have fun in the new semester. Chow Chow has a feeling of having no desires or demands. This kid is only 7 years old. I feel like there is a saying that is popular among young people nowadays. Funeral. Dingli did not give up and continued to ask, "Don't you have any little wishes?" Chow Chow, "No." Dingli, "What if there is any hope?" Chow Chow, "No hope." No matter how Dingli asked, Chow Chow remained expressionless, neither happy nor sad. His face was calm, without any emotion. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Barrage scrolling. Superbly demonstrated, warm and polite, but clueless. This is the legendary feeling of madness within a sense of calm. Why do I feel that Chow Chow lacks any sunshine and vitality? He seems depressed. This really isn't Cheokeo's fault. If I also had endless classes, endless homework, and endless books to read, I'd be even more emo than Chow Chow. After asking a few questions, Dingli was no longer in the mood to talk. The other side. Xiao Xiao just came out of school. Li Yong waved at Xiao Xiao from afar across the street, but he watched Xiao Xiao walk in another direction. Li Yong hurriedly caught up and grabbed Xiaoxio's arm. "Where are you going?" Xiao Xiao pointed to the stall 20 meters ahead. "I'm hungry and want to eat a sausage." Li Yong refused. "Grilled sausage? No, no. That stuff is unhygienic and is junk food." Xiao Xiao, "Uncle, I haven't eaten for the whole holiday. My dad said that if you eat something unclean, you won't get sick, and it's okay to eat it occasionally." Audience. "Yeah, that's fine. I tell myself the same thing when I want to eat at a cheap restaurant or a small stall. Haha, do you think those imported, high-end places are clean? They are all about the same. The cleanest place is home. I'm sorry, my mom is really not clean when she cooks. She once fished a kitchen rag out of the porridge." Li Yong saw that he couldn't persuade the child, and since the child was not his own, he gave up trying to persuade him. He took out his wallet, took out 10 yuan in change and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "Here, go buy one. Don't eat too much, or you'll get an upset stomach." Xiao Xiao pushed the money back into Li Yong's hand. "No, uncle." "Li Yong, uncle knows you have pocket money, but today I'm treating you." Xiao Xiao waved her hand. "Uncle, what I mean is that I can eat sausage for free." Li Yong, audience. "No money? Is it because Xiao Xiao is a celebrity that the vendors don't want her to pay? Maybe a classmate copied Xiaoxio's homework, so I'll treat her to a meal." Many reasons have been speculated. Xiao Xiao and Li Yong also walked to the sausage stall. The sausage stall was surrounded by circles of elementary school students who had just finished school. Everyone held change in their hands, waiting to buy sausages. The stall owner was busy and having fun. Xiao Xiao squeezed into the crowd. The vendor looked up and saw Xiao Xiao. His eyes were filled with fear, and he cried, "Little sister, why are you here again? What's the meaning? Why does the vendor have this expression?" Li Yong and the audience were stunned. This boss seems a little afraid of Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao pointed at the small blackboard hanging in front of the stall, asked, "Has anyone solved this problem?" A group of children in front of the stall shook their heads. Some of them were quite tall and were obviously senior students. The photographer gave a close-up of the content on the blackboard. It's written on the blackboard. Crispy sausage 3 UN each, answer the following question correctly and eat it for free. Xiao Ming drinks 1/3 of a glass of milk, fills it up with water and drinks another 1/4. Question, how much milk did Xiao Ming drink? Xiao Xiao stepped forward and picked up the blackboard in chalk. I'll do the math. Xiao Xiao had just finished speaking. The kids nearby started to make noises. Tisk, I don't believe you can figure it out. All of us haven't figured it out yet. That's right, stop bragging and queue up to buy sausages. One of the children pointed to a 1.8 m tall boy wearing a red scarf in the back row and said, "Did you see that? That 4th grade guy behind me just spent more than 10 minutes calculating and still couldn't figure it out. Judging from your height, you must be from a lower grade, right? You can't solve this problem." The children around were chattering. In the live broadcast room, the barrage scrolled. "Hey, this math problem might be just right for an elementary school student, but it's too difficult for a college student like me. My God, I used to offer free sausages at my Olympiad classes, but no one was interested. Now I'm selling sausages and giving away Olympiad math problems, and everyone's flocking to me. What on earth did I lose? I don't care about the Olympiad math questions on the test paper, but I can't even begin to answer the Olympiad math questions at the barbecue stall." Li Yong was silently memorizing this Olympiad math problem, preparing to go back and test Chow Chow. The stall owner spoke up. "Little sister, I'll give you some intestines, please let me go." There has always been a rule at his stall. Once a question is solved, the next one will be moved on. Once, Xiao Xiao answered more than 10 questions correctly in a row at one go. He was so scared that he didn't dare to ask any more questions, and no questions were asked. A group of children surrounded him and scolded him for cheating. Facing the grilled sausage given by the boss, Xiao Xiao of course accepted it with a smile. Since the boss had already given her the intestines, she naturally didn't have to solve the problem, planning to turn around and leave. At this time, a few children nearby shouted unhappily, "No, you can't leave. Why should you eat for free if you don't solve the problem? Stop, you're cheating. Big rascal, big rascal." Of course Xiao Xiao would not stand for being scolded behind her back. He stopped immediately and shouted, "I'm not cheating. Solve the problem if you can." Bang! A crisp sound. It was the boss who slapped his forehead. Sausage stall. The boss waved his hand. "Little sister, no, please go away. Now that you've solved this problem, I wonder how many more I'll give you for free. I'm scared. The boss clasped his hands together and said please. Xiao Xiao said with a smile, "Boss, I didn't come with my classmates today, so I only ate one." "Don't worry. All right." After hearing Xiao Xiao say this, the boss felt relieved. Hand Xiao Xiao a piece of chalk. 2 minutes later, Xiao Xiao wrote down the answer and handed the blackboard back to the boss. "Boss, do you think the answer is correct?" Xiao Ming drank half a cup of milk in total. The boss nodded. That's right. As expected of a little sister, you can calculate really fast." The child next to him watched Xiao Xiao write down the answer, and it was actually correct. Everyone was confused. "Oh my God, I figured it out. Master! This is a master. This must be the god of mathematics, my God." A little boy who had just arrived came over and saw Xiao Xiao. He immediately pointed at her and shouted, "Isn't this the Xiao Xiao?" A child asked, "What's Xiao Xiao?" The little boy who just arrived said, "Xiao Xiao doesn't even know. It's just someone else's child. This holiday, my mom has been watching a live variety show every day. Every time I watch the live broadcast, she points at me and yells, 'Look at her, then look at you.'" As soon as the little boy said that, several children recognized him immediately. Yes, I remember that too. My mom watches that show too." Xiao Xiao took the grilled sausage, waved to the boss and everyone, and was about to leave. At this time, a little boy stood in front of Xiao Xiao. "Don't go. You just wrote the answer, why don't you tell us how you solved it?" "That's right, this answer couldn't be your guess, right?" More and more children around started to make noises. Xiao Xiao finished the sausage in her hand in big mouthfuls. "Hand the remaining stick to the little boy who asked the question." "Here." He took the small blackboard in chalk back from the boss. "Draw a rectangle. Divide it evenly into 3 vertical strips, 1, 2, and 3 from left to right." Then Xiao Xiao said as he drew, "Drink 1/3 first." She then covered the line marked 1 with chalk. Then he continued, "Then fill it with water and mark it 1. The line filled with chalk is water. Lines 2 and 3 are milk. Now I've drunk another quarter." Xiao Xiao drew 4 horizontal lines from bottom to top on the rectangle. Fill the bottom strip with chalk. A rectangle divided into 12 small grids. Xiao Xiao continued, in this diagram, a glass of milk is divided into 12 parts, and the part that is drunk is the part covered with chalk. The remaining space is the milk portion. Milk only has 6 boxes now. Isn't it just half a cup? No problem, right? The boss echoed. This graphic combination. Children of all grades can understand the solution to this problem. The children nearby sighed. Oh my god, my CPU burned out. That's amazing. I understand. Xiao Xiao solved the problem, shocking everyone, especially some math teachers in the live broadcast room. All gave thumbs up. A video of 4 fathers interacting with their children. The live broadcast room returned to the observation room again. Su Jiajia was still stretching out the palm of one hand. With the other finger, he gestured on his palm to solve the problem. How is it? Jiajia, have you figured out the problem that Xiao Xiao just did? Xiao AI said. Su Jiajia was stunned and quickly withdrew her hand. Ha ha ha, I was wondering what would happen if there was water mixed in that milk as well. Then this answer is not correct? Xiao AI looked at Principal Shi. Principal Shi, there's no need to be so serious about this. It's just an elementary school math problem. Primary school mathematics is to let children learn primary school knowledge and to cultivate their interest in mathematics. The question Mr. Su mentioned should be discussed when we have learned something deeper and need to explore it further. Xiao AI and Su Jiajia nodded at the same time, indicating that they understood. Then Xiao AI asked curiously, Principal Shi, the owner of this sausage stall posed this math Olympiad problem. What grade is it for? Principal Shi, actually, fractions should be learned in 4th grade math. But Xiao Xiao, a 2nd grade student, is really impressive for being able to figure it out using a combination of graphs. I have to say, Xiao Xiao is still very smart. However, Xiao Xiao runs to the sausage stall after school. This is not a good habit. Parents should be careful not to let this happen. Before, if I saw a street vendor setting up a stall at the school gate, I would immediately call the urban management to report it. These stalls are unhygienic. What if I get sick from eating them? Also, aren't you going to eat when you get home after eating? Professor Deng also interjected. That's right. This child doesn't go home quickly after school, but runs to the snack stalls and shops as soon as school is over. It's not only unhygienic and a waste of money, but also a waste of time. If I use this time for studying, it will add up to a lot, and I can do more exercises and learn more knowledge. Children won't complain about having too much homework. Professor Deng's words made Su Jiajia frown. He said, this is just elementary school. It's not like you have to read and study every minute. Isn't it natural for children to love to play? Isn't it too cruel to exploit even the short time after school, on the way home? When I was in school, the happiest time of the day was when I walked home with my classmates after school. There are snacks and fun things along the way. The comments surged, there's something wrong with these 2 old men. As a parent, I think this principal is a bit sick. No wonder, a while ago, I went to pick up my son from school half an hour early just to get a bite of the snacks at the school gate. But there wasn't a single stall there. This principal is so fucking lacking in moral integrity. Who says small stalls are necessarily unhygienic? Others work hard to set up a small stall to support their families, but you reported them and made them pay a fine, and all their work for a month wasted. You're just an elementary school principal, and you don't even have the most basic moral integrity. And this so-called Deng Zhuangjia, he's mentally ill and needs to go see a doctor. Every second counts. Open your eyes and see what Chow Chow has been forced into. This is just elementary school, not the college entrance exam or the postgraduate entrance exam. You don't know. You thought you were asking a group of PhDs in scientific research, but it turns out they are just elementary school students. The audience cursed more and more fiercely. Have no choice. The director quickly cut the live broadcast room screen back to the kindergarten. At this moment, Xiao Yang put on a black costume. I immediately felt that the master-level Sichuan opera face-changing master rewarded by the system had taken effect. The entire movement, expression, temperament, every aspect has changed. He is like a true master of Sichuan opera who has practiced hard for decades. Then he took out a stack of facial masks from his bag and put them on his face to try them out. These facial masks come in all kinds of colors: red, yellow, blue, green, purple, black. The feel of silk and the workmanship are very fine. The images painted on the facial masks are even more lifelike. Sichuan opera is one of the 4 major traditional Chinese opera genres. It is popular in parts of Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Chongqing. Face changing is one of the special effects in Sichuan opera performances, used to reveal the characters' inner thoughts and emotional changes in the play. Each color on the mask represents a character's personality or emotion. For example, red represents bravery, black represents loyalty, white represents treachery, yellow and green represent cunning, gold and silver represent mystery. Not only that, facial masks of different colors represent specific characters. For example, if the face mask is black with a crescent pattern on the head, everyone will recognize that the character is Bao Gong. Red represents Guan Yu or Zhang Fei. In this way, even non-professionals can understand the meaning of the facial makeup. Everything is ready. Xiao Yang put away the facial mask in his hand and strode out of the classroom. In the camera, the photographer did not follow Xiao Yang to the toilet. Instead, he stayed where he was and took pictures of Nyanyo. The teacher sitting next to Niu was muttering, "Heh, the show is almost over, and Xiao Yang hasn't even come out of the bathroom yet. Look how sad this girl is." Niu was indeed a little anxious, and spoke with a hint of tears in her voice. "Is Uncle Xiao Yang lost? Why hasn't he come yet?" When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this, they were fed up. Barrage surges. "Oh good fellow, it's been so long, and you still haven't come back? Did you fall into a trap? I think Xiao Yang is just looking for an excuse to go somewhere to play games or go out for fun. This is outrageous." Niu is still young and not as independent as Xiao Xiao. She was already upset because no parents came to the stage, and now Xiao Yang actually ran away. The photographer was also thinking about it. Xiao Yang was gone for a bit too long, which was a bit excessive. This girl is getting anxious. He said to Niu, "How about Uncle go find Uncle Xiao Yang?" Niu nodded. The photographer was about to put down the camera and go look for someone. At this time, a black figure was getting closer and closer from the distance. He was wearing a black costume and a mask on his face. He walked towards this side with steady steps. "Who is this? Who is this?" Not only the photographer saw it, but some people around saw it too. The kindergarten principal picked up the program on the table and searched carefully. "No class here has signed up for any opera program? Didn't they invite any opera masters to perform? Where did this person come from?" Just when everyone was guessing, the man was getting closer. Walk straight to Teacher Niu. "Teacher, don't you want me to perform a show? I've thought about it. Here, this is the background music. Please give it to the staff. I need it when I go on stage." "Who are you?" "Xiao Yang." Niu's teacher asked tentatively. Xiao Yang, that's right." "Xiao Yang?" The photographer was delighted. "Look at Xiao Yang's outfit. He understands. Oops, this is life again." Immediately reset up the camera. And Niu was hiding behind the photographer. I was a little scared when I saw the facial mask. Knowing it was Uncle Xiao Yang, he rushed to Xiao Yang's feet in one step. He raised his head, jumped up, grabbed the sleeve of Xiao Yang's costume and said, "Uncle Xiao Yang? Are you Uncle Xiao Yang? Why are you dressed like this?" Teacher Niu glanced at Xiao Yang and curled her lips. I just asked you to perform on stage, but you refused. Going there again now, what's so special about it?" Xiao Yang smiled. "Why didn't he go just now? Doesn't the teacher have any idea? Having a group of dads with big bellies who can't dance at all perform belly dancing on stage has no aesthetic appeal at all. In addition to attracting attention and making everyone laugh, it completely satisfies her hobbies. If you don't jump, you'll still be labeled as a person without fatherly love." Xiao Yang said, "I'm sorry, I can't dance. And I think China is a great country with a history of 5,000 years. There are so many traditional art and cultural treasures, each of which carries a profound historical heritage and unique artistic charm. I think Chinese children should be able to experience how wonderful their country's culture and art are from a young age." Xiao Yang's words made Niu's teacher look very unhappy. Finally, he simply crossed his arms over his chest. He just refused to take the USB flash drive from Xiao Yang's hand. "Okay, well said." Xiao Yang and the teacher looked to the side at the same time. I don't know when the headmaster came over. The kindergarten principal was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. He took the USB flash drive from Xiao Yang's hand. Then he glared at the teacher. "Your class has such a talented parent, why didn't you bring it out earlier?" Xiao Yang. "On behalf of the kindergarten, I welcome you. What you just said was so good. I was deeply touched." That's right. China is a great country with so many treasures of art and culture. Pick any one of them and it will overwhelm those invading cultures. It's also my fault as the headmaster for not reviewing the program thoroughly. So, this show is almost over. I'll put your performance at the end as the grand finale, is that okay?" Xiao Yang, "Okay." But the young teacher standing by said a little aggrievedly after being scolded, "Director, do you think I don't want to rehearse a program about Chinese culture? That's too difficult. Which of China's cultural arts, whether it's music, dance, poetry, or opera, doesn't require painstaking effort and decades of practice? Our children's parents are ordinary people. How could they be so capable? As she spoke, she pointed at Xiao Yang. Are you going to do Sichuan opera face changing? I've seen Sichuan opera face changing on TV, but it's not as easy as you might imagine. It takes at least several years of practice to master it. Don't be unable to perform on stage later. That would be a disgrace to our class. Then Nayunia will be laughed at by the kids in her class. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room also started scrolling. What the teacher said is true. I used to know a Sichuan opera master, and he said that this skill requires at least a decade or two of practice, otherwise it's impossible to learn. Yeah, Xiao Yang is only in his early 20s. How could he change his face? I don't believe it. Although our country's culture and arts are very rich, each one is indeed very difficult to learn. It requires more than 10 years or even decades of hard work and a lifetime of research. Today's young people can't endure hardship, and fewer people are learning, which is why it has declined. Sichuan opera face changing originated in ancient times. In order to scare away wild animals, people painted their faces with various things in colors. It's the same principle as the primitive tribes people today who paint their faces with some color. However, the ancestors of the Chinese people brought face changing to the stage, and it evolved over hundreds and thousands of years. It has become a unique art form in opera. The kindergarten teacher was not wrong. It is not easy to learn Sichuan opera face changing well. If your kung fu is not good enough, you will reveal your flaws. Even professional Sichuan opera actors may not have solid skills. If you use an ultra-high-speed camera to shoot, you can also find flaws. At this time, there was an old man with white hair next to him. Looking at Xiao Yang, he smiled and said, "This parent. From the look of your outfit, are you planning on performing Sichuan opera face changing?" Xiao Yang nodded, "Yeah." When the old man heard this, he laughed and said, Okay. I'm the grandfather of the kid in the class next to mine. I just watched so many shows, but there's really nothing an old man like me likes to watch. These are things that young people like. I like your Sichuan opera face changing, but do you know how to do it? It's not easy to learn. In fact, the old man's real identity is a Sichuan opera face changing master and a national first-class actor. It's just that he is old, and now except for special performances, he rarely goes on stage. He stays at home and enjoys playing with his grandchildren. Today, his son and daughter-in-law really didn't have time, so he came out to attend his grandson's kindergarten activities on their behalf. But after sitting for so long, the entire performance was about learning dances and songs from abroad. He didn't understand it at all and didn't like it. He just saw a person in costume over here, and his interest was immediately drawn. Xiao Yang listened to the old man's words and said modestly, a little bit. Although the skills rewarded by the system have never gone wrong, they are all top-notch. But I was in such a hurry just now that I didn't try the effect myself. Xiao Yang thought that one shouldn't be too confident. The old man smiled and said, Director, I heard a little of your conversation just now. The old man is taking advantage of his age to say a few words. Since the young man knows a little, let him go on stage. It's just a get-together for kids and their parents anyway, so we don't really need professionals. What the young man just said is right. If we can make children interested in our traditional Chinese culture, then this performance will be meaningful. In this world, the invasion of foreign cultures and the decline and disappearance of traditional Chinese culture are becoming more serious. Although the old man is a master of opera and an old artist, he was extremely serious and responsible about stage performances and singing throughout his life. However, Sichuan opera is now gradually declining. He was deeply distressed because the actors were incomplete, and even the headgear and costumes were insufficient. What Xiao Yang said just now also touched his heart. Any aspect of traditional Chinese culture can beat those foreign cultures. If we want local art and culture to awaken, we must cultivate and instill it in children from an early age. The head teacher looked at the old man and then at the teacher. I think there is nothing wrong with what both of them said. Parent, are you sure? What if I can't conjure up a single image when I get on stage? Then, before the principal finished speaking, Xiao Yang reached out and pulled the silk thread. The red mask on his face immediately turned green. The people standing by saw the face-changing performance at such a close distance for the first time. Everyone was stunned. Before they could react, Xiao Yang pulled the silk thread again. The color of the mask changed instantly. Pa. Okay. The old man laughed while clapping. This parent has some skills, not bad. Barrage scrolling. Holy crap, Xiao Yang actually knows how to do this. This is incredible, he's so versatile. Last year, I saw a Sichuan opera face-changing performance at a theater in Tianfu City. It was like this. Xiao Yang seemed to be a little faster than him. Director, please show the clip of Xiao Yang's face changing just now. I want to study it carefully. Upstairs, research? Do you think you can do it through research? Face changing. I have a face-changing master at home. He can do it very quickly. The headmaster took a look. Good job. That's really great. He immediately said with a smile. Okay, please wait a moment. I'll go get ready. He said this with a smile and walked towards the stage with the USB flash drive. Because there is no ready-made opera troupe here, Xiao Yang provided a synthesized background music. When Niu Niu saw Xiao Yang's expression change, she was so shocked that her mouth opened wide and didn't close for a long time. The group of children around who saw Xiao Yang's face changing were no longer interested in watching the performance on the stage. What's the point of changing faces in those performances on stage? Everyone surrounded Xiao Yang and shouted at the same time. Uncle, you are so awesome. Uncle, can you change into another one? Uncle, how did you become like this just now? Can you teach me? Even the teacher, who had just been extremely suspicious of Xiao Yang, at this time, they were also looking at him, stunned in surprise. This, how did you become like this just now? This is amazing. Can I touch it? Xiao Yang's face-changing performance this time. It is just one type of face-changing, and also the most common one, called pulling face. Pulling the face, as the name suggests, means pulling it off. Tie silk threads on each of the painted facial masks. During the face-changing performance, the silk thread is placed in a hidden position and pulled with a special technique. The connected mask naturally fell off, revealing a different mask underneath. Of course, it is not the time for Xiao Yang to talk about this method yet. Now that I've told these people, the performance will lose a lot of mystery. The audience's surprise is greatly reduced. But as the noise here gets louder and louder, attracting more and more people's attention, many people looked over here. When many children saw Xiao Yang's image, they ran over here curiously. More and more people gathered around. Xiao Yang took a look and realized that this wouldn't work. With so many kids jumping around together, it would be dangerous if one of them fell down. And with so many children asking one question each, the noise made his head hurt. He said quickly, "This is a secret. I'll tell whoever watches my performance carefully." Okay? Good. After saying that, Xiao Yang ran away immediately. Looking at Xiao Yang, who was running very fast without even looking back, the kindergarten teachers were all confused. He waved to a group of children. "Little friend, go back and sit down, sit down. This face-changing uncle's performance will begin soon. Go back and sit down and watch the show." On the kindergarten stage, the host took the microphone and spoke passionately. Unique skills transform into intangible cultural heritage classics, and innovatively perform a unique shoe opera. Next, we will perform the last show of the day, Sichuan opera face-changing. Please welcome our Class XX parent, Xiao Yang, to the stage. As soon as I heard Xiao Yang's name, many parents in the audience were excited. Everyone has watched the live variety show My Dad is Superman during this holiday, so of course you know who Xiao Yang is? Even if you don't watch variety shows, Xiao Yang was on the hot search list every few days, so I got to know him. What the hell, Xiao Yang? Xiao Yang can also change his face? Why wouldn't I believe it? How old is he? This kind of unique skill would take years of practice, right? Hey, big brother, you've only updated a few chapters of Grave Robbers Chronicles? You've changed your attitude again? The discussion in the audience was very lively. Even the children started dancing and shouting towards the stage excitedly. Wow, face change, face change. Face change is coming, face change is coming. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were also looking forward to Xiao Yang's performance. Xiao Yang just made a few random moves, but everyone didn't see enough. Barrage scrolling. Here it comes everyone, be quiet, look. Silence, from now on, stop posting comments, it disturbs me from enjoying art. Then background music composed of traditional instruments sounded on the stage. Everyone gradually quieted down. Boom boom boom. Clang clang clang. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gongs and drums filled the world with laughter. Xiao Yang appeared wearing a black cloak embroidered with gold patterns, a large black hat, and holding a folding fan in his left hand. With his back to the audience, he took small steps and moved quickly to the center of the stage, followed by two dong dong sounds. Xiao Yang stretched out his right hand and waved his cloak forward. He turned around and stood still, straightening his body. A black mask appeared on his face. He stared at the audience with wide eyes, wearing a black cloak, black hat, black shirt, black pants, and black boots. In his right hand he was fanning himself with a large golden folding fan, plus Xiao Yang's own height of 1.85 m. This appearance is majestic and domineering. There was applause from the audience below the stage. Before the audience could react, the fan in Xiao Yang's right hand spun faster and faster, and it passed in front of him, covering his face for less than a second. When the fan is removed from the face, the mask changed from black to red. The audience below cheered again. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yang made a cloud hand move. One hand was clenched into a fist and stretched forward, barely covering half of his face. When he lowered his arms, his mask changed back to that of the Golden Monkey King. This made the children under the stage even more excited, shouting, "Monkey King, Monkey King." If their parents hadn't stopped them, they would have rushed onto the stage one by one. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, Xiao Yang's operation is really like a sparrow pecking at a cow's butt. The sparrow eats the cow's butt. I've learned some Sichuan opera, but I'm not very skilled. I'm nowhere near as good as Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang is truly a professional. Each of his different colored face masks changes to different movements and expressions in real time. His performance is incredibly lifelike. Although I don't understand drama, I am impressed by Xiao Yang's face-changing skills. Accompanied by the melody and rhythm of music, Xiao Yang flicked his hand, blinked his eyes, waved his hand, and turned around. The masks also changed into various colors of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, which made the onlookers dazzled. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. The audiences under the stage and in the live broadcast room were stunned. The kindergarten teacher who has always had a grudge against Xiao Yang. At this moment, there was only admiration in his eyes. While watching Xiao Yang's performance, my mouth never closed. He whispered to himself, how on earth did they do this? Isn't that amazing? The Sichuan opera face-changing master next to her was the old man just now. At this time, I was also very moved by Xiao Yang's performance. I didn't expect that besides him, there was someone else who could perform Sichuan opera face-changing to such a level. This unique skill can actually be passed down and there will be successors. Good. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. At this time, the kindergarten teacher asked, "Old man, you just said you are also a drama fan. Can you tell me about this Sichuan opera face-changing? If the kids ask me about it, and I don't know, I'll be embarrassed." The old man heard it. I thought, I should give these teachers some basic knowledge about drama, then tell it to the children through them. It is a good thing that more and more young people will like China's Sichuan opera face-changing. I immediately started talking about it with great relish. There are three main types of face-changing in Sichuan opera: wiping the face, blowing the face, and pulling the face. Painting the face means applying oil paint on the forehead or eyebrows. Not only that, the different colors of the facial makeup represent different characters and personalities. For example, red represents Guan Yu, and black represents Zhang Fei. In fact, face changing is not difficult. The difficult part is that the performer has to remember the order of the facial makeup and adjust the facial expressions accordingly so that the audience can feel the character's characteristics and emotional changes. The old man said a lot. The kindergarten teacher sighed after hearing this. This is really complicated. The transformation of this facial expression seems to take only a second, but there is actually so much knowledge involved. The old man chuckled. That's natural. Don't you think they say 1 minute on stage takes 10 years of hard work off stage? Listen to what the old man said. The teacher also carefully observed Xiao Yang on the stage. As expected. At this time, the mask on Xiao Yang's face turned blue again. Xiao Yang's expression returned to normal, with light in his eyes, and he looked very handsome with his delicately drawn facial makeup. Then, as Xiao Yang tore off the last mask, his true face was exposed to everyone. "Oh, so young!" The old man couldn't help but shout. Xiao Yang was wearing a mask just now and he couldn't see. I thought this parent should be quite old. After all, one generally needs to be at least 30 to 40 years old and go through a long period of hard training to reach such a level of face changing. Unexpectedly, the performer on the stage was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. That's awesome. Sharp. The old man sighed inwardly, thinking that this must be a child's skill. I don't know who your master is? I've never heard of it before. Off stage, Niu saw Xiao Yang showing his face. He immediately rushed forward happily, pointed at Xiao Yang on the stage, and shouted to the children beside him, "This is my dad. Isn't that amazing? Audience?" Ha ha ha. Dai Chuan fainted in the toilet after hearing this. Niu, is this your father? Does your mother know? Even children are like this. They want to recognize whoever is more capable as their father. I am the same. Xiao Yang is my adoptive father. At this time, Xiao Yang had finished changing all his facial masks and revealed his true face. Everyone thought the face-changing show was over. I was just about to get up and leave. As a result, Xiao Yang did not step down for a long time. The background music didn't stop either. What's going on? What's going on? Is there more? I've already changed all the facial expressions, what else can I change? Even the old man was curious. What else is this for? Take a bow? Xiao Yang smiled secretly in his heart. This system rewards you with a master-level face-changing skill. Do you think that's all? That's impossible. He just raised his hand again. Xiao Yang spread out his 5 slender fingers and covered his face with them. 1 second later, more than a dozen facial masks returned to his face. Awesome! That's amazing! The kindergarten teacher heard the old man sigh and asked, "Old man, how come you are so powerful?" The old man pointed at Xiao Yang, who was performing on the stage, and said, "This is called a returned face in face changing. It means putting the mask that was torn off back on. There's a saying in face changing: it takes 3 years to learn how to change your face, and 5 years to learn how to return your face." Face changing performances are not uncommon nowadays. Many people learn for a while and can often change into 2 or 3 faces at once. But very few performers can turn their faces back. It's dozens of times more difficult than simply changing their faces. At this time, the audience immediately applauded when they saw Xiao Yang put the mask away. Many parents who had already stood up and were about to take their children away sat down again. The children screamed even more excitedly, "The mask is back! The mask is back!" The comments in the live broadcast room were also scrolling wildly. "Fuck, good job, it's a reward. I know this trick. It's called turning back. Last time I was watching a play in a tea house, the performer used this trick. He was exposed and it was so embarrassing that he rushed off the stage." Xiao Yang looked down at the stage and waited until everyone was seated again. He waved his cloak behind him and walked quickly off the stage in the style of opera. His purpose today is to make children and others interested in Sichuan opera face changing. How to generate the greatest interest? Of course, it's interactive. Interacting with children is essential. Xiao Yang walked off the stage and into the crowd. The photographer walked quickly towards Xiao Yang, unable to wait to catch up. Just on the stage, the shooting distance is far. Now Xiao Yang is coming down. It just so happened that he could take close-up shots. He thought to himself, maybe this way he could capture the key tricks of Sichuan opera face changing. Let's reveal a secret. Xiao Yang's first interaction partner was, of course, Niu Niu. He quickly walked towards Niu Niu and pointed at his face. Grab Niu Niu's little hand and gently cover the surface of his face. Niu Niu doesn't know what this is for. She said in a baby voice, "Dad, Xiao Yang, what are you doing?" Niu Niu hasn't finished asking. Xiao Yang pulled the string in his hand unconsciously. Swish! Suddenly, Xiao Yang's facial mask suddenly changed from blue to green. Ah! It changed color. It changed color. Niu Niu clapped her hands excitedly and cheered. "Dad, Xiao Yang, you are so awesome." Niu Niu's cry quickly attracted the children around to rush over. "Sit down, sit down, sit tight." Several kindergarten teachers panicked and kept shouting when they saw the children's behavior. Manage the order of each class. Sit tight, be careful not to fall. The kid just calmed down a bit. A sweet female voice shouted from the crowd. "Children, don't move. Tell the teacher to come first." Xiao Yang was speechless. But when I looked again, I saw that the female teacher walking over had a very hot body. She looks very pure. Long eyelashes, fluttering. A pair of big eyes like Yang Mi's. How does the saying go? Angel face, devil body. Xiao Yang was delighted. Fortunately, the mask was covering his face, so we couldn't see the smile on his lips. The female teacher approached Xiao Yang. Then the soft voice said, "Should I put my hands on your face?" Xiao Yang nodded. The female teacher gently placed her hand on Xiao Yang's facial mask. Xiao Yang thought to himself that at least he was an unmarried, childless, and girlfriendless boy in his prime. When you meet a stunning beauty, how can you miss the opportunity for intimate interaction? Immediately put his hand on the back of the female teacher's delicate hand and pressed it on his face. He whispered, "Harder." Ah, the female teacher just spoke. With a whoosh, Xiao Yang's facial expression changed again, from green to white. "Wow, that's amazing." Female teacher Jay screamed in surprise. Feeling it from such a close distance was even more shocking to her than watching it from afar in the audience just now. Behind the face mask, where no one else can see, Xiao Yang's smile widened. In fact, this operation is not difficult, it's just a matter of covering your face with one hand. Just pull the thread with a little more force. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, the photographer was holding the camera and almost touching Xiao Yang's face to shoot, but there was no flaw at all. Xiao Yang is awesome, so fast. 6666, it can change even if you put your hands on your face. How amazing. This must be a magic trick. What Xiao Yang just said is right. There are so many precious arts in traditional Chinese culture. Any one of them can surpass those foreign songs and dances. That's right. The children all watched it so attentively and with such interest. It's not that the children don't like traditional Chinese art and culture, it's just that they have too few opportunities to be exposed to it. My focus is different from yours. That female teacher just now was so pretty. Xiao Yang even touched her hand. I was so envious and jealous. I want to ask where I can learn how to change my face. I want to learn it too so I can pick up girls. Is that Xiao Heezy upstairs? Xiao Yang already has a child, don't try to stir up trouble. He does this just for art. That's right, little brother in front, life should be colorful, but you are stuck in yellow and green. Xiao Yang had no idea what everyone in the live broadcast room was saying. He picked another child. The children put their hands on the mask. Next second, with a whoosh, the color of the mask changed again. Xiao Yang matched the color of the mask and made appropriate facial expressions. Make the whole image come alive. The child clapped his hands and shouted, "Wow, this is fun. So fun. Uncle, can you teach me how to change my face? I want to learn how to change my face, too." Xiao Yang selected 2 or 3 more children to interact with. All of a sudden, the show reached its climax. Both boys and girls showed great interest in this magical performance. The old man in the crowd laughed very happily. I sighed inwardly. Okay, good. Sichuan opera face changing has never been a flower on the high mountain, nor has it been a work of art in the temple. Instead, there should be close interaction between the stage and the audience. Let more people understand Sichuan opera face changing and like Sichuan opera face changing. In this way, more and more people will like this traditional Chinese opera culture. Only then can it be passed down from generation to generation. At this time, he stared at Xiao Yang in front of him, and the expression on his face changed from joy to shock. Xiao Yang decided to perform something different. It is also a unique skill in face changing that has long been lost. Although it has been lost for a long time, there are plugins like the system. Any kind of unique skills are no problem. Xiao Yang paused and pushed upwards. It drew an arc in the air, flipped over, and landed steadily on the stage. The noisy atmosphere under the stage suddenly became unusually quiet. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. The comments in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet and blank. Until half a minute later, thunderous applause and cheers broke out from the audience. Okay. A string of exclamation marks erupted once again in the live broadcast room. There are also enthusiastic barrages. Awesome! Xiao Yang is awesome. 6666, Godfather, please accept my greeting. Just now, Xiao Yang was wearing a golden mask like Sun Wukong. He took a leap and fell over. He flipped over and jumped onto the stage from the audience. Just like the real Monkey King, the children under the stage stared at Xiao Yang with wide eyes. He shouted, "Sun Wukong, the great sage equaling heaven, the real Monkey King." Many people who study opera can do these aerial somersaults. It's just that there is system support. Xiao Yang is even more powerful when performing these moves. Can jump to a height of 2 meters without any difficulty. At this time, there are 13 masks on Xiao Yang's face. He just stood on the stage, clenched his fists and just shook them gently. He didn't cover his face like he did just now. I just saw the facial mask on his face. Swish, swish, swish. It changes from blue to green, from green to red, and keeps changing. In less than half a minute, the color changed into more than a dozen colors, revealing his true face again. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. At some point, the old man was so fascinated by watching Xiao Yang's changing expression that he no longer cared about his grandson. He walked straight down to the stage, only a few steps away. "What's wrong, old man?" The photographer in the audience was filming and heard the old man muttering amazing over and over again. The old man handed the mobile phone in his hand to the photographer. Look! On the mobile phone screen, the time was recorded by the old man using a stopwatch. It shows 22 seconds. 22 seconds? What's wrong? The photographer still doesn't understand. The old man chuckled. This young master on the stage is amazing. Incredible. He can be crowned the current Chinese face-changing king. The old man's words were also transmitted to the live broadcast room. Fuck, I admit, I've seen face-changing many times, but none of them are as fast as Xiao Yang's. But to be called the king of Chinese face-changing, he still passes muster, right? Exactly, the face-changing master? Haha, how old is Xiao Yang? How many years has he studied? If he's already the face-changing master, who can those masters who have practiced for decades complain to? I don't quite understand. An old man is using a stopwatch on his phone to calculate time. What does this have to do with face-changing? The photographer was also confused. Old man, isn't that a bit exaggerated? The old man looked at Xiao Yang on the stage and smiled. The current Guinness World Record for Sichuan opera face changing is 12 changes in 24 seconds. But I just measured it with a stopwatch. The young master on the stage changed 13 faces in just 22 seconds. I heard the old man say this. The live broadcast room's barrage exploded. Fuck! So fast. No wonder I didn't notice anything when the camera was pointed at Xiao Yang's face. Dear netizens, let me tell you something. I just checked online, and the old man was right. The Guinness World Record for face changing is 12 changes in 24 seconds. And the person who holds this record is this old man who is speaking. Fuck, 6,666, I'm so shocked. They're all great masters. I heard something incredible. No wonder this old man looked at Xiao Yang with admiration and respect. Online, people are still discussing this. All I heard was the old man shouting, "Look, what has this old man not seen? Why are you suddenly so excited?" The cameraman quickly pointed the camera in the direction of the old man's finger. Amazing! Amazing! This young master actually has such a unique skill. The photographer only heard that the old man next to him changed the way he addressed Xiao Yang. He was just calling him young man, but now he is calling him Master Xiao Yang. This is a respectful title. Old man, what is this? The photographer asked hurriedly. The old man opened his eyes wide, and the muscles on his face began to tremble slightly because of shock. Old man? The photographer was afraid that the old man would get excited and suddenly lean over. I pushed his body slightly with my hand. The old man finally recovered and said, "Do you see any changes in the young master's expression?" Listen to what the old man said. Both the photographer and the audience observed. Although Xiao Yang no longer had a mask on his face, but at this time his face turned red. After a while, his face suddenly turned from red to pale. Everyone gasped as Xiao Yang's expression changed. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yang's face turned from white to blue. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience. What's going on? What's going on? There were still many curious people in the audience. The audience in the live broadcast room were also asking what was going on. At this time, the old man spoke. See? It's called luck-changing face. There are only 3 types of face changing in Sichuan opera that we see now: wiping the face, blowing the face, and the common face pulling. But this is called luck-changing face. This type of face changing requires the performer to use the qigong in their body to change their facial expression. It is said that ancient people used this method to express the fear that comes after a heavy burden is relieved. But this luck face-changing technique has long been lost, and this is the first time I've seen it. Listen to the old man's explanation. Everyone then realized how powerful Xiao Yang was. He could be said to be the well-deserved king of face-changing. At this time, the news of Xiao Yang changing his face on the kindergarten stage has already spread all over the internet. Hot search on Weibo. On various social platforms. Clips of Xiao Yang changing his face are everywhere. The capital of abundance. In the dilapidated old yard, a middle-aged man in his early 40s, surnamed Zhou, was well known in the local Sichuan opera circle. He was lying on a lounge chair in the yard, eyes fixed on the phone screen. His face was filled with shock. Xiao Yang's performance is over. He put down his phone and recalled every move of Xiao Yang. He sighed. Sharp. That's amazing. I have studied Sichuan opera for decades, but I am still far inferior to Xiao Yang. But at the same time, he also felt a hint of sadness. Sichuan opera seems to have reached its end long ago. There are more and more new things now. There are hardly any young people watching Sichuan opera anymore. Under the stage, almost all the audience are elderly people. More and more people in their opera troupe were forced to change their careers to make a living. He didn't know how long he could hold on. He also learned from the young people. Post your face-changing video online. But not many people watch it, and I don't have the money to buy traffic and promote it. Dozens or even hundreds of videos were shot. There are only a few comments under each video. It seems that this culture is really about to become extinct. As he thought about it, he was almost falling asleep lazily. Sudden, his cell phone kept ringing. He picked it up and saw the magic sound message. 99+. Master Zhou looked at the phone screen. The number of messages on the magic sound software has rapidly increased to 99+. He wondered if he had made any inappropriate remarks recently. Am I being cyberbullied? He opened his phone in confusion and saw that the private messages in the background were all exploding. Not only that, the videos I shot before only had single-digit comments. At this moment, when I opened it, it turned into hundreds of them. There are even some videos that have received hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of reposts. There are thousands of comments. He jumped up from the recliner excitedly and sat up straight. I clicked on the comments and read them for several minutes. Only then did I understand. It turned out that Xiao Yang's Sichuan opera face-changing performance was popular all over the internet. Show this traditional and ancient Chinese art skill to everyone. It aroused everyone's strong interest. At the same time, the Moyin platform also took advantage of Xiao Yang's popularity. Give a large amount of traffic to videos about Sichuan opera face-changing and push them to netizens. This includes Master Zhou's face-changing video. In short, Master Zhou, who was thousands of miles away, also became a little famous thanks to Xiao Yang. Master Zhou opened the private message again. Most of the messages were netizens expressing their love for his face-changing performance in the video. There are also many smart businesses that have noticed this wave of popularity. Invite Master Zhou to perform at the opening of shopping malls and stores to attract customers. There are also people living in the same city as Master Zhou. After seeing the face-changing video, I became very interested. Send a private message, hoping to learn from Master Zhou. Master Zhou became more and more excited as he watched. Suddenly, tears burst out. There is an old saying that goes, men don't shed tears easily. Learning opera was tiring and difficult, and he often got injured, but he never shed a tear. But at this moment, he couldn't stop crying. He loves Sichuan opera face-changing, but due to the pressure of life, I almost gave up. But now, overnight, so many people are interested in Sichuan opera face-changing. Very good. It's really great. Now, he won't be forced to change his career. No need to worry about making a living, nor will you be called an old-fashioned by your children and descendants. He looked at the old things and objects in the yard. I can be reborn again. He raised his hand and wiped the tears from his face. He picked up his phone and made a call, saying with a smile, "Hey master, our opera troupe is saved." At the same time, across the Pacific Ocean, beautiful country, an international student was extremely excited when he saw Xiao Yang's face-changing video on Moyan. Shout loudly, "Oh shit! Awesome!" This international student was born into a Sichuan opera family. My great-grandfather's generation has been a famous Sichuan opera actor. Until his father's generation, he was influenced by his surroundings since he was young and mastered some skills. Until I was in junior high school, his father told him to give up this path. Dad said that not many people like opera nowadays. As the number of elderly people decreases, this business is gradually declining. His father planned another path for him, a path that has nothing to do with opera. Came to the United States 2 years ago. Despite his mother's objections, he took out many of the things she had prepared and put them into the suitcase. Put on your own costumes and masks. Today, when he saw Xiao Yang's video, he was deeply moved. He took out his costume and mask from his suitcase and walked onto the busiest street. It attracted a lot of blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners to watch. A foreigner thought it was some kind of street art performance and walked over. Asked, "Chinese?" "Yeah." The international student touched the foreigner's hand and pointed to his own face. The foreigner seemed to understand what he meant. Raising my hand, I just touched his face. His head shook. Swish. One time. Less than a second. The mask on his face changed from blue to red. The foreigner was so frightened that his eyes widened. Chinese gong fu. Then, he ran away screaming like a 100-meter sprint. The international student hiding under the Facebook mask smiled. Soon, other foreigners came forward. Without exception, they were all frightened by his changing expression. But there were also some brave ones who were not scared. Just clasp your hands together and bow to him. There were also Chinese people passing by who came up to take photos with him. Seeing things from their motherland in a foreign country makes them feel familiar and proud. The international student uploaded the face-changing video to Moyan again. I was deeply moved by Xiao Yang's face-changing video. He performed Sichuan opera face-changing on the roadside in the United States, instantly scaring foreigners into emojis. It was just posted not long ago. Likes, reposts and comments increased rapidly. I just like to see foreigners look like they have never seen the world. I don't know why, but seeing the glory and development of the quintessence of Chinese culture always makes me want to cry. This is true cultural output and exchange. Awesome. Xiao Yang is right. Our national quintessence and cultural arts can surpass any other country. Why should we allow foreign cultures to invade? We should export our Chinese culture. This international student did a great job. Don't say that foreigners have never seen the world. I haven't seen it either. I must find some time to go to the theater to experience it. Sichuan opera face-changing is just for fun. The real face-changing has to be done by my girlfriend. The guy above, do you dare to be happy when your girlfriend changes her expression? All this is happening online. Xiao Yang didn't know. After the performance, he changed out of his costume. Taking Niu with him, he rushed home and drove towards Ding Li's house. Baby swap mission. He will take Chow Chow with him tomorrow. When Xiao Yang brought Niu to Ding Li's house, Chow Chow had just finished his cello lessons and had just returned home not long ago. Xiao Yang pushed Niu towards Ding Li. Uncle Ding Li will take care of you tomorrow, so be good. Then he waved to Chow Chow, who was still doing his homework. Come on, we're leaving. It's going to be rush hour soon, there's going to be a traffic jam. But after a day of contact, Niu really likes Xiao Yang. The hairstyle Xiao Yang gave her not only received the most votes in the class, and it can change its face, It shocked all the children in the kindergarten, even the teachers and the principal. She is in kindergarten and is very popular. When she heard that Uncle Xiao Yang would not take her with him, she immediately hugged Xiao Yang's calf and cried and made a fuss. I don't want it, I want Uncle Xiao Yang to take care of me. I want Uncle Xiao Yang to take me there tomorrow too. I don't want anyone else to take me. It took a long time to persuade him to stop. The other side. Dai Chuan picked up Xiao Xiao from Li Yang's house and was driving home. It was the evening rush hour. I don't know if there was a traffic accident ahead. It's been stuck in traffic for 20 minutes. Xiao Xiao simply took out her cell phone and started watching short videos. Dai Chuan was surprised and asked, Xiao Xiao, you're only 7 years old, and your father bought you a cell phone? Xiao Xiao, Dad didn't buy it for me. I bought it with my own pocket money. I just bought it a few days ago. Dai Chuan, does your father know? Xiao Xiao, I know. My father even accompanied me to the business hall to apply for a mobile phone card. From now on, I'll give him the money for my phone bill every month and he'll top it up for me. Dai Chuan, since your father supports it, why doesn't he buy it for you? Xiao Xiao, my dad said that a mobile phone is not a necessity for me at this stage. If I want it, I'll spend my own money. So I bought it with my own money. I don't usually bring it to school, but my dad said he's filming a show today and he's not around. So I brought my phone with me so I can call him if anything happens. What Xiao Xiao said was a very ordinary thing. The comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. I said such a young child shouldn't have pocket money, right? Look, he spent it all carelessly, even buying a cell phone. That's right. It's bad for a child this young to look at a phone, and there's so much inappropriate material online that it's easy for them to learn bad habits. Look, even a well-behaved child like Xiao Xiao would buy all sorts of random things with her pocket money. If she learns how to play games, she'll be addicted to them every day. At this time, Xiao Xiao was watching the magic sound short video and laughing happily. Dai Chuan asked curiously, what are you looking at? You look so happy. Xiao Xiao said, Animal World. Dai Chuan, Animal World? Now the animal world has also caught up with the trend and moved to short videos? Dai Chuan recalled that he also watched Animal World when he was a child. CCTV channel. Teacher Zhao Zongxiang's rhythmic voice, coupled with pictures of animals, is his best childhood memory. But this show isn't funny either. Why does Xiao Xiao look so happy? Xiao Xiao said this show is really fun. My dad recommended it to me. It's so funny. Look. Anyway, there was a traffic jam and Dai Chuan had nothing to do. I took Xiaoxio's phone and looked at it for a few minutes. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Xiao Xiao, am I right? It's funny, isn't it, uncle? Barrage scrolling. Is the animal world funny? Why didn't I notice it? You two are too frivolous. If Teacher Zhao knew about this, he would probably be so angry that he would flip his coffin. What's so funny? Let me laugh too. Dai Chuan looked at the animal world on his phone and laughed, saying, is the animal world so crazy now? Xiao Xiao, it looks good, right? Dad said this is an animal world more suitable for the new generation. Dai Chuan said while smiling, ha ha ha, this one. This little bald guy, who's not ugly but rather good-looking, is called the big-eared sand lizard. Of course, compared to its poverty, its ugliness is nothing. Like every working person, the big-eared sand lizard has a simple schedule. Get up and suffer. Barrage. Fuck, I noticed that the commentator of this animal world has been replaced by someone born in the 2000s. No wonder Xiao Yang knew about it, the style is very similar. Okay, I didn't do anything, why do I feel like I'm being scolded? I used to be very concerned about my ugliness, but today I realized that compared to being poor, my ugliness is really nothing to worry about. What kind of animal world is this? I, a post-90s kid, want to see it. Dai Chuan watched the entire video in one breath. After reading it, all the sadness I felt today after being scolded by Yan Jiang's teacher disappeared. I wanted to continue brushing, but the car lights in the distance seemed to be moving. He returned the phone to Xiao Xiao. Asked, Xiao Xiao, what is the name of the anchor of this animal world? I'll go back and watch it with your sister Niuniu. It's called the Weibi Zoo. When Xiao Xiao said the name, not only Daishuan took note of it, the audience in front of the screen also quickly memorized the host's name. I plan to learn some scientific knowledge with my children. Dai Chuan, do you have anything else good? Remember to share it with uncle. Xiao Xiao agreed and said, okay, my father recommended many to me, and I'm recommending them to you now. As he spoke, he smiled and searched through his phone. There are English cartoons. There is audiobook of Journey to the West. Her father doesn't tell her bedtime stories, so he uses this instead. There are also various things that are fun and educational. At this time, dong dong dong. Someone knocked on Xiaoxio's car window. Dai Chuan rolled down the car window. I saw a young man in his 20s with a sign hanging on his chest, holding a stainless steel lunchbox in his hand. There was a 100 yuan note in the lunchbox, and 50, 20, 10 yuan, and some miscellaneous change. The young man said nothing, pointing to his ears. He leaned forward again and held the badge on his chest in front of him. Dai Chuan stretched his head out to take a look and muttered, "Deaf mute?" The young man nodded. He made gestures with his hands that no one could understand. At the same time, he gently knocked the lunchbox in his hand on the car window. It seems that he saw the traffic jam here and came to ask for money from each car. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw this scene. Ah, the deaf-mute man, how pitiful, give him some money, it's so miserable. Fuck, this can't be believed. Who knows if this deaf-mute person is real? Many beggars these days are scammers. Even if he's a liar, I think Dai Chuan should give him a few dollars as a token of his appreciation, to set an example for Xiao Xiao and teach her to be kind and helpful to the world. At this moment, Dai Chuan and Xiao Xiao had no idea what the audience was saying in the live broadcast room, but Dai Chuan was taking out his wallet from his trouser pocket. I planned to give some change to this deaf-mute person. Whenever he saw beggars outside, he would give Niu Niu a few dollars and ask her to put it in the beggar's bowl. Teach her that kindness is a virtue and to help people in need. But before he could find the money, I heard the mute making anxious sounds of "wee" from his mouth, as if he was about to speak. Dai Chuan looked up. I saw Xiao Xiao taking out a 10 yuan bill from her lunchbox. The anxious mute made a sound. Audience. Fuck, what is Xiao Xiao doing? What kind of reverse operation is this? Dai Chuan also widened his eyes and shouted, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Put it back." But Xiao Xiao ignored him. The mute anxiously took out the lunchbox again and knocked on the window. This time, Xiao Xiao reached directly towards the bright red 100 yuan bill in the lunchbox. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded. What the hell? Xiao Xiao took the 100 yuan into the car and put it aside. The mute became even more excited and knocked on the car window with his lunchbox, making a humming sound. This time, Xiao Xiao almost reached out and took the lunchbox in. The mute was so scared that he retracted his hand holding the lunchbox. At this time, the car is open. The car behind started honking its horn non-stop. "Uncle Daishuan, let's go. You'll lose points in a moment." What the hell? Xiao Xiao just left like that. Xiao Xiao, you are a little bad and not cute like this. Little cutie, your joke is a bit too much. Auntie doesn't like it. The audience in the live broadcast room were excitedly posting comments. Without exception, they all criticized Xiao Xiao. In the observation room, Professor Deng slapped his thigh and said angrily with great sorrow, I'll tell you. Xiao Yang will corrupt Xiao Xiao sooner or later. This child has such low moral character that he bullies a deaf-mute disabled person." Dai Chuanzheng took out 110 yuan from the car and threw it to the deaf-mute man outside the window. Xiao Xiao pressed the switch with one hand. The car window rose automatically. "Block the money." She also turned to Dai Chuan and said, "Uncle Dai, let's go, the drivers behind us are getting impatient." Ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. The cars stuck in traffic behind us were almost honking their horns until they broke. Dai Chuan had no choice. "If you continue like this, you will really lose points and money." He sighed. "I plan to park the car later and then bring the money over." I thought to myself, what unlucky kids I met this time. The first one is Yang Yang, please ask parents for help after he tears up his homework. The second one smiled, thinking he was a good and obedient child. The result is even more difficult to describe. He stepped on the accelerator and the car just came out of the line. Suddenly I heard the deaf-mute man outside the window talking, still shouting, "Go NMGB. You fucking beast, you killed me with your car, go and reincarnate." As the car got farther and farther away, the sound gradually disappeared. Dai Chuan was stunned and murmured, "Xiao Xiao, is that the deaf-mute man speaking?" "Xiao Xiao, he's scolding you." "Dekoa." Dai Chuan glanced at the 110 yuan again. "Then what should I do with this money? It can't be that we two really hold it." Xiao Xiao spread his hands. "The teacher said that if you have any problems, go to the police." "Uncle Daishuan, you're already such a grown-up, and you don't even know this?" The barrage exploded. "Let me tell you, this kind of person is a liar. I've been deceived before. I have sharp ears, and that dumb fellow cursed very filthy. Xiao Xiao is awesome. He can actually make a mute speak out of anger. He's an expert in curing difficult and complicated diseases." Dai Chuan, "Xiao Xiao, how do you know this deaf-mute man is a liar?" Xiao Xiao said, "Last time, my father and I also encountered a deaf-mute beggar like this and gave him a few dollars. A few days later, I ran into that man again near where he was asking for money, and I actually heard him talking. 2 days later, he came knocking on my dad's car door again. My dad just brought his lunchbox in, rolled down the car window and left. Dad said that this kind of liar deserves to have his job taken away from him. Dai Chuan, I see. But how do you know that the mute just now was also a liar? Xiao Xiao, oh, then Dad came up with a trick to tell if the other person is deaf or dumb. After saying that, Xiao Xiao gestured a few times with her little hands. This sign language means, I am crazy. Dad said that if a deaf-mute person saw it, he would react. But just now when you took out the money, I gestured, but the man didn't react at all. So he's a fake deaf-mute. Xiao Xiao said this. Dai Chuan was speechless. The audience in the live broadcast room burst into laughter and were all convinced. As he spoke, Dai Chuan turned the navigation to the nearest police station. I plan to follow Xiaoxio's advice and send the money over. Then, the screen switches in the live broadcast room. Xiao Yang was driving a Ferrari, taking Chow Chow home. Xiao Yang, Chow Chow, what do you want to eat tonight? Chow Chow, I think. At home, Chow Chow always eats whatever the nanny or his parents cook. No one ever asked him what he wanted to eat. There were several times when he expressed his thoughts, but they were ignored. Gradually, I stopped talking about it. Chow Chow, Uncle Xiao Yang, aren't we eating at home? Xiao Yang, my mother is not here. If you let me do this, I might have to go to the hospital tonight. Let's talk about McDonald's fried chicken, pizza, steak, spicy hot pot, hot pot. Xiao Yang said a series of words in one breath. I usually want to eat things that I can't eat. Cheo Ko's mouth gradually opened into an O shape, and he said in surprise, ah. Last time, because he wanted to eat McDonald's, his father gave him a good scolding. Now, Uncle Xiao Yang actually took the initiative to buy him McDonald's. He said in panic, Uncle Xiao, but my parents said these are junk food. Xiao Yang, it's okay to eat less. Uncle also ate it when he was a child, but you see he is not like that now. He is still tall, handsome, smart and talented. Audience, Chow Chow. Since Xiao Yang said so, Chow Chow was naturally very happy and full of anticipation. He had been expressionless, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up, put on a bright smile. The car is almost home. Xiao Yang and his family still live in their old house. There is no residential complex and no parking garage. The car is usually parked in the yard. He has saved quite a bit of money now. In Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, it is no problem to buy a house of more than 100 square meters. But he planned to wait a little longer and accumulate more money. You can get it done in one step and move to a bigger villa or a large flat in a good location. At this time, his car was slowly driving into the courtyard. Not far away, an old lady with wrinkles on her face saw his car and walked towards him tremblingly with a cane. When Xiao Yang saw the old lady, he began to mutter to himself, my eldest brother's woman is called sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, why are you so old? When I look back at the dim place, I see my wife is always at the crossroads. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, sister-in-law? Xiao Yang, you can trample snowmen. Ha ha ha, auntie, you've got the wrong person. Stay away from Xiao Yang. He can take your crutches away. Hey, is this old lady another professional beggar? You'll cry if you meet Xiao Yang. Everyone thought that Xiao Yang would step on the accelerator and drive away. As a result, Xiao Yang opened the car window and waved to the old lady. Hello, auntie. The old woman held onto the car door, her teeth all gone, and spoke incoherently. Help me. Give me $1 or $2. Chow Chow looked at the old lady outside the window. He said to Xiao Yang, Uncle, I don't have any pocket money. Please give this old lady some money. She looks so pitiful. The audience in the live broadcast room looked helpless and said, forget it, kid, you're advising the wrong person. Xiao Yang took out 2 yuan and handed it to the lady by the window. The old lady smiled, revealing several of her missing teeth. Putting your hands together, you bowed, thank you. Then he said a lot of auspicious words. Audience. I thought Xiao Yang wouldn't give me a penny, but he actually gave me 2 yuan. It's boring. Didn't we agree not to be morally kidnapped? Xiao Yang, you've changed. Xiao Yang waved to the old lady, stepped on the accelerator and drove away. At this time, Chow Chow was sitting next to him and muttering, Uncle, this grandma looks so pitiful. Her legs are lame and her teeth are missing. Why did you only give her 2 yuan? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, what? Should I give her $100 bill? She's not my mother, why should I spoil her? Chow Chow was speechless and leaned back in the car seat. This old lady is a widower with no children and no pension. The people on the street took her to a nursing home, but she refused to go and insisted on living at home. A man is old, poor, and sick. Residents living nearby are all aware of this situation. This lady is really in trouble and she is not lying. If there was change, Xiao Yang would give her some from time to time. Xiao Yang continued, I stand guard here every day. charging 1 or 2 yuan for each car, and I have more than 10 yuan to buy groceries. Giving too much will disrupt market conditions and encourage bad practices. I gave her money, and she said a bunch of auspicious words to bless me, providing emotional value. This is called equal exchange. Cao Cao looked at Xiao Yang, his eyes full of doubts under the thick lenses. I can't understand this weird theory. Xiao Yang, forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. No McDonald's today. Cao Cao, huh? His heart sank. I thought that maybe what I said just now made Uncle Xiao unhappy, so he didn't buy McDonald's anymore. The joy in his heart was shattered in an instant. Xiao Yang turned the steering wheel with one hand and the car successfully reversed into the parking space. Okay, perfect, get out of the car. He opened the car door and stepped out with his long legs. No McDonald's, now I remember, today is Madness Thursday. Audience. Fuck, thanks Xiao Yang for reminding me, I almost forgot. I'm lonely, do you want to get me pregnant? It's Desire Thursday, passion is everywhere. Today is KFC Crazy Thursday, spicy chicken wings for 9.9, 10 chicken wings for 39.9, and 8 Portuguese egg tarts for 29.9. Me for 50, and I'll get pregnant easily. The one upstairs, I don't believe you. The two returned home. Xiao Yang took out his cell phone and handed it to Cao Cao. Here, order whatever you want. Cao Cao lowered his head and said a little embarrassedly, Uncle, I've never eaten it before and I don't know how to order it. Xiao Yang knew that Cao Cao had never eaten fast food and muttered softly, You are the one who traveled through time, right? It's like a time travel from ancient times. Nowadays, there are children in the city who have never eaten KFC until they are 7 years old. It's incredible. But he kept pressing with his hands. Hamburgers, fried chicken, chicken wings, egg tarts, chicken nuggets, French fries. Final payment. Okay, I'll bring it over in a bit. Cao Cao, go do your homework first. I'll call you when the food is here. Okay, Cao Cao replied with a smile. I'm about to eat fried chicken that I've never had before. Even now when he is doing homework or reading, he feels happy. But the audience in the live broadcast room were not happy. What's wrong with Xiao Yang? Is he possessed by Li Yong? As soon as he gets home, he makes Cao Cao do his homework or read a book, and he won't even let the child rest. I thought Cao Cao would feel more relaxed here with Xiao Yang, but it turned out to be the same as before. How pitiful. No way. Xiao Yang also took out his laptop and keyboard. The Lost Tomb has been discontinued for 2 days, although the traffic has only increased. But he has been urged by netizens to update his work and has become a hot topic. Open the flag point. My book is at the top of the webpage and is the main book promoted by the website. Of course, this was not what Xiao Yang asked for. It's the platform itself that does it. They knew how much traffic and money the book would bring to the site. Xiao Yang has also reached an agreement with the senior management of Kitty and to only publish books on the platform. In terms of revenue, we share the profits with the platform, but any copyright still belongs to him alone. He understood that once the book was updated, it would be a physical book. Comics, TV series, movies, and peripherals, any part of it can make him a lot of money. This book has been updated with more than 40 chapters. He took a look and saw that the monthly tickets had already reached several thousand. There are already thousands of comments from readers urging for more updates. Not good enough, update it soon, update it soon. No wonder I've never seen the author's wife. It's because she's short. My sister-in-law is so pitiful. Update quickly, and be angry. Xiao Yang smiled. These people have the same feeling as he did when he was urging for more updates. A good book, see the key moments. I couldn't sleep at night. I wanted to run to the author's house immediately and hold the author's neck to write this book. At this moment, Xiao Yang opened the WPS software. Place your hands on the keyboard. Audience. Fuck, Xiao Yang finally remembered that he still has a book? What's so good about today? Crazy Thursday plus Xiao Yang's update. What's going on? It won't be over after today. Update quickly, 80 chapters a day, I'm willing to pledge my love to you. The one upstairs, I heard your plan. Xiao Yang was concentrating on typing. My hands are almost making sparks fly from the keyboard. 30 minutes. Chapter 2 is coded. A total of about 5,000 words, pasted on the platform and published. Done. Audience. That's it? It's so short. Fuck. I've been waiting impatiently for 2 days, and you're just going to send me away like this? Xiao Yang, are you human? I can't take it anymore, where's my sword? I'm going to kill him at his house. It's good to have it, it can be shorter. Xiao Yang turned off the computer. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. He opened the door and brought a large bag of food into the house. He called out to the room, Cao Cao, it's time to eat. Cao Cao ran over excitedly. He always had a smile on his face and was happier than during the Chinese New Year. He used his hands to pull at the packaging bag on the table. The show was filmed for so long. This is his happiest moment. Xiao Yang took out a hamburger and handed it to Chow Chow, along with a drink. Chow Chow threw all the dining etiquette at home and chewing slowly out of his mind. Eat it in big mouthfuls. At this time, Xiao Yang asked Chow Chow, "Have you finished your homework?" Chow Chow mumbled, "I finished the homework assigned by the teacher." "I haven't finished the homework my dad assigned me yet." "Xiao Yang, I finished what the teacher assigned me, that's all. Let's go out and play after we finish eating? A friend of mine just opened an arcade. Let's go support him." Ah! When Chow Chow heard this, he was shocked and took the burger out of his mouth. He quickly shook his head and said, "No, no, Dad has assigned me a lot of homework, and if I go out to play I won't be able to finish it." Xiao Yang showed a wicked smile. "It's okay. It doesn't matter if I don't finish the homework Dad assigned me for one day. Have you ever been to an arcade?" Chow Chow has only been studying since he was a child. How could he have ever been to these places to play? He shook his head and said, "No, I only heard about it from my classmates. My good friend Xiao Pang has also been there and said it was fun." Xiao Yang encouraged, "Then let's go play for a while today." Chow Chow lowered his head and said nothing. The two little hands were intertwined, with fingers entwined with each other. "I was thinking in my mind." Xiao Yang looked at Chow Chow and knew that he really wanted to go. "I also want to take Chow Chow with me. One reason is that a friend of his opened an arcade today and invited him to go play. He hadn't been to the arcade for a long time and wanted to play for a while. Secondly, because the show took so long to shoot, he had never seen a single day where Chow Chow had a chance to relax and have fun. Such a young child is forced by his parents to study every day. Seeing Chow Chow is like seeing my past life. I have been forced to study by my mother since I was a child and I have no time to play at all. It's so depressing." He decided that since he was taking care of Chow Chow today, he should let Chow Chow relax. Xiao Yang touched Cheo Ko's shoulder and said, "It's okay, Chow Chow. Since you have finished all the homework assigned by the teacher, you have completed your task for today. It's okay if you don't finish the homework Dad assigns you for one day." Chow Chow raised his head, his eyes looking quite uneasy. But if I can't finish writing, my dad will scold me when I get home." Xiao Yang thought for a moment and then said, "Go get the homework your dad assigned you. Let me see how many there are." "Okay." As he spoke, Chow Chow walked into the room and took out 2 test papers and a book. The little hands were flipping through the book and he was mumbling, "This page, this page, this page, and this." Chow Chow said a lot in one breath. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were surprised at the amount of homework Chow Chow did every day. Isn't this a bit too much? What time will it take to finish writing this? Oh my god, so much homework. Do you still sleep every day? This is only elementary school. I didn't even have so much homework when I was in my 3rd year of high school. Xiao Yang looked at Cheo Ko's homework book, frowned slightly, and sighed in his heart. Chow Chow looked up and said, "Okay, that's all. Uncle Xiao, I'd better not go." After hearing Cheo Ko's words, Xiao Yang ignored him. Instead, he stood up and took out a bottle of iced cola from the refrigerator. "Uncle Xiao?" Chow Chow looked at Xiao Yang. "Xiao Yang, wait a minute, let me drink some Coke first." "Do you drink?" Chow Chow shook his head. "I just drank it, I don't want to drink it anymore." Xiao Yang nodded. Then he shook the Coke in his hand vigorously. "Uncle will teach you a trick. Shake your Coke before drinking it. It will be more carbonated and taste better. Like this." As he said this, he unscrewed the bottle cap. The bottle cap was only twisted open a crack. With a sound of zi, the soda in the Coke bottle quickly rose and bubbled out. It just comes out from around the bottle cap. Zi. Sizzle. Soda kept bursting out of the bottle, splashing water everywhere. Chow Chow took a few steps back in shock. The brown soda dripped down the bottle and Xiao Yang's arm, and onto the test paper and book below. The test paper and notebook were almost soaked. "Ah, Uncle, the test paper!" Chow Chow shouted. He rushed forward and took his test paper aside. He quickly pulled out a few clean pieces of paper and wiped off the Coke. When he looked up again, Cheo Ko's eyes were obviously red and tears were streaming down his face. She whimpered, "Woo, Uncle Xiao. Woo, Uncle Xiao, what should I do? My papers and books are soaked." The audience was also shocked by the sudden situation. The barrage scrolled, "Fuck, Xiao Yang is too careless. Don't cry, Chow Chow. This is not your fault. It's all Xiao Wang's fault. We uncles and aunts can testify for you. When Xiao Yang was shaking the Coke just now, I thought it would burst into flames when he opened it. Look, it turned out to be true. No, why do I feel like Xiao Yang did it on purpose?" The barrage was filled with people cursing Xiao Yang, scolding him for being such a jerk and taking care of the baby, and for not being so careful with Chow Chow, Chow Chow couldn't even do his homework now. At this time, Xiao Yang felt the audience's emotional level rising rapidly. He looked at Chow Chow crying in grievance and hurriedly took the test paper and book from his hand. He also apologized. Chow Chow, I'm sorry. It's all because Uncle didn't pay attention just now. I'll explain to your father tomorrow. He won't blame you wrongly. Uncle will go online and buy you a new one later, okay? In that case, this is the only way. Chow Chow sobbed and nodded, agreeing. I thought that since Uncle Xiao Yang agreed to explain, my father would not blame him. Xiao Yang raised his hand, looked at the wet homework book in his hand, and said, Look, the test paper and the book are already so wet. You can't write anymore. Uncle will throw them in the trash can for you. There will be new ones anyway. Ah! Chow Chow looked up and looked at Xiao Yang in surprise. I saw that the test paper was already in the trash can. Xiao Yang wiped his sticky hands with a wet wipe. He stood up and waved to Chow Chow. Uncle just did something wrong by accident. How about this? To express my gratitude, Uncle invites you to the arcade to play. Let's go. Chow Chow. Audience? Fuck, that's my uncle. This is my godfather. Godfather, can you take me with you? What should I do? I think Xiao Yang just wanted to take Chow Chow out to play, and he did it on purpose, but I have no evidence. Why is Xiao Yang like this? He's not helping the child's education at all. He's just being a stumbling block, isn't he? My father and son, daughter, were assigned incorrectly. Xiao Yang should have taken care of Yang Yang. They would definitely be able to play well together. Why did you come to harm such an obedient child like Chow Chow? Xiao Yang took Chow Chow away from home. The live broadcast room screen switches. Li Yang's family was finishing their dinner. Yang Yang was sitting at the desk, doing homework. At this time, Li Yang came over. Yang Yang, did the teacher assign a lot of homework today? What is it? Tell your uncle. Yang Yang said, Uncle, I don't know either. The teacher should have told the parents on WeChat. Li Yang, if you don't know, what are you writing now? Li Yang looked down and saw that after a long time, Yang Yang had not written a single word and was still drawing a little man. He gasped. Usually, Chow Chow finishes his homework before dinner when he gets home. Do the homework he assigned after dinner. As a result, Yang Yang has finished his meal and has no idea what his homework is. You can neither scold nor hit other people's children. I can only sigh. Okay, I'll ask your dad. He thought to himself, it would be better if he brought Xiao Xiao with him tonight. This way you can see what a top student like Xiao Xiao does at night. The other side. Dai Chuan opened a door. Xiao Xiao, this is the study room, you can do your homework here. Do you need an uncle or aunt to help you write? Dai Chuan thought. Xiao Xiao is a top student and should not need parental tutoring. Great. I should have some free time tonight. Watching a movie with my wife in the living room is so wonderful. Xiao Xiao put her school bag on the desk. Need not. I don't have any homework. I have finished the homework assigned by the teacher. Done. So fast. Dai Chuan was stunned. Well, the teacher didn't assign much homework, so I finished it during the break at school. Then don't you have any homework to do? Dai Chuan asked. Although Niu is still in kindergarten, he also knows that many elementary school students have extracurricular homework to do, especially for a top student like Xiao Xiao. Aren't they all top scorers? No. Xiao Xiao opened her school bag. Empty. Won't your dad arrange something for you? Xiao Xiao looked helpless. If I wasn't self-disciplined, my dad would hate for me not to do the homework assigned by the teacher. Take me out to play. Dekowa. Why? My dad said there are 4 things you shouldn't do during homework. 4 not writing? 1. He doesn't write down what he knows. He says he knows it all, so why waste time? 2. He doesn't write about what he doesn't know, because he says he can't write because he doesn't know. 3. He didn't do the homework that needed to be handed in. He said that the purpose of doing homework is to learn knowledge and to improve oneself, not to complete the task to please the teacher. 4. He didn't write anything he didn't want to hand in. He said he worked so hard for a long time, but the teacher didn't even look at it, so what was the point of writing? After hearing this, Dai Chuan was speechless and stunned. What a niche language this is. Although I wanted to refute it, I couldn't come up with anything. This guy is a complete sophistry expert. His logic is completely flawless and there is no way to criticize him at all. Barrage scrolling. Ha ha ha, as expected, you have the same idea as me. This is my life mentor. Sure enough, when you play to death, and when you study, you die. Xiao Yang, why are there so many fallacies? Is there no one to regulate this kind of parent-child program? It's all fallacy. At this time, Xiao Yang, who was driving, felt a surge in his emotions and was very puzzled. I didn't say anything and didn't do anything, so how did I offend the audience? Several families looked at it one by one. the live broadcast screen switched to the observation room. Xiao Yang is simply a very failed father. Before the host Xiao AI could speak, Professor Deng was already excitedly slapping the armrest of the sofa and shouting, "What homework didn't you do? What kind of nonsense is this? If the child listens to him, won't he be ruined?" Also, Xiao Yang took Chow Chow to eat junk food and deliberately wet his test paper. He just wanted to go out and play, and he wanted to hold the child back. Is this something a responsible parent would do? I suggest that the production team terminate the contracts of Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao, father and daughter, and not invite them again. This is a parent-child program, so many parents and children will watch it. Isn't this ridiculous? Director Wang heard Professor Deng's words backstage. His brows were deeply furrowed. Oh, kick Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao out of the program? What an international joke. He could kick all the guests out of the show, but he wouldn't kick these two out. The reason why this program is so popular is all thanks to Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao. 90% of the traffic is directed at this father and daughter. Director Wang picked up the microphone and called, "Host, host, pay attention to the remarks made by the guests on the stage and stop them immediately." Xiao AI heard the director's instructions through the headset. He immediately said, "Professor Deng, Xiao Yang didn't intentionally wet Cheoko's test paper. Everyone saw it. It was just a mistake when I was opening the Coke." Having said that, Xiao AI immediately changed the subject. "Wei Cheng, what do your children do after school? Will you help him with his homework?" "Wei Cheng, my child is only in first grade. The teacher doesn't assign much homework. Usually, after school, if I write quickly, I can finish it in no time." "Then you won't give him some extra homework?" First grade, that's not necessary." At this time, Principal She cleared his throat and expressed his opinion. "Well, I'm going to say a few words about this. I have been a principal and a schoolmaster for decades. I think I have a lot to say on this issue. Wei Cheng, actually doing homework is very necessary. Don't let your child go unchecked just because he's young. It's important to start early. Start writing in first grade. When you discover your child's grades are not good and he or she is the worst student in the class, it will be too late. For everything, we must prepare for a rainy day. Children are young and ignorant, and they love to play. Parents should help them plan well. Learn from the parents of children who are good at studying. For example, Cheoko's father did a great job. He has been keeping a close eye on Chow Chow since he was young. I think the test papers he asked Chow Chow to take were carefully selected. Wei Cheng didn't agree with this tactic of doing a lot of questions at all. But, isn't it bad for a child's physical and mental health to have so much homework at such a young age? Chow Chow has so much homework every day that he doesn't even have time to sleep. Principal She snorted and scolded. Society is so competitive these days. Do you think those successful people became successful suddenly? Who hasn't studied and done exercises constantly since childhood to get good grades? Through good primary schools, secondary schools, universities, and all the way into society. Every step forward is steady and solid. If you have good grades from a young age, you will definitely graduate from a good university, find a good job, and interact with the same successful people. Only Li Yong is a good parent, unlike Xiao Yang who only holds his child back. Children like Xiao Xiao seem to be good at studying now, but they are not at ease at all when they are taught by Xiao Yang. It's very likely that my grades will drop and I'll become a poor student. What does it mean to hurt Zhongyong? This is what it means to hurt Zhongyong. What kind of homework is there that you don't do? Then what is the purpose of doing homework? To learn new knowledge and consolidate old knowledge. I think Professor Deng is right. The program team shouldn't have invited Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao. It's simply corrupting the atmosphere. Barrage scrolling. You two old idiots, students are so tired these days because of what you so-called experts advocate. Fuck, they've been playing chicken since first grade. Do these kids even have a childhood? When we were kids, we'd play skipping rope and pinball with our classmates right after school. Kids these days, they're scrambling to do their homework right after school. Oh, I didn't want my child to suffer so much. But at the parent-teacher conference, the teacher criticized me and said I was harming my child by not assigning him homework. The story of Zhuang Gaiyong's death? How dare you say you've been a principal your whole life and haven't seen many smart children? How many children with good grades have learned the hard way? Isn't it good to accept the diversity of individuals? Hear what Principal She said. Professor Deng, who had just calmed down, became excited again. That's right. Principal She is right. Xiaoxio's grades seem to be doing quite well now. But if I continue to listen to Xiao Yang's nonsense, my grades will definitely drop. However, poor grades aren't the main issue. Xiaoxio's biggest problem right now is her poor character. Look at what Xiao Xiao did. It's so uncultured. It's too much. Take away the beggar's money. Even the naughtiest kids I've ever seen wouldn't do something like this. This should be condemned. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, is this Lao Deng getting senile? He's clearly a liar. Isn't this professor incredibly narrow-minded? Wasn't it just the last time he went on a home visit that Xiaoxio's 2 drawers of awards slapped him in the face? Now he's targeting Xiao Xiao like this, at her age. How shameless. Gold will always shine, but you, a piece of glass, will always reflect the light. Su Jiajia didn't say anything just now. The main reason was that her agent found her a few days ago and asked her to speak less because the more she spoke, the more mistakes she would make. Wouldn't it be good to make money by being a beautiful vase? But Professor Deng's words made her unable to hold it in any longer. I yelled in my heart, fuck. She said, Professor Deng, I don't think what you said is right. This guy is clearly a liar. Xiao Xiao is doing this simply out of hatred for evil, so she wants to teach him a little lesson. The money was also given to the police, so there's nothing wrong with doing that. Professor Deng was speaking happily, but when he heard someone object, he immediately frowned and responded coldly. Hate evil as much as you hate it? I see she does it very smoothly. She must be used to it. And Xiao Yang, look at that old lady. She's so old, has a limp, and has lost all her teeth. She's standing at the intersection, begging for money in such a dangerous way. Not only do we make up rhymes to tease others. And I only gave others $2. $2? What can I do with it? Xiao Yang makes so much money, but he's not willing to give a beggar a little more money. What emotional value? Equivalent exchange. Too much. Too much. What emotional value do you need from a poor old lady? She has absolutely no manners at all. Xiao Xiao learned to be selfish and domineering from him. Don't get excited, Professor Deng. Su Jiajia rolled her eyes silently in her heart and said, the young man Xiao Xiao met, who has both hands and feet, didn't work properly, but pretended to be deaf and dumb to cheat people out of their money. This is not right. Xiao Xiao did this simply because she didn't want to encourage bad behavior. As for what Xiao Yang did, giving her 2 yuan would be enough for her to buy a steamed bun or dumplings. And that lady didn't just ask Xiao Yang for money. She asked so many other people for money. Even if it's 2 yuan per person, after standing for an hour, she would have at least earned several dozen yuan. Young people who have just graduated from college nowadays probably don't even get such a high hourly wage when working part-time. Xiao Yang is overthinking it. He's encouraging some people's greed. Didn't you watch the news? Many elderly people are professional beggars. They can earn a lot of money every month and buy cars and houses for their sons. If everyone gets something for nothing like this, isn't it unfair to those who work hard and conscientiously? Humph. Professor Deng snorted coldly. Is eating alone enough? Don't elderly people have to pay for illnesses when they're old? Don't they have to pay for water, electricity, and gas? To put it bluntly, beggars are all scammers. It's just an excuse for selfish people. So what if he's a liar? These scammers don't have it easy either. If they ask you to stand in the street under the scorching sun for an hour, or kneel for an hour begging for food, would you be willing? Even if 10 of them are scammers, what if the 11th one is the one who needs help? If everyone is like this, and becomes hard-hearted when seeing beggars and people in need, is there still love in this world? Is there still kindness? Parents must be kind when educating their children and not call others liars. Professor Deng's remarks shocked many people. Fuck. This is the first time I've heard of such nonsense. Expert, what brand of plastic bag do you use that can hold so much? Come and sit at the Lishan giant Buddha's seat. Hello, Mona Lisa's sister, Jenny Mashabai. I'm a university student who studied very hard for over a decade. The job market after graduation is tough and I can't find a job. It's 40 degrees Celsius, and I'm walking back and forth under the scorching sun, wearing a heavy doll costume, and I only make 80 yuan in an entire afternoon. That's less than what beggars beg for in an entire afternoon. You said those beggars standing in the scorching sun were pitiful. Why don't you feel sorry for me? It doesn't matter if these experts are empty-headed, but please don't let them fool you. Are the scammers pitiful? That's because they didn't trick you. Director, hurry up, don't let me see these 2 experts. If you continue like this, you will lose me. Wang Dao couldn't bear to listen any longer. Quickly switch the screen of the live broadcast room. At this time, Xiao Yang has already arrived at the video game arcade with Chow Chow. This arcade is located in a commercial street. It is very large and has a wide variety of items. Xiao Yang's friend, who is also the store owner, gave the 2 of them some coins. After greeting for a while, he went to do other things. The 2 of them started playing by themselves. This is Cheo Ko's first time visiting such a place. The colorful neon lights and various game consoles dazzled him. A pair of eyes looked around everywhere. This is new, that is new. The 2 of them wore masks and hats and wandered around the video game arcade. What do you want to play? Xiao Yang shook the basket filled with half a basket of coins in his hand. The coins inside collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Let's go racing. Chow Chow pointed forward. Okay, let's go. Barrage scrolling. Oh my god, I didn't expect that Chow Chow, who usually seems quiet, would choose the dynamic racing car first. Of course, what boy can resist cars? Chow Chow must be very depressed. Xiao Yang did the right thing by taking Chow Chow out to relax. Don't you all notice that Chow Chow smiles more when he's with Xiao Yang? His voice isn't as dead anymore. Xiao Yang and Chow Chow sat on 2 empty seats of the dynamic roller coaster. Drop the coin. Boom boom. Animation and sound appeared on the screen in front of the steering wheel. 3, 2, 1. Boom boom. Boom boom. The screen in front of me made a roar like that of a real sports car. Xiao Yang looked at Chow Chow. Can you play? Chow Chow, I just watched it for a while. Xiao Yang, okay. Let's get started. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown on the screen lights up. Start up. The racing car is running out on the animation. Drift quickly on the winding mountain roads. Xiao Yang put one hand on the steering wheel and the other on the gear shift. She was still singing softly, "It's so beautiful, so beautiful." On the winding mountain road, the car speed was getting faster and faster, as if it wanted to break through all constraints and drift continuously. Xiao Yang drove the racing car and overcame one difficulty after another in the animation. Soon, more and more onlookers gathered around the two of them. Xiao Yang's skills won applause from the onlookers. Holy crap, man, that's awesome. Oh my god, master, this is a master. Following everyone's calls, Xiao Yang finally reached the finish line and took first place. He smiled to himself. I haven't played for a long time, but luckily my hands are still fresh. I didn't embarrass myself in front of everyone. He looked at Chow Chow beside him. Ouch. Not bad. It seems that Chow Chow has a good understanding of playing games. I've only played a few times, but I'm actually pretty good at it. Turning, drifting, and overtaking are all no problem. I played a few more rounds of dynamic roller coaster. Xiao Yang asked, "Do you want to play some other game consoles?" Good. At this time, after just having fun. Chow Chow was restrained when he first came in, but now he is completely relaxed. There are so many interesting looking game consoles in this arcade. He wants to try them all. Xiao Yang handed the basket of game coins to Chow Chow. Give. Go play whatever you want to play. Thank you, uncle. Chow Chow took the basket and skipped away with light and cheerful steps, wandering around the place, looking for my favorite game console. Barrage scrolling. Chow Chow was actually jumping and skipping as he walked. It was the first time I saw him so happy. Hey, they're still kids, they can't hide it. When they encounter something they like, they become happy unconsciously. See, Professor Deng is right. Xiao Yang is holding the child back. Li Yong has been strict with him for so many years, but Xiao Yang broke the rules in less than a day. If it happens once, it will happen again. Chow Chow will definitely want fried chicken and go to the arcade. How can we control him? The guy upstairs, "You're sick, don't force me to slap you when you're so happy. Can't you really bear to see a child happy for a moment? It's so unlucky to be a child of people like you." Of course, Xiao Yang and Chow Chow had no idea that the audience in the live broadcast room were arguing about them. Chow Chow is having a great time. At this moment, I have played several game consoles. At this moment, he was in front of the Mecha Hero game console. This is a monster beating game. Chow Chow is standing in the designated area. His transformed image appeared on the screen. Ultraman. Chow Chow let out a small exclamation. At school, many of his classmates like Ultraman and discuss it every day. I also bring Ultraman cards to school, although he hasn't watched this cartoon much. But his friend Xiaopang sometimes tells him some stories. After the transformation was complete, the monster appeared on the screen again. Chow Chow throws left and right hooks, punches, and kicks. The monster was knocked down in a short while. Wow, Uncle Xiao. I defeated the monster, I defeated the monster. Chow Chow raised his hands high and cheered. Rushed towards Xiao Yang. Uncle, I'm Ultraman, and I defeated the giant monster. Xiao Yang looked around, raised his index finger, and made a hush gesture at the corner of his mouth. That's amazing. But if you do this, we'll be exposed. Chow Chow immediately shut his mouth, but under the mask, Chow Chow had a very happy smile on his face. Xiao Yang took out Chow Chow's transformation card from the game console. Xiao Ko's head. Ultraman's body. Here. Commemorative card. Son of Ultraman. Then, Xiao Yang took Chow Chow to play shooting games and basketball games. Soon, there are only a handful of game coins left in the basket. Xiao Yang moved a few game coins in the basket and looked at Chow Chow. What else do you want to play? Let's catch the doll. Sure enough, when children come to the arcade, they can never escape the game of catching dolls. There are many claw machines at the entrance of the arcade. There are all kinds of dolls inside. There are still a few coins left, play with them yourself. After saying that, Xiao Yang crossed his arms and leaned to the side, silently watching Chow Chow grab the doll. Chow Chow threw several coins in a row, but every time he tried to catch them, they fell halfway. All the remaining dozens of coins were used up, but I still couldn't catch a single doll. Chow Chow looked at Xiao Yang dejectedly. Uncle Xiao, we're out of game coins. Let's go. Then he muttered, is this machine a scam? Why is it that every time I grab the doll, the claws loosen halfway through? Walk? Now that you're in the arcade, there's no reason to leave empty-handed. Wait. Xiao Yang patted Chao Ko's shoulder. Play for a while longer. Ah, Uncle Xiao, do you want to buy game coins? I'm sorry, it's all because of my poor skills. I used up all my game coins. Chow Chow lowered his head a little embarrassedly. It's not your fault. You don't know, this claw machine requires some skills. At this time, a sweeping lady passed by the two of them. Xiao Yang waved his hand and blocked his aunt's way. Auntie, wait. The cleaning lady was stunned for a moment. Do you have garbage to throw away? No, can I borrow your broom? Audience. What? Is Xiao Yang planning to earn game coins by sweeping the floor? Not really, right? Just buy a few. They're not expensive for Xiao Yang. When he was in college, Xiao Yang went to the video game arcade quite often. Well versed in the mysteries of arcade games, he swept under each claw machine with a broom. Immediately, more than a dozen hidden gems appeared. Game coins. Game coins. Chow Chow exclaimed. Regardless of whether it was dirty or not, he immediately picked it up from the ground. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, I've learned something. Who the hell would buy coins when they go to the arcade in the future? I'm good at helping others, so I'll just help Auntie sweep the floor. 666. Others ride bicycles to the bar. Xiao Yang drives a Ferrari to pick up game coins. They all focus on one thing: save when you should and spend when you should. As the old saying goes, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. Xiao Yang took a game coin from Chao Ko's hand and walked to a claw machine. There are some techniques to catching dolls. Uncle will teach you. This technique is called dunshua. Watch carefully. He shook the handle with one hand and spoke. Move your paw into position. Button and tap the steering wheel at the same time. Remember, do it at the same time. Sure enough, a doll was grabbed by the claws and fell into the cave. Wow, Uncle, you are so awesome. Chow Chow lay on the machine, eyes wide open, and screamed. Audience, fuck, so easy? I don't believe it, this must be a staged photo. Stupid people question, smart people start taking notes. You try it. Xiao Yang straightened up and took a step back. Chow Chow learned Xiao Yang's method. Really grab a doll. He moved to the entrance of the cave and almost fell in, but fell outside the opening. However, Xiao Yang, who was behind Chow Chow, reached out his hand to the button and quickly pressed it. The claws stretched down. Just press the doll down. Wow, Uncle Xiao, I caught it, I caught it. Chow Chow cheered. Xiao Yang stretched out his hands and high-fived Chao Ko's hands. Come, there are 3 more methods. Use them together and you will be victorious in every battle from now on. There are 3 more. Chow Chow exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Yang specifically found a claw machine. The dolls inside are all ugly dolls, with strange shapes but full of personality. Isn't this the doll that Xiao Xiao likes? He laughed in his heart and planned to catch one to give to Xiao Xiao. Insert a game coin. Chow Chow, watch carefully. This is called the move method. Look at this doll with 4 limbs. It's farther away from the hole. Grab the part of the doll that's closest to the hole. Then, slowly move it towards the hole. 2 or 3 times will do it. That's all. A strange-looking, green doll fell out of the hole. Chow Chow opened his eyes wide. It's simply unbelievable. Uncle Xiao never misses a shot. This action caused many female viewers in the live broadcast room to scream sharply. You try it. Xiao Yang is like a strict coach. Chow Chow is trained strictly. But Chow Chow is very happy. Especially when I see the doll falling out of the hole, I feel a great sense of accomplishment. What about the other 2? Chow Chow is getting braver and braver now. Seeing that he has won some spoils, he is more interested in catching dolls. Not only Chow Chow. The vast majority of the audience in front of the screen took out paper and pen, concentrating on recording the teaching methods Xiao Yang talked about. In the observation room, the hosts Xiao Ai and Su Jiajia took advantage of others not paying attention and secretly took out their cell phones from their bags. Prepare to write down Xiao Yang's teachings. These 2 people are crazy fans of catching dolls. Which girl doesn't like the cute dolls in the claw machine? Even though he is busy with work and is a public figure, I would also take time out, put on a mask, and fully arm myself to blend into the crowd to catch dolls. It's just that the 2 of them are not very skilled. I often spend hundreds of dollars on coins, but I can't even get a few dolls. I just saw Xiao Yang almost hit the target every time. The two beauties were drooling with envy. Even Wei Cheng and Principal She took out their cell phones while the camera wasn't paying attention. These two people want to show off their skills in front of the children. Principal She usually has a serious face and is very strict with children's studies and education. But when facing his own grandson, the gene of kinship between generations erupted. Especially since my son is still working in another city, he usually only comes back with his grandson during the Chinese New Year. Then he is even more obedient to his grandson. Everyone is ready. Open your eyes wide, prick up your ears, and wait for Xiao Yang to speak. Xiao Yang changed to another claw machine. Insert a game coin into the machine. Look, this method is called the bouncing method. Choose a doll that's relatively round in shape, with a layer of dolls placed tightly and neatly underneath. When it's close to the hole, release the claws at the highest point and pop it out. Sure enough, the doll fell down and immediately bounced into the hole. Fuck, that's awesome. I can't take it anymore. I'm addicted. I'm going out to catch dolls now. This time, I want to take back everything that belongs to me. What's the last method? Chow Chow watched another doll fall out. Can't wait to find out about the third method. The third method is the rubbing method. Xiao Yang was teaching while demonstrating with his hands. After playing with the dozen or so coins I just picked up, the dolls in the cart next to the two of them were piled up to the point of overflowing. At this time, Xiao Yang took out his mobile phone and checked the time. It's getting late. Although I don't have the habit of going to bed early, but Chow Chow still has to go to school tomorrow. Okay, let's go back. Xiao Yang put his phone in his bag and pushed the cart. Before leaving, you have to go to the counter and ask for 2 large bags to put the dolls in. Say hello to your friends by the way. Yo, what a good harvest. You caught so many dolls, that's amazing. Xiao Yang's buddy, who is also the owner of this store, shouted. Ha ha ha, sorry for the waste. Xiao Yang patted his friend's shoulder. What the hell? If you come to my shop to support me, I will make a profit. That's true. On the surface, it seemed that Xiao Yang took advantage of this friend. Xiao Yang Bai took a few hundred yuan worth of coins. Chow Chow and I caught so many dolls and took them away. In fact, this friend got a great deal. Xiao Yang is now different from the past. As a celebrity, many businesses spent a lot of money to invite him to their events, but he was too lazy to go. It's just that this guy is one of Yuanqi's best friends and he is also a very righteous person. So when the arcade opened, this friend casually said something and Xiao Yang came. And because of the live broadcast, everyone knew that Xiao Yang had been to this video game arcade. After today, this will become an internet celebrity store. I wonder how many fans of Xiao Yang will be welcomed in the future. This friend just spent a few game coins and a few worthless dolls, but he didn't know that it would bring millions of returns to his store. Xiao Yang and Chow Chow packed the doll. The two of them left the arcade and went home. Return home. Xiao Yang looked at the time. It's already 9:30 in the evening. Chow Chow, wash yourself and go to bed quickly. I have to get up early for school tomorrow. Okay. When you get up tomorrow, remember to wake up your uncle. Ah, shouldn't adults be the ones waking up children? Xiao Yang, it's not the rule in our family. The children always wake up the parents. Xiao Yang continued, just go wash up and go to bed. Toothbrush and towel. Uncle told you about them this afternoon. Uncle has important things to do, so I won't bother with you anymore. After saying that, Xiao Yang retreated into his bedroom. The door closed with a bang, leaving Chow Chow with a confused look on his face. After entering the bedroom, Xiao Yang quickly took out his cell phone. He muttered to himself, "It's too late. I almost forgot. TIMI. Then, Xiao Yang's beeping sound was heard on the screen. "I cow, big brother, are you in the wild area for confinement? Stop typing and let your prosthetic limb control the direction. Qing soldiers, are you reviewing the troops? Barrage scrolling. I didn't expect you to be like this, Xiao Yang. How could you say so many dirty words while playing a game? Who taught you that? I can do this too. Ahem, you better hide in the bushes. The garbage collector is here. I say these post-2000s kids are irresponsible when it comes to raising kids." Chow Chow spent the first night at Xiao Yang's house, and he ignored her and was playing games. The next morning, the other 3 fathers took their children to school in an orderly manner. Xiao Yang was still sleeping in bed in a daze. "Woo, Uncle Xiao Yang woo. Get up quickly. Uncle, get up quickly. Woo." Xiao Yang heard crying beside the bed and opened his eyes immediately. Holy crap. Chow Chow stood by the bed, crying loudly, and pushed him hard. Xiao Yang was stunned. "Let's talk it over nicely if we have something to say. You sound like you're mourning for me this early in the morning. What's wrong with you?" Chow Chow said while wiping away tears. "I clearly set the alarm last night for 6 a.m., but the alarm clock didn't work, so I got up late. I'm going to be late. I see. After hearing what Chow Chow said, Xiao Yang remembered and explained, oh, your alarm clock is not broken. I adjusted it last night. Last night Xiao Yang saw Cheokeo's alarm clock, which was set to 6 o'clock in the morning. I was like, shit, in my heart at that moment. This child has worked so hard. 8 is murder, and this child is 6? If Missy knew that a child was more self-disciplined than herself and got up earlier, she would definitely scold her to death in the future. Considering the good of both Chow Chow and myself, he adjusted the alarm clock slightly. Chow Chow cried even louder. Uncle Xiao is bad. I'm going to be late. Starting from kindergarten, he has always been a good student and has never been late, and his father taught him to have a sense of time, so now he is extremely scared. Xiao Yang put his index finger and thumb together. He gestured with his mouth. Receive. Stop crying. You are still young, you need to sleep more. Only if you get enough sleep can you be as handsome and tall as your uncle. Chow Chow gradually stopped crying. Xiao Yang glanced at the time. 7:50. He immediately comforted her. It's not too late, it's not too late. Don't you start your morning reading at 8:20? There's still more than half an hour left. Don't cry, you won't be late. At this time, the photographer has arrived. Today, he will follow Xiao Yang and Chow Chow. As soon as the photographer came in, seeing Xiao Yang still lying on the bed, he was stunned. For those who have children at home, the photographer is familiar with the class schedule of primary school students. Why haven't you woken up yet? I'm going to be late. Cheokeo School is not close to Xiaowang's home, and there will be traffic jams during the morning rush hour. Barrage scrolling. Xiao Yang, this is too much. He made people late the first time he brought Chow Chow. More than 10 years after graduation, I still wake up in shock from dreams of being late. Only half an hour. Xiao Yang is still in bed and hasn't gotten dressed, washed, or eaten breakfast yet. Cheokeo's school isn't close to their home. This is definitely not enough. Chow Chow is obviously a good student. He will definitely be very sad if he is really late. Xiao Yang's intention to let Chow Chow sleep a little longer in the morning is good, but he should also have some sense of time. Xiao Yang at this time, I feel very calm. Previous life. He is the king of spotting. The simple value of observing people is that 1 minute longer is a loss. At this moment, he was calm and composed. Jumped out of bed. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Chow Chow. Photographer? Isn't this urgent? If you're not being criticized, you shouldn't be anxious, right? Xiao Yang patted his chest and said, today I will show you how to live a life of adventure. You two go to the door, put on your shoes and wait for me. Finished. He took his t-shirt and shorts and walked into the bathroom. I changed my clothes and washed up. Walk out of the bathroom refreshed. I took 2 bags of bread and milk from the dining table, put on my shoes and went out. The whole process takes no more than 3 minutes. Put on your shoes and open the door. I pulled Chow Chow and started running all the way. The photographer was carrying a camera and running behind, panting. 3 minutes later, several people got on the car. 7:55. Xiao Yang held the steering wheel with both hands. With a step on the accelerator, the car made a boom sound. Suddenly, there was a strong push on my back and the car rushed out. I saw the scenery outside the window receding. Xiao Yang skillfully drove the car left and right. Various lane changes and cutting in. The navigation system ahead kept beeping. You are speeding. You are speeding. The photographer took a look. 100 yards. You actually drove 100 yards in the city? Xiao Yang muttered, what's the matter? What does it mean when one is skilled and daring? Have you ever heard of a yellow Ferrari? Sounds familiar, I seem to have heard it somewhere before. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, the yellow Ferrari, I've never experienced it in the foggy city, it's just a low-flying aircraft. When you take a yellow Ferrari, never say you're in a hurry. Flying away will make you see your milk. Don't tell me, this is certified by locals in Fog City. Xiao Yang's skills are a bit like those of an experienced driver. At this time, the navigation shows that there is an overpass ahead, but the densely packed vehicles on the bridge did not move at all. The photographer sighed. It's over, it's over. There's a traffic jam up ahead, and I don't know when I can move. It looks like it's too late to get down now. Chow Chow was originally sitting in the back seat drinking breakfast milk. After hearing what the photographer said, I saw that the rows of cars in front of me were not moving at all. I became anxious again. With a tearful tone, she said, what should I do? I'm going to be scolded by the teacher for being late? The photographer comforted him, it's okay. Will the teacher say anything if I'm late once? But I was thinking in my heart, ha ha, Xiao Yang is still young and acts too rashly, without considering the consequences. Sudden, Xiao Yang turned the steering wheel hard. I turned into a small alley next to it, but the end of the alley was visible at a glance. It's like a dead end. The photographer was stunned for a moment. Xiao Yang, what kind of road is this? Is it passable? Certainly. There's no such road on the navigation. Did you go the wrong way? The photographer's words made the live broadcast room full of comments. It's obvious this road is blocked. I can't get out. It's over. I already can't make it to morning reading, and now I can't even make it to the first period class. It seems Xiao Yang still doesn't know how to take care of children. He's having fun playing, but when it comes to getting down to business, he falls flat on his face. All morning, Xiao Yang felt that the audience's emotions were rising wildly. He knew in his heart that the audience was scolding him for setting Chao Kao's alarm clock, which made Chow Chow almost late. However, emotional value is exactly what I need. He drove the car to the end. After turning a corner, a narrow path immediately appeared. Xiao Yang drove through these small roads like he was walking through a maze. It made everyone dizzy. 10 minutes later, the car drove out from the small road and suddenly the view in front of us lit up. The view is wide and the road is wide. The front is facing the main gate of Chow Chow School. At this time, exactly 8:12, the photographer was stunned. Fuck, Xiao Yang, you're awesome. That's a full 10 minutes faster than navigation. Xiao Yang parked the car. Holding Chao Kao's hand, we ran all the way to the school. At this time, a man about 50 years old wearing glasses was standing at the school gate. Chao Kao's primary school principal. He was yelling at the last few students who entered the school. Look at what time it is. For such a big school, you guys are the last ones to arrive. Students at the back, hurry up. There are 3 minutes left before the school closes. When Xiao Yang saw it, he was shocked. How come the principal is working as a security guard? He warned Chow Chow. There are only a few minutes left, we have to race against time. For a moment, don't worry about the principal and rush straight to the class. It should be just right. Leave this to me, principal. This is also the first time Chow Chow has done this. In this situation, we can only listen to Uncle Xiao Yang. Sure enough, according to what Uncle Xiao Yang said, the moment he stepped into the classroom, the class bell just rang. The timing is just right, not a second off. The other side, Chow Chow ran away first. The principal stopped Xiao Yang. With a serious face, he said, "Parent, what grade and class is your child in?" Xiao Yang doesn't know either. But when the principal saw Xiao Yang's face clearly, he was stunned for a moment and looked at the photographer behind Xiao Yang. Suddenly realized. His eyes lit up. You are Xiao Yang?" Yes, Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. The principal's face changed from stern to very kind. "Oh my, it's you. I watched the live broadcast. You guys have been swapping babysitting recently, right? The one just now was Chow Chow, right?" Xiao Yang, Principal, so it's that kid. I know. Chow Chow is a good kid. It's okay for him to be late once in a while. Barrage scrolling. Teachers and principals really have double standards when it comes to treating good and bad students. When I was late before, the teacher made me stand for the whole morning. How could this attitude be so serious? Isn't this principal's expression too quick to change? Then the principal continued. "Oh, what a coincidence you guys came here. We also have an event at school today. Why don't you guys stop rushing to leave and stay and take a look? You can also film a live broadcast." Xiao Yang and the photographer looked at each other. "Okay. Anyway, there is nothing to shoot today." The two agreed. The principal immediately spoke again. "Brother Xiao, I have a favor to ask." Xiao Yang, didn't you perform a Sichuan opera face-changing show in kindergarten yesterday? It's so shocking. I think what you said is absolutely right. Chinese children should learn more about our own traditional culture and art. It's just right, today is the day to take advantage of it. Can you also give us a face-changing show? Let our school students also experience the master-level Sichuan opera face-changing art. After all, reality and what appears on the video are two completely different things. Letting people like Xiao Yang come to the school to perform Sichuan opera can also allow his school to appear on the popular parent-child variety show. This undoubtedly gave the school a very good publicity. The principal smiled and waited for Xiao Yang's reply. Xiao Yang was silent for a while. I thought to myself that it would be a good thing to let more children experience the Chinese face-changing art. It just so happened that the costumes and props were still in my car, so it was convenient to get them. So Xiao Yang nodded and agreed. The principal expressed his gratitude again and again. Then the two separated and the principal went to work elsewhere. Xiao Yang walked back to the car to get his costumes and equipment. When he returns to school, groups of students were carrying the benches they usually sat on during class. Walk out of the teaching building and head towards the playground. Xiao Yang and the photographer looked towards the playground. The platform that the workers just built has been completed. Anyway, Xiao Yang's performance is still a while away, so let's go watch the show first. The two also followed the crowd of students towards the stage. 20 minutes later, all the students were wearing school uniforms and sitting neatly in the audience. Compared to the liveliness of kindergarten children, the primary school children seemed much more dull. At the beginning, the principal came to the stage to speak and introduced the process of the activities. Then, the second show began. The song "Mother in Candlelight" suddenly rang out. A successful man in a Zhongshan suit walked onto the stage and stood in the center. He picked up the microphone and began to tell one filial piety story after another with great emotion. Then, the background music changed to Father and the expert began his scolding. "Classmates, do you know why your parents wake up so early every morning? Even so, you still don't want to study hard? You are still like this. Aren't you grateful to your parents? Aren't you willing to respect your parents?" At this time, the children in the audience had already burst into tears and sobbed. There was wailing at the scene. Those who knew about it thought it was a gratitude education, while those who didn't thought it was a collective farewell ceremony for the bodies. "See the scene in front of you." Xiao Yang grinned. He. It turns out that this world also has such deceptive tricks. The photographer standing by was hearing this kind of lecture for the first time. In such an atmosphere, this music and the expert's words, I also thought of my old mother. The tough guy was so moved that he shed tears. He wiped his eyes, turned around and saw Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang looked at the expert with a look of disgust. The photographer asked in confusion, "Don't you find it touching?" Xiao Yang put his hands in his pockets and snorted coldly. "What's so touching about this? Isn't this just a liar brainwashing people?" "Ah!" The photographer was shocked. I silently felt that Xiao Yang was a cold-blooded person. Xiao Yang raised his head. "Look at these students in front of you. Some cried, some didn't. Can you say those who didn't cry are unfilial? And what if these crying kids could sleep in like me and wake up on time tomorrow after listening to a speech?" The photographer was silent. "It seems that this cannot be said." Xiao Yang continued, "The person on the stage said, these children eat and drink from their parents. Their lives were given by their parents. Can they ever repay their parents' kindness in their entire lives? You have children too. Do you think this is the case? Do you hope that your children will come into this world to repay your kindness?" The photographer shook his head. "Of course not, I hope he can be himself." "Xiao Yang, do you think children who don't listen to you are heartless?" Photographer, No. Xiao Yang pointed at the experts on the stage. The speaker spoke passionately and kept stirring up the atmosphere. The vast majority of students in the audience were heartbroken. Some even knelt on the ground in self-blame, muttering, "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry, Dad." Xiao Yang said coldly, "Look at this scene, does it look like a pyramid scheme?" "Ah!" Xiao Yang's words not only shocked the photographer. A voice was heard beside the two of them. "Nonsense! Nonsense! Which class are you teaching? How can you say such a thing? I'm going to complain to the principal about you. How can someone like you educate children well?" A woman next to him yelled at Xiao Yang. He should also be a parent who sends his student to school. He didn't know Xiao Yang and mistook him for a teacher at school. I was feeling touched, but I was immediately blown away when I heard Xiao Yang's words. Xiao Yang looked at his elder sister intently. The eldest sister was stunned. "Look." Xiao Yang said with a smile, "Sister, listen carefully to what the expert said in his speech above. Look at the wrinkles on Mom and Dad's faces, the white hair on their foreheads, and their old hands. Sister, you still look beautiful. How can you be as old as he says? And how many of these dads around here have hair? Where did the white hair come from? Really, after all these years, the lyrics haven't changed, not even a bit." Puff. The eldest sister smiled. After hearing what Xiao Yang said, it turned out to be true. This is an elementary school. Most of these parents are in their early 30s, and the oldest are no more than 40 years old. People nowadays are better at taking care of themselves. She spends a lot of money on her face every year, but she doesn't have many wrinkles, not to mention the gray hair. It is indeed not as bad as the experts on the stage said. However, when I turned around, I saw a photographer standing next to me with a camera. I hurriedly asked, "Is this being filmed?" Yes, Xiao Yang nodded. The elder sister's expression immediately returned to seriousness, even though what the young man in front of her said made sense. But she still trusts education experts more. He straightened his clothes and ran in front of the camera. "Oh, this lecture organized by the school is great. I just hope that more education like this can be organized to wake up my little brat. I'm usually so naughty at home and I don't study hard. Aren't we parents working so hard to earn money for them?" He would mutter a few words at home and even talk back to me. "Look, the kid in front who's crying the loudest is my boy." It seems the expert's words are effective. They even made this kid cry. It seems he has really come to his senses. As she was speaking, the eldest sister saw her child being called onto the stage by the experts, waved to Xiao Yang and the photographer. "Oh, forget it. My son is on stage. I'm going to take a look at the front." As she spoke, she strode towards the podium. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room scrolled wildly. This expert's lecture was excellent. He is a very positive teacher. I hope this expert will give more speaking tours in middle and high school so that children in their rebellious years can listen to his advice and avoid taking the wrong path. Every school should hold a Thanksgiving gathering like this. These children are all good, but they are too young and immature. They need a leader to lead them. This kind of activity is very good. I hope my child's school can learn from it. Everyone should learn to be grateful. There are too many young people like Xiao Yang these days. They think their parents owe their children everything, and they're brainwashing them into using pyramid schemes? What kind of nonsense are they talking about? I really don't know how Xiao Yang became so popular. He has so many fans. At this time, in front of the video is a man in his 30s, watching the live broadcast, recalling the Thanksgiving meeting in high school. It was a summer afternoon. I was already in my third year of high school and my studies were very stressful. After lunch, I could lie down on the table and take a nap to avoid being tired during the afternoon class. But that day, all the teachers and students in the school were called to the auditorium. There was a man wearing glasses on the stage. His name was Li Yang. He claims to be an education expert and created crazy English. As the moving music sounded, he began to give a passionate speech on gratitude. At that time, most of the students in the audience were moved to tears by the atmosphere of the speech. I cried and said sorry to my parents. Finally, I spent a lot of money to buy his book Crazy English, but after the meeting, this emotion gradually dissipated. In the afternoon class, many students were drowsy because they did not have a lunch break. The next day, everyone was back to normal and the students who were supposed to be late were late. The student who should have scored 38 points still didn't get a single point more. Apart from the addition of a book, nothing seems to have changed. And many years later, Li Yang, who was full of gratitude and thanks to his mother, it was revealed that he had domestically abused his wife and daughter. It's funny to think about it now. Such a person with low character gives a speech on gratitude education to students. He educates his students while being a mother. It is not easy for him, and he is grateful to his mother. He abused his wife in front of his children. What a ridiculous thing this is. Seeing the Gratitude Education Conference again on live broadcast today, he felt the same as Xiao Yang. Brainwashing. Even the wording of the speech has not changed with the times. This is a performance, a sensational performance. At this time, on the stage, the eldest sister's child was already kneeling in the center of the stage, crying and repenting. Xiao Yang shook his head, looking helpless. It's still the same old routine, even the details remain the same. The next part is selling books. I won't watch it. It's boring. I'm going to change my costume. You can continue filming. Okay, go ahead. I'll continue to watch from here. Following Xiao Yang's departing figure, the live broadcast room screen switched to the observation room. Xiao Yang is becoming more and more outrageous. This expert gave such a great speech, yet they actually called it a brainwashing scheme. That's too much. People like this are simply not worthy of being Chinese. There's a saying that goes, filial piety is the first of all virtues. Sheep kneel to thank their mothers for feeding them, and crows repay their parents by feeding them. Xiao Yang is not even as good as these animals. Professor Deng rebuked bitterly. Principal Shi on the side also spoke. Ahem. As a retired elementary school principal, let me say a few words. The speech just live was really good. I suggest that every primary school should hold one. As the saying goes, there are two things in this world that cannot wait. The first is filial piety, and the second is doing good deeds. Huaxia is a country of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. This has been a tradition from ancient times to the present day. And now, the social atmosphere is getting worse and worse, and there are more and more young people like Xiao Yang. Every one of them is selfish and self-centered. At home, I don't know how to be grateful to my parents. At work, I cheat and don't know how to be grateful to my boss for giving me a job opportunity. In society, I don't know how to give back to society. If young people continue to develop like this, our country will be in danger. Therefore, I suggest that this kind of gratitude education should be instilled in children from an early age and should be held more often in schools. Parents who have the means can also send their children to such summer camps that teach gratitude. It will definitely be rewarding. Principal Shi's words made the host Xiao Ai frown. What, I should be grateful to my boss for giving me a job? Why? Barrage scrolling. Fuck. This principal. You're retired, with a pension of tens of thousands of yuan, and you have nothing better to do than talk nonsense here? Your pension is the value created by us young workers, right? What the hell is this? Gratitude to the capitalists. These experts are just the capitalists' running dogs, right? 996 blessings and the current pay-to-work system are all just these idiots coming up with nothing better to do, right? Gratitude? Haha, my parents divorced when I was a kid and left me at my grandma's house. Now I'm old and sick and need someone to take care of me, and they're asking me to be filial to them. Dream on. What these experts say is just like an old lady getting into bed. It makes me laugh. The two experts kept criticizing Xiao Yang. Young people are always talking about being selfish. Su Jiajia was upset. She was also 27 or 28 years old. Although she debuted early, she is considered to be older in the entertainment industry and everyone calls her sister or senior. But according to her age, she is also considered a young person by experts. Isn't criticizing young people the same as criticizing yourself? Her temper is unbearable. I don't agree with you saying Xiao Yang is unfilial. Some time ago, Xiao Yang's mother spent tens of thousands of yuan on a fake jade bracelet. Xiao Yang didn't want to make her sad, so he compensated her for the loss. Isn't this filial piety? As far as I know, many young people nowadays can't do this, right? Professor Deng, Principal Shi, would your children be like this? The two experts were speechless after hearing this. Principal Shi's son works in Kyoto. At that time, he almost spent all his savings to buy a house for marriage. Professor Deng's child is 1 or 2 years older than Xiao Yang. She has just started working and has a low salary, so don't even think about giving her money on a regular basis. Now she has to support her children from time to time. Su Jiajia looked at the two professors and experts, opened their mouths, and smiled as if they wanted to argue but had nothing to say. Besides, I think there's nothing wrong with what Xiao Yang said just now. My mother always told me since I was little that she is her and I am me, and we are both independent individuals. When I was little, she didn't help me with many things. From outsider's perspective, this meant she wasn't a good mother. But I know it doesn't mean she doesn't love me. At the same time, she doesn't overemphasize what she's done for me, nor does she expect anything in return. Now our relationship is very harmonious. Whenever I have free time at work, I will go to see her. Love needs to be felt with the heart, not just formalistic slogans. I just watched the live broadcast and felt uncomfortable. This deliberately creates a sense of indebtedness and guilt in children and leads to tearful gratitude education. It desecrates parental love and objectifies parent-child affection. They insist on emphasizing the hard work of parents and demanding that their children repay their gratitude. Isn't this moral kidnapping between parents and children? Nonsense. Professor Deng slammed the chair and pointed at Su Jiajia and yelled, "You've never been a parent, what do you know?" Look at the children who attended the lecture. They understood the difficulties their parents faced and cried so hard. Lectures like this are full of positive energy. Su Jiajia rolled her eyes silently. Although I don't have children yet, I have been a child. Maybe the child just saw others crying and felt embarrassed not to cry. At this time, the comments in the live broadcast room were divided into two camps. This kind of activity is a combination of pua and emotional blackmail. When I was in school, our school also did it. I spent 100 yuan to buy a book, but I never even flipped through it. I didn't expect it to still be happening now, and even in key primary schools. Jia is right. If my mother watched this lecture and cried and told me how good the lecture was, "You are so unfilial. How could I not be moved at all for giving birth to a child like you? Then I'd better shed a few tears to keep safe. I am also a mother. But I don't think bringing them into this world is charity. They should be grateful and repay me. I chose to give birth to children, so I should be responsible for my actions and for them. Give them love and warmth, and return love for love. Don't put the hat of gratitude on the children's heads." Dead memories began to attack me. I still have a gratitude book I bought for 88 yuan at home. Young people these days are like that. Anything they say is morally blackmailing. After raising a child for so long, what's wrong with parents asking them to be more filial? What's wrong with that? At this time, the screen in the live broadcast room has switched back to the stage. Gratitude education is over. The principal walked onto the stage, picked up the microphone, and hosted the event with much emotion. Filial piety is the most important virtue. Thank you for the expert speech. I hope that after listening to my speech today and shedding tears, you will be able to better understand your parents' difficulties and be grateful to them when you go back home. Colleagues, as children of China, we should also be grateful to our country. Understand and promote our country's traditional culture and art from a young age. Today we are fortunate to have invited Master Xiao to perform a wonderful Sichuan opera face-changing show for us. The students in the audience were originally immersed in sadness and guilt. At this time, I heard that there was a face-changing performance. Everyone's faces changed immediately. Get over sadness quickly. Some students even began to applaud. Yeah, face changing. There's actually a face changing. I saw Master Xiao Yang's face-changing video online yesterday. It was so magical and so cool. Yeah. I'm still begging my mom to take me to learn face-changing during the holidays. She said I just need to move up 10 places on the final exam. That's awesome. A table in the audience was piled high with books on gratitude. Sitting next to him was the speech expert who had just been on the stage. Books are being sold at the moment. 88 per book. After a gratitude education, he can earn at least tens of thousands of dollars. It's selling like hotcakes. There were many children lined up at the table with money in their hands, wanting to buy books. But now when I heard that there would be a face-changing performance, I was immediately attracted to it. They wiped their tears, didn't buy the books, and left. There were only a few people left at the table. The expert was so angry that he slapped his thigh and his teeth were broken. The principal is presiding. Xiao Yang in the audience has changed into his costume and is waiting to go on stage. Suddenly I felt the sound of the system. Congratulations to the host, the audience's emotional value has accumulated to 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the fire-breathing skill rewarded by the system. Emotional score reset. Fire-breathing skills? Xiao Yang thought of the scenes he usually saw on TV. Thick flames spewed out of his mouth, which was very spectacular. This needs to be coordinated with the face changing. The effect is like a cow stepping on lightning, awesome with lightning. After obtaining the skills rewarded by the system, Xiao Yang felt two things appear in the costume: rosin packets and kerosene. Both of these are special materials needed for fire breathing. Of course, the usage methods are also different. One is to use rosin as fuel, which is mainly used in Kinkyang stunts. Wrap the rosin powder into small packages using a kind of white linen paper with long fibers and strong tensile strength. Put it in your mouth and cut off the paper. When performing fire breathing, the performer uses air to blow the powder in the rosin bag in his mouth towards the torch, igniting the flame. The flames blown out in this way can have different shapes, such as a dragon or a mushroom cloud. It looks very beautiful. Another method is commonly used in Sichuan opera. You need to put a mouthful of kerosene in your mouth first. Then use the energy in your danchan to exhale onto the torch in front of you. The fire that came out was a straight beam, which was also extremely spectacular. Now we have both ingredients. But Xiao Yang felt that something was missing. Yes. Why is there nothing to start the fire? He was wondering. Generally, performers will use torches or something like an oil lamp with a long handle to light the fire. But now the system doesn't give him such a thing. How to do this? Where did the torches come from in a place like a school? And he's about to go on stage. When Xiao Yang looked over, he saw that the students in the audience had already started cheering. Change your face, change your face. Wow, I'm about to see a face changing. For these elementary school students, it is the time when they are interested in new things. Many children never knew that there were such magical things in the world. Some primary school students were shocked when they saw Xiao Yang's face-changing video online yesterday. It turns out that there are such cool things in my own country. This looks even cooler than Ultraman. You will be able to see the face-changing performance up close and maybe even touch it. How can everyone not be excited? The audience in the audience stared in anticipation. Xiao Yang thought that it was too late for him to search the world for torches now. Or let it go this time. No more fire-breathing performance? Xiao Yang was thinking when he heard a voice beside him. Dear parent, this is a school. There are so many elementary school students here. Please don't smoke in front of the children. Xiao Yang looked in the direction of the sound. A male parent was taking out cigarettes and a lighter, ready to enjoy himself. I was stopped by the teacher next to me. But this made Xiao Yang think of it. Lighter? How about trying a lighter? However, using a lighter as a fire source is indeed much more dangerous than a torch. Only those who are very confident in their skills would dare to do this. Xiao Yang borrowed a lighter from the male parent. The music on the stage started. Xiao Yang walked up to the stage and stood in the center. Just like yesterday, start by changing your face slowly. The color of the mask was green at first, but suddenly it turned red when the fan covered it. The audience in the audience opened their eyes wide in shock. As Xiao Yang kept changing the facial expressions, the students in the audience followed suit and exclaimed in surprise. Wow, is this magic? This is even more powerful than Iron Man's transformation. The other side. The Chinese Sichuan opera master, Mr. Peng. Ever since I saw Xiao Yang's face change in kindergarten yesterday, I also started following the variety show My Dad is Superman. As soon as I woke up this morning, I ran to my old friend's house. He is also a master of Sichuan opera and a national first-class actor, Mr. Li. Watched the live broadcast together. I heard that Xiao Yang was going to perform face-changing on stage again. The two old men immediately became alert. Mr. Li looked at the screen and said with a smile, "This young man named Xiao Yang is truly amazing. No wonder you called me last night and lamented for over an hour." the young man is indeed a good one. With these young people, we can pass on this art form. We old men will feel at ease even when we pass away. As Mr. Lee was speaking, he found that Mr. Peng ignored him. Hey, old man, what's wrong with you? Are you obsessed with it? You're a master after all. Why are you acting like that elementary school student in the audience? This young man's movements are professional, but they're not uncommon. Mr. Peng waved his hand. No. Mr. Lee was completely confused. What's wrong? Isn't this change going well? There are no problems. This young man's face changes in the wrong order. I have a good memory. His face clearly didn't change in this order yesterday. What? You should know that there is usually a sequence for changing faces with multiple masks. The performer must remember the order of face changing in order to match the corresponding movements. Changing your face is actually like using an electrical appliance, it has its own program pattern. Each face mask has a button-like feature. When the performer is changing his face, he cannot use his eyes to see the color of the mask on his face. As soon as I saw it, I lost my form and my mind was distracted. He could only rely on his memory and feeling to change his eyes and appearance according to the color of the facial mask, to achieve a state of unity of body and spirit. For example, a red face mask is used to express a sense of justice and a fearless and brave temperament. The yellow face mask is meant to express a feeling of ferocity and brutality. Therefore, most performers will not easily change the order in which they change their faces, to achieve the best results. Especially when the order of more than a dozen facial masks changes, the difficulty increases many times. What? Mr. Lee was also shocked when he heard what Mr. Peng said. Then he burst into laughter. This young man is also very skilled and courageous. Ha, look, his charm is exactly the same. It's really amazing. Even you and I don't dare to try this. Hey, didn't you say this young man's expression changes faster than yours? Wait, I'm going to get a stopwatch to see if it's as amazing as you say. As he spoke, Mr. Lee stood up and walked towards the inner room. Although these two professional masters could see at a glance the awesomeness of Xiao Yang's face changing, but the audience in the live broadcast room, people still don't know enough about face changing. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. At this time, the bullet screen scrolls. Hey, I saw Xiao Yang changing his face yesterday, and he's changing his face again today? Is there anything else that's a little fresh? The guy above, why are you so picky? Look at the face-changing king changing your face, and you still have so much to say. I think so too. We've been focusing on Xiao Yang all morning. Since Xiao Yang keeps changing his face, can we give some screen time to other families? Although Xiao Yang is good looking, the other families have no presence. Well, the production team is a little unfair. Forget it, I watched Face/Off yesterday. I'm going to go get busy with work and come back to watch it later. Director's room. Watching the number of netizens gradually leaving the live broadcast room, Director Wang smiled helplessly. These netizens really said everything they wanted to say. A few times ago, people said that Li Yon looked depressing when taking care of the children, asked to switch to Xiao Yang and Xiao quickly. Now they say they have seen Xiao Yang's face change, but did not show any footage of other family members. It seems that Xiao Yang can always bring new surprises, which makes the audience excited. What should we do, director? Should I change this or not? Want to cut to other families. The staff member nearby also saw the barrage and asked. Director Wang touched his chin with one hand. My eyes are fixed on the comments in the live broadcast room. I saw more and more calls from the audience to cut the screen. The number of people watching the live broadcast continues to drop. Director Wang nodded. Cut. The word cut has not yet been fully uttered, etc. What the hell? Director Wang shouted. At this time, Xiao Yang has changed all the masks on his face once. He also went off the stage and interacted with the primary school students and female teachers before returning to the stage. Another shua sound. Put the mask back on his face. Then, without anyone noticing, kerosene is poured into the mouth. He took out a lighter in his right hand. Crack. One click. Xiao Yang took a deep breath through his nose, gathered some energy in his dantian, and spit out all the kerosene in his mouth. The oil sprayed out is like mist. Kerosene meets the spark from the lighter in front of him. It ignited immediately. Bang! A sound. In front of Xiao Yang, a flame quickly grew into a flame 3.4 meters long, burning. A heat wave formed around the scorching flames. What Xiao Yang was performing at this time was just the most basic action in fire breathing. It's called single-mouth fire. Use gas to blow the flames on Mars directly. Although it is the most basic item in blowing fire, but it is not something that ordinary people can achieve. It requires daily practice. Ordinary people first have to practice spitting water by holding cold water in their mouths. It takes many years of hard practice to become a master. You must ensure that you do not inhale until the fire in front of you is extinguished, otherwise you will burn yourself. There was once a person who was not good enough at performing the art of blowing fire. After spitting out fire, he inhaled quickly, causing severe burns to his face. Watching Xiao Yang spit out raging flames, everyone shouted, "What the hell?" The group of children sitting under the stage were stunned, shouting, "Awesome!" In fact, it's not just these children. Even the parents, teachers, and even the principal in the audience were staring in amazement. I thought face changing was magical. Fire can come out of this mouth. At this time, in front of the screen, Mr. Peng shouted loudly, "Old Manly, come quickly, come quickly. Don't look for your second hand yet, the excitement is coming." I didn't expect this young man to be able to breathe fire. Found it, found it. Mr. Lee came over excitedly with his stopwatch. He muttered, "What? This young man can actually breathe fire." Mr. Lee quickly sat down and stared at the screen intently. "You old man, I can't see clearly even when you move the tablet a little bit." Mr. Peng, humph. "I told you to buy a bigger screen. Now you know you can't see clearly." Mr. Lee glared at Mr. Peng. "Humph. Watch the show, watch the show. Stop talking." At this time, after spitting out a single mouthful of fire, Xiao Yang didn't waste time either. He turned around, facing away from the audience, and lifted up a corner of his costume cape. He quickly poured another mouthful of kerosene into his mouth. Next, the second fire-breathing stunt was performed, continuous fire. The continuous fire is more shocking than the single fire just now. Xiao Yang pressed the lighter again. Use the energy in your dancing to spray out the kerosene in your mouth. A big fire quickly broke out in front of me. But this time, Xiao Yang didn't wait for the fire to go out. Instead, he quickly spat out another mouthful of kerosene before the fire was extinguished. Ignite the second flame, followed by the third and fourth flames. The continuous flames, like a fiery red ribbon, danced in the air with the wind. At the same time, in the live broadcast room, netizens who had just found it boring now had their eyes wide open. There was also a brief blank screen on the screen. I don't know if I was just stunned, still too shocked to speak. However, it can be seen that since Xiao Yang started to spit fire, there will no longer be any barrages in the live broadcast room asking to switch screens. Moreover, the declining number of viewers quickly began to recover. And the recovery speed is very rapid. Pa pa pa. Wow. Awesome. So handsome. My friend, that's awesome. There were constant cheers and applause from the audience. Xiao Yang looked at the children in the audience, each of them staring at him with curious eyes. There were also many teachers and parents who followed the children, clapping and cheering. The endless flames were enough to leave them stunned, but Xiao Yang had a smile on his face. I thought, where are we going now? The unique skills of our Chinese ancestors are more than just this. China's intangible cultural heritage art will not stop until anything is mastered to perfection. Increase the difficulty. Xiao Yang had spit out all the kerosene in his mouth. Turn sideways and quickly put the rosin powder into your mouth. Using the energy from Danshan, he sprayed the powder into the air, igniting a flame. Then he bent his body, took a left step, twisted his waist, and turned his face upward. Like a carp turning over, it is in a half-lying position. The movements are smooth and flowing. His kung fu is very impressive, and you can tell at first glance that he is a martial artist. Everyone thought it was over. Clapping and cheering. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang spewed out fire from his mouth again. Rekindle the extinguished fire. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yang bent down. Face up, back down. A flame about 3 or 4 meters long was floating above Xiao Yang's face. In jargon, this move is called turning over fire. Wait until Xiao Yang turns over while spitting fire. After turning a full circle, the flames were still continuous. At this time, the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room seemed to be unable to be held back any longer and gushed out. Holy crap! That's so awesome! Xiao Yang isn't a human, is he the ancient Greek god of fire? The guy above, shut up. Why are you meddling in foreign affairs? This is our own Chinese Vulcan god. Xiao Yang, accept my worship. Awesome! That's awesome! Luckily I went out and came back. Otherwise I would have missed such a wonderful moment. Oh my god, no words can express the shock in my heart right now. My beans. 6. Director's room. Director Wang looked at the skyrocketing number of viewers. The highest peak has been reached. He smiled happily and secretly felt lucky that he had acted half a minute late. If the screen had been switched at that time, we would not be able to see Xiao Yang's wonderful performance at this moment. This sudden turn of events is enough to shock everyone. However, Xiao Yang was not ready to end at all. Since it is a skill rewarded by the system, it won't just stop there. There is still a big move that has not been released. Oh my god, I thought it would spray a lot of fire, but it turned out to be spinning in a circle. In the audience, a female teacher exclaimed. Just called out. Suddenly I found myself too excited. I actually said a swear word unconsciously. What if her students heard this? He quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Then he looked around. Fortunately, all the students in the class were focused on Xiao Yang's performance. The students were shouting in surprise. No one cared what she said. Xiao Yang turned around, but the long flame had not yet gone out. The photographer originally thought that it was just a face-changing show like yesterday. So, I tried to get as close as possible to capture every detail clearly. Result. Just now, Xiao Yang spat out a mouthful of fire and almost burned him. My whole body is burning hot. He was so frightened that he took several steps back. I was angry and shocked. What made him angry was that Xiao Yang didn't even say hello to him, and the flame almost touched his hair. My hair is already getting thinner and thinner, won't it all be gone if it's burned? What's surprising is, Xiao Yang is awesome. He could actually spit out such a long flame from his mouth. The audience below couldn't see it. Even though he was so close, he didn't find the trick. Where on earth did this fire come from? At this time, the photographer was in a dilemma. I also want to get closer to take a clearer shot, but I didn't dare, because the temperature of the fire was too high. If you get a little closer, you can feel the rolling heat waves. He admired Xiao Yang even more. At this time, Xiao Yang has already performed a complete somersault. He leaned over in a half-lying fish position, flicked the lighter, and blew out the loose powder. He gathered his energy from his dantian and blew out rosin powder from his mouth. This breath was not as short as the previous one, it lasted for several minutes. Make this flame continue for several meters. This scene was so shocking. The cheers from the audience became even louder. Almost all the primary school students clapped their hands and shouted, "Wow, look, it's so long. It looks like a dragon. Fire dragon. Fire dragon." In order to see more clearly, the students sitting in the back row all stood up to watch. Many shorter students even stood on stools to watch. That's right, Xiao Yang's fire breath this time has a special name based on its shape. It's called a dragon. To spit out flames like a dragon. Very difficult. It requires exceptionally strong lung capacity from the performer. This way you can exhale a long breath and make the flame up to 4.5 meters long. Not only should the breath be long, but the rosin powder in the mouth should also be exhaled very evenly. This is a great test of the performer's skills. In the observation room, Su Jiajia covered her mouth with her hands. Keep exclaiming, "So cool! So cool!" Xiao Ai, the host on the side, laughed. Jiajia, if you're shooting a movie or a drama with drama, you can invite Xiao Yang to be in it. This has both good looks and good skills, it will definitely add a lot of color to the look. This was originally a joke from Xiao Ai, but Su Jiajia was serious. He said with a smile, "You are right. I really want to work with Xiao Yang once." The other side. Mr. Li and Mr. Peng watched the live broadcast. Shocked, the two of them stared at each other. Mr. Peng spoke after a long while. "Can you?" Mr. Li shook his head. "Won't." Mr. Peng chuckled. "It seems like taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune. Didn't you laugh at me yesterday? I've practiced face changing for decades, but I'm still not as good as a young man in his early 20s. Well, I specialize in face changing, and you specialize in fire breathing. How? You don't even know how to breathe fire with this young man? You've practiced martial arts for decades, but you're still not as good as this young man in his early 20s. Hearing the old friend's joke, Mr. Li was not angry either. He waved his hand and said, "Oh, look, his fire breathing skills are more than just the fire breathing in Sichuan opera. This is a unique Kinqiang skill. This fire breathing technique is unique to Kinqiang. This young man is truly amazing. Not only has his face-changing skills become superb, but his fire-breathing skills are also impressive. Wait, I'm going to call my old friend who sings Kinqiang and ask her to take a look." Although the factions are different. However, the top masters of various schools of Chinese opera would also get together and keep in touch with each other. I just heard Mr. Li take out his old cell phone and dial a number. "Hey, old Han. Watch the live broadcast of My Dad is Superman. There's a young man named Xiao Yang. He's using your Kinqiang skills to breathe fire. Old Peng and I think it's good, come and take a look." "Ha, you've been watching. Okay, everyone, take a look first and contact me later." Xiao Yang on the stage. As the dragon-like flame gradually disappeared, he was half lying in the fish position again. At the dragon's tail, another fire was lit. Then he blew hard on the fire. Immediately, mushroom-shaped flames formed in the air. The flame is about 4.5 meters in diameter. From a distance, it looks like a sunset in summer. It looked more like a ball of fire produced by the explosion of some heavy weapon. A mushroom-shaped flame gradually died out. Xiao Yang spat out another breath of fire. But this time, the shape of the fire he blew out of his mouth was different from before. Then, Xiao Yang ate one mouthful after another. A huge mushroom cloud of fire was spewed out from the mouth all over the stage. All kinds. The entire stage was covered with flame mushrooms. It looks extremely beautiful from a distance. Many teachers and parents in the audience took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Barrage scrolling. Awesome. I know a little bit about Kinkeyong. What Xiao Yang is demonstrating is no longer limited to Sichuan opera. This fire breathing is a Kinkeyong specialty. And you see he's blowing it constantly. It's not about how much rosin powder he's stuffed in his mouth, it's a skill. He has to control the force and breath to blow a lot. Fuck. Our country has so many great things. Why didn't I know about them before? If Xiao Yang hadn't shown them to me, how long would I have been kept in the dark? Awesome. Xiao Yang is right. China has so many arts and cultures, which one isn't awesome? This is way more amazing than those foreign Iron Man figures. This is the crystallization of the wisdom of the older generation, and it can't be lost. Apply for World Heritage status. We can't let other countries snatch it away. The other side. Mr. Han is a master of Kinkeyong. He is also a national first-class actor. She at this moment. Looking at the screen, I was equally excited. She watched Xiao Yang spit fire and muttered to herself. In fact, she was counting. 150, 151. Xiao Yang had already spit out 151 mouthfuls of fire in a row in one breath. Even her. It is impossible to spit out so much fire in one breath. She was shocked. At the same time, I feel a lot of emotions. I saw Xiao Yang perform face-changing yesterday, which instantly made Sichuan opera popular. She felt both envious and jealous. It's also opera. Kinkeyong is also coming to an end. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang performed a unique Kinkeyong skill today, fire breathing. She could feel it. The dawn of Kinkeyong is coming. Xiao Yang spat out 168 mouthfuls of fire before he finally spit out all the rosin powder in his mouth. The applause from the audience was deafening and lasted for a long time. Everyone thought the show was over. Xiao Yang waved his hand and swung the cloak of his costume. He picked up the fan with his right hand and fanned it again. Swish, swish. The expression on Xiao Yang's face changed rapidly again. From black to green, from green to blue. The other side. Mr. Li exclaimed in admiration. Sharp. That's amazing. Old Peng, I just used the stopwatch to time it. This time, 13 facial expressions changed in 20 seconds. Mr. Peng opened his mouth. What? 20 seconds, 13 facial expressions. A full 2 seconds faster than yesterday. How is this possible? Mr. Peng was so shocked that his speech was barely fluent. Don't underestimate these 2 seconds. At that time, even if Mr. Peng wanted to be 1 second faster, he would have to practice hard for many years. But Xiao Yang, just one night, and it's 2 seconds faster. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I won't believe anything he says. This is simply not something a human could do. Mr. Li chuckled. I looked at Mr. Peng as if I were watching a good show. How about it? Old man, you were just laughing at me, but now you can't even catch up with others even if you flatter them. But soon, Mr. Peng went from being shocked to laughing with his head thrown back, while saying this while laughing. Good, okay. With young people like this, our Sichuan opera face-changing will have successors. I wanted to teach my son this skill before, but he refused to learn it, saying it was hard work and didn't make any money. Only old people like it. I thought this unique art was lost to our generation. I didn't expect such a young man to appear out of nowhere. It's so amazing that even old guys like us can't catch up. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, okay, alright. When Mr. Li heard what Mr. Peng said, he also laughed. Right, you're right. There is someone to take over. We are getting old. If we are invited to go on tour or exchange abroad, we old guys can retire and let the young people take over. On stage, Xiao Yang has finished his performance. At the same time, he revealed his true appearance and walked aside, borrowed a microphone from the host. Ahem, quiet. As soon as Xiao Yang opened his mouth, the audience below the stage, which had been noisy just a moment ago, instantly became quiet. At this time, thousands of students in the school. No matter whether you have good grades or bad grades, there are naughty students that even teachers and principals cannot control. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, he immediately quieted down. Now, in their eyes, Xiao Yang is like a hero and they admire him very much. Xiao Yang raised the microphone and said, I just performed Sichuan opera face-changing and Qin opera fire-breathing, 2 traditional Chinese opera skills. Children in the audience, if you like, you can go to the theater during the holidays to watch it. You can also learn the skills yourself. But, normally, you can't play with fire. Children who play with fire will wet the bed. As soon as Xiao Yang said this, This immediately caused the students in the audience to burst into laughter. Parents and teachers also smiled with satisfaction. Although Xiao Yang is not very reliable in taking care of children, but basic safety awareness is still very strong. Barrage scrolling. Xiao Yang, children don't play with fire, you are playing with fire. Drooling, crawling in the dark and screaming. Sister upstairs, can you please wipe your saliva? You are behind me in the queue. Fuck, these people upstairs, the kid's father is going to take action. If Xiao Yang's wife is willing, I can take care of the three of them. Oh, no, and Ms. He as well. Shy. I don't surrender to heaven or earth, I only surrender to Big Brother's strength. At the same time, photos and videos of Xiao Yang changing his face and breathing fire in elementary school quickly spread online. It quickly topped the hot search lists on various platforms. The overseas version of Moya in short video. The most popular video is Xiao Yang's fire-breathing video. The fire-breathing video, which lasted only 2 or 3 minutes, quickly accumulated tens of millions of views, more than 600,000 likes, hundreds of thousands of comments and hundreds of thousands of reposts. The overseas population is small. This level of playback volume has never been seen overseas. Many foreigners exclaimed in surprise, Chinese Kung Fu is so powerful. Xiao Yang, he must be a Chinese immortal, to be able to spit fire from his mouth. Is this an alien? Beautiful country. The international student who could change his face was also shocked when he saw the short video. Fire breathing. Moreover, Xiao Yang's flame-throwing technique is simply superb. At this time, he was surrounded by several circles of foreign classmates with different skin colors. He shook his hands and head and exclaimed in shock. At this moment, he felt especially proud that he was a Chinese, and made a decision in my heart. After graduation, I must return to China as soon as possible to continue my unfinished Sichuan opera studies, promote Sichuan opera and face changing, and let more people around the world see the brilliant culture of China. The other side. Videos and pictures of Xiao Yang's face changing and fire breathing skills. There is also the saying, children who play with fire will wet the bed. It attracted the attention of the leaders of the publicity department of the Magic City Fire Department. He called over a subordinate who was born in the 2000s. Report, come in. Xiao He, have you seen what's trending on the internet today? A leader, are you talking about Xiao Yang? Yeah, that's right. Leader, do you still have time to watch variety shows? The leader was a military man, and he was intimidating even without being angry just by glaring. The subordinates born in the 2000s immediately shut up and lowered their heads. The leader continued. I think he can breathe fire quite well. The unique skills of China's intangible cultural heritage are truly astonishing. The subordinates were wondering, what does this intangible cultural heritage have to do with them? Why did the leader call in here? Just watch the excitement and the novelty in private. The leader continued, and there's that saying about children playing with fire and wetting the bed. That's pretty good too. The post-00 subordinate nodded hurriedly. Yes. My mom said the same thing when I played with fire as a kid. The leader sighed. Hey, they say you post-2000s are smart. You still need an old man like me to remind you. Is this fire Xiao Yang is the same fire as the fires we usually put out? You guys post fire prevention videos online every day, and you only get a few likes? Dozens and hundreds of videos, all added together, only received a fraction of the likes for Xiao's statement playing with fire and wetting the bed. Why don't you hurry up and find the production team or Xiao Yang to shoot a promotional video and grab some publicity? The post-00 subordinate slapped his forehead. Right. I'll contact you right away. Before the fire department contacted Xiao Yang, Xiaoxio's class teacher contacted him. Xiao Yang drove to Xiaoxio's school. Barrage scrolling. Did Xiao win some honor again? So she asked Xiao Yang to go. Hey, good students are praised when their parents are called in, but poor students like our children are criticized by the teacher when they are called into school. After traveling through time, this was Xiao Yang's first time to meet Xiaoxio's class teacher. Such a big school. Xiao Yang asked around and walked around for a long time before he finally found the office of Xiaoxio's head teacher. The cameraman standing by was speechless. Brother Xiao is already in the 2nd grade. Why are you so unfamiliar with this school? It's like this is your first time here. Xiao Yang muttered. You've discovered all this. This is indeed your first time here. It used to be Grandma Xiao who came. I've only picked her up at the school gate a few times, but I'm planning to train her to go home on her own. When she's in 3rd grade, she can rely on herself. The photographer was confused. What? You let Xiao go home by herself? You're so confident. Xiao Yang, it's only 2 stops away anyway. Why can't you go home by yourself? When I was in 2nd grade, my mom let me go home by myself. Of course, he was talking about Ms. He. In his previous life, his mother made him study every minute to save time. He is picked up and dropped off every day, and is not given any free time. Other students went home in groups after school, talking and laughing along the way. As soon as he got in the car, he started listening to English listening. He had no free time at all. The photographer added, "You have a really big heart." Xiao Xiao is only 8 years old and in the 3rd grade. What if such a young child is abducted by human traffickers along the way? Xiao Yang, don't worry, Xiao Xiao is very smart. And all these kids are walking together in groups. The conversation between the two caused many parents to start criticizing Xiao Yang. As a father, my child is already in the 2nd grade. I actually went to my child's classroom for the first time. Isn't this too irresponsible? What the hell, letting such a young child go home to school on his own? What if he gets kidnapped by human traffickers? He won't even have a place to cry. Xiao Xiao is so cute, it's easy for bad guys to target her. Although Xiao Yang has some good qualities, he really went too far when it came to the child. As they were talking, Xiao Yang and the photographer also arrived at the teacher's office. Xiao Yang knocked on the office door and walked in. Xiao Xiao is here too. With head down and pouting, he raised his head when he heard familiar footsteps. When she saw Xiao Yang, she immediately pouted her little mouth even higher in a coquettish manner, so much so that you could hang an oil bottle on it. Audience. Why does Xiao Xiao look like he's being praised? It looks like he's committing a crime. What could possibly go wrong for a child like Xiao Xiao, who is a good student and well-rounded in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development? She is a teacher's treasure. Xiao Yang walked to Xiao Xiao and took a look at her aggrieved expression. He extended a hand towards the head teacher in front of Xiao Xiao. "Hello, teacher, I'm Xiaoxio's father, Xiao Yang. What happened to my Xiao Xiao?" It was also the first time that Xiaoxio's class teacher met Xiao Yang, but she did watch the live broadcast. Seeing Xiao Yang extend a hand, she also extended her hand and shook it. It was also a successful meeting between students' parents and teachers. "Hello, Xiao Yang. I'm Xiaoxio's homeroom teacher. It was Xiao Xiao who made a mistake to ask you to come here today." The photographer in the back was stunned when he heard this. How can Xiao Xiao make mistakes? Xiao Xiao is the most well-behaved child he has ever seen. How could this child make mistakes? The head teacher curled his lips into a smile. Overall, Xiao Xiao is a good kid and very outstanding. He is a good student and has won many honors for our class and school. But, after all, Xiao Xiao is young and too outstanding, so it's inevitable that she will be proud and unsteady. This is the issue I invited parents to come here today to talk to you about. Let's do it this way. Xiaoxio's father, please read the composition Xiao Xiao wrote yesterday. The Chinese teacher is very angry. This afternoon, he threw his composition book on my desk and said that Xiaoxio's composition was an insult to him. Ah! Xiao Yang and the photographer exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Even the millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were very curious. What did Xiao Xiao write? It made the Chinese teacher so angry. Xiao Yang picked up Xiaoxio's composition book. The photographer held the camera and took a close-up of Xiaoxio's composition. Xiaoxio's handwriting is neat and beautiful, and it doesn't look like the handwriting of such a young child at all. The title of the composition written at the top is "My Chinese Teacher." Next to the question is a bright red 0 point. It is enough to see that the Chinese teacher is angry. Xiao Yang began to read. "My Chinese teacher, in my eyes, is 1.8 meters tall and looks a bit like the high-quality men on the internet. He said he didn't like money, he just wanted to give money a home. He was 39 years old, a worrier, and half his hair had fallen out. His hair was on his clothes, on the podium, on his homework book, on his desk, but not on his head. Every time I turn on the fan on the podium, I dare not turn it up too high. I'm afraid that he will become like a dandelion, and his head will become bald when the wind blows. But I loved his class. Puff. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha." The photographer couldn't hold it in any longer, and his shoulders were shaking with laughter. Xiao Yang suppressed his laughter and only started laughing after he finished reading the entire composition. At this time, the barrage was scrolling wildly. Ha ha ha, 666. Ha ha ha. Apart from anything else, Xiao Xiao is so talented. Her hair is like a dandelion, and when the wind blows, she becomes bald. Very spiritual. Haha, it really is Bulbasaur eating Cheetos and coming to Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, so cool. I was hit by a car. At the age of 39? It turns out that in the eyes of Xiao Xiao Lolita, I am already an old man. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xiao, it's well written. Don't write it next time. I have to say, Xiaoxio's writing is very good. My child in 6th grade can't write such an essay. Xiao Yang and the photographer were both laughing. This made Xiaoxio's mouth curl up and she almost laughed out loud. Pa pa. The head teacher slammed the table and growled. Smile, Daddy, stop laughing. What's so funny? In fact, she laughed for a full 5 minutes when she saw this essay, but now she is educating students. This needs to be dealt with seriously. The head teacher glared and clapped his hands until they turned red. Xiao Xiao, Dad, please stop laughing. You should pay attention to this matter. The Chinese teacher will be here soon. Let's see what he says. As he was speaking, a man of medium height wearing glasses came. A chubby male teacher with thin hair walked in. Xiao Yang took a look. Ha ha, isn't this image exactly the same as what Xiao Xiao just wrote? The head teacher greeted, Teacher Zhang, this is Xiaoxio's father, Xiao Yang. I have just shown Xiaoxio's composition to him. The Chinese teacher walked in. He walked coldly to the desk and sat down. He slammed the table and scolded. Xiaoxio's dad, have you seen the composition Xiao Xiao wrote? This kid is really popular and floating. You have no respect for the teacher. What is a high-quality male? What's the wind rising, bald head? What you wrote is an insult to me. You must educate me properly when you return. You have to write a self-examination and hand it in to me. If I look at it and it's not up to standard, you can't take my Chinese class. If this child is not properly educated, he will learn bad things. Don't think that just because you have good grades and are now on a TV show and famous, you can do whatever you want. The Chinese teacher became more and more excited as he spoke. He stood up and started scolding loudly. Xiao Xiao had never been criticized like this by the teacher before, and she immediately burst into tears. Barrage scrolling. Oh, I rarely see you laugh and cry, so pitiful. But the teacher is not wrong. What did Xiao Xiao write? The teacher worked so hard to educate her, but she didn't get any respect at all. Xiao Xiao relied on her good grades and even dared to ridicule the teacher. Why don't we take care of this? As the saying goes, if a son is not taught well, it is the fault of his father. Look at the way Xiao Yang smiled just now. Can Xiao Xiao learn well? All of this is Xiao Yang's fault. As expected, the older you get, the wiser you become. Professor Deng and principal, she started saying Xiao Xiao had bad morals, but I didn't take it seriously. Now it seems to be true. She's getting worse and worse. The more people felt that Xiao Xiao was wrong, the angrier they became at Xiao Yang. They think that there is something wrong with Xiao Yang's teaching methods. At this time, Xiao Yang felt that the audience's emotional level was constantly rising. However, he was not in the mood to think about what he needed to know. Seeing Xiao Xiao crying out of grievance, his heart tightened. Pull Xiao Xiao behind you. I took a step forward and walked in front of the Chinese teacher. The Chinese teacher was stunned. How? Am I wrong? Why are you pulling Xiao Xiao behind you? He thought he had said too much and made the parents unhappy. He also usually watches the live variety show, My Dad is Superman. Of course I know what kind of person Xiao Yang is. This guy can kill a pig weighing hundreds of pounds without even blinking an eye. He could feel the murderous aura through the video. The audience in the live broadcast room also became nervous. Today's post 00's young people act impulsively. Xiao Yang picked up the composition book. Read it carefully again. I saw something a little different. I squatted down and looked at Xiao Xiao, who was crying. Do you really want to laugh at the Chinese teacher? Xiao Xiao hurriedly shook her head and spoke in a crying voice. No. I like my Chinese teacher very much. Why should I laugh at him? I'm just writing truthfully. You! When the Chinese teacher heard this, he became even angrier. Shouted through gritted teeth. I thought it was already now. This kid refused to admit his mistake and even said he wrote it based on facts. How does this show that you like yourself? Okay, Dad believes in you, Xiao Yang said as he stood up. What? Xiao Xiao, Dad, you can't spoil the child too much, right? We still have to take care of it. The head teacher was also anxious. She didn't want to watch such a good child like Xiao Xiao grow up to be crooked. Most netizens also think that Xiao Xiao was wrong this time. If this is not education, what else can we do? At this time, Xiao Yang took Xiaoxio's composition book and explained. No one knows a daughter better than her father. I understand what Xiao Xiao means. Teacher Zhang, Xiao Xiao didn't mean to insult you. On the contrary, she respects you very much. What? The Chinese teacher was stunned. He couldn't see any respect in this essay at all. Xiao Yang continued. Let me reinterpret this essay. He is 39 years old. Teacher, are you 39 years old this year? Teacher Zhang, Xiao Yang, look, my Xiao Xiao cares about you so much that she even knows how old you are. She doesn't even know how old I am as a father. In Xiaoxio's heart, you are 1.8 meters tall, which means you are tall. I worry so much that half my hair has fallen out. This sentence shows that she thinks teachers are the most worried and work the hardest, which is very relevant. The last few sentences said your hair was on the podium, on your homework book, and on your desk. This is an extension of the fact that teachers are dedicated to their students, working hard and putting their heart and soul into teaching and grading homework. He also said he didn't dare turn the fan on the podium too high. This is a very simple concern from a child. It is also said that your hair is like a dandelion, spreading its own devotion like the earth, sowing the seeds of knowledge. Look, Xiao Xiao said at the end that she really loves your class. Everyone present was stunned after hearing Xiao Yang's interpretation. How come the same essay has a completely different meaning after being interpreted by Xiao Yang? A silkworm will not stop spinning silk until it dies. A candle will not stop shedding tears until it turns to ashes. The image of a great teacher emerges spontaneously. Is that so? The Chinese teacher asked doubtfully. Xiao Xiao wiped away her tears and nodded vigorously. Xiao Yang touched Xiaoxio's head, said to the Chinese teacher and the head teacher. Actually, this is a misunderstanding. When I teach Xiao Xiao to write essays, she usually writes down her true feelings, whatever she sees and thinks. Don't write something too pretentious or empty. Xiao Xiao just listened to me and wrote based on what she saw and felt. But she's still young and her writing skills aren't good enough. It was written like this, and there was a misunderstanding. Xiao Xiao respects teachers very much and has a very profound and high opinion of everything they have done. Audience, wow, this enterprise-level understanding is awesome. But I think what Xiao Yang said is correct. This kind of vivid writing is much better than writing those cliched and empty articles. And Xiao Xiao also wrote at the end that she likes her Chinese teacher very much, which also proves that Xiao Xiao is not insulting the teacher at all. Ha ha ha, speaking of essays, I remember writing one when I was a kid. It was very late at night, and I walked past my teacher's window. The teacher still had the light on, grading homework. The teacher was like a candle, lighting others and burning herself. I feel awkward thinking about it now. What kid wouldn't stay up late at night and run to the teacher's house every day? Fuck, you're talking about writing an essay. My son wrote an essay a few days ago called My Dad. He wrote about how hard his dad works and takes care of the family, and now his hair is all white, and his back is shaky, like a little old man. Haha, I'm only in my early 30s, how can I have a head full of white hair? This is so fake. And it was even an excellent essay in his class. The Chinese teacher was stunned for a moment. I thought to myself that Xiao Xiao usually has good grades and has participated in many competitions. Maybe I really misunderstood this time? Hey, what's wrong with the child? All taught by parents. To put it bluntly, it's all Xiao Yang's fault. He had an excellent model template but didn't write it according to it. What kind of innovation is that? Xiao Xiao was still tearful, and her little hands kept wiping the tears from her face. It looks really pitiful. Okay, the Chinese teacher spoke. Let's forget about today's misunderstanding. When you write essays in the future, you still have to pay attention and try to follow the standards of excellent essays. If I were to take a test or participate in a competition, I'd probably get a low score if I wrote like that. Xiao Xiao nodded and muttered, Thank you, teacher. The composition issue has been resolved. It was time to go home from school and the Chinese teacher left the office. Xiao Yang saw that the problem was solved. I was greeting the head teacher and said, Teacher, I'm going back with Xiao Xiao first. Wait. The head teacher spoke again. One more thing. Besides. Xiao Yang frowned. What's going on in your heart? The head teacher waved at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, go wait at the door. The teacher wants to tell your father something. Oh. Xiao Xiao lowered her head and looked back at Xiao Yang and the head teacher every time she walked. I wondered what the teacher would say behind her back. Worry secretly. After Xiao Xiao walked out of the office, the head teacher took out a piece of paper from the drawer. Dad Xiao Xiao, it was always Grandma Xiao Xiao who came before. This is the first time I see you. Please take a look at this note first. As he spoke, the head teacher handed over the note. Xiao Yang took a look. Puff. I almost choked myself. No, I don't agree with this kind of marriage. Ahem. Smile, Dad, be serious. The head teacher patted the table. Audience. What? What marriage? Tell me in detail. Fuck, is it a little love letter? Let us see it. I love reading love letters written by little kids the most. At this time, the photographer couldn't help but come over out of curiosity. Dear Xiao Xiao, I love you. You know what? Every word you say to me is like an imperial decree. If you want to date me, I will definitely listen to you. The photographer was stunned. Puff. Ha ha ha, ha ha. You're so young and you're already acting like a lapdog, ha ha ha. The head teacher looked at Xiao Yang and the photographer with a cold look. The two of them fell silent instantly. The head teacher pointed at the note again. You haven't finished watching it yet. Below is Xiaoxio's reply. Xiao Yang picked up the note again and took a look at it. Sure enough, there was a row of neatly written words underneath. Are you a eunuch? Xiao Yang was speechless, but quickly spoke again. Humph. Good reply, you little bastard, you're still trying to steal my cabbage. Barrage scrolling. Ha ha ha, I don't have children. Tell me, do kids nowadays start dating at such a young age? Yes, my child is only in the 3rd grade, but he has already come to the stage of asking for a betrothal gift. He just brought my gold necklace to school and gave it to the girl he likes. This isn't a romantic relationship. It's just a child's innocent admiration and appreciation for each other, or simply liking to play with another child. It's not as complicated as adults think. Where did you copy those love words, kid? Tell uncle, I will copy a few too. The head teacher said with a serious expression. Xiaoxio's dad, children these days are exposed to the internet and television too early. Their emotional development also tends to happen earlier. I hope you pay attention to this issue. Go back and have a good talk with Xiao Xiao and guide this issue in the right direction. From what I know, quite a few boys in the class like Xiao Xiao. Of course it's because Xiao Xiao is outstanding enough, but as a parent, we can't be careless. Xiao Yang folded the note. Teacher, I don't think the love between these kids should be taken seriously. When I was in elementary school, I liked 8 girls in one semester. In the end, because they refused to lend me a pen, didn't help me clean the blackboard, went home with the other kids after school, and so on, it came to nothing. Barrage scrolling. That's fine. I also had a crush on a top student in elementary school, but later I realized it wasn't love, it was just admiration for the top student. Exactly. Xiao Xiao is so cute, a top student, and cheerful and lively. Even a college student likes her, let alone elementary school students. The head teacher sighed helplessly. Okay. I've also told you parents that you can handle your family education as you wish. And this note was given to me by the other party's parents. They read the content and were very angry. This boy is the only child in his family. Xiao Xiao is cursing his family to be childless. Xiao Yang was speechless. What's going on? Does this family have a throne to inherit? My daughter Xiao Xiao is also a queen at home, shining with confidence. The head teacher continued. Xiaoxio's response was indeed inappropriate. But I've already communicated with the other party's parents and have suppressed it for the time being. But Xiaoxio's father, I hope you can go back and guide Xiaoxio's way of speaking. It wasn't a big deal. It's not good to escalate the situation because of Xiaoxio's words. Xiao Yang nodded. Good. Okay, school is over now, take Xiao Xiao home. Xiao Yang said goodbye to the teacher, turned around and left with Xiao Xiao. Coming out of the school office, Xiao Yang remained silent all the way. He was just thinking about how to solve this problem. Pretend not to know? I'll just do as the teacher said and talk to Xiao Xiao. But before he could speak, Xiao Xiao spoke first. Dad, I just came out. What did the teacher tell you? Xiao Yang finally decided to talk about it. Indeed, Xiao Xiao is also in the 2nd grade. I heard that children in the 3rd grade now hold hands, and he can't let his daughter suffer. Learn to protect yourself. The homeroom teacher showed me the note the little boy wrote to you. Xiao Xiao was shocked. He became visibly panicked and lowered his head. Dad, I was wrong. Xiao Yang, what did you do wrong? You're right. Real. When Xiao Xiao heard this, she immediately looked up at her father. Xiao Yang, what did you do wrong? Someone passed the note to you, not you. Xiao Xiao, really? That boy told me today that his mother was very angry after reading the note. Tell him to leave me alone. I thought I was doing something wrong. Xiao Yang squatted down. My dear daughter, you did nothing wrong. Remember, if you feel wronged in the future, come to your father first. Dad will always have your back. Hearing my father say this, Xiao Xiao finally showed a smile on her face and nodded. Xiao Yang held Xiaoxio's hand and chatted as they walked. Xiao Xiao, why did you reply to someone with the phrase, are you a eunuch? Do you know what that means? Xiao Xiao, because the imperial edicts were held by the eunuchs. Xiao Yang looked down at Xiao Xiao. Yeah, how come I don't know? How do you know that? Xiao Xiao looked up, her pink and tender little face was so cute. Dad, you don't know this. Haven't you watched The Legend of Zhen Huan with Grandma? The people reading the imperial edicts there are all eunuchs. Xiao Yang, audience. Xiao Yang, I see. You are really observant. What do you think about that little boy writing you a note? Do you like him? Now that we're talking about this, as an old father, I'd like to take the opportunity to test the waters. I just like playing with him, but I don't want to have a relationship with him. Why? Xiao Xiao sighed deeply, said in a little adult tone. There's no point in dating in elementary school. Xiao Yang, how do you say that? After graduating from elementary school, we will separate and won't be together anymore. Xiao Yang, hee hee. You think long term. After elementary school, we'll be in the same city. What if we go to the same school for middle and high school, or even the same class? Xiao Xiao spread her hands. What's the use? After high school, you have to go to college, and after graduating from college, you have to work. After you start working, we won't be together anymore. Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard Xiaoxio's words. This child has already realized it at such a young age? I wish the brother who slept in the bunk below him could have had this kind of understanding. It's not to the point where you'd want to die after breaking up with a scumbag. Audience, I got it. Xiao Xiao is indeed a heroine. With such a clear understanding, I am ashamed of myself. Fuck, I'm already in my 20s and I still can't see things as clearly as this 7-year-old. I hate this life where I'm not as good as the older and the younger. Fuck, Xiao Xiao, you haven't even finished 9 years of compulsory education, why are you so outstanding? Xiao Yang's eyes turned, and he continued to dig deeper, with a grin on his face. So what kind of person do you plan to date in the future? Xiao Xiao said as a matter of course. Someone we can play with and close to home. For example, Zhang Tao, Yu Yu, and SISI. Xiao Yang, wait, isn't Sisi a girl's name? Xiao Xiao looked at Xiao Yang with a puzzled look on her face. But she and I get along really well, and it's close to our house, and she can skateboard. Xiao Yang, ahem. Then she is also a girl. Xiao Xiao ignored Xiao Yang and continued. Also, I can't be like you, liking to watch this Pretty Ants live broadcast today and liking to watch that Pretty Ants live broadcast tomorrow. They say this is called being fickle. Puff. When the photographer heard Xiaoxio's words, he couldn't control himself for a moment. Audience, ha ha ha, what a filial daughter. She responds to her father's short message like this. Tisk, Xiao Xiao, let me tell you, there is no man who is not unfaithful. You will understand when you grow up. See one, love one, there will always be the next one. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. What's wrong with looking at beautiful women? I'm looking openly. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is a good match for a gentleman. Then quickly changed the awkward topic. Pulled Xiaoxio's sleeve. Hey, is there anyone in your class who is in a relationship? Xiao Xiao paused. He looked back at the cameraman and put his index finger in front of his mouth. SHH. I'm telling you this in secret, you can't tell anyone else. Xiao Yang nodded vigorously, bent down, and turned his ear to the side. Xiao Xiao leaned close to Xiao Yang's ear, covered her mouth with one hand, and whispered. Audience, haha, the gossiping look between the father and daughter is so cute. Let it out. Is there anything that we, the distinguished VIPs, cannot hear? No, I'm going to torture my child as well when he comes back. After saying that, Xiao Xiao spoke again very seriously. Dad, you have to keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone else about this. Xiao Yang patted his chest and nodded, okay, I promise I won't tell anyone. How do you know they are in love? Xiao Xiao, yeah, it's being circulated in class. They said they hugged each other. Xiao Yang, did you see it? Xiao Xiao, no. Xiao Yang, since you haven't seen it, it can't be true. Don't tell anyone else except Dad, okay? And don't make a scene like the other students. Xiao Xiao, okay, Dad. But why? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Because it makes me look like a gossip. Do you want to be a gossip? Xiao Xiao pouted, I don't want to. Xiao Yang continued. Maybe these two kids were just playing around and accidentally hugged each other. It wasn't intentional, but someone saw it and embellished it, spreading it everywhere and causing a stir. Isn't this bad for them? If the note you wrote with that little boy was accidentally discovered by your classmates and you were surrounded and teased by them, wouldn't you feel embarrassed and sad? If you often discuss questions with a male classmate who has good grades, others may misunderstand that you are in a relationship. Will you also be unhappy and not discuss questions with this boy anymore? Xiao Xiao thought about it and nodded. I see. Then can I still talk to the boy who wrote me the note? Xiao Yang, if you still want to be friends with him, of course you can. Xiao Xiao has a smiling face. I see. The comments scrolled, this father and daughter are so cute. Xiao Yang is such a great guide. He unknowingly turned the awkwardness into a joke and understood Xiao Xiao's emotional dynamics. Xiao Yang really said it well. He's really good at educating Xiao Xiao. This phenomenon happened in my elementary school class. A bunch of boys and girls would whisper behind me saying I like this or that. Some even said I was rolling flyers with a boy. It caused me a lot of trouble at the time. Don't even mention the children. Aren't some adults these days just like the gossips Xiao Yang mentioned? They spread obscene rumors about others every day. I really want to slap these people. It's because they weren't brought up well at home. Xiao Yang looked at Xiao Xiao and thought she understood, so he continued. But if you have a crush on a boy in the future, you must tell Dad. Dad will help you check. He laughed and chuckled. Dad, you should take care of your own business first. The scene switches to the observation room. Look. What did I say? Has Xiao Xiao been led astray by Xiao Yang? Has she become proud? What's in that essay? I don't understand a single word. What does it mean to respect the teacher? What do you mean by high-quality men? What about giving money to a family? This is obviously internet slang, right? This is all because Xiao Yang didn't properly discipline Xiao Xiao, didn't stop her from using her phone, and exposed her to the internet too early. Look, what has this kid learned on the internet? It's outrageous. It's outrageous. How can a student write about a teacher like that? Professor Deng said excitedly, pointing at the live broadcast screen. What hair is like a dandelion? The wind is rising, and the head is bald. Isn't this a blatant mockery? Also, Xiao Xiao is only in the 2nd grade now. She's not studying hard at school, and her mind is always observing who's dating whom in the class? Besides, it's such an important matter, why don't you tell the teacher to stop it? How do you become a class leader and a 3-good student? Su Jiajia was speechless. Professor Deng, I don't think it's as serious as you say. Children are very curious about everything nowadays. They will pay attention to interesting things when they see them. And she accurately described the characteristics of a Chinese teacher. How can such a young child understand what sarcasm is? Nowadays, many official platforms are trying to reach out to young people and use internet slang and memes. Xiao Xiao, it's okay to use some internet slang occasionally. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Xiao Yang is right. Do we have to follow empty and pretentious templates when writing essays? They're all the same. On the contrary, I think Xiaoxiao's essay is very interesting. Humph. Principal, she snorted coldly. I've taught Chinese for so many years and been a primary school principal for so many years. I've never seen such an essay. Xiaoxiao's essay is an attack on the Chinese teacher's appearance in life. Not only did Xiao Yang not teach Xiao Xiao a lesson, he even kept laughing. You actually have the nerve to try to make excuses and talk about genuine feelings. I know young people nowadays like trendy things, but don't mess with your children. And if you write an essay like this during the exam, you're bound to get a low score. A high-scoring essay, a good essay, should follow the template of an excellent essay. The host Xiao AI took the opportunity to speak out. Principal Shi, I'd like to ask how to write an excellent essay template. Can you tell us, the audience, about it? Wei Cheng also echoed from the side. Yes, my child is in elementary school now, and I want to know too. Principal Shi is an old principal after all. I used to be a Chinese teacher. This excellent essay model seemed to be imprinted in his mind. He can recite a passage just by opening his mouth. For example, I have a great teacher, Ms. Ding, who is our Chinese teacher. Ms. Ding is very kind and responsible during class. Not only is she a good teacher, she is also a versatile teacher. Principal Shi recited an excellent essay sample very smoothly. Wei Cheng clapped his hands. Principal Shi, you are amazing. I'd like to ask, how can I improve my child's Chinese language scores when writing essays? Principal Shi smiled. This isn't that simple. Just write more and practice more. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Just like what Li Yong did, buy more extracurricular tutoring books and test papers. Hold your child tighter, have him do a few papers every day, and it's best if you memorize an excellent composition every day. Read and write more. Only by working hard can you improve your grades. Barrage scrolling. The principal is indeed a principal. He can recite such an excellent article with just this mouth. Principal Shi is right. You can't expect to improve your grades without working hard. Only quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Xiao Xiao was harmed by her cell phone, but actually, it was also harmed by Xiao Yang. Look at what was written in that essay. Several sentences are full of internet slang. Come on, you people, isn't it good for children to have a happy childhood? Look at Chow Chow, he can't even smile. What's the point of getting good grades after doing so many questions? Yes, you'll know when your child gets depression. Nowadays, many children can't handle the pressure and end up getting too sick to go to school. Those children are truly useless. That's right, Professor Deng said, patting the armrest of the sofa. Speaking of exam papers and extracurricular books, I think of Xiao Yang soaking Chao Ko's exam papers. Chow Chow hasn't been able to finish his exams these past few days. What a waste of time. Also, Xiao Xiao, at such a young age, you're actually talking about love with a child. How can a parent do this? Do you have any shame? You actually agreed to let Xiao Xiao play with the boy who passed the note. It's strictly forbidden for two children to play together, but you actually agreed to let them be friends. If Xiao Yang doesn't know how to teach children, he should read more books and consult with experts like us. Professor Deng. I don't think there is anything wrong with Xiao Yang's education. Su Jiajia said. She just watched the live broadcast and thought the relationship between the children was really cute and innocent. It's the adults who are making things complicated. Children this young have no idea what adults call puppy love. Because we often go to and from school together and like to play together. Children think this is called liking, called love. I believe that if the boy's note had not been discovered by his parents at the time, the teacher was not found, Xiao Yang wouldn't know either. This incident will soon be forgotten. Maybe after a while, this boy will stop liking Xiao Xiao and start liking other girls instead. Xiao Yang's initiative in chatting with Xiao Xiao helped to resolve Xiaoxiu's confusion and provide her with correct guidance. At this moment, Su Jiajia thought of something in her mind. When she was in elementary school, because she is pretty, she often receives love letters from male classmates in her drawers and pencil cases. Sometimes, I would receive small snacks and gifts from boys, but her mother never lectured her or blamed her for this. On the contrary, he would joke with her. This made her willing to share many little secrets in class with her mother since she was a child. Mother, of course, can also grasp all her dynamics, correct her thoughts and mistakes in time. Humph. It's because of young people like you educating children that each generation is worse than the previous one, Professor Deng said bitterly. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, what do you mean each generation is worse than the previous one? Haha, these parents are just like that. When we were in school, they wouldn't let us date, and they were very strict about it. But as soon as we graduated from college, they were eager for us to get married, and preferably have kids. I support premature love as long as it doesn't affect their studies. It's best to start dating in high school, get married, and have children in college, and then have the children go to kindergarten after graduation. This way, nothing will be delayed. We should talk about it. It's important to establish a correct view of love in children, especially girls. We also need to teach them how to protect themselves. The other side. After school, Chow Chow walked out of the school gate. He is very different today than usual. A happy smile appeared on his face. There were many classmates around him, chatting and laughing with him. They seemed to have a very good relationship. Li Yong waved at Chow Chow and shouted, "Son, this way." Chow Chow was originally smiling. When he saw that it was his father who came to pick him up, the smile on his face froze instantly. The gleam in his eyes dimmed. Wave goodbye to the classmates around you. He walked towards Li Yong reluctantly. Hurry up, don't waste time. Li Yong shouted at Chow Chow. Chow Chow approached Li Yong and asked impatiently, "Dad, why isn't Uncle Xiao Yang picking me up from school? Isn't he taking me today?" Li Yong opened the car door and waved to Chow Chow, saying, "Hurry up and get in. The math teacher is on his way. He'll go home soon to make up lessons first, then have dinner." Uncle Xiao Yang, I received a call from Xiaoxiu's class teacher this afternoon, so I went to Xiaoxiu's school. He called me and asked me to pick you up from school. The director arranged for all the children to return to their seats tonight. What? Daddy is disappointed to pick you up? Li Yong fastened his seatbelt and glanced at Chow Chow. No, Chow Chow muttered softly. I see that your Uncle Xiao Yang took you out to play yesterday. You had so much fun that you didn't want to study anymore. As expected, you, kid, have no self-discipline at all. When someone asks you to go out and play, you go out and play. Chow Chow lowered his head and said nothing. The two fingers are intertwined with each other. Li Yong continued. Yesterday, Xiao Yang said that your test papers and extracurricular books were soaked with coke? Chow Chow, Uncle Xiao Yang said he had already bought the exact same one online and it will arrive in 2 days. Li Yong, well, your Uncle Xiao Yang is also careless. It will arrive in 2 days. How are you going to write in these 2 days? Dad left the office an hour early this afternoon and went to the bookstore to buy you the exact same one. You can write tonight. You have to be careful this time and don't get the test paper wet or damaged. Ah, barrage surges. Oh my god, Li Yong never lets Chow Chow rest for even a minute. Even capitalists wouldn't dare exploit him like this, would they? Cheokeo's dad, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Why is Chow Chow unhappy when he sees you? Hey, luckily, I don't have such a parent, otherwise I wouldn't want to live. Li Yong saw Chow Chow with his head down, not saying a word. I know he is unhappy. Chow Chow, Daddy holds you so tightly because it's for your own good. You'll understand when you grow up. Look at the car Dad drives now, the house we live in, the food we eat, and the clothes you wear. Aren't they all earned because Dad studied hard since he was young, went to a good school, found a good job and earned money? Look at those street sweepers, they're exposed to the wind and sun every day, sweeping the streets. This is the result of not studying hard when they were young. Okay, Dad, I got it. Chow Chow pursed his lips and looked out the window, seeing cleaners weaving in and out of the traffic. Li Yong, By the way, I just saw that there are so many classmates around you. Are they all playing well with you? Didn't you say a few days ago that you had no friends at school? Speaking of this, Cheokeo's dull face finally showed a bit of spirit. They are my classmates. Uncle Xiao Yang came to our school to perform today. Super cool. Dad, did you know? Uncle Xiao Yang can not only change his face, but he can also spit fire from his mouth. That's amazing. Li Yong replied calmly, oh, I know. And then? What's your relationship with your classmates? Chow Chow, of course. Now we have the whole class. No, the entire grade, maybe even the entire school, should admire Uncle Xiao Yang. My classmates now know that I know Uncle Xiao Yang, and that it was Uncle Xiao Yang who took me to school this morning. They are all so envious of me. They all said they wanted to be friends with me. These elementary school students know that Chow Chow actually has a good relationship with Xiao Yang. Everyone was stunned. The boys who usually bullied Chow Chow no longer bullied him. I also want to become sworn brothers with Chow Chow. In the words of the children, my brother's uncle is my uncle. When Li Yong heard this, he laughed. Okay. It's okay to make friends, but it can't interfere with your studies. Also, don't make friends with bad students, or they'll be a bad influence. This is my first time trying Chow Chow with so many friends. I can't tell you how happy I am when I think about this. Li Yong remembered something again. In the afternoon, I learned that Xiao Yang was hurriedly called by Xiaoxio's class teacher. He wanted to know what award Xiao Xiao had won. So, I have been watching Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao's live broadcasts. I saw that there were kids in Xiaoxio's class who were actually in love. He was shocked. Children this young nowadays actually know so much. He glanced at Chow Chow next to him. Chow Chow is also in the second grade. She has good academic performance and looks fair and clean. He became inexplicably worried. Chow Chow, are there any kids in your class who are in love? Talk about love? Chow Chow was shocked. I thought to myself that I seemed to have heard of 2 pairs in the class. But how can I tell my parents about this? He immediately shook his head. No. Did any female classmates pass you notes? In class, Chow Chow has excellent grades, but other aspects are not outstanding. He is rather withdrawn, doesn't like to participate in extracurricular activities, and doesn't have many friends. Not even talkative. But children of this age often like more active classmates. Chow Chow immediately shook his head and said in a firm tone. No, Li Yong said with satisfaction. Well, that's fine. During school, your mission is to study. Don't even think about making friends or falling in love. Especially when it comes to love, if I find out, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Li Yong's voice was not loud, but it was majestic. Chow Chow was so scared that he quickly nodded in agreement. Audience. Hey, Li Yong, it's not a good idea to deal with children's emotional problems so harshly. Children's emotions are very delicate, so it's best to guide them slowly. Intimidation like this will only make them keep quiet in the future. That's right. The more you scare your children, the less likely they are to communicate with you in the future. When they reach puberty, they'll rebel directly and do big things silently, leaving you speechless. Don't think that children are too young now. Information spreads quickly, the internet is well developed, and children are exposed to many things, which is different from our time. Emotional issues must be taught from a young age. Fortunately, Niu is still young, and Dai Chuan is not worried about the problem of premature love. But on the other side, Ding Li went to pick up Yang Yang from school. The scene before him stunned him. Not far from the school gate, Yang Yang knelt in front of a girl. He clasped his hands together and bowed to the little girl. Ding Li's heart tightened. My mind is confused. Holy crap. Which girl do you like? This scene also made the comments in the live broadcast room lively. Ha, I didn't realize that Yang Yang is a henpecked man. Has he been kneeling down to girls since he was a child? What happened? Did you make the little girl angry? Why don't you kowtow and apologize? At this time, Ding Li gritted his teeth and slapped his thigh. He tiptoed around, afraid of being discovered. I want to catch this guy in public and teach him a lesson. When he approached, he looked at Yang Jiang's round body and bowed to the little girl again. The little girl handed him something. Ding Li is in his 40s after all. I have a rather conservative mindset. A boy's knees are made of gold, so how can he kneel down so easily to a little girl? He rushed forward, grabbed Yan Jiang's collar and lifted him up. Get up. What's this for? Dad. Yang Yang looked up and saw Ding Li and was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Thinking of the hard-working fat boy, he knelt before his female classmate before kneeling before him. Ding Li's tone was naturally a little angry. Ding Li glanced at the little girl in front of him. Wearing school uniform and carrying a school bag, she is fair and clean, and looks very quiet. He was holding a bag of spicy strips in his hand. The little girl saw that there were adults. He looked fierce and immediately lowered his head in fear. What are you doing? Let me go. Yang Yang struggled to break free from Ding Li's hand. Are you talking about? Ding Li was just about to ask if it was the word falling in love, but I felt that it was inappropriate to say it so abruptly, so I shut up immediately. Uncle. It was classmate Yang Yang who asked me for some spicy noodles. The little girl whispered, "You want spicy noodles?" Dingley took a look at the spicy strips in the little girl's hand. I didn't want to give it to him. I don't even have enough for myself. Then he suddenly knelt down in front of me. I gave it to him. Ah! Dingley was stunned. Just for 2 spicy strips? The old father suddenly felt a sense of disappointment. But I can't bring myself to hit this old man. I could only clap twice symbolically. Didn't I feed you enough? Yang Yang also refused to accept it. It's all your fault. You forgot to give me pocket money these 2 days. I haven't bought spicy noodles for 2 days. The barrage scrolls. Ha 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 ha, just because of 2 spicy strips? The production team must save this clip and show it to Yang Yang when he gets married. 666. Yang Yang didn't steal or rob, and used his dignity to exchange for spicy strips. It's really respectable. Yang Yang is like a local emperor at home, but so humble outside? Ha ha ha, the contrast is too big. So cute, I'm a fan now. I thought you had a girlfriend, but it turns out it was just for a spicy noodle. Yang Yang, uncle overestimated you. Don't laugh at each other. Isn't it the same for you to earn a few thousand yuan a month? Fuck, the guy upstairs, if anyone offends you, just kill them with a knife, don't hurt innocent people. Dingley sighed. But I thought to myself, it's okay, I just want 1 spicy strip. It's not puppy love. He was just overthinking it. It seems that this brat doesn't have the brains to do that. He only cares about eating. Dingley smiled kindly at the little girl. Classmate, I'm sorry. Uncle was a little loud just now. It's time to go home after school. Your parents will be worried. The little girl nodded, waved to the father and son, and left. Dingley touched Yang Jiang's round head, thinking about the children not eating at home these 2 days. I don't even know if the food is good. It looks like her round face has become a little thinner, which makes me feel a little distressed. Yang Yang, didn't you eat well at your other uncle's house these past 2 days? Yang Yang nodded, looking aggrieved. Uncle Daishuan's cooking isn't as delicious as yours. Uncle Li Yang's family cooks Western-style meals, which I'm not used to. The portions are so small that I never feel full. When Dingley heard this, he felt even more distressed and said, Yang Yang, Daddy will take you to your favorite buffet today, okay? Good. When Yang Yang heard this, he immediately became excited. Buffet, that's his favorite. There are all kinds of delicious food, and the quantity is not limited. With that, Dingley and Yang Yang got into the car. Then, the live broadcast screen switched again. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yang were arguing at the school gate. Dad, I want to eat cake. The colorful cakes at the school gate exude a fragrant aroma. The cake is covered with various candied fruits, dates. Children simply cannot resist sweets. You dare to eat cakes? If you want to buy a piece of cake, won't your father's Ferrari be pressed down on it? More than 10 years ago, a young man bought sliced cakes on the roadside, but because the boss cut the price, the total price was much higher than his budget. The young man didn't want to buy it anymore, but the boss refused, and an argument broke out between the 2 parties. A truckload of cakes was damaged and the company paid 160,000 yuan in compensation. That was 160,000 yuan more than a decade ago. Isn't that the price of a car? It can even be the price of a house. From then on, Che Jiao became a symbol of luxury in everyone's mind. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, Xiao Xiao, you are still young and don't understand the dangers of the world. Just listen to your father. Cut the cake. 1 knife makes Jack Ma cry. 2 knives make Hui Tang kneel. 3 knives make Jianlin die. 4 knives make CCTV hold a meeting. 5 knives make the economy decadent. 6 knives make civilization regress. 7 knives make the world collapse. 8 knives make primitive society. I bought it once. I handed the shopkeeper 20 yuan and he deducted an almond from me. Xiao Xiao was still looking at the cake, unable to move away. Xiao Yang, if you want to buy it, you have to pay for it yourself. I don't want to be a sucker. Xiao Xiao pulled Xiao Yang's clothes. I forgot to bring my pocket money today. In order to ensure Xiaoxio's safe use of money, Xiao Yang did not link her online banking, and only cash payments were allowed. And the cash was also the cash Xiao Yang withdrew from her bank card. This way he can know where Xiaoxio's money is spent, which can also be regarded as a supervisory role. Forget it. Xiao Yang spread his hands. Dad, I was criticized today and I'm in a bad mood. People say that when girls are in a bad mood, they need to eat some sweets. Xiao Xiao said this and blinked at Xiao Yang. She looks so pitiful. Well, to comfort you, Dad will take you to a buffet. Don't eat the Che Gao. How can you eat at the buffet if you're full later? As soon as she heard there was a buffet, Xiao Xiao immediately gave up on eating cake. Enter the mall. Xiao Yang was attracted by a flyer. A new store is opening. Xiao Xiao, this buffet restaurant looks pretty good, shall we try it? Okay. The father and daughter came to a buffet restaurant on the top floor of the mall. From the decoration of the restaurant's door, you can tell that this store should be quite high-end. When the three of them walked to the door, they were stopped by two beautiful waitresses wearing cheongsams. Hello, sir, please buy a meal ticket to enter. Okay, how much is it per person? 888 won. How many? Xiao Yang and the photographer were both stunned. Xiao Yang had only eaten at buffets that cost more than 1,200 yuan per person before, and had never eaten such an expensive buffet. Audience. Fuck, what's in that 888 per person buffet? Gold? Please, I hope Xiao Yang and Xiao Xiao can go in, so that I can broaden my horizons and see how rich people live. Let's go to another one. Xiao Yang pulled Xiaoxio's clothes and turned away. It's not that I can't afford the 888/person meal, but 188 per person is more cost-effective. But Xiao Xiao was attracted by a wall of flowers in the hall. I couldn't move at all. Dad, let's eat here. That flower wall is so beautiful. I want to take a picture. Xiao Yang glanced at Xiao Xiao. As expected, no matter how old a woman is, she always loves to check in. Xiao Yang, then go and shoot, and then come out. Xiao Xiao, ah. The two beautiful waitresses standing at the door said with a forced smile. Excuse me, sir. That won't work. We have to buy a meal ticket before we can get in. Xiao Yang, Xiao Xiao. Dingli and Yang Yang unexpectedly ran into Xiao Yang and his daughter here. A few people exchanged greetings. Dingli asked, why are you all standing at the door and not going in? Xiao Xiao pouted, humph. My dad is stingy and said he would take me to a buffet, but he thought the prices here were too high. Dingli smiled and said, Yang Yang and I came here because we saw the flyer on the roadside. It looked pretty good. Is it expensive? How much is it per person? Xiao Xiao 888 per person. Dingli 888. Yang Yang, let's go. Let's go to another restaurant. Yang Yang heard this. He immediately refused to do it and sat on the ground to make a fuss. No, no. I'm starving. Listen, my stomach is growling. I want to eat right now. As he spoke, Yang Yang pounded the floor with his hands. He used his naughty kid skills again. Barrage scrolling. That's it. I just thought Yang Yang was cute, but after all this noise, he instantly turned into a naughty kid again. I've lost my fan base again. Fuck. 888 per person, it's so expensive, how can I spoil my child? I only earn a few thousand yuan a month, isn't that half a month's salary going to be spent in one go? Dingli comes from a working class family, so I don't think it's wrong for him to be frugal. But Xiao Yang has so much money, so why can't he let Xiao Xiao have a more expensive buffet? Isn't that stingy? Isn't there a saying that the richer people are, the more stingy they are? The people above are rich and not stupid, so why are they being taken advantage of? This buffet restaurant is too cheap. Right. I remember last time, Master Scallion went to a Japanese restaurant that cost over 1,500 yuan. He criticized the restaurant profusely, saying it wasn't worth the money. Netizens also said, is it really that bad for him to be so rich? But he's also rich and not stupid. That's how the internet works. Liking someone is like the wind, and liking someone is even more like the wind. As long as there is one person who says it is not good, many people will follow suit immediately. At this time, many people criticized Xiao Yang for being too stingy with Xiao Xiao. Suddenly, Xiao Yang felt the voice of the system. Congratulations to the host, the accumulated audience emotion value has reached 200,000 points. Congratulations to the host, you have unlocked the Big Eater function. Cumulative emotion value cleared. Xiao Yang was stunned. This time, the system is really thoughtful. Knowing that he was coming to the buffet, he was given the gluttony function. This function allows Xiao Yang to keep eating and stay 80% full, but even if I eat the same amount as usual, I won't feel hungry. At this time, Dingli took out a flyer and asked the waiter, aren't you promoting some Big Eater event here? Are there any prizes to be won, or any other vouchers? The waiter explained with a slight smile. Yes, sir. This is a limited time challenge. Eat a large burger and you'll win our bonus of 18,888 yuan. Even if you don't win, as long as you participate, you can get our 400 yuan meal discount coupon. When Xiao Yang and Dingli heard this, they thought this activity was pretty good. If the challenge is successful, the grand prize of 18,888 yuan can buy 2 meal tickets. Father and daughter, son, this is more than enough money for today's meal. If unsuccessful, there is a 400 yuan meal discount coupon. Then today's meal expenses can be reduced by 400 yuan. Just a burger? That sounds simple. I'll join. Dingli spoke first. I'll join in too, Xiao Yang said. Although he is not short of money now, he would be a bastard if he didn't make money. The system has given him the big eater ability, so why not wait any longer? The waiter led the group to the other side. There are a few tables connected together and a few stools. At this point several people were already challenging. The waiter added again. This time challenge is to finish a burger within 8 minutes. Although several contestants have already eaten a lot, but Xiao Yang could see it. Although this burger is a burger, it is actually far from as simple as you think. This is a large burger made up of several patties. Several people were trying hard to stuff burgers into their mouths, their cheeks bulging. He held the burger on the plate in one hand and the water glass in the other. There is also a staff member next to him who is specifically keeping time. Ding! Time's up. The staff pressed the stopwatch in their hand. Several people who were still stuffing food into their mouths stopped what they were doing instantly. 5.6 people, no one succeeded in the challenge. Who the hell can accomplish this? It's too difficult. I almost choked to death just now. Xiao Yang understood. This merchant simply posted an advertisement below, using activities to lure people to the store entrance to increase popularity. Barrage scrolling. It doesn't look simple. Even though I'm a big eater, I can't eat that much. Great. The burger is so filling. After eating a few bites and then taking the coupon, there won't be any extra space for the buffet, right? Xiao Yang knew that he had acquired the system's glutton skill. But the difficulty of this challenge is not in the quantity, but in the quantity and speed. He really didn't know if he could achieve it that fast. The contestant from the previous round leaves the stage. Xiao Yang and Ding Li sat down and waited for other contestants. Ding Li glanced at Xiao Yang. Although Xiao Yang is not thin, but he looks slender and well-proportioned, and doesn't look like the kind of person who can eat. Ding Li whispered in Xiao Yang's ear, imparting his experience to the young man. Hey, when you eat later, don't take it seriously. Just pretend. Remember, we're here to get the coupons. We'll go in later. We'll also go in for the buffet. If I eat too much now, I won't have any room left in a while. It's not worth it to eat at the buffet. In response to Ding Li's instructions, Xiao Yang just smiled and nodded. At this time, another man came to participate in the competition. He was in his 30s, with a face full of fat, looked to weigh over 200 pounds, had a big belly, and was wearing a t-shirt. He also brought 2 people with him. One of them was holding a cell phone towards him, and the other was holding a lighting board, and an assistant. This is even bigger than the one used by Xiao Yang and his team. He chose a seat and sat down. Several layers of fat immediately piled up on his body. He looked at Xiao Yang and Ding Li again and frowned. At this time, Xiao Yang and Ding Li were still wearing hats and masks. Eating challenge, both of them are fully armed. Anyone who sees it can tell that he is seriously ill. Fat Brother also mistook Xiao Yang and Ding Li for internet celebrities? There was a scornful smile on the corner of his mouth. When it comes to food broadcasting, he is a top star in China, with more than 20 million fans. But he does have real skills. It's not those videos that rely on editing and fake eating to deceive people. Brother Pang has never seen any of his colleagues eat more or eat faster than him. Then he regained his attention. He turned around and waved at the camera of the mobile phone in front of him. Hello, everyone, family. Today, Fatty is here to challenge the Big Eater event again. Today, the merchant is offering a bonus of 1,888 yuan. The challenge is to eat a large hamburger in 8 minutes. Family members, please pay attention and give me a little heart. Among the crowd of onlookers, someone whispered, Fat Brother? Is he that famous food blogger? I remember he has tens of millions of followers on the Moyin platform. Yes. I followed him. I didn't expect to see him here. I'm going to take a photo with him later. No, isn't the country advocating for clean plates now? Waste is not allowed. Why are there still food broadcasters? This, you don't understand? Fatty really can eat, he's not pretending to eat. And he's changed his ways now. He no longer relies on eating a lot to attract traffic, but mainly focuses on exploring restaurants. And then there's the timed food challenge like today. This way, there's a fixed amount of food, so there's no food waste. Oh, I see. Then, another challenger has arrived. A sunny boy in his early 20s with well-developed arm muscles. A college student. The idea behind this challenge is simple. The man is older, young, and loves sports, so he usually consumes a lot of energy. I often feel hungry after eating, and all my living expenses are spent on food, so there is no extra money for other things. Whenever he sees this kind of activity, he goes to participate. You can eat your fill and have a chance to win a prize. You can also give the coupons to the girls you like, so why not? I have participated in many such challenges. He has trained himself to eat very quickly. 4 contestants are in place. The waiter brought 4 plates. Everyone was stunned. How the hell is this a burger? This is 8 burgers combined into one giant burger. Xiao Yang also looked at the hamburger in front of him and was stunned for a moment. It is indeed difficult to get money from capitalists. The last round of the game was halfway through and the burgers were almost eaten. He had no intuitive feeling either. He was still surprised to see such a huge hamburger appear in front of him, although he now has the skill of Big Eater. But I haven't used it yet, so I don't know how effective it is. I was still shocked when I saw it. This big burger is a meat patty covered with cheese. Cover the meatloaf with a layer of cheese. There are 8 layers in total, and there is a layer of bread on the top to seal it. A bamboo stick is inserted in the middle to secure it. It is 30 centimeters high. There is also a layer of French fries at the bottom. The patty was glistening with oil and covered with thick golden cheese. If it is normal times, if you see such a burger, you will definitely think it is extremely delicious. But now, to finish such a big burger in less than 8 minutes, it's outrageous to think about. Barrage scrolling. Fuck, is this store doing this on purpose? Who can finish a burger this big in 8 minutes? Even if you cut your throat and dumped it in, you wouldn't succeed, right? Family, I'll go to Fat Brother's live broadcast room in a while. After all, professionals do professional things. Fat Brother looks better when he eats than Xiao Yang. See you later. Among these people, only Fatty can succeed in the challenge, right? The others are just there to make up the numbers. I'm logging off too. I'm going to Fatty's live stream room. How can you possibly eat such a huge burger in 8 minutes? This is just a gimmick to attract customers and boost popularity. Do you really believe it? How naive. This burger, let alone 8 minutes? I can't finish it even if I give it 18 minutes. No. This is risking my life, right? Backstage. Director Wang saw that the number of viewers was dropping rapidly. Most of the time, just as the comments said, they all went to Fat Brother's live broadcast room. There is no way, the market is so big and there are only so many netizens. Who calls others professional? The photographer asked the waiter standing nearby in a low voice. Has anyone successfully challenged your competitive eating event? The waiter smiled. Shake your head. Sir, our store has been open for 1 month and we have this challenge every day. But no one has ever succeeded in this challenge. Photographer, fuck. No one. Swindler. The waiter was dissatisfied. Sir, how can this be called a profiteer? We not only give participants discount coupons, but also let them eat such delicious big burgers. This is simply business welfare. The photographer chuckled in his heart. Are capitalists so kind? Isn't this just to promote your own store? Fatty looked at the hamburger in front of him and felt a little scared, thinking in my heart, damn, this merchant is a bit too cruel. I have never fought such a difficult battle. I can only try my best, but I can't get the bonus. You have to find it somewhere else. He immediately waved at the camera again. My dear family members, this burger is really big. Although this battle is difficult, I must fight it. The game is about to start. Family members, cheer for the streamer, cheer him on, and send him some small gifts. Then, in the live broadcast room, netizens immediately gave a wave of gifts. At this point, all the contestants are in place. From left to right are Fat Brother, male college student, Dingley, and Xiao Yang. The game is about to begin. The staff reminded Xiao Yang and Dingley that the game was about to begin. Please be prepared. Xiao Yang pulled his baseball cap down and took off his mask. But he was still recognized by many onlookers. Isn't this Xiao Yang and Dingley? Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang made a quiet gesture. The crowd fell silent. A staff member held a stopwatch and started the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. I saw the Fat Brother and the big boy immediately pull the plates of hamburgers to their side. He grabbed the food in one hand and stuffed it into his mouth. The other held a large glass filled with water. Both of them had their mouths stuffed full. His face flushed as he swallowed the food. Dingley first winked at Xiao Yang. Then the two of them slowly put on gloves. Live barrage. Fuck, what are these two doing so slowly? This is a competition. They have no competitive spirit. Let's go, I'm going to see Fatty. I understand. These two people are here to participate in receiving coupons. You are really something. I also went to see Fatty. Fat Brother's seat is on the far left of the table. Fat Brother is worthy of being the most popular food streamer. He is obviously a professional at first glance. As soon as he opened his mouth, he stuffed a piece of bread into it. He chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Then take a sip of water to moisten your throat. He continued and grabbed another piece of meat patty, which was covered with a thick layer of cheese. Pop it into your mouth, chew it quickly a few times, and swallow it. If you really can't swallow it, just drink a sip of water to make it go away. Then he picked up another piece of meat pie. The speed of eating a meat pie does not exceed 1 minute. In the crowd, People kept exclaiming, "Holy crap! Awesome! That's awesome! You are indeed a top foodie. Too fast! Too fast!" The number of people in his live broadcast room increased rapidly. Many netizens came here from the live broadcast room of My Dad is Superman, even director Wong. I couldn't resist my curiosity and ran to his live broadcast room to take a look. I thought to myself, good job! There are already more than 300,000 viewers in this live broadcast room. As a lone food broadcasting internet celebrity, his live broadcast did attract a lot of traffic. Director Wong looked at the equipment in the background. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room of My Dad is Superman has gradually decreased. The number of viewers in this Fat Brothers live broadcast room is gradually increasing. He also accepted his defeat with a sincere heart. Make money based on your ability. The comments in Brother Pang's live broadcast room were scrolling crazily. Fat Brother is amazing. I came over from Xiao Yang's place and he was still putting on his gloves. Fat Brother has already finished 2 layers of meat patties. Hee, the one upstairs. I came over from Xiao Yang's place too. As expected, watching the Big Stomach King challenge is still more satisfying than watching the eating live broadcast. Wow, this guy is amazing. He can eat a whole meat patty in one bite. Really awesome. I think he will really win. I wonder if it's uncomfortable for him to swallow it without chewing it like this. Next to Fatty, it was the muscular male college student. He was a whole piece of meat pie shorter than Fatty. It takes him 2 or 3 bites to finish a piece of meat pie, which is still far from enough. This huge burger was definitely beyond his expectations. It seems like the merchant is deliberately playing a trick on people. Not only is it 8 layers high, but its diameter is also larger than that of an ordinary hamburger. Never mind. He didn't even think about the bonus. Just think of it as a free big burger, not bad. The person sitting next to the male lead is Dingley. At this time, he put on his gloves. Fatty has finished the 3rd layer of meat pie. The guy with the shank meat also finished the 2nd layer of meat patty. As planned, he had just begun to slowly eat the 1st layer of meat patty. In the live broadcast room of My Dad is Superman, although some netizens left, there are still many netizens watching. Barrage scrolling. Tisk tisk tisk. Dingley has such a hard time eating, let alone Xiao Yang. Why? You can see it on the live broadcasts. Xiao Yang doesn't eat much, and he eats slowly. He plays with his phone while eating. This habit is really bad and can easily lead to bad consequences for children. Please, don't use your phone while eating. It's half the fun and the food won't taste good anymore. Xiao Yang and Dingley came to this event just to participate. Of course, they can't compare themselves to professional food streamers. At this time, Ding Lichen was eating the meat pie slowly and turned his head to look at Xiao Yang. Suddenly, I was stunned. The meat pie in his hand also fell. And all the onlookers, waiters and staff at the scene. Suddenly there was a scream. What the hell? Is this a human being? The scream spread throughout the surroundings in an instant. Except for the contestants. Everyone looked at Xiao Yang. Even the scream reached Fat Brothers' live broadcast room. In Fat Brothers' live broadcast room, the comments scrolled. What the hell? What happened? Photographer? What happened? Show us now. You traitors, I came from Xiao Yang's place next door to inform you that Xiao Yang has unleashed his ultimate move. Fuck, the person above, please explain clearly, what is the ultimate move? No one responded. The number of viewers in Fat Brothers' live broadcast room dropped rapidly. The number of viewers in Xiao Yang's live broadcast room increased rapidly. It even brought in a lot of Fat Brothers fans. Everyone took a look. Take a breath of cold air. Type all one. What the hell? Now. Xiao Yang opened his mouth. The top piece of bread has been eaten. Wearing disposable gloves on his left hand, he quickly pinched the 1st layer of meat patty and cheese a few times. Put it in your mouth. Then raise the cup with your right hand and pour the water into your mouth. Less than 5 seconds. The meat pie in my mouth disappeared. Gone. It's like the meatloaf is not a meatloaf, but protein powder. As soon as the water hit it, it went into my throat. Then, Xiao Yang grabbed the 2nd layer of meat patty, crushed it and put it in his mouth. Hold the cup in your right hand and pour water into it. The meat pie in my mouth disappeared again. Not even any chewing. Immediately afterwards, the 3rd and 4th layers of meat patties disappeared. Xiao Yang started to put on his gloves carelessly. Mingming started much later than Fatty. Now he has actually caught up with Fatty's speed. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was scrolling wildly. What the hell? What the hell? Only these 2 words can express my current mood. This isn't a mouth, it's a crusher. It disappears if you put it in your mouth. Did you notice that Xiao Yang barely chewed the 1st layer of bread? I chewed the dry bread for at least 2 minutes. This is just like taking a sip of water and a bite of hamburger. Sorry, I came from Fatty's place. What's going on here? A monster? So scary. Fat brother is still within the human range. But Xiao Yang, this operation is too inhumane. Like a monster, a devourer. Many of Xiao Yang's old fans also cannot understand it. I've never seen Xiao Yang eat like this before. It's like he has some special ability that allows him to eat without having to chew. At this time, Xiao Yang had already eaten the 7th layer of the hamburger. Like a tornado, he quickly grabbed the food on the plate. It disappears in your mouth at a lightning speed. Let everyone gasp. Dingley, who was standing next to him, stared blankly at Xiao Yang. It feels like my brother and I are connected in heart, and my brother and I play brain games. Muttering to himself. Brother, we agreed to play badly together. Are you serious? Yang, who was standing by, saw his father stop. He shouted a little dissatisfiedly. Dad, come on, look at Uncle Xiao Yang, he's so much faster than you. Dingley waved his hand. Son, you should let your father live a few more years. Eating like this is too harmful to your health. Anyone with a little common sense knows this. Such a quick meal. If you barely chew it, it can easily cut your esophagus. In the long run, eating like this will make you more likely to get esophageal cancer. But there were some professional food broadcasters in the past. It means training yourself to swallow food without chewing it. You can then use vomiting to spit out the food you have swallowed. In order to achieve the effect of eating more food and attracting traffic, Dingley just gave up and simply refused to eat it. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yang intently. Good job. Here's a closer look. It was even discovered that Xiao Yang hardly made any swallowing movements. This is really not something a human could do. It looked more like the faceless monster in a cartoon he watched with his son during a small day. In fact, Xiao Yang didn't know what was going on either. It seems that the system started working when I caught this burger. One's esophagus and various body functions have also evolved accordingly. He also crushed the meat patty and put it in his mouth. Actually, you just put the whole piece into your mouth. As long as he can swallow it, it won't cut his esophagus. But if you eat so quickly, the food will taste worse. There is no delicious taste of the food I usually eat. If it weren't for the challenge, I certainly wouldn't choose to eat like this. At this time, from the time Xiao Yang started eating to now, he has finished 8 layers of the burger. It only took a little over a minute. There were still some chips left on the plate. Come on, Dad. Xiao jumped and danced on the side to cheer them on. Xiao Yang actually had some free time, so he looked up and smiled at Xiao. Then, he lowered his head again. Use your left hand to quickly sweep the fries on the plate together. Then he grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he took a big sip of water. Less than 10 seconds. A large handful of chips disappeared in my mouth. It seems that Xiao Yang's mouth is not connected to the esophagus and stomach, but an empty pocket. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly. Fuck, I don't believe this is true. You're kidding me, right? Who in their right mind can swallow French fries without chewing them? Fake. This must be fake. It must be a staged photoshoot by the production team. Production team, just admit it, this must be a script you and this store put together for traffic. Right. Family, calm down, this can't be fake. That fat internet celebrity was also eating there. Xiao Yang stuffed the last bite of French fries into his mouth. He even picked up the French fries that fell onto the table outside the plate and put them into his mouth, without wasting any food. Once again, the fries disappeared like magic. He jumped up from the stool and shouted, I'm done eating. Next, imitate the performance in the usual food challenge shows. Open your mouth and show it to others. Really? His mouth was empty, without a trace of residue. Audience, onlookers, staff, 2 minutes. The staff member stared at the time with wide eyes and exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? Impossible. The staff also looked at Xiao Yang as if he were a monster. This activity lasted for more than a month. Because the boss deliberately set such a high difficulty level, no one succeeded in the challenge. Today I finished it in just 2 minutes. This is simply a fairy tale. The shouts here. Even the fat guy on the other side of the table was shocked. What the hell? He's only on the 4th layer of his burger. The speed is already fast enough, and there is hope that the challenge will be successful. I heard someone finished eating in 2 minutes. Fatty's face was full of disbelief. So much faster than him. How is that possible? You know, it is not easy for him to achieve his current speed. Since he transformed into a food streamer, he has changed from eating a lot to eating fast. In this way, they can participate in timed food challenges, win prizes, and attract netizens. He would spend a lot of energy every day, even at the expense of his own health, to train himself to eat faster. In the past few years of transformation, I have never met anyone who eats faster than him. 2 minutes. This doesn't sound realistic. He was just about to go see what was going on with Xiao Yang. He was persuaded by his assistant. Fat Brother, live broadcast. The challenge time hasn't started yet, don't be distracted. For the bonus, Fat Brother continued to sit in his seat and eat. But I don't know, most of the netizens in his live broadcast room have already run to Xiao Yang's live broadcast room, and the male college student next to him. I had already eaten the third layer of meat patty and I couldn't eat anymore. My face is already sore. Now it is in a bad state. I just heard that Xiao Yang has finished eating. Motivation restored. He continued stuffing food into his mouth. We are both male college students, so only the loser knows. Man, you can't say no. If this part were to be released, wouldn't I be so embarrassed? 8 minutes are up. The final winners are Xiao Yang and Fat Brother. The staff came over with 2 big red envelopes. Each of them contained a bonus of 18,888 yuan. Live broadcast room barrage scrolling. 666. The boss is so generous, he gave me 37,776 yuan right away. It's a huge sum of money. Didn't the waiter just say that? We've been open for a month, and no one has ever succeeded in this challenge. It only happened today. 2 of them showed up this time, which is totally unexpected. Oh my god, Fatty is considered one of the top eaters in China. I'm not surprised he won, but I was really shocked that Xiao Yang won. He was 6 minutes faster than Fatty. I also hope I can have a 1 TB stomach and a 4A waist like Xiao Yang.